Chapter 1. Sister Shuer, spare me. In the realm of Douluo, August, under the scorching summer sun, as the last remnants of moisture were relinquished from the parched yellow leaves, she bid a reluctant farewell to her mother with a wave. With no wind to accompany her departure, she descended silently, akin to a solitary feather, utterly forsaken and alone. Only the black cicada that had been resting upon her yesterday mocked her mercilessly. Yet even that sound grew ever fainter, diminishing into silence. It had been a year since the last rainfall. Since arriving in this world, Xiaogang had never witnessed rain. The foolish system he awakened was nothing less than a demon. It insisted that he must engage in some form of interaction with Bibi Dong before it would unleash a dragon to bring forth rain. Bibi Dong was his foster mother. How could anything transpire between them? If washing her feet counted, he might be willing, for Bibi Dong had indeed treated him quite well. However, the answer provided by the system was a resounding no. To regard the system as a fool only signified that one was a true simpleton, or so the system declared. He had been cornered by this unscrupulous system more than once. Today marked his final opportunity. The system audaciously informed him that it was on the brink of dehydration. If rain did not fall within 3 days, it would perish, and the host must confront life alone. Before its demise, it would transfer all its energy to Tang San, revealing that the one responsible for his mother's death was the Spirit Hall. Thus, this son of the Spirit Hall would await his death. How ruthless, truly ruthless. One cannot deny that the system was astutely aware of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It had driven Xiaogang to a point of no retreat. With a heavy heart, he approached Bibi Dong's door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, 3 crisp knocks echoed. Within a lavishly decorated room of the Spirit Hall, a stunningly beautiful young woman reclined gracefully upon her bed. Her perfect, alluring figure was accentuated by a pale, purple nightgown, showcasing her every curve, captivating to the point of enchantment. The knocking at the door seemed to disturb her pleasant dreams, as her delicately arched brows furrowed slightly, hinting at her annoyance. Bibi Dong's jewel-like eyes snapped open, and an imposing aura surged forth, causing the room's temperature to plummet by 8 degrees. A voice of authority echoed. Enter. Xiaogang awkwardly pushed the door open. Sister Dong, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest? Not at all. Bibi Dong's tone was indifferent, tinged with mild impatience. Propping herself up on the bed, she gradually sat upright. Her exquisitely shaped figure, rising with elegance akin to a swan lifting its neck from the water, was mesmerizing. The breathtaking scenery between her mountain-like peaks struck Xiaogang's heart like a crashing goose. It left him momentarily dazed. His breath became slightly labored, especially with the rosy hue lingering on Bibi Dong's face, just awakened. Xiaogang found himself unsure where to direct his gaze. Changer, what brings you here? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly pierced through his reverie. Sister Dong, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Xiaogang spoke with a hint of hesitation. Speak freely, there's no need to be shy. Bibi Dong encouraged, sensing his discomfort. Then I shall be direct. Summoning his courage, Xiaogang declared, I wish for you to allow me to be with Sister Shuer. I like her. To Xiaogang, having Bibi Dong as his mother-in-law could be considered a form of relationship. However, Bibi Dong's reaction left him astonished. What? Her expression was one of shock. Her anger was still beautiful, yet Xiaogang was drenched in cold sweat from her imposing presence. His face turned grave. He quickly pondered how to respond. He was facing a titled Douluo, a female tyrant. Could this system really have been sent by Tang San? The intent to end him was unwavering. Thankfully, he hadn't suggested anything as brazen as sharing a bed. Otherwise, he would surely be done for. Seeing Xiaogang's face turn pale, with sweat pouring from his forehead, Bibi Dong realized she had reacted too strongly. Taking a deep breath, she spoke to him with as much calmness as she could muster. I hope I didn't frighten you too much just now. Xiaogang nodded before hastily shaking his head. You didn't just frighten me. You nearly scared the life out of me. How could I, a mere spirit master, withstand the pressure of a formidable titled Douluo like you? Tonight, You must let me sleep in your bed. Qiao Chong dared to entertain such thoughts only in his mind. Outwardly, he remained respectful and humble before Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. With such courage, you wish to marry my daughter? I wouldn't even give you a second glance. I have no objections to that. I was merely testing you. However, if you wish to be with Shuer, you must pass one person's test. The Grand Elder? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. It is he. The Grand Elder's strength needs no elaboration. You should be well aware that he is a limit title Douluo, the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall. Do you understand what I mean? Qiao Chong certainly did. He could neither defeat nor manage him, leaving him a conundrum. He nodded vigorously. Good to hear. Do you know what to do now? Qiao Chong pondered briefly before uttering two words. Strength. I must strive to enhance my strength. Bibi Dong nodded, visibly pleased. You are absolutely correct. It is indeed strength. Only by possessing formidable power and potential that even Qian Douluo must respect can you have a chance to be with Lil Shui. The Spirit Hall is a place where strength speaks only when you possess strength will others respect you. Without strength, you will forever remain in the shadow of others. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Dong. I will diligently work to enhance my strength. Excellent, very good. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. I am truly glad to hear you think this way. If there's nothing else, return and focus on improving your strength. Understood. Sister Dong, I shall take my leave. Qiao Chong bowed respectfully and departed. Bibi Dong smiled, closing the door behind him. Yet her smile swiftly vanished. Qian Douluo, I shall make you submit to me in due time. With that, she began to meditate and cultivate. Upon returning to his room, Qiao Chong did not immediately begin his training. Instead, he contemplated. At 13 years of age, with a soul power of 45, he was 2 years younger than Renxue, with a 7-level difference in soul power. Catching up within a year shouldn't be too difficult. However, the system only granted him 3 days. Time was of the essence. Should he administer a drug to her, then flee after the deed? No, that won't do. Setting aside whether there exists a drug potent enough to incapacitate Bibi Dong. Even if there were, what if she awakens midway? Even if she did not awaken, should she seek him out afterward, with the Spirit Hall's might, finding him would be a trivial matter. This method was unacceptable, too despicable. Then what should he do? Confess? He'd likely be silenced before he could utter a word. Soft approaches wouldn't work, nor would forceful ones. Were there any other alternatives? Qiao Chong, exasperated, flopped onto the bed, his face etched with worry. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. If neither soft nor hard approaches would suffice, perhaps this method would work. He could turn to Tang San, become Tang San's cousin, the very person Bibi Dong loathed most. However, before doing so, he needed to visit Renxue. He chuckled to himself. In the Qian Imperial Palace, in Qian Renxue's chamber. Sister Shuer, I have decided to leave the Spirit Hall for a while to venture out and gain experience. Qiao Chong, having departed the Spirit Hall, gazed longingly at Renxue. Dressed in her female attire, Renxue pointed a delicate finger at his forehead. Don't look at me with that expression. You'll stay here tonight. I know what's on your mind. Let me indulge you just this once. Thank you, Sister Shuer. Qiao Chong kicked off his shoes and leapt on her bed. I've missed this big bed so much. Qiao Chong, we didn't even take off your socks before jumping on my bed. It stinks. Renxue pinched her nose, a look of disdain on her face. Qiao Chong wiggled his toes and sniffed. It doesn't stink. Just a bit of a manly scent from a long journey. Sister Shuer, you wouldn't mind, would you? Renxue shot him a sultry glare. Does it matter if I mind? Can you change it? Wait here. They'll get you some foot-soaking water. Thank you, Sister Shuer. And could you please prepare a cup of goji berry tea? I ran 30,000 miles just to see you today. I really need to replenish my energy. All right, they'll brew it for you. Once it's ready, are you planning to misbehave? Only someone who knows me well, like Sister Shuer, would say that. I promise I'll behave tonight. Qiao Chong grinned, lying down and promptly falling asleep. Renxue looked at him sprawled across the bed, utterly helpless. She chuckled softly and departed. Not long after she left, Qiao Chong suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and shouted into the air, System, come out and chat, ding. Congratulations, host. Your charm level has ascended to 3 stars. As a reward, your level has increased by 5, reaching 50. You have gained 5 points of goodwill from Renxue, bringing it to 85, and you have received a soul evolution card, transforming your ordinary 6-winged angel soul into the formidable 18-winged dark angel soul. Xiaogang sniffed his finger. Oh, it really stinks. Sister Shuer is such a good person. The foot wash water should be ready. Soon we might as well wash up and rest. Xiaogang approached Renxue's fish tank and rinsed his finger in it. Unexpectedly, shortly after he rinsed it, a golden fish swam a couple of times and floated to the surface, belly up. Xiaogang was taken aback. Startled, he knew this was Renxue's favorite fish, one she had kept for several years. Realizing he was in trouble, he hurriedly fished out the little fish, intending to dispose of the evidence. But just then, Renxue walked in unexpectedly. Xiaogang quickly hid the little fish behind him, blocking the bathtub and feigning interest in the flowers. However, the flowers, quite uncooperative, wilted immediately. I swear, I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? Xiaogang looked at Renxue with an awkward expression. Renxue rolled her eyes. She ignored him and placed the foot basin by the bed. Come over and wash. Xiaogang, smiling innocuously, discreetly placed the golden fish into a makeup box and walked over. Beaming at Renxue, he said, Sister Shuer, you are truly wonderful. If I were to marry you in the future, I would be so happy. Renxue shot him a playful glance. What's this? Suddenly your tongue has become so sweet. Have you done something to offend me? Xiaogang laughed awkwardly. How could that be? Sister Shuer, you're overthinking. Is that so? Renxue suddenly shot him a piercing look. Xiaogang chuckled sheepishly. If you don't believe me, I can swear. All right, I believe you. Now, come wash your feet. Renxue suddenly smiled charmingly, beckoning Xiaogang over. Noticing that Renxue had set down the foot basin, yet remained seated, Xiaogang tentatively asked, Sister Shuer, you're not planning to wash my feet, are you? Renxue did not answer directly, but countered. Has anyone ever washed your feet before? Xiaogang, suppressing his conscience, replied, no. Renxue smiled faintly. Then hurry over. All right. Xiaogang jumped onto the bed and removed his socks. A cloud of black gas descended. Xiaogang, embarrassed, extended his blackened feet. Renxue closed her eyes, held her breath, and pressed Xiaogang's feet into the basin. Instantly, the sound of bubbling water filled the air. The water in the foot basin turned black in an instant. Xiaogang felt a bit awkward. Sister Shuer, how about I wash them myself? Renxue shook her head. I told you I'll wash them. I need this basin to soak some goji berries for you later. Xiaochang's face darkened at her words. Sister Shuer, please don't joke. I'm quite timid. Who is joking with you? You killed the golden dragon I raised for 3 years and ruined a box of precious pearl powder I cherished for 8 years. Do you think it's reasonable for me not to repay you? Xiaochang's expression changed drastically as he realized his misdeeds were exposed, and he immediately tried to flee. But as soon as he moved, he found his soul power sealed. He hastily pleaded, Sister Shuer, spare me. I'm your dear little brother. You cannot be so ruthless. Dear little brother? What kind of little brother starts scheming against his sister at 3, stirs up trouble at 5, and sells my portraits for money at 11? Is it any wonder I'm still unmarried? Sister Shuer, I'm wronged. You can't blame me for not getting married. It's because your standards are too high. No one is worthy of you. Besides, you're still in your teens. Why are you thinking about marriage? Just think how wonderful it would be for my child to support you in your old age. You. Renxue was infuriated. This guy's tongue was too sharp. She had never won an argument against him. Releasing Xiaochang's soul power, Renxue tossed him a towel and a new pair of socks while carrying the foot basin. As she walked, she said, I prepared the goji berries for you. This room is too stinky, so go to the tea room and drink. Thank you, Sister Shuer. Xiaogang was deeply moved as he took the new socks. He resolved to treat Renxue better in the future, to cause her less trouble. Chapter 2. Bibi Dong's indifference towards Renxue. After cleaning his smelly feet and putting on new socks, Xiaogang arrived at the tea room, where he saw a large cup filled to the brim with goji berries. He sighed, Life must go on. One must have goji berries in life. He took big gulps of goji juice. Meanwhile, Renxue had returned to her usual demeanor, resembling Shui Qinghe, engrossed in an ancient text. With the day still bright, many activities were impractical. Feeling bored, Qiao Chong began practicing calligraphy. If only life were as it was at first sight, why must the autumn wind sorrowfully sway the painted fan? Hearts that once seemed unchanging can easily shift. Yet it's said that old friends' hearts are fickle. I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines into the ditch. Qiao Chong wrote whatever came to mind, and before he knew it, he had penned nearly 1,000 characters. Unbeknownst to him, Renxue had appeared behind him at some point. Murmuring to herself, she said, "How can the stream be so clear? It is because it has a source of living water. The solitary smoke in the vast desert stretches straight, and the sun sets over the long river." Such exquisite literary talent. Hearing someone praise him, Qiao Chong turned around with a smile. "If it weren't for meeting atop Mount Xiaowu, would I encounter you beneath the moon at Yaotai?" A single branch of red blossoms emits a fragrant dew. Wonderful. Renxue clapped her hands in approval. Captivated by Qiao Chong's talent, Renxue couldn't help but think to herself that having such a brother was indeed quite delightful. This younger brother is quite a handful for her. She finds it somewhat overwhelming. Indeed, in the very next moment, she was caught off guard again. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chang suddenly planted a kiss on her cheek and declared, "Sister Shui, I'm hungry. Could you please cook something for me? Just a little less cumin and salt. I cannot tolerate overly salty food." Renxue rolled her eyes. "Can't you cook for yourself?" Having been disabled since childhood, with all 4 limbs incapacitated and meridians destroyed, the old fortune teller had predicted that I would find it exceedingly difficult to attain divinity before turning 25. I truly feel like an utterly useless scholar. The only line I remember from my teacher is, "The calls of the mandarin ducks on the banks of the river, the graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman seeks her." Only to have food delivered. Renxue couldn't help but chuckle. "Such literary flair wasted on you." Xiao Chang smiled and retorted, "Not so. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will and harden their bones, but it should not starve their body." Renxue was amused by Qiao Chang's serious demeanor. "I'll go prepare it for you. If I don't, I'll be deemed a villain of the worst sort." "Thank you, Sister Shui. Just remember, less cumin and less salt. I can't handle anything too salty." "Got it." Bald monk. "Wait, when did she start mimicking me?" Xiao Chang scratched his head, noticing a few fewer strands of hair, and sighed. "One cannot be too clever in this world. Otherwise, one might not handle overly salty food." Renxue busied herself in the kitchen. Only Dalu and Qiao Chang could make her take to the stove. Dalu was adamant about forcing her to become a polymath, while Qiao Chang also encouraged her, but more so out of her own volition. Just as Renxue prepared a bowl of vegetable noodles and hurried to the tea room, Bibi Dong appeared silently in the tea room, observing Qiao Chang with his feet on the tea table, one hand munching on an apple, the other flipping through his own written doubted Jing looking for typos, all while reclining comfortably in a lounge chair. Her anger flared. "Qiao Chang, what did you promise me?" Qiao Chang suddenly straightened up, startled. "Sister Dong, what brings you here? How dare you even ask?" "Sister Dong, let me explain." "No need. I have no time for that." Bibi Dong's expression was as cold as ice. Qiao Chang realized the gravity of the situation. Sister Dong was genuinely angry. "Come with me." Bibi Dong commanded again. "Sister Dong, Sister Shui is making me dinner. Could I at least eat before I leave?" "No. We leave now." As Renxue overheard Bibi Dong's icy voice from the doorway, tears began to stream down her face. Xiao Chang felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, shouting at Bibi Dong, "Sister Dong, I know you resent me, but must it be this way? She is your daughter. She has always been so exceptional. She has never once angered you. Why treat her so heartlessly?" "Why?" Bibi Dong's demeanor softened. Yet her expression remained frosty. "There is no reason. You wouldn't understand." With that, regardless of Qiao Chang's protests, she seized him by the shoulders and leapt into the air, disappearing from sight. Throughout, she had not uttered a single word to Renxue, nor had she even glanced at her. Renxue held the bowl of carefully prepared noodles for Qiao Chang, tears falling drop by drop, like glistening pearls into the bowl. "Why treat me this way? Am I truly so detestable to you?" Renxue silently cried out in her heart. After a long moment, she finally ate the noodles. tears mingling with the bitter and astringent taste, yet they allowed her to see everything clearly. I will certainly accomplish my task and prove myself. After finishing the noodles, she transformed once more into the graceful and seemingly carefree Xueqinghe. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong maintained her frosty demeanor, refusing to speak to Qiao Chang. It was only upon their arrival that she coldly initiated an interrogation. Xiao Chang, have you forgotten what you said? Or do you think I'm naive? Do you believe you can deceive me? Xiao Chang felt a twinge of shame, lowering his head and hesitating to respond. After a while, he finally spoke, Sister Dong. I've reached level 50. It was because of Sister Shui that I broke through to level 50. Moreover, my martial spirit has undergone a mutation. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Chang in disbelief. What did you just say? Repeat that. I said I've reached level 50. My martial spirit has mutated. Bibi Dong's eyes widened. You're not trying to deceive me to avoid punishment, are you? Show me your soul power and martial spirit. All right. Xiao Chang unleashed his soul power and martial spirit before Bibi Dong. Upon seeing the 18-winged dark angel, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Her mouth agape in astonishment for quite some time. How is this possible? How can this be? Xiao Chang awkwardly explained, Sister Dong. I have some small secrets that I cannot conveniently share. But please rest assured, I never intended to deceive you. I simply wanted to bid farewell to Sister Shui over a bowl of noodles. That is of little importance. Your martial spirit mutation and level breakthrough are entirely normal. If it weren't for the restrictions placed by your soul rings, your soul power level would be even higher. Stay here. I will immediately gather people to help you obtain your 5th soul ring. Having witnessed the 18-winged dark angel, Bibi Dong cast aside her earlier displeasure. Now filled with excitement, Qian Renxue possesses a pure 6-winged angel and is destined for divinity, while Qiao Chang, with his 18-winged dark angel, is nearly guaranteed to become a powerful deity. If 2 deities emerge from the spirit hall, it is easy to foresee that they will unify the continent and dominate the realm. How could she not be thrilled? Most importantly, with Xiao Chang now possessing the 18-winged dark angel martial spirit, Qian Douluo would have no reason to obstruct his union with Qian Renxue. In fact, he would fully support their relationship, as she was genuinely happy for Qian Renxue. She could see the love in Qian Renxue's eyes when she looked at Xiao Chang. Filled with tenderness. If they could be together, Bibi Dong would be happier than anyone. That very afternoon, Bibi Dong shared the news with Qian Douluo, who was overjoyed. He kept repeating, Heaven bless our spirit hall. Heaven bless our spirit hall. That same day, he decided to personally lead the charge to hunt soul beasts with Xiao Chang the following morning. Xiao Chang, your previous soul rings were of the utmost limit. They have laid a solid foundation for you. If your 5th soul ring continues to use limit soul rings, it will greatly benefit you, significantly shortening your path to divinity. This time, the entire Elder Council will mobilize to the Sodto Forest to assist you in hunting soul beasts. Our primary target is the sky blue bull python, followed by the Titan giant ape, and the leaves should not be below 90,000 years. Upon hearing Qian Daluo's words, Xiao Chang was taken aback. Elder, isn't the limit for a level 50 soul master 25,000 years? Qian Daluo shook his head. No, have you heard of something called sacrifice? I have a way to make them willingly sacrifice for you. Qian Daluo wore a confident and composed smile. Xiao Chang thought to himself, this doesn't seem right. After all, those 2 are his future brothers-in-law. However, seeing Qian Daluo's expression, he feared that refusing might raise suspicions and implicate Xiaowu. He reconsidered, thinking that in any case, Deming and Erming, according to the original plot, would ultimately be sacrificed to that scoundrel San. So why not let it be for himself? If he becomes stronger, he could also take better care of Xiaowu, ensuring she could bear him more adorable rabbit babies. After all, the system he awakened is called the More Children, More Blessings, lying down to win the path to divinity system. As long as one engages frequently with the female protagonist of Douluo and begets numerous offspring, invincibility shall be theirs. The following morning, as the sun rose, the mountains bloomed with vibrant flowers. Birds serenaded from the treetops, butterflies danced among the blossoms, and the mist-clad peaks reflected the kaleidoscopic beauty of nature, leaving one utterly enchanted. Xiao Chang, accompanied by Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong, and the 11 titled Douluos, entered the Sodto Forest with grand momentum. All soul beasts in their vicinity trembled in fear and hurriedly retreated. In the Sodto Forest, Deming and Erming, having just bid farewell to Xiaowu, joyfully washed and sang by the Star Lake, elated beyond measure. After a lively bout of frolicking, the Tianqing bull python swam to the shore, joined by the Titan giant ape. The Titan, resembling a mountain, turned to the lengthy Tianqing bull python and exclaimed, Brother, this is splendid. Sister Xiaowu has finally left. I no longer have to drink with her every day. The Tianqing bull python, equally thrilled, responded, indeed. Sister Xiaowu is wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also charming. However, her excessive drinking leads to mischief, and with her antics, my old back is nearly broken. The Titan giant ape empathized. Yes. You're absolutely right, brother. What you just said is the least of it. You can articulate like a human and speak 8 languages. Sister Xiaowu occasionally takes you out to scare people, showing some mercy on you. But I am different. I am not as handsome as you. Nor do I possess your physique. Other than having 2 extra arms for convenience, I have nothing to boast about compared to you. Do you know? I am merely 100,000 years old, still a child in our Titan family. They call me baby. She lured me into playing with a group of female gorillas. How am I to hold my head high in the Sodto forest now? As Erming spoke with fervor. It seemed as if Xiaowu had truly committed some grievous act against him. Deming was touched as well. Erming, you speak truthfully. Thankfully. I am the only Tianqing bull python by the Star Lake. Otherwise, with a horde of female bull pythons, where would I find the time to learn foreign languages? The 2 soul beasts, growing more animated, lamented together, still reeling from yesterday's drunken revelry, and before long, found themselves in each other's arms weeping uncontrollably. They could not cease. When Xiao Chang and the others arrived, they were left dumbfounded by the scene. Clearing his throat and coughing twice, Xiao Chang addressed Deming and Erming. Have you 2 cried enough? Deming and Erming, still sniffling and tear-streaked, froze upon hearing human speech. They turned to see 12 figures hovering in the air. Xiao Chang, accompanied by Bibi Dong and the ghost Douluo, was not yet a soul sage and thus unable to fly. Upon witnessing such an assembly of powerful beings, Erming wiped his tears and helped Deming do the same. What do you want? Deming, possessing better foreign language skills, asked with a solemn expression. Erming, less adept in foreign tongue, looked at Xiao Chang with suspicion and uttered something in soul beast language, essentially asking, what do you intend? Xiao Chang smiled at them. Oh, nothing much. I've reached level 50 in soul power and require 2 soul rings. So, which of you 2 will volunteer first? Hiki. His grin was distinctly sinister. What? Erming exclaimed in shock. You want our soul rings? ISNT want enough for level 50? His focus was solely on this. The Tianqing bull python flicked his tail in annoyance. Fool. He is a dual martial soul user. Shouldn't your concern be how we escape? Erming's comment went over the heads of Bibi Dong and the ghost Douluo, but Deming's words were understood. Want to escape? Ha! What a laugh. In an instant, both combatants unleashed their martial soul fusion techniques. The other titled Douluos joined in as well. Although the 2 kings of the forest were formidable, they were outmatched by sheer numbers. With Bibi Dong's overwhelming output, they soon found themselves battered and bruised, without even a chance for self-detonation. After enduring a brutal onslaught, they opted to sacrifice their soul rings for a swifter demise. Xiao Chang successfully absorbed their soul rings, acquiring several impressive soul skills and bones, the slow field. Tianqing Dull Claw, Tianqing Annihilation Thunder, Earth Power, Titan Hammer, Gravity Quagmire, and Titan Skybreaker. His soul power surged to 57, making him the youngest soul king in the history of Douluo continent. Xiao Chang's gains were substantial, and his combat prowess skyrocketed several tiers. If he were to face Qian Renxue now, he would undoubtedly dominate her. A wicked thought crossed his mind. He would return and have his fun with her. Xiao Chang departed with Bibi Dong and the others. Shortly after their exit, a distortion in the space by the Star Lake heralded the sudden appearance of 2 powerful soul beasts, Deming and Erming. They gazed blankly into the depths of the Star Lake, lost in thought. Had Bibi Dong and the ghost Douluo been present, they would be utterly astounded. They had witnessed Xiao Chang personally slay Deming and Erming, acquiring their soul rings and bones. How were they revived? As night fell, the moon hung high, and stars twinkled in the vast sky. Shooting stars streaked across the horizon, weaving a tapestry of celestial beauty. Xiao Chang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. He missed his homeland, having spent an unknowing 13 years on Douluo continent. He had perused countless ancient texts without uncovering a path back to the starry shores of his origin. As a soul from the 21st century, the absence of smartphones, internet cafes, games, KTVs, nightclubs, and bars, the distractions that often erode human spirit and ambition, made the nights feel interminably long. It seemed he had no choice but to read and cultivate. However, tonight he felt disinclined towards study or training. After acquiring so many skills, he felt restless. He needed someone to accompany him to chop wood, to vent his surplus energy, lest he suffer from insomnia. He knocked on Bibi Dong's door, and fortunately, she was still awake. Elated by Xiao Chang's progress, she pondered briefly before retrieving a freshly made cotton coat from the cupboard and handing it to him. Dressing herself in an outer garment, they both ventured out. Xiaogang had awakened two martial souls, one an angelic soul, the other a phantom chainsaw soul, which required woodcutting to grow stronger. The latter was intangible, making it even more unpredictable in combat. Apart from Bibi Dong, only a select few in the Spirit Hall knew this secret. It was the Spirit Hall's greatest secret, should anyone divulge it, regardless of their relationship. Bibi Dong would not spare them. In the Sodto forest, vast trees were felled. Xiaogang and Bibi Dong sat beside a bonfire, roasting lamb and gazing up at the brilliant night sky, laughing heartily. The lamb was brought by them. As every soul beast in the Sodto forest took an eternity to mature, unnecessary slaughter was frowned upon. Once the lamb was roasted to a golden, tender perfection, Xiaogang tore off a leg and offered it to Bibi Dong. She playfully refrained, casting him a charming glare. "You're giving me so much. Are you trying to make me fat? Please, have some yourself." Xiaogang chuckled as he portioned a leg of lamb, offering a small piece of tender meat to Bibi Dong. "Sister Dong, is this sufficient? Now this is more like it." Bibi Dong accepted the morsel, savoring it with delicate bites. In contrast, Xiaogang, lacking such refinement, tore off a chunk of lamb and devoured it heartily. Bibi Dong observed him with delight. As he indulged, she took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth. Her gentle gesture was enough to nearly melt his heart. "Sister Dong, how wonderful it would be if we could remain like this forever." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. "Silly child, a majestic eagle must soar high. You too must grow up and cannot always linger by your mother's side." Xiaochang's eyes dimmed slightly, for he understood the implications of Bibi Dong's words. She wished for his success and urged him not to rely on her too heavily. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he needed to provoke her to unlock his potential and new challenges. What would she think if she knew? Just a day prior, Xiaogang had the chance to follow his heart without upsetting Bibi Dong, but he almost faced a beating instead. He realized he was not strong enough, nor exceptional enough. He must strive to cultivate his abilities and endure fewer beatings. Chapter 3. The whimsical Hu Liena and the charming Xiaowu in the Spirit Hall, the Holy Sun's Palace. After a restful night, Xiaogang rose early and made his way to the training ground. His daily regimen consisted of 3 segments. The first was endurance training, standing atop a spear point for 1 hour without moving. Typically, it was Hu Liena who volunteered to accompany him through this grueling task. She would balance on one leg atop the spear while Xiaogang supported it with one hand, switching hands every half hour. The second segment involved physical training, where, without utilizing soul power, he would run 3 laps around the spirit city while carrying 100 kilograms of weight. The third segment was combat training, where he would seek out soul masters of equal rank to engage in battle, be it 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or even team fights. However, among the younger generation, none possessed Xiaochang's talent, forcing him to contend with seasoned soul masters. Yet, these veteran soul masters, mindful of his status as the Holy Sun, seldom dared to unleash their full power against him. Thus, he resorted to clandestine escapades, provoking conflicts with formidable opponents. Such activities had to be conducted discreetly, for should Bibi Dong discover them, she would undoubtedly impose severe punishment. After training diligently for over 2 hours with Hu Liena, her chatter was incessant, akin to a cheerful magpie. "Brother, do you want to see me perform magic? I can show you." "Brother, are you tired? Once we finish training, let us have a back massage." "Brother, I feel like I've gained weight. They keep staring at me." "Brother, where is that Diao-chan you mentioned? Am I as pretty as her?" "Brother, if one day I suddenly disappear, would you miss me?" "Brother, brother, brother." For over 2 hours, Hu Liena's lips scarcely paused. She relished in witnessing Xiaochang's flustered reactions, enjoying the sight of him blushing. However, in his heart, Xiaochang vowed, no matter the circumstances, as long as brother is present, no one shall harm you. "Wow, brother, you're amazing. You've improved again. Will you marry me in the future?" The endearing yet inherently enchanting Hu Liena stood on one leg atop the spear, clapping her hands joyfully. Xiaochang's lips twitched. "Little Na, please refrain from such talk. If our adoptive mother hears you, we might find ourselves locked away in a small dark room." "Brother, don't be scared. If the teacher locks us in, then tonight, Little Na will belong to you. Don't you want Little Na?" With her delicate fingers tracing Xiaochang's cheek, she twirled around him, her alluring fox-like eyes winking mischievously. Startled by her audacity, Xiaochang thought, "Goodness, this girl is far too bold and knows how to entice." Unsure whether this charm was innate or learned, he declared, "You entertain yourself. I still have training to complete." With that, he pushed Hu Liena away and bolted. Unfazed, Hu Liena laughed heartily as she called out, "Brother, why are you running? I want to eat you. At most, I might just absorb a little of your essence, and you're not lacking in that. You little vixen. Xiao Chang quickened his pace upon hearing her words. After his departure, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman approached Hu Liena. Nah, have you been bullying Xiao Chang again? Hu Liena glanced at the stunning woman, whose beauty and grace warranted a perfect score, and replied with a grin, Sister Shui, you're mistaken. It was my brother who bullied me. He just touched me. Qian Renxue chuckled, giving Hu Liena a playful slap on the backside. Is it not normal for him to touch you? You tempt him every day. Who else should he touch? Touch you. You're older than me. Hu Liena giggled, scratching Qian Renxue lightly, erupting into laughter. You little rascal. Qian Renxue raised her hand as if to swat Hu Liena, who stuck out her tongue and blinked playfully before escaping. Sister Shui, calm down. You're a lady. Ladies cannot hit people. Then I want to act like a lady today. I must teach you a lesson, you unruly little fox. In Notting City, a place steeped in history. The city stood 100 feet high and spanned several dozen feet wide. At the city gate, a group of soldiers wielding long spears stood guard, exuding an imposing presence. After fleeing, Xiao Chang arrived here. The streets bustled with activity, filled with a myriad of people and vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. As Xiao Chang entered the city, he heard the distant cries of vendors selling breakfast. Buns, porridge, steamed bread, fried dough sticks, breakfast for sale. A plump middle-aged man, around 40, was energetically calling out. As Xiao Chang approached, he noticed a charming little girl with braids gazing longingly at the steaming buns, swallowing her saliva, dressed in a pink outfit. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, exuding an innocent charm. She murmured, I'm so hungry. They look so delicious. I want to eat. The plump vendor, noticing the little girl standing before his stall, asked with a smile, Are you hungry, little girl? Would you like to eat some buns? The girl nodded eagerly. The vendor beamed. How about buying two? We have both meat and vegetable fillings. These are the best buns in Notting City. Great quality at a low price. Only 2 copper soul coins each. They're truly delicious. The vendor fanned the steam off the buns with his chubby hand, wearing a smile akin to that of a man tempting a child with candy. What are copper soul coins? I don't have any. The little girl lowered her head, shyly tapping her fingers together. Upon seeing this, the vendor's expression soured instantly. Get lost. Who was this little beggar? No money and still wants buns? Move aside. You're hindering my business. Witnessing the vendor's disdainful demeanor, the little girl clenched her fists, contemplating teaching this greedy man a lesson. However, recalling her mother's advice to avoid unnecessary conflicts, she reluctantly loosened her grip and turned to leave. At that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of her. Instinctively, she looked up to find a pair of gentle eyes gazing down at her. The tall figure spoke, Little friend, has someone been bullying you? His voice was ethereal, soft, and magnetic, evoking a natural fondness. The little girl nodded. Yes. All right, wait here. Big brother will help you get justice. Xiao Chang patted the little girl's shoulder and approached the vendor's stall. Sir, I hope you will apologize to this young lady. You may choose not to sell her buns, but you cannot insult her. The vendor scoffed, glaring at Xiao Chang. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a dragon tattoo on his left arm, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Xiao Chang smiled. Very well. You've successfully provoked me. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel and apologize immediately, or bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? The vendor burst into laughter. Huh. I'm so scared. Come on. Hurry up and kill me. I dare you. His body shook with laughter, and the tattoo of an old bull on his waist became faintly visible. With a sharp crack, Xiao Chang swiftly struck, and before the vendor could react, he was sent flying, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Xiao Chang retracted his hand, speaking calmly. I gave you a chance, but alas, you were unworthy. He retrieved 2 steaming buns from the steamer and handed them to the little girl, saying, Here. Take these and enjoy. Remember, one must be fierce in this world. From now on, no one shall dare to bully you. If you are ever mistreated again, you must retaliate fiercely, just like an elder brother. Otherwise, others will continue to torment you. Do you understand? The little girl, seemingly grasping the essence, nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Big brother, my name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. What is your name? Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang replied with a faint smile. Xiaowu's eyes curved into crescent moons. All right. Big brother, I shall remember you. When I grow up, can I marry you? Xiao Chang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, affectionately ruffling Xiaowu's hair. Certainly. Big brother will wait for you to grow up, but it is no longer safe here. You should leave first. Will you be in danger, big brother? Xiao Chang chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. Big brother is quite formidable. The people here are no match for me. Then, big brother, take care. Xiaowu reluctantly departed. Yet, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly turned back. Big brother, I am going to study at the Junior Academy in Nottingham. Will you come to see me when you have time? I will miss you. Xiao Chang smiled. Of course. Then it's a promise. You must not deceive me. Indeed. Xiao Chang nodded with a smile. Xiaowu shyly ran away. Shortly after Xiaowu's departure, several soldiers approached. One tall soldier with thick brows and large eyes glared at Xiao Chang. Did you injure Boss Qian? Xiao Chang nodded. Yes, that was me. Then why don't you run? The tall soldier inquired. Xiao Chang scoffed. Why would I flee? Very well, you have guts. Take him away. The tall soldier commanded his companions with a wave of his hand. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly surrounded Xiao Chang. Just as they were about to act, Xiao Chang spoke. Are you certain you wish to apprehend me? The tall soldier paused, then asked in a deep voice, what else would we do? Xiao Chang smiled. Allow me to remind you, summoning a deity is easy, but sending one away is quite another. The tall soldier fell into contemplation, circling Xiao Chang to scrutinize him closely before declaring, stop pretending. You assaulted someone, and I am arresting you in the name of justice. Take him away. Xiao Chang chuckled, extending his hands to allow the soldiers to seize him. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. Spare me the nonsense. I, Xian, am taking you. Xiao Chang fell silent. The soldiers escorted him through narrow, winding alleys, heading toward the mountains in the west of the city. The path upwards was somewhat serpentine and rugged. Xiao Chang, being led, could distinctly hear two soldiers conversing behind him. Boss, this offender doesn't he seem like an ordinary person? Are we really taking him to that place? What do you think, Biaozi? After all these years of following me, why are you still so timid? If he were truly someone of significance, wouldn't he have a bodyguard or attendant? His attire is that of the common folk, not even a soul master. How formidable can he truly be? The people he knows, how capable could they be? Let me tell you, in this world, one must understand their circle. To rise, one must find their rightful place. Only by integrating into higher circles can one witness broader horizons. Do you understand? Through my cousin-esque connections, I have established a line to the young city lord. It won't be long before I am one of his men. Do you know why I am so invested in the matter of that dumpling vendor, Qian Shou? Biaozi shook his head. It is because Qian Shou's sister attends the same academy as the young city lord. I have heard she has already become one of his people and has had several abortions for him. This is my token of allegiance. Do you understand? Biaozi nodded repeatedly. Boss, you are truly impressive. No wonder you lead us. Haha. You have a bright future ahead, a true talent. We are almost there. Soon I will show you what life in high society is like. You will gain some valuable insights. The soldier patted Biaozi's shoulder, his face beaming with joy. Chapter 4. Becoming a coach in the mountains. Upon ascending the mountain, Xiao Chang beheld a magnificent palace perched atop, resembling a celestial abode. Several exquisitely beautiful women, clad in light attire, were graciously welcoming guests at the entrance. Ah, masterly. It has been ages since your last visit. Sister Zuexiang has missed you so much that she has lost weight. A young woman, possessing fox-like eyes and a graceful figure, dressed in a pink gauzy gown, greeted a rotund middle-aged man adorned in purple brocade. Has Sister Zuexiang missed me? What about you? Masterly, with a belly that suggested 10 months of pregnancy, approached the young woman and playfully slapped her firm dairy, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. Of course I miss you. My heart longs for you. My thoughts dwell upon you, and every part of me yearns for you. She laughed, her words sweet as honey. Such a charming tongue. Look here. Masterly chuckled, his face gleaming with lewd delight as he produced a handful of gold coins from his pocket, stuffing them into the woman's embrace, and concluded with a peck on her cheek to seize a moment of indulgence before departing. Xiao Chang, possessing keen eyesight and hearing, observed and listened intently to the unfolding scene. He even caught sight of 3 men in a room on the second floor of the palace, tending to a plump woman, engaging her in fitness exercises. One man, appearing overly warm, was in the process of shedding his outer garment. From his profile, it was evident that he was exceptionally handsome. The other two must surely not be lacking in charm either. In an instant, Xiao Chang comprehended the soldiers' intentions in bringing him here. They intended for him to become a coach. By heavens! If Bibi Dong knew someone had captured her son to train him here, would she not be enraged enough to turn this place to ashes? With this thought, Xiao Chang lost all desire to indulge in their foolish antics. Effortlessly breaking free from his chains, he swiftly incapacitated the soldiers with a single blow each, stripping them of their garments and casting them down the cliff. He then hung them from a tree before striding down the mountain, Not long after Xiao Chang's departure, the soldiers regained consciousness, only to faint once more upon seeing a group of nobles pointing and discussing them. It was not until a young man, clad in snow-white robes, with flowing hair and a tall, elegant stature, approached that the atmosphere shifted. Upon witnessing the scene, he furrowed his brow, dismissed the onlookers, and ordered the soldiers to be released. In the dimly lit room, the white-clad man sat at the head of the table, flanked by 7 guards, each exuding a formidable presence. 8 men knelt in the center, heads bowed and bodies trembling, afraid to look up. These were the very soldiers Xiao Chang had suspended from the tree. "Speak. What transpired?" the white-clad man demanded, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet, the soldiers felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to the eerie calm before a storm. It was Xiao Chang. He claimed to be Xiao Chang and knocked us unconscious. One soldier stammered. "Preposterous." The white-clad man roared, shattering a teacup in his fury. "Do you think I am unaware? Xiao Chang is the esteemed son of the martial Soul Palace. His talent is unparalleled, cherished by the Pope Bibi Dong herself. If he had attacked you, would you still be alive? I shall grant you one more chance. Relate every detail of this incident to me, word for word, or mark my words. Next year on this day shall be your funeral." Yes, the soldier who had spoken earlier recounted the entire affair, detailing Xiao Chang's words and actions with meticulous precision. The white-clad man fell into deep contemplation. Could it truly be the Holy Sun? No, that is impossible. Why would the Holy Sun come to such a remote place? Someone must be impersonating him. Go, summon your city lord to see me. Yes, my lord. One of the guards bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the palace, hurrying down the mountain. In the lord's residence of Unveiling City, Xiao Shan just so happened to be engaged in an intense game of chess with a young woman when he was interrupted by urgent knocking at the door. Startled, he exclaimed, "Who is it?" "The lord wishes to see you." Xiao Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly donned his attire and left the lord's residence. Half an hour later, Xiao Shan rushed up the mountain, where the white-clad man stood with his back to him, instructing a servant to present a portrait to Xiao Shan. In the coming days, discreetly investigate this individual. Should he be found within the city, report to me immediately. Xiao Shan glanced at the portrait, which depicted a remarkably handsome young man with sword-like brows and star-like eyes, his features perfectly chiseled as if sculpted by divine hands. "Who is this man, my lord?" Xiao Shan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Do not ask what should not be asked. If you succeed, you shall be promoted. Fail, and your family shall suffer the consequences." Xiao Shan trembled at the ominous warning, assuring his lord of his commitment to fulfill the task. Having descended the mountain, Xiao Chang noted the sky had grown dark and decided to return to the martial Soul Palace first. Finding a secluded spot, he activated the portal with his system and stepped through, arriving at the entrance of his sacred son's hall. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Chang took a shower and donned fresh garments, only to be suddenly ambushed by a figure. As he prepared to strike, he realized it was Hu Liena, with her enchanting beauty, and quickly restrained himself. "What do you want, little Na?" "Brother, I'm unable to sleep and wish for your company." Xiao Chang felt a pang of awkwardness. "Surely, there's no need to come at such an hour. What if others see us?" "There are no others. It's just us two. Haven't you noticed how quiet it is today? What do you intend to do?" he asked, becoming wary. "Nothing. I just wish for you to hold me like you did when we were children. That is inappropriate. We have grown up. Brother, just once, can it be?" Hu Liena pleaded sweetly. "Absolutely not." Xiao Chang firmly shook his head. "Wait until you are of age, and I will grant you one wish." "Really?" Hu Liena gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, as if trying to read his thoughts. "Indeed," Xiao Chang affirmed earnestly. "That's wonderful," Hu Liena exclaimed, leaping into his arms, her head nuzzling against him with sheer delight. Xiao Chang found himself overwhelmed, unable to resist her charm, and silently chanted calming mantras to regain his composure. The following morning, after spending over 2 hours engaging in playful training with Hu Liena, a breathless Xiao Chang made his way to Unveiling City, wearing a cap that could alter his appearance. He navigated through alleys until he arrived at the entrance of the Unveiling City Primary Academy. Gazing at the imposing letters spelling out Unveiling City Primary Academy, he could not help but smile. "I, Xiao Chang, have arrived. Little Wu, I have come to find you." Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he spotted an old man and a young boy entering his line of sight. Within a 5 zhang radius, he could eliminate a Soul King without a sound. And within 3 zhang, he could slay a Soul Emperor. Within a mere span of 10 feet, the Soul Sage was slain. It was a matter of striking unexpectedly. A single lethal blow. When Xiao Chang discerned the visages of the 2 individuals before him, a joyful smile spread across his face. Tang San, old Jack. Indeed, Tang San was as ordinary as described in the original text. His yellow skin, gaunt cheeks, and features, while not grotesque, certainly did not coalesce into anything handsome. Old Jack, in his 60s, had neatly combed hair and relied on a cane, exuding a benign demeanor. Upon seeing Xiaogang, Tang San scrutinized him in return. Adorned in a yellow worker's cap, with refined features and a tall stature, he stood half a head taller than Tang San. Most notably, his eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence akin to that of a child. His attire was also immaculate, clad in light gray camouflage, complemented by unblemished canvas shoes. Unlike Tang San's, which bore the marks of wear and patches, a pang of melancholy struck Tang San. The trio gazed at one another in silence until old Jack could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Young brother, might I ask if you are a student of Shrek Academy?" Xiaogang replied with a smile, "Not yet, but soon I shall be." "Are you here to enroll in the junior college of Notting City as well?" Old Jack nodded. "What is your name?" "Xiaochang," came the crisp response. "A fine name indeed." Old Jack replied somewhat dismissively. "Tang San, greet this fellow student. You may soon find yourselves as classmates." Stepping forward, Tang San extended his hand. "Hello. I am Tang San." Xiaochang reciprocated the gesture. "Hello, I am Xiaochang." Suddenly, Xiaochang felt Tang San's grip tightening. He was testing him. Clearly, his appearance had instilled a sense of threat in Tang San. Was this intended to assert dominance? Yet, unfortunately for Tang San, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Xiaochang's hand began to exert pressure as well. Regardless of Tang San's strength, Xiaochang maintained a serene smile. However, Tang San's face grew increasingly flushed. When Tang San's strength reached its limit, Xiaochang began to push back, causing Tang San's hand to throb painfully, and he found himself unable to withdraw. Seeing this, old Jack hastily interjected, "Stop, both of you." Xiaochang sneered, "Tang San is testing me, and you suggest I let go? What do you think you are?" Ignoring old Jack, Xiaochang continued to apply pressure, taunting, "My dear classmate, you seem a bit weak. How can you turn red just from a handshake?" Tang San's face contorted in pain, glaring at Xiaochang, defiantly refusing to concede. Old Jack anxiously urged, "Tang San, admit defeat. If you don't, you'll damage your hand." He attempted to separate them, but Tang San suddenly interposed, "Grandpa Jack, don't come over. I have not yet lost." Tang Sect's Xiantian Treasure Record, Article 3, confirmed that the opponent is an enemy. If they possess the means to harm you, show no mercy, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. Tang San's left sleeve concealed a hidden blade, which he slowly raised, his eyes gleaming with malice. Xiaochang abruptly released his grip, patted Tang San's shoulder, and discreetly disarmed his hidden blade. "Little brother Tang, impressive strength. In fact, by rights, you should call me cousin." Both old Jack and Tang San were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiaochang in bewilderment. With a smile, Xiaochang elucidated, "You are Tang San. Your father is Tang Hao, and your mother is Ayin. I met you when you were very young, and Ayin even held me. Is that true?" Tang San's mind went blank in disbelief. This person had the audacity to claim he had been held by his mother. How could he remember so vividly? This was infuriating. A duel was necessary. He must fight for his honor. Tang San glared at Xiaochang, determined to assert his strength. At least, that was his intention. Among peers, he bowed to no one but the wall. "You insult my mother. You are courting death." Xiaochang was taken aback. "I merely stated that your mother held me." How is that an insult? He found Tang San's reasoning perplexing. Even more astonishing was old Jack, who also perceived Xiaochang's actions as excessive and intended to join Tang San in reprimanding him. Xiaochang was utterly speechless, hidden in the shadows. Tang Hao watched the unfolding drama, his expression dark and foreboding. Qian was his sore spot. Should Tang San fail to deal with Xiaochang, he would intervene personally to eliminate him. "My dear brother, you hold no grievances with Tang San, do you? Why speak ill of him?" Xiaochang chuckled lightly. "Old Jack, am I insulting him? I merely speak the truth. If you doubt me, you may verify with Uncle Tang Hao. If I, Xiaochang, utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by lightning." Old Jack was momentarily stunned, as was Tang San. Could it be that Xiaochang spoke the truth? Tang Hao, too, was engulfed in confusion. Did Ayin embrace him unbeknownst to him? He knew Ayin was exceptionally nurturing, seeing that he had swayed their opinions. Xiaochang suddenly burst into laughter. "Little brother Tang, old Jack, let us not dwell on this. We are here to enroll. Let us proceed inside. We shall have ample time to understand one another later." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San and old Jack exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Tang Hao momentarily set aside his murderous intent towards Xiaochang. Just then, a doorman emerged from the academy, greeting Xiao Chang with enthusiasm. Xiao Chang, you have arrived. It has been a while. Xiao Chang recognized him and returned the greeting warmly. Indeed, Xiao Chuan, it has been too long. Xiao Chang, I just went to the restroom. No one entered while I was away, right? The doorman, known as Xiao Chuan, asked nervously. No, I stood here the entire time. Not even a fly entered. Ha ha ha, splendid. Thank you, Xiao Chang. It has been so long. You've grown so much. Are you here to complete your enrollment today? Yes, Xiao Chuan. Last year I was too young just to take a look. This year I'm here to study. Wonderful. I'm delighted you could make it. I have a little cousin who is also 6 years old. She awakened a rabbit martial soul. When she arrives, I'll introduce you. She is quite lovely. And you two should get along splendidly. This 6-year-old cousin of yours, Xiaowu T, happened to be named Xiaowu. Would she? Oh, how did you know? Xiao Chuan asked, intrigued. How did I know? Of course, I came specifically for her. You asked me how I know. Xiao Chang chuckled inwardly. Xiao Chuan, you mentioned her to me last year. Have you forgotten? Did I say that? Xiao Chuan pondered, trying to recall if he had shared such information with Xiao Chang. Indeed. You did. You said she has long legs, loves to wear a rabbit ear hairpin, and prefers scorpion braids, and is truly beautiful. Oh, I did say that. Look at my memory. Xiao Chuan exclaimed. By the way, have you had breakfast? Yes, I have. Good. If you hadn't tea, I would have taken you to the cafeteria for a cheap breakfast. No need. I truly have eaten. Ah, and who are these two? After conversing with Xiao Chang for some time, Xiao Chuan finally noticed the two individuals accompanying him. These are my little cousin and the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Xiao Chang replied cheerfully, completely unfazed by Tang San's furious glare. Xiao Chuan cast a scrutinizing glance at Tang San, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Is he truly your cousin? He doesn't seem to fit the mold. Look at how handsome you are. He refrained from completing his thought. Yet Tang San could discern the unspoken insinuation. Tang San's countenance darkened further, a wave of resentment washing over him as he clenched his teeth. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Were these two deliberately provoking him? One had insulted his mother, while the other implied that he was unattractive. Though the latter's words were veiled, the meaning was unmistakable. Tang San could no longer contain his fury. Observing the ire etched on Tang San's face, Xiao Chang chuckled with glee. He pointed at Tang San and remarked to Xiao Chuan, Brother Xiao Chuan, do not underestimate my little cousin, otherwise you may find yourself on a perilous path. Ha. Allow me to share a secret with you. What? Chapter 5, The Master of Intimidation, Bibi Dong is injured. My cousin is not to be underestimated. He wields hidden weapons. Xiao Chang's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Xiao Chuan, Tang San, and Old Jack to hear. The expressions of the three varied. Xiao Chuan was astonished by Tang San's talent. Old Jack was shocked that Tang San had concealed this from him. Tang San, on the other hand, felt a surge of anger. His greatest secret had been exposed, and he vowed not to let Xiao Chang live if he did not take revenge today. In the brief moment of their astonishment, Xiao Chang approached Tang San. Suddenly, he seized Tang San's wrist with his left hand and effortlessly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm with his right. Do you see this? It's the Tang Sect's hidden weapon, the sleeve arrow. Should you show any disrespect to my little cousin, the arrows concealed within shall pierce your throat. Before Tang San could recover from his shock, Xiao Chang lifted Tang San's left arm and aimed at a tree of considerable girth a short distance away. Launching a sleeve arrow, the arrow whistled through the air and, to Xiao Chuan's horror, penetrated the tree, embedding itself into another tree 5 meters away, leaving only the tail exposed. Witnessing this, Xiao Chuan could not help but swallow hard. Old Jack's pupils widened in disbelief, followed by a look of disappointment as he shook his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang maintained a calm demeanor, still wearing a faint smile. An eerie silence enveloped the scene until it was shattered by the arrival of another figure. What are you doing? A man of medium build, slightly lean, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair combed to one side, approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chang beamed. Master, you've arrived. The middle-aged man was taken aback, looking at Xiao Chang with confusion. Young man, do you know me? Of course. You are Xiaogang, the esteemed master who proposed the theory of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Upon hearing this, Xiaogang's face lit up with joy, but it quickly faded as he heard the continuation of Xiao Chang's words, which ignited a murderous impulse within him. You're also the one my uncle disdains the most. The first in history to engage in flirtation with my cousin. Xiaogang was incensed and intended to unleash his martial soul to teach Xiao Chang a lesson, only to be stunned by what Xiao Chang said next. "What, master? Do you wish to fight me? I am the adopted son of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Think wisely." Xiao Chang wore a mischievous grin. Yu Xiaojing ground his teeth in fury, his clenched fists trembling. "Do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil." Xiao Chang stepped closer to Yu Xiaojing, narrowing his eyes. "A mere waste like you? I could take on 10 of you alone." With that, he unleashed his martial soul, 18-winged dark angel. A plethora of black wings unfurled behind him like a peacock displaying its feathers. These wings were not uniform in size. Some were large, some small. Yet all shared a common characteristic. Each feather gleamed with a sharp, cold light, exuding an ominous aura, creating a scene both bizarre and terrifying. The soul rings beneath Xiao Chang shimmered in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, black, and red. There were 5 soul rings, perfectly proportioned, one of which was even a 100,000-year soul ring. Such a phenomenon in a story's early stages would typically lead to disaster. Yu Xiaojing was left speechless, staggering back 3 steps in disbelief. "Your martial soul? You are a soul king? How is this possible?" Xiao Chang smirked wickedly. "What do you think, master? Do you still wish to engage me in combat?" His tone dripped with mockery. Yu Xiaojing could not muster a rebuttal, rendered speechless and lost in thought. Tang San, Old Jack, and Yi Xiaochuan stood in stunned silence. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Chang wore a satisfied smile. It was not that he relished in showing off. Rather, his awakening system was unique, compelling him to flaunt his abilities. In his past life as a diligent lumberjack, though adept with a chainsaw, he had been an honest man. He could swear on a toilet that if he spoke a single lie, he would only ever use the toilet for its intended purpose. Before arriving in this world, he was a pure-hearted young man, never having flirted or pretended to be someone he was not. Yet, upon entering this realm, he found it necessary to stir himself to action, for if he did not flaunt his prowess, the system would prevent him from becoming a true man, a notion he could not accept, as would any man. Having completed this display and witnessing the influx of 2,000 soul coins, along with a cubic meter of golden silk cotton blankets, Xiao Chang realized the system intended to stir trouble. He did not linger in his act. Once the rewards were secured, he smoothly retracted his martial soul. Approaching Old Jack, he gestured toward the master. "Village Chief Jack, please show the master the proof of the martial soul hall. I shall handle the subsequent matters." He intended to take his little cousin to the dormitory for work-study students, recalling an essential step to subdue Wang Xing and intercept Xiao Wu. To attain a higher value for his exhibition, having Tang San present would yield better results. Tang San glanced at Old Jack, who nodded, understanding he must accompany Xiao Chang. Thus, the two made their way into the academy. Once they departed, the master examined the proof, then turned his gaze to Tang San's retreating figure. A profound smile illuminating his face. The proof was undoubtedly authentic. "Old sir, I entrust this child to you." Old Jack regarded the master with a nod of approval before turning to leave. As Old Jack's figure faded from view, the master fell into contemplation. Although Xiao Chang's martial soul and soul rings were dazzling, they did not instill in him a sense of overwhelming pressure, despite not knowing how Xiao Chang accomplished this. The master was certain that he could not be a true soul king. Otherwise, all his years of meticulous research on the top 10 core competencies of martial souls would be rendered futile. Becoming a soul king at the age of 6 was impossible. Even if his father were a deity, it would not hold true. This notion was unacceptable to him. Having secured the proof, the master did not greet Xiaochuan at the entrance and proceeded directly into the academy. Upon reaching the restroom, he was taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure. "Tang San, what brings you here?" Turning around, Tang San saw the master and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master. My cousin went to the restroom, and I was asked to wait here." "You call me master?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "Tang San, do you understand the distinction between a master and a teacher?" Tang San shook his head. "The meanings of master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not mistake them in the future. Unless—" He paused, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher." Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Chang was entirely oblivious to this encounter. At that moment, he had shed his yellow worker's cap, revealing a head of shiny, black hair, his stature having risen to that of a normal adult. A look of concern shadowed his face as he had just received urgent news from the Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong was injured and required his immediate return. Without a moment's hesitation, he concocted an excuse to visit the restroom, expending 1,000 gold soul coins to activate a long-distance teleportation function, which transported him directly to the Saint Sun's Hall within the Spirit Hall. He hurriedly made his way toward the Hall of the Pope. On his route, he encountered the ghost Douluo, who informed him of the peril that Bibi Dong had faced. It turned out that just a few hours prior, Bibi Dong had ventured into the Sunset Forest to procure a piece of armor capable of withstanding most hidden weapon attacks as a birthday gift for Xiao Chang and Hu Liena. While in search of a metal or known as sunset gold crystal, she traversed a dense forest, where she was ambushed by 3 formidable dragon-like soul beasts, sustaining severe injuries in the encounter. Upon hearing the ghost Douluo's account, Xiao Chang was filled with rage and a desire to slay the dragons. Images of the 3 vile dragons attacking Bibi Dong flooded his mind. Her desperate resistance and her harrowing escape left him heartbroken. Just wait. One day, I, Xiao Chang, shall have your remains scattered to the winds, he vowed silently. It was for his birthday that Dong Jie had ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of the sunset gold crystal. The entire ordeal began with him, and regardless of the cost, he was determined to find a way to heal Dong Jie. Furthermore, he would investigate the identities of those 3 soul beasts, track them down, and annihilate them. When Xiao Chang finally arrived at the Hall of the Pope, he was greeted by a group of elders waiting outside. Upon seeing him, they bowed respectfully. We have met with the Saint's son. There is no need for such formalities. How is my mother? Xiao Chang inquired, his anxiety palpable. She has sustained grave injuries and lost a considerable amount of blood. The physician is inside administering aid, but the situation does not look good. You should go in and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's expression turned grave as he rushed into the Hall of the Pope. There, he beheld Bibi Dong, battered and pale. His eyes grew moist, filled with an indescribable sorrow. Observing the female physician tirelessly staunching Bibi Dong's wounds, he approached her and spoke. I shall take over. The physician stepped aside, casting an apologetic glance at Xiao Chang. The wounds inflicted upon her holiness are quite peculiar. Support type and healing type soul masters have had no effect with their healing techniques. Saint's son, your medical skills are unparalleled. Please save her holiness. Rest assured, with me here, my mother will be fine. You go outside and keep watch. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. Yes, Saint's son, you must save her holiness. Indeed. Xiao Chang nodded firmly. The physician handed him a white cloth, turning her head aside, tears streaming down her face. Once she had left, Xiao Chang could no longer restrain his own tears. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing a mother's love. In this life, Bibi Dong had taken him in. Though she held the esteemed position of Pope, she always made time to play with him, prepare delicious meals, take him on outings, teach him to cultivate his soul power, and impart knowledge, showering him with maternal affection. Chapter 6. To my utter disbelief, I, the esteemed sister Xiaowu, find myself without a comforter. The first time witnessing his mother so gravely injured left Xiao Chang in profound distress. After examining Bibi Dong's condition, his brow furrowed in concern. Her injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated. Her meridians were completely severed, and her heart pulse was damaged. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of her martial spirit, she would not have endured this long. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chang retrieved a black dagger from his soul guide, slicing open his palm. The crimson blood, tinged with flecks of gold, dripped into Bibi Dong's mouth. Her injuries were critical. Only divine medicine could restore her health. Each divine herb was immensely valuable. Even if Xiao Chang wished to exchange for one, the sight of the long, serpentine zeros made him sigh in resignation. Fortunately, over the years, he had completed numerous tasks assigned by the system and had signed in at many locations, acquiring ample spiritual liquid and celestial herbs to enhance his constitution. His blood possessed formidable healing properties, capable of temporarily stabilizing Bibi Dong's condition. As long as she remained alive, he would strive to earn system rewards, and one day, he would surely heal her completely. However, he wondered how many times he would have to visit Qian Renxue's fragrant chambers and how many times he would have to touch Hu Liena's foxtail to amass enough system gold soul coins to exchange for the divine medicine. Lost in such thoughts, Bibi Dong awakened unexpectedly, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing her pale-faced son, who was desperately feeding her his blood, she weakly implored, Chang'er, please, stop. Are you trying to sacrifice your life? With tears welling in her eyes, she attempted to grasp his hand to staunch the bleeding. Yet, Xiao Chang's left hand caught hers. Mother, don't move. I'm fine. I'm tough, just like a little strong one. I'll just have a couple of buns later to recuperate. You foolish child. Bibi Dong tenderly caressed Xiao Chang's handsome face, yet she refused to drink the blood he offered. From a young age, Xiao Chang had relished the buns Bibi Dong prepared for him, their flavor reminiscent of maternal affection. He could devour 3 buns, a bowl of congee, a scallion pancake, and a tea egg in a single meal, matching the appetite of an adult. Bibi Dong cherished him dearly, managing his every need with meticulous care despite the myriad responsibilities she bore as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Though she had countless matters to attend to, she always found time to be with Xiaogang and Hu Liena. To Qian Renxue, she might not have been an exemplary mother, lacking in sufficient affection. Yet, for Xiaogang and Hu Liena, she surpassed a biological mother. Both boys held her in high esteem and showed her great respect. Xiaogang placed a pill into Bibi Dong's mouth, instructing her to rest well, and tucked her in before leaving the room. Bibi Dong's injuries were severe. His blood had only temporarily stabilized her condition. He needed to exchange for a small revitalizing pill before the effects of his blood waned to help consolidate her foundation. Otherwise, even if she survived, her soul power would plummet below that of a title Douluo, should she lose her title Douluo status. Given the multitude of enemies she had made over the years, it was highly probable that she and those around her would face dire consequences. Excluding Qian Renxue, who had Qian Douluo to protect her, Xiaogang and Hu Liena would not be so fortunate. They could meet a tragic end on the streets at any moment. For the sake of his adoptive mother, for himself, and for little Liena, he must devise a way to undertake more tasks and earn more money. This was a responsibility that a man must shoulder. Xiaogang privately referred to Hu Liena as little Liena. In truth, he was slightly older than her. Once he removed the worker's cap that disguised his true form, Xiaogang revealed himself to be an extraordinarily handsome young man, irresistibly attractive to girls of Hu Liena's age. After exiting the spirit hall, he sought a secluded spot, donning the yellow worker's cap once more. His body and clothing quickly shrank, reverting him to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old boy. In a flash of golden light, he noticed 1,000 gold soul coins had vanished from his system. He found himself back in the restroom of the junior academy in Notting City. Stepping out of the restroom, he spotted an ordinary-looking boy pacing impatiently at the entrance. "Hey, cousin," Xiaogang called out. Hearing his name, Tang San rushed over, exclaiming, "Cousin, you finally emerged. I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. Did I take that long?" "Haha." Xiaogang offered an awkward yet polite smile. "Yes, quite a while. Longer than my. Well, you know. I didn't see you at all when I arrived at the restroom. Where were you?" "I was right here. You must not have looked closely," Xiaogang replied earnestly, spinning a tale. "Sorry, I was contemplating the profound principles of the cycle of life a bit too long. Let us head to the work-study dormitory 7 now." "All right." Though Tang San felt a tinge of resentment, he had recently witnessed Xiaochang's strength and dared not voice his grievances, silently following him toward dormitory 7. As they reached the door, they heard a clamor from within. The door was ajar. Xiaogang knocked twice before stepping inside, with Tang San closely trailing behind. Upon entering, they discovered several boys surrounding another boy who was being lectured. Upon hearing the knock, a tall boy, noticeably stronger than Xiaogang for his age, approached them. Looking down at Xiaogang and Tang San, he said, "Are you two the new work-study students?" Tang San bristled at the tone, sensing disdain directed at him and Xiaogang. Just as he was about to retort, Xiaogang preempted him. "No, I'm not a work-study student. I don't live here. He is, my little cousin, just arrived from Holy Spirit Village." Xiaogang smiled, pointing at Tang San. "From now on, he will be the leader of your dormitory. You all must heed his commands, understood?" The tall boy was taken aback, his anger flaring as he asked, "Who are you?" Xiaogang met his gaze, unfazed, and replied casually, "My surname is Qiao. My first name is Chang. Do you have an issue with my words?" The tall boy erupted in laughter. "Ha ha. Are you here to amuse us? Do you think your words hold any weight? You seem to be asking for trouble. Is that so?" Xiaogang chuckled softly. Unhurriedly, he retrieved several gold soul coins from his soul guide, tossing them into the air. "Defeat me, and these gold soul coins are yours." Upon seeing the coins, the eyes of Tang San and the other students lit up, their mouths watering in anticipation. "Is that for real?" the tall boy inquired, excitement palpable in his voice. "Of course. To me, these gold soul coins are merely pocket change," Xiaogang replied nonchalantly. "Very well, then be cautious. I am Wang Xing, a battle soul master in training and the future leader of this dormitory. If you can defeat me, you will become the boss of dormitory 7. Wang Xing, caught up in the prospect of money, became more talkative. "All right, let us see what you've got." Xiaogang gestured invitingly. "Be careful," Wang Xing warned, launching himself forward like a tiger descending a mountain, delivering a powerful punch toward Xiaogang. Xiaogang stood his ground, not flinching as he received Wang Xing's formidable blow with one hand, his body remaining utterly still. In contrast, Wang Sheng stumbled backward, taken aback by the impact. Staring incredulously at Xiao Chang, Wang Sheng unleashed 50% of his strength in a single punch to acquire those coveted golden soul coins. He dared not exert his full power for fear of injuring Xiao Chang, a situation he would find difficult to explain to the latter's parents. To his astonishment, Xiao Chang remained unscathed. This left Wang Sheng feeling somewhat embarrassed and out of sorts. The young man was quite formidable. Having just held back, he prepared to strike again. This time, he intended to use all his might. Otherwise, he would forfeit his chance. Xiao Chang smiled amiably at Wang Sheng and beckoned him closer. Fear not. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, summoning strength from his legs and waist. He hurled a punch aimed at Xiao Chang's abdomen. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Xiao Chang effortlessly blocked Wang Sheng's fist with one hand, his body remaining utterly unmoved. Wang Sheng staggered back a few steps, shaking his fingers in disbelief. With a grim expression, he looked at Xiao Chang and declared, I concede. From now on, you shall be the leader of our dormitory. Xiao Chang shook his head, replying, I do not particularly relish the role of leader. Allow my cousin to take that mantle instead. He is quite remarkable. He gestured towards Tang San. Wang Sheng and his entourage exchanged glances, eyeing Tang San, who was clad in tattered clothing and appeared rather unremarkable. There was an undeniable sense of discomfort in addressing him as leader. However, having witnessed Xiao Chang's prowess, they dared not voice their dissent and reluctantly called Tang San leader in hushed tones. Tang San, feeling somewhat bashful, was encouraged by Xiao Chang's supportive pat on his shoulder. Cousin, they are so eager. You should quickly accept. Awkwardness enveloped the group. Xiao Chang provided no respite for his cousin, decisively establishing the hierarchy. Wang Sheng and his companions were certainly discontented, and Tang San, having lived 2 lives, sensed the brewing tension. Just as he hesitated, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Is this the 7th dormitory? The crowd turned toward the door. And aside from Xiao Chang, all eyes widened in astonishment. A young girl, of similar age and height to Tang San, stood gracefully at the entrance. Her strikingly beautiful face, clad in simple yet tidy attire, boasted large, sparkling eyes that blinked with vivacity as she curiously surveyed the gathering. Her gaze lingered particularly on Xiao Chang, who wore a worker's cap. Is this the 7th dormitory? She asked again, her tone playful and endearing, as the others remained silent. Indeed, you are in the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng and his roommates responded in unison. Hello, I am Xiaowu, as in dance. She introduced herself cheerfully. Hello. Tang San, taken by her beauty, was about to strike up a conversation when Xiao Chang interrupted. Xiao San, please inform our new sister about the dormitory rules. Rules? The young girl displayed a curious expression, her large, bright eyes blinking expectantly at Tang San. He felt his face heat up under her gaze. Hello, I am Tang San, the dormitory head. We have a rule in the 7th dormitory. New students must demonstrate their martial soul and strength. How do I demonstrate? Xiaowu inquired, her curiosity piqued. By sparring with me, Tang San replied. Xiaowu gazed at him incredulously. Are you sure? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Xiaowu placed her small bundle aside, a spark of excitement lighting up her face as she beckoned Tang San closer. Let us begin. Be careful. Just as Tang San prepared to strike, Xiaowu unleashed a kick aimed at his chin. Startled, he quickly sidestepped to avoid her leg, feeling a mixture of irritation and disbelief. You lack martial ethics. What are martial ethics? Xiaowu replied playfully with a grin. I, Xiaowu, only care for victory or defeat. After a failed first attempt, Xiaowu launched a second kick. Tang San reached out to seize her right leg, intending to execute a shoulder charge against her chest. Suddenly, Xiao Chang's voice rang out. Enough. Xiao San, concede defeat. Tang San, caught off guard, was struck by a kick and stumbled backward, nearly toppling a bed. Fortunately, a fellow student reacted swiftly, preventing any commotion. Tang San cast a look of grievance at Xiao Chang, seeking an explanation. An explanation? For what exactly? Should I allow you to shoulder barge my female friend? Xiao Chang replied, disinterested. In a serious tone, he continued, Xiao San, I will not stop you, but what do you intend to do? Tang San fumbled for words. Shall I say it for you? You intended to shoulder barge this young lady, correct? Tang San fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Chang reprimanded him as if he were a father lecturing a son. Xiaowu felt an inexplicable admiration for Xiao Chang. However, the moment she entertained such thoughts, she sensed a pair of unfriendly eyes upon her. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Chang's displeasure, Xiaowu looked at him in confusion. Young lady, Xiao Chang began. Do take a moment to consider how you would respond if Tang San were to employ that move against you, given that you are a girl. His words were subtle yet penetrating, and Xiaowu quickly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What would she do? She would evade Tang San's attack and execute a scissor kick, locking her legs around his neck. The thought of a girl entwining her legs around a boy's neck conjured an image that was too beautiful to behold. If she were wearing a skirt, the consequences would be disastrous. Mortified by the prospect, Xiaowu averted her gaze from Qiao Chang and directed her frustration at Tang San. It's all your fault. You scoundrel, Tang San, she exclaimed before preparing to flee this awkward situation. Just then, a teacher in his 30s entered the room. Observing the gathering crowd and the flustered Xiaowu, he inquired curiously, "What are you all up to?" Xiaowu, unsure how to respond, instinctively pulled Xiao Chang in front of her as a shield. Xiao Chang flashed a casual smile in response to the teacher's question. "Teacher Mo Hen, we are electing a new dormitory head. You must be here to deliver Tang San's bedding." Mo Hen was momentarily taken aback, surprised at Xiao Chang's astute observation, as well as how he knew his name. He couldn't recall having met this somewhat handsome young laborer before. Nevertheless, he set aside his confusion and diligently fulfilled his assigned task. "Yes, you are correct. New students, please step forward." Tang San moved forward immediately, while Xiaowu shyly followed suit. Xiao Chang remained stationary. Mo Hen glanced at Xiao Chang, then at Tang San and Xiaowu. With an ordinary appearance and green hair, he held a bedspread in one hand as if presenting a sacred decree. Mo Hen approached Tang San and asked, "Are you Tang San?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. "My name is Mo Hen, but you can call me Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the bedding provided by the master." In an effort to ensure Tang San remembered his name, Mo Hen introduced himself after Qiao Chang had done so. But he merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiaowu. His philosophy, with no thoughts of women, the way unfolds naturally. Tang San received the bedding. Noticing it was new and accompanied by a pillow, he felt grateful for the master's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, the master was reclined in a brown armchair, resting his feet atop a low, round glass coffee table. Holding a file in his hand, he gazed out at the nearby teaching building, blowing away the remnants of nail dust from his fingertips. Murmuring to himself, he said, "Xiao San, you must have received the quilt I sent you by now, right? I did not inform that new girl to purchase a quilt, so I hope you seize this opportunity well." A sly grin spread across the master's face, one that only a connoisseur of floral realms could possess. Within the 7th dormitory, as the quilt was handed over to Tang San by Mo Hen, he disregarded the others and addressed Tang San directly. "Tang San, you and this young lady will be the work-study students for the first year, tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of the garden south of the playground. You will earn 10 copper soul coins daily. Remember, it must be spotless. Furthermore, it is imperative to clean every day. Otherwise," Mo Hen paused, weighing his words, "otherwise, your wages will be deducted. Should there be any negligence, the school will expel you. Is that clear?" Tang San was taken aback. Was it truly only 10 copper soul coins? Had he not seen the stack of gold soul coins that Qiao Chang had displayed earlier, he would have been quite content with the prospect of earning 10 copper soul coins for cleaning. However, after witnessing the gold coins, he felt as though the academy was belittling them. The illegal employment of child labor. Xiaowu, in contrast, was unfazed by the meager pay. Upon hearing there was money to be made, she nodded without hesitation. Mo Hen noticed Tang San's conflict and subtly signaled him with a glance toward Xiaowu, implying that he could slack off and let Xiaowu do the majority of the work while still collecting his wages. Tang San comprehended Mo Hen's insinuation, realizing that even if Qiao Chang was wealthy, he would not simply bestow money upon him for no reason. He nodded in agreement. Seeing that Tang San understood his meaning, Mo Hen displayed a knowing smile. Qiao Chang silently observed the unfolding events, biding his time for an opportunity. The next day marked the opening ceremony, with classes commencing the following day. Everyone was required to wear uniforms, and first-year classes would be held on the first floor of the teaching building. You are to attend classes punctually, and after lessons, you will begin your work. I will conduct random inspections, he stated. Upon hearing it was Mo Hen who would conduct the inspections, Tang San's eyes sparkled with hope. He thought, I can let her do all the work while I simply cling to my cousin's coattails. This thought brought him such joy that he couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Hen was taken aback. Does this child have a hole in his head? Truly a peculiar master with an equally peculiar disciple. Ahem. You may rest for now. Wang Sheng, as a senior student, guide them. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he mimicked the master's mannerisms, folding his hands behind his back as he departed. After Mo Hen left, Tang San cradled the quilt in his arms, recalling the master's words spoken before him in the restroom. Xiao San, although you are young. There is something you must remember in the world of soul masters. Seize every opportunity around you. His eyes inadvertently flickered towards Xiao Wu, who, upon noticing Tang San's gaze, thought little of it in her innocence. Yet, she sensed that she might have overlooked something important. The quilt was indeed a quilt. How could the illustrious Xiao Wu of the Star-Do Forest be without a quilt? She cast a slightly embarrassed glance at Tang San. Chapter 7 Sister Xiao Wu. The work-study students in Dormitory 7 predominantly hail from impoverished families, possessing an acute ability to read the room. A few astute students immediately directed their attention to Xiao Wu, offering, "Boss, you can use my quilt. I can manage with half of mine." Another chimed in, "I have a spare quilt as well. It's barely usable." Xiao Wu glanced at the quilts of these work-study students. Though they were not overtly filthy, they appeared quite tattered. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the quality. She still found Tang San's quilt to be superior. However, this fellow seemed rather oblivious. While others were expressing their goodwill, he remained silent, deliberately inching closer to the dormitory. Unobtrusively, he placed a quilt on a bed that appeared cleaner than the others. Tang San believed that, given his connection with the master, it would not be long before he could vacate this dormitory. Mo Hen had also hinted that he could afford to be lax in cleaning. There was no need for him to curry favor with a little girl who had yet to mature. While Tang San entertained these thoughts, Xiao Wu had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a smile, she approached him and said, "Tang San, shall we discuss something?" "Discuss what?" Tang San replied, eyeing her suspiciously. "I see your quilt is quite large. It shouldn't be a problem for two people to share. How about?" Before she could finish, Tang San decisively interrupted, "No way. It's inappropriate for men and women to share a quilt. I prefer to cover myself alone." Xiao Wu appeared embarrassed. Her small fists clenched in frustration. At that moment, Xiao Chang emerged, discreetly producing a silk quilt with golden edges and presenting it to Xiao Wu. "Use mine," he said, his tone clear and unpretentious. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, forgetting where this quilt had come from. Feeling touched, she looked at the seemingly taciturn worker and asked, "Why are you giving me your quilt?" Xiao Chang responded with a peculiar expression, "I have my own private villa. I can stay there." Xiao Wu was speechless, instantly feeling that the quilt had lost its appeal. The other students looked at Xiao Chang with envy. Tang San, on the other hand, wore a broad smile, inwardly relieved that he hadn't pretended to be grand in front of his cousin, who truly was extravagantly affluent. As Xiao Chang basked in the admiration of his peers, he felt a surge of joy when he received a notification that 700 system gold soul coins had been deposited into his account. Indeed, there was a stark difference between showing off before one person versus a crowd. One word: exhilarating. Just as Xiao Chang reveled in his joy and the other students expressed their envy, an awkward sound erupted. A slender student, clutching his stomach, looked somewhat embarrassed. Laughter erupted, and Wang Sheng remarked, "Xiao Chun, your timing is impeccable." "Chang Gu, boss, Sang Gu. It's time for lunch. Shall we go together?" Wang Sheng smiled at Xiao Chang and Tang San, then at Xiao Wu. Upon hearing about food, Xiao Wu forgot her earlier annoyance and eagerly asked, "What delicious food will we have?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, somewhat sheepishly responding, "What delicacies can we work-study students afford? It's just the cafeteria on the first floor, where we can grab something cheap to fill our stomachs." At this mention, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. "Does eating require money? What about that currency?" Wang Sheng felt somewhat speechless. Tang San looked at her with disdain, although he was also poor. He believed this fundamental knowledge was something even a fool should grasp. Unbeknownst to her, he had mentally labeled her, deciding to keep his distance in the future to avoid lowering his intelligence over time. He was now reluctant to stay in this dormitory. "You all go ahead. I'm not very hungry." As others fell silent, Tang San suddenly piped up. By noon, everyone was indeed hungry and in good spirits. Xiao Chang decided to treat the residents of Dormitory 7 to a meal. On their way to the cafeteria, Xiao Wu darted to the front of the line, positioning herself beside Xiao Chang. With her little hands clasped behind her back, she presented a charming smile to him. "Brother Xiao Chang, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it? Can you take me to see your villa tonight?" "Why would you want to go to my villa? What could you possibly do there?" "Just to take a look." "Just a look?" Xiao Chang was skeptical. He had read the original work. Sister Xiaowu, or Little Seductress. She is capable of driving a car to the heavens. It's really just to take a look. Or do you think I want to bother you? Xiao Chang was speechless. Indeed, he had concerns. "You're such a coward." "Xiao Chang, Would you be heartless enough to let a delicate girl like me stay with a bunch of rough men? Seeing that reasoning wasn't working, Xiaowu immediately turned to a pitiful plea. Heartless? You. Xiaowu was slightly irked. She had never been to a villa and merely wanted to see how it looked, hoping to linger if it was satisfactory. After all, Xiaochang was still young and wouldn't he dare do anything to her. Noticing that Xiaowu seemed upset, Xiaochang chose not to indulge her, thinking it would spoil her. As the atmosphere grew tense, Wangxing rushed to Xiaowu's side, saying, "Boss, we're not men, we're just boys. So don't be angry with Big Brother Xiao. If he were a casual person, you'd be worried in the future." Nonsense. Whether he is casual or not is none of my concern. I don't want to deal with him now or later. Wangxing fell silent. Realizing he shouldn't push further, he felt as if a luxurious car had just rolled over his face, leaving a dark imprint. Seeing that even mediator Wangxing had given up, no one dared to approach Xiaowu. The group fell into silence. Thus, they walked in quietude until they arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, before they even reached the first floor for meals, they spotted a group of senior students descending from the second floor, led by a strikingly handsome boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. At this moment, he rested one arm on the shoulder of a male student while holding a toothpick to pick at his teeth. He incessantly praised the exquisite flavor of the spicy rabbit meat served today. Especially the spicy rabbit head. It's both hot and numbing, with a delightful chewiness. I've nodded until my mouth is all red. The student, shorter than the handsome peer by half a head, with a robust physique and dark skin, savored the taste and licked his lips in appreciation. Their conversation was neither loud nor soft, yet it was perfectly audible to the keen-eared Xiaowu, who possessed remarkable auditory skills from her practice in Xiantiangong, as well as to Xiaochang, who had ears as sharp as a hawk's. Xiaowu's expression darkened, her anger palpable, as she felt the urge to explode. Tang San's eyes lit up. In his previous life, as a member of the Tang sect, he was also a native of Sichuan, and his greatest delight was in spicy cuisine. Spicy hot pot, spicy crayfish, spicy tofu. Among these, his favorites were undoubtedly spicy roasted chicken and spicy rabbit meat. In his past life, there was a Tang sect disciple named Tang San who, in a rivalry for rabbit meat, he deemed to have sought his own demise, leading him to meet the king of hell. In this life, he pondered who would dare to compete with him for rabbit meat, except for his cousin, of course. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from Xiaochang, he feared that Xiaochang had seen through his thoughts and promptly concealed his intentions. In truth, Tang San was overthinking. Xiaochang was indeed furious, but not due to Tang San or the dialogue among the handsome men. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the handsome man had stepped forward with his left foot. He utterly despised those who took the first step with their left foot. Yet, at that moment, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, still laughing and joking amongst themselves. "Hugo, I've noticed you've changed recently," exclaimed a somewhat effeminate male classmate. Noticing that the dark-skinned fellow had just made the handsome man laugh, a tinge of jealousy colored his soft words directed at the handsome man. "Oh, how have I changed? Has my beard grown longer, and you all have discovered it? Haraha." Chapter 8. My cousin is too pretentious. I can't bear it any longer. The handsome male student glanced at his companion, laughing unabashedly, completely oblivious to the group of girls seated nearby. Their faces a mixture of indignation and restraint. No. What I meant to say is, you become quite adorably peculiar," remarked the effeminate male student, winking flirtatiously at the handsome young man. "Is that so? I thought you would say I possess two remarkable talents, being exceptionally handsome." No. You wicked Hugo. Ugh. The handsome man's entourage collectively felt nauseated but dared not express it. Yet, the handsome lad relished the attention, playfully patting his cheek. Xiao, don't keep me in suspense. Speak your mind. I need to help my little mom knead dough for buns when I return." All right. I'll spill the beans right now, without delaying your bonding time with your little mom." He recalled how, when they first ate rabbit meat, the handsome student had complained about its gamey taste, asserting that he, Xiao Chenyu, would rather starve than consume such a dish. Yet, seeing them fight over it, he had taken a bite, exclaiming, "Oh my, rabbit meat is truly delicious." His expression had been utterly adorable. As the effeminate student concluded, laughter erupted around them. "Ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. Ma Shou, that expression of yours deserves full marks." The crowd was thoroughly amused by Ma Shou's antics. Yet they remained unaware of Xiao Wu and Xiaochang approaching them with ill intent. Meanwhile, Tang San stood frozen. Having just heard a name he recognized from Xiaogang's earlier warning. Xiao San. In this academy, Never offend one person, Xiao Qinyu. His father is the city lord, and if you cross him, even the teachers may find it difficult to assist you. Xiaogang partly intended to frighten Tang San. Despite being a revered elder, his low soul power still commanded respect. Just then, as Xiao Qinyu and his companions descended the stairs, they noticed two younger students striding toward them, their faces brimming with anger. One of them, spotting Xiao Wu's charming appearance, grinned lecherously. You go. Look at that cute little loli. Though young, she has quite long legs, perfect for your amusement for a year. The speaker was a remarkably thin boy, resembling a bamboo pole, with a sallow complexion and heavy dark circles under his eyes. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Xiao Qinyu, sporting a lascivious grin. Ha! Bamboo pole, you truly have a point. As they reveled in their lewd banter, they conveniently overlooked Xiao Chang, the protector of beauties. However, one astute observer noted the group trailing behind Xiao Wu and Xiao Chang. You go, look over there. Aren't those the impoverished lackeys of our leftover brother? Oh, indeed. The one standing beside him appears to be a new recruit, as handsome as you. Looks like they're here to show off. Ha! Let's go greet them. As they prepared to approach, the oft-ignored Xiao Chang blocked their path. Are you Xiao Qinyu? Xiao Qinyu paused, taken aback, while Xiao Wu was equally astonished. Who would have thought this little yellow hat would be so bold? Is that me? What is the matter? You're hindering my ability to absorb the fresh air of Douluo continent. I demand you kneel and apologize. Tang San, alarmed, rushed from the back of the group to Xiao Chang's side, tugging at his sleeve. Cousin, this person is the city lord's son. You can't. Can't what? Xiao Chang retorted. Tang San's face paled slightly as he whispered, You can't offend him. Really? Xiao Chang scoffed. So what if he asked the city lord's son? Let him try to lay a finger on me. Cousin, why won't you heed my warning? Continue your act. You've successfully captured my attention. Speak your intentions. Do you wish to join me? It's simple. Just keep this little beauty entertained for 2 years. What did you say? Xiao Wu seethed, raising her fist to strike Xiao Qinyu, only to be halted by Tang San. Xiao Wu, don't be angry. We're here to eat, not to fight. Let us just let this go. Let it go? Are you so cowardly? Step aside. If you don't, I'll strike you too. Sighing, Tang San realized he could not dissuade Xiao Wu and decided to lead Xiao Chang away. However, Xiao Chang shook off his grip. I said he must kneel and apologize. Regardless of whether his father is the city lord, the king of hell, or the Jade Emperor, he will do as I say today. Tang San felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Cousin, you are truly insufferable. I can't take it any longer. Very well, you can argue here. I'm off to get some food. Seeing that his cousin was unyielding, Tang San resolved to temporarily withdraw, planning to intervene discreetly should a confrontation arise. As he left, he inadvertently spotted Xiaogang feeding a beautiful young female teacher a skewer of candied hawthorn. Noticing a gaze upon him, Xiaogang turned, only to unwittingly bump into the teacher, causing her to cry out in pain. Apologies. My disciple just arrived, and I got a bit too excited. He hastily offered, shoving the candied hawthorn into her hands as he apologized. I told you not to feed me this here, yet you insisted. The young teacher scolded, preparing to leave. However, she failed to notice that Xiaogang had inadvertently stepped on her skirt, ripping it open. Fuming, the teacher believed Xiaogang was mocking her, wanting to retaliate. Yet, who was Xiaogang? He swiftly seized her wrist and the hem of her skirt, pulling it up sharply while whispering close to her ear. My students are present. Let us keep this civilized. Otherwise, I might have to reveal your little late-night escapades in the cafeteria. Instantly, the teacher's face flushed crimson, and she ceased her struggles, rooted in place. Meet me at my room tonight. Don't eat that. It's unsanitary. I have freshly imported sugar cane from the kingdom of Xiaobing. Eat that when you're hungry. Truly, the master was a master. His adeptness at soothing a crisis was unparalleled, effortlessly resolving the awkward situation while keeping the young teacher compliant. It was precisely due to his actions that he captured everyone's attention, which also affected Xiao Chang's enjoyment of his moment in the spotlight. After soothing the female teacher, the master found himself in no mood to linger. Upon descending to the second floor, he approached Tang San and inquired with genuine concern, Have you gathered everything? Tang San nodded, inwardly lamenting. Apart from being crushed by his cousin's silk comforter, everything else was satisfactory. Everything is packed. Thank you, teacher. Here's the meal card. Take it and enjoy a good meal on the second floor. After you finish, meet me at the cafeteria entrance. I shall wait there for you. Though Tang San initially intended to decline, the thought of spicy rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads tantalized his taste buds, stirring his appetite. He imagined how much Xiao Wu would enjoy such delectable dishes, prompting him to consider flattering her. Who says a devoted admirer ends up with nothing? He aimed to make Xiaowu so comfortable that she would not want to part from him, and he intended to turn his cousin's cap a vibrant green. Xiaowu, with her long legs and charming appearance, had just been overshadowed by her cousin's radiance. Reflecting on how he had rejected her offer to share a blanket, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Tang San, no wonder in your past life, you had no senior sisters or junior sisters who fancied you. He sighed. In this life, you must strive to marry the most beautiful woman in the entire Douluo continent. With this thought, Tang San cast a grateful glance at the master, accepting the meal card, silently vowing to remember this kindness through Xiaowu. When the time came for them to have children, he would ensure that Xiaogang would call him grandfather, no, father, or perhaps it didn't matter. In his excitement, Tang San had even envisioned names for his future children. Noticing Tang San's silence and his foolish grin upon receiving the meal card, the master felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he understood. After all, he was still a young lad from a humble background, likely having never tasted fine cuisine before. He must be fantasizing about the culinary delights upstairs. The master had overheard Xiao Chang's remarks and feigned ignorance to gauge Xiao Chang's capabilities. Yet, it seemed that due to his own oversight, this encounter had lost its intrigue. He would have to wait for another opportunity to test Xiao Chang's mettle. Xiao Chenyu, upon realizing Tang San's acquaintance with the master, felt no fear despite being the son of the city lord. However, the master was, after all, a teacher who had enjoyed free meals for years. 1 or 2 days might be seen as a courtesy, but years of indulgence hinted at either genuine affection or a significant connection. If he, as a scion of nobility, lacked the discernment to see this, then all his years of study would have been in vain, his intellect muddled like dough in his stepmother's steamed buns. Casting a lingering glance at Xiao Chang, he departed with a cutting remark, "Boy, I shall remember you. Our paths shall cross again. Farewell." Chapter 9. My cousin praises me as a talent. Upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of Xiao Chenyu, Xiaowu clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger and a desire to confront him. However, she was restrained by Xiao Chang, who suggested they let him gloat for a while. Come evening, he would show Xiao Chenyu what for. Though Xiaowu was incensed, she understood the situation. While striking Xiao Chenyu might provide immediate relief, initiating the conflict could lead to repercussions from the school, potentially even expulsion. She had no intention of prematurely ending her academic journey. She resolved to remain composed and to suppress her impulses. Taking a deep breath, Xiaowu endeavored to dismiss the image of Xiao Chenyu's insufferable smirk from her mind. Xiao Chang patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be upset. I have a plan to deal with him." "Really?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face as she grasped Xiao Chang's hand. Xiao Chang, catching sight of the meal card in Tang San's hand, surmised it was a gift from the master and remarked with a smile, "Xiao San, the master seems quite fond of you." Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement, feeling grateful for the master's generosity. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Xiaowu linked arms with Xiao Chang as they ascended to the second floor. Tang San intended to follow, but was halted by Wang Sheng. "Tang San, what are you doing?" Tang San looked at Wang Sheng in confusion. Wang Sheng whispered, "Tang San, how can you be so oblivious? Xiaowu clearly has feelings for Xiao Chang. Can't you see? You're following too closely. Don't you think you're a bit of a third wheel? Do you still wish to mingle in the dormitory?" Tang San felt a pang of jealousy, but was also acutely aware of the straight-backed posture of his dorm mates, none of whom dared to approach, forcing him to halt. He gazed at Xiao Chang, who donned a yellow worker's hat and stood tall and handsome, alongside the adorable and charming Xiao Wu, who sported long braids adorned with fluffy rabbit ear clips, a perfect pair. Suppressing his envy, Tang San resisted the urge to grind his teeth, acknowledging that such behavior would tarnish his image. Once on the second floor, Xiao Wu quietly inquired, "Brother Chang, how do you plan to deal with Xiao Chenyu?" Xiao Chang's lips curved into an attractive smile as he replied, "Xiao Chenyu, with his wide eyes and narrow nose, is clearly a petty individual. He will undoubtedly attempt to confront us at the school gate or outside the dormitory this evening." "Oh, I see. Isn't he supposed to help his stepmother knead dough for buns? What if he doesn't show up? If he doesn't come, we will seek him out. But first, I must teach you a set of soul skills. Your current skills are far too easy for boys to exploit, and I'm not fond of that." "Ah." Xiaowu blushed crimson at his words. What did he mean? Was he concerned about her being taken advantage of? Did he harbor feelings for her? But she was only 6 years old. Was this considered puppy love? In an instant, her mind was flooded with thoughts, and her gaze towards Xiao Chang shifted significantly. They approached the food counter, where a plump lady was serving a similarly rotund middle-aged man in a suit. Her smile was warm, and she spoke sweetly, Vice Dean Wang. You've arrived. Today, I have prepared your favorite spicy hot pot. I saved some just for you. And the rest also spicy chicken and 3 flavor meatballs, everything you love. As she spoke, the lady continuously piled food into Vice Dean Wang's tray, ensuring each scoop was generous, especially favoring the meat portions. Observing this, the other patrons remained unfazed. To Cao Chang, this was the norm. The cafeteria always prioritized the leaders, a fact he accepted. However, as Vice Dean Wang departed and he approached with Xiao Wu, the lady's expression darkened immediately. Her previous friendliness vanished, replaced by disdain. To her, Cao Chang represented a mere laborer, akin to her worthless husband, someone to be looked down upon. Though she herself was not wealthy, she had seen her fair share of affluent individuals and had little patience for the impoverished. Her tone shifted as she addressed Cao Chang. What do you want, little peasant? Her accent was thick with disdain and impatience. Unfazed by her contemptuous glare, Cao Chang calmly stated, I would like 10 portions of all your most expensive dishes. Additionally, he paused, eyeing a pile of dirt-covered carrots behind her. Please give me 5 large, thick carrots, washed clean but not cooked. The lady hesitated, taken aback. Little one, are you sure you can finish all this food? Do you have the money to pay? Whether I can finish it is my concern. As for the money, that is not your business. Fine, I'll serve you, but let me remind you. If you can't pay, there will be consequences. She warned, her voice dripping with malice. Enough of your chatter. Hurry up. Cao Chang urged, uninterested in her banter. All right. I will serve you. The lady gritted her teeth, serving the food with a scowl, deliberately skimping on the more expensive items. That will be 3,750 copper soul coins. Will you be paying by card or cash? She asked coldly. Cash, Cao Chang replied casually. Producing a gold soul coin and handing it over, the lady was momentarily stunned. He truly had money. Her perception of him soured further. She assumed he must have stolen it, especially since he was accompanied by children of less fortunate backgrounds. With a condescending tone, she lectured, some are born as dragons, while others are destined to remain worms. It's not what I say, but you must find your place in life. Don't let vanity lead you to steal or rob. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will never amount to anything. What did you just say? Xiao Wu, enraged by the lady's words, was ready to confront her. Wang Xing and the others gathered around, glaring at the lady with indignation. What the hell are you saying? Wang Xing shouted. Tang San, with the hidden blade in his sleeve now ready, raised his arm slowly. You vile woman, your end is near. Cao Chang, however, remained composed. Accustomed to such ignorant individuals, he pulled out a sack filled with gold soul coins from his soul guide and poured its contents onto the table. Listen here. I have more than enough money. Why would I need to steal or rob? If I were vain, would I dine in this humble cafeteria? What's wrong with being a laborer? What's wrong with being a work-study student? Who says a phoenix cannot emerge from a chicken coop? Every wealthy individual has their share of poor relatives. Perhaps I am one of them. How many wealthy people have you encountered in your life to act so superior here? With a sudden surge of anger, he added, and you, don't skimp on my portions. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Tang San, eliminator. Cao Chang's voice erupted with an intense pressure that instantly caused the lady to kneel in fear. Tang San hesitated, uncertain. Cousin, do you really want to kill her? Cao Chang replied coldly, Haven't you already drawn your blade? Why ask me? Understood. With a swift whoosh, the hidden blade was unleashed, hurtling towards the old lady's brow at an astonishing speed. Terrified, she gazed at the approaching weapon, realizing it was too late to evade, and instinctively shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending doom. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she felt no pain and cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold Cao Chang's 2 fingers firmly pinching the dart, which was merely an inch from her forehead. His voice, devoid of emotion, remarked, so fearful of death, yet so arrogant. You should learn to restrain your tongue, refrain from speaking of matters that do not concern you, or you may find yourself truly facing death. No one would mourn for someone like you, even if you were to perish 1,000 times. With that, Cao Chang dismissed her, tossing 10 gold soul coins to Wang Xing, ensuring the rest were secured before seeking a place to dine with Xiao Wu. Wang Xing expressed his gratitude profusely, instructing the other 7 dormitory students to bring Cao Chang's ordered dishes to his table. Once the meal was served, Cao Chang invited Wang Xing to join him. But Wang Xing declined, insisting, You all eat. I'll keep an eye out to prevent any waste. No need for formality if you insist on me sitting down. It would be sheer folly. Shortly after Wang Xing departed, Tang San hurried to the food counter. The spicy rabbit meat and rabbit heads he desired would cost over 100 copper soul coins. Should he use the Master S meal card? The substantial deduction would leave him uneasy. Although he would not voice his concerns, it was a bitter thought nonetheless. In this unfamiliar academy, devoid of funds, and with a wealthy cousin rarely present, he could not afford to lose the master's long-term meal ticket. Silently placing the meal card in his pocket, he ordered a large serving of rabbit meat and 3 spicy rabbit heads. As a native of Sichuan, Tang San was not particularly fond of steamed buns, preferring rice instead. Yet, in an effort to please Xiao Chang and strengthen their bond, he feigned a liking for steamed buns, ordering several. Balancing a heaping plate of rabbit meat and a few buns, he strolled toward the table where Xiao Chang and Xiaowu were seated. Noticing no one paying him any mind and feeling quite greedy after a long absence from meat, he stealthily popped a piece of rabbit meat into his mouth, chewing with his head lowered. By the time he reached Xiao Chang and Xiaowu, he had swallowed the morsel and discreetly wiped the grease from his lips. "Cousin, why didn't you order the spicy rabbit meat?" he inquired. "Let me tell you, this rabbit meat prepared in a spicy style is truly delectable, especially the spicy rabbit heads. Once you taste one, you will remember it for a lifetime. I ordered 3. Do have one." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang regarded Tang San with a peculiar expression, giving him a thumbs up and chuckling. "Hee, Xiao San, you truly have an eye for good food. Is my cousin praising me? Am I truly a talent?" Tang San laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. "Thank you for your kind words, cousin," he replied. Though the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding air grew cold, and a murderous intent locked onto him. "Who wishes to take my life?" Tang San swiftly scanned his surroundings, soon identifying the source of the ominous energy. He found Xiaowu glaring at him with eyes full of malice, sending a chill down his spine. Confused, he wondered what he had done to offend her. However, a moment later, he grasped her thoughts. Xiaowu was furious because he had only thought of his cousin and had neglected to extend her any courtesy. "My dear Xiaowu, how could I have overlooked you?" Seeing her angry yet adorable expression, Tang San chuckled, genuinely amused. Pointing to the largest spicy rabbit head on the plate, he said, "Xiaowu, please do not be upset. Since my cousin is treating us, I must show him some respect first. This biggest spicy rabbit head is specially prepared for you. How does that sound? Surprising, isn't it?" With a face full of anticipation, he looked at Xiaowu, but she could no longer contain herself. Rising, she pointed an accusing finger at Tang San, exclaiming, "Tang San, you absolute fool. Was that intentional? Right now, immediately. Take your spicy rabbit meat and get out of my sight. I do not wish to see you again." Tang San, utterly bewildered, thought, "I am offering you a rabbit head. Should you not be grateful for my existence?" As he feigned confusion, Xiaowu's fury escalated. Grabbing a carrot from the table, she prepared to hurl it at him, but as if struck by a sudden thought, she swiftly retracted it and stuffed it into her mouth instead. She seized Xiao Chang's hand and delivered a sharp slap to Tang San. Chapter 10. The system is utterly outrageous, compelling Bibi Dong to forego her garments. Tang San was bewildered, while Xiao Chang wore a perplexed expression. "Why must I use my hand to strike a third party? I fear it may tarnish my hands." Xiao Chang furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" He remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. "Dissatisfied? Then do not expect to pursue me any further." In a moment of fury, Xiaowu laid bare her feelings. Xiao Chang chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "This opportunity is presented to you willingly. When the time comes for soul ring sacrifices, do not accuse me of deceit." Having dealt with the system for years, Xiao Chang was acutely aware of its capricious nature. The tasks assigned were as varied as they were absurd. For instance, deceiving Qian Renxue into washing his feet or teasing Hu Liena until she begged for mercy. Even Bibi Dong, her adoptive mother, was not spared, forcing Bibi Dong to embrace him in slumber while unclothed. Was this something a person could undertake? Xiao Chang ultimately surrendered, enduring 6 months without a task, only to be haunted nightly by the system's reminders of an unfinished mission. He felt on the brink of madness, finally reassuming the task. Fortunately, the system was not entirely devoid of humanity. It did not impose a strict deadline for completion. Although there was a punitive mechanism, a daily deduction of 300 gold soul coins until the task was fulfilled. Completing the task would yield a hidden reward. Xiao Chang dreaded the possibility that this hidden reward might be a mere pack of instant noodles or a bottle of energy drink. As the system had a history of such trivial offerings, he recalled a previous hidden task where he had saved Xiaowu's mother, for which he had used the only limitless transformation card he had drawn with his life's luck. The reward had been an increase in affection from Xiaowu's mother, Lan Yu, by 80 points, alongside a sparkling hairpin. At that moment, he had quipped that a bucket of instant noodles would have sufficed to reward his inner being. Then the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a pack of Kangsifu spicy beef noodles, deducting 4,500 gold soul coins from your account. Xiao Chong was left speechless, cursing under his breath, lamenting. Why spicy flavor? I prefer pickled cabbage. The next moment, the system notified him again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bucket of Old Vine pickled cabbage beef noodles, deducting 4,700 gold soul coins. Nearly on the verge of a breakdown, he refrained from further complaints. Clutching 2 buckets of noodles, he sought out Hu Liena and Qian Renxue, personally preparing the noodles for them, which earned him a slight increase in their affections. The reward of 200 gold soul coins somewhat mitigated his losses. Since yesterday, the system had issued a new task to conceal his phantom chainsaw martial spirit and check in at Notting City. The phantom chainsaw martial spirit was unlike any other in Douluo continent, possessing an intangible quality. Thus, whenever Xiao Chong summoned his martial spirit, he liked to embellish it with a cheap special effect. The system offered many effects, with the 5-dime effect being the least expensive, and higher tiers escalating to effects costing up to $100. However, unlocking the highest tier required 1 billion gold soul coins, and the specific cost for usage remained unknown until unlocked. Xiao Chong surmised that he might never achieve that in his lifetime. To return to the matter at hand, after hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Chong rose to his feet and turned to Tang San, saying, It is not that I refuse to assist you, dear cousin. It is simply that Xiao Wu has offered too much. Handing Tang San a handful of gold soul coins, he added, Consider this a form of compensation from your cousin. Just as Tang San was about to protest, Cousin, how can you insult me with money? He found himself silenced by the coins pressed into his palm. His expression transformed into a smile. No worries, cousin. To receive a slap from you is an honor for me. You and Xiao will enjoy your meal. With that, he discreetly tucked away the gold soul coins and departed with his spicy rabbit meat and heads. Once Tang San had left, Xiao Chong turned to Xiao Wu, beaming. Are you feeling better? Yes. Then let us sit down and enjoy our meal. All right. Xiao Wu complied, behaving sweetly like an innocent girl unversed in the ways of the world. She began, but before she could finish, Xiao Chong interjected. No need to elaborate. I understand that what you said earlier was out of anger. I shall provide funds to the cafeteria to ensure they refrain from preparing rabbit dishes in the future. No commerce, no harm. Little rabbits are quite adorable. We must do our utmost to protect them. Xiao Wu was taken aback, then gazed at Xiao Chong with gratitude, quickly planting a kiss on his cheek. This was the most straightforward expression of affection for a child, something anyone with a child of that age would understand. Xiao Chong did not overthink it. After all, they were young, and pondering excessively was futile. Many witnessed Xiao Wu's kiss, yet no one spoke. Some found it perfectly normal. Others thought today's children were exceedingly precocious, while some merely envied the moment. 100 people could have 100 differing opinions. After their meal, Xiao Chong gifted Xiao Wu a soul guidance device, a stunning blue bracelet adorned with 12 beads, each containing 4 cubic meters of space, capable of storing living things, vegetables, and other perishables without spoilage. After settling the cafeteria bill, they provided him with 2 large baskets of carrots and a white meal card containing 8,320 copper soul coins, allowing future transactions via the card. Xiao Chong selected several carrots of moderate size that appeared palatable, which he stored within a silver ring he wore. Though it seemed he was merely placing them in the ring, they actually entered the system's space. The ring served as a guise. After securing the desired carrots, he generously gifted the remainder to Xiao Wu, along with the newly acquired meal card. As Xiao Wu prepared to decline, Xiao Chong insisted, Take it. You have no money upon arriving at the academy. Consider this a loan from me. Just return it when you can. All right. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude toward Xiao Chong. Having just entered human society, she was entirely without funds. Xiao Chong had not only provided her with blankets and meals, but also gifted her a soul guidance device, carrots, and now a meal card. She was profoundly touched, finding this humble worker increasingly endearing and handsome. Not even the worker's cap could obscure his brilliance. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Xiao Wu's affection 5. You have received rewards. Gold soul coins 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Total affection from Xiao Wu is now 25 points. 30 points will allow for a basic lottery. Total gold soul coins accumulated, 25,000, currently totaling 997,250 coins. As the system's incessant notifications resonated in his mind, Xiaochang yearned for a luxury vehicle but restrained himself. This money was meant for his mother's medical expenses, and he could not indulge recklessly. "Brother, after we finish eating, where shall we go?" Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, sparkling as she gazed at Xiaochang, playfully blinking at him. Meanwhile, Tang San sulked in a corner, gnawing on a spicy rabbit head, evading Xiao Wu's gaze yet straining to eavesdrop on Xiaochang's conversation. Contemplating the moment when, inadvertently, he might provoke Xiao Wu's ire once more before Xiaochang. It is essential to note that one soul can only earn a single gold soul coin each month. Yet, just now, Xiaochang casually presented him with dozens of gold coins. These few dozen coins equate to the earnings he would accumulate over several years after becoming a soul master. Naturally, Tang San remains unaware of this, as he is still merely a 10th-ranked soul scholar, needing to acquire a soul ring to ascend to the status of a true soul master. How Xiaochang perceives Tang San is unclear. He remains absorbed in the joy of his recent reward. With 997, 250 gold soul coins, he is merely 750 coins shy of the coveted 1 million mark, which would enable him to exchange for a small resurrection pill for his adoptive mother. This small resurrection pill can restore Bibi Dong's injuries from the past 9 years to their original state, albeit the effect is limited to the first use, making it quite advantageous. The system permits only a single exchange. 9 years hence, Xiaochang will still need to redeem a large resurrection pill or procure a divine-grade restoration pill to ensure Bibi Dong's complete recovery. The large resurrection pill holds a value of 5,500,000 gold soul coins, while the divine restoration pill skyrockets to a staggering 100 million gold soul coins. Moreover, Xiaochang cannot obtain gold soul coins from external sources for purchase. The system's nefarious intentions persist. Although the system has been characterized by some as unscrupulous, it is, in this regard, remarkably conscientious. It refuses to allow recharges, thus preventing obsession with the system. Back to the main narrative. In response to Xiao Wu's inquiry, Xiaochang took less than a second to contemplate before providing his answer. "To the restroom." "What for?" "To relieve oneself." "EW. Xiaochang, you are so disgusting." While Xiao Wu's words suggest disdain, her thoughts tell a different story. Xiaochang's candid manner of speaking clearly indicates that he no longer regards her as an outsider. "I want to go too. Such a repulsive task cannot be left solely to you." Chapter 11. Sister Xiao Wu drove, and Xiaochang exclaimed, "Don't come over." Upon hearing that his cousin was heading to the restroom, Tang San felt elated. Whenever his cousin went to the bathroom, he would linger for quite a while, presenting an opportunity for him. Perhaps he could take advantage of this time to cultivate a relationship with Xiao Wu. In the future, he chuckled. "All right. If you want to go, then let us go together. The restroom is spacious enough." As is well known, incidents of bullying on campus often occur in classrooms, restrooms, dormitories, and along the routes home. Each floor of the teaching building at Notting City Junior College is equipped with a restroom, and the cafeteria is situated within the building, not far from the facilities. Xiaochang wagered that Xiao Wu would be waiting for him there. Hearing that Xiaochang wanted to race with her, Xiao Wu giggled. "Big is good. The bigger, the better. I assume your brother's restroom is quite spacious too, right? Can I use it?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu winked playfully at Xiaochang, one eye closed and the other sparkling with mischief. "Of course, Xiao Wu. You can take your time, use it whenever you want. Day or night. Then, does your brother's restroom have toilet paper? If not, can I ask you to bring some?" "Absolutely. Hiki. Brother Chang, you are so kind. Is your toilet paper hard or soft?" Xiaochang gazed at her with a bemused expression, sensing that Xiao Wu's playful banter was becoming increasingly suggestive. He feared that should he respond, she would ask him even more audacious questions. "Well, you'll find out when you come to my place. There's nothing left to discuss here. Let us head to the restroom." "Sounds good. You go first. I'll follow behind to ensure you don't accidentally bump into me." After exchanging farewells with Wang Xing and the others, Xiaochang hastily exited the cafeteria. Once they left, Tang San pondered. "Is the restroom in the teaching building really that spacious? I must see for myself. Residents of Holy Spirit Village are generally frugal. Not many homes possess independent restrooms. Typically, they utilize the public toilets located at the back of the village. However, these communal facilities are rather cramped. Each time Tang San felt the urge, he would struggle in line. Once, after consuming something that didn't sit well, he could no longer hold it and rushed to borrow the restroom from Widow Zhang, only to find her home empty. Feeling desperate, he decided to use the restroom anyway. As he approached the door, he heard a sultry voice from within. "Village Chief. Come quickly. It's clogged in here. Please help me." "All right, let me take a look." Moments later, another voice called out, "Shuya. Don't you have a stick in your restroom? Why do you need me to bring one?" "Village Chief, my stick is too short and narrow. The clog is deeper. I need a longer, thicker, and sturdier stick to clear it." "Fine, let me try." This endeavor took over 10 minutes, during which Tang San's expressions varied wildly. Finally, the village chief emerged, drenched in sweat, followed closely by Widow Zhang, whose clothing was also damp and disheveled. Observing Tang San's flushed face, they surmised his purpose for being there. "Xiao San, how long have you been here?" the village chief inquired nervously. Tang San, legs crossed, pointed towards the restroom and dashed inside, slamming the door behind him. After a lengthy release, he prepared to leave but discovered the absence of toilet paper. Glancing around, he spotted 2 sticks, one thin and the other slightly thicker, evidently the one used by the village chief. Cleverly, he chose the slender one for his needs. As he exited, he noticed that both the village chief and Widow Zhang had vanished, quickly forgetting their earlier conversation but forever remembering that near-disastrous experience and the subsequent discomfort. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily followed Qiao Chong and Xiao Wu, eager to discover the restroom's condition and Qiao Chong's intentions, while also desiring to charm Xiao Wu. Knowing his cousin would eventually depart from Notting City Junior College, if he could make Xiao Wu feel good, she would likely treat him with the same affection she showed Qiao Chong. Just as he emerged from the cafeteria, he spotted a familiar figure. Teacher, he thought, wishing he could hide his face, realizing he had forgotten about this instructor. "Xiao San, have you finished your meal?" "Yes, teacher, I have." "Good, come with me." Teacher. Could you wait a moment? I really need to use the restroom." "All right, I'll take you." "No need, just tell me where it is, and I'll find you afterward." "Proceed straight ahead, turn right. Between the first and second staircases, there is a corridor leading to it." "Thank you, teacher." After expressing his gratitude, Tang San hurried in the direction indicated. Shortly, he noticed 2 upperclassmen lounging against the railing between the staircases. As he approached, one stepped forward to block his path. "Hey, poor kid, the restroom inside is out of order. Go upstairs." "Is it really broken?" Tang San refused to believe such a coincidence. How could it malfunction just when his cousin took Xiaowu there? Did they think him a fool? Broken? "I'll check for myself." "What, you don't trust us?" "Not really." Tang San sneered, confident he could handle these 2 despite their imposing stature. "Are you looking for trouble?" Seeing him unperturbed, the 2 rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Just then, a scream erupted from the restroom. "Help!" followed by a flurry of frantic footsteps. Moments later, a group of terrified individuals came barreling out of the restroom, their expressions a mix of panic and fear, as if pursued by some monstrous flood. Earlier, Qiao Chong and Xiao Wu had entered the restroom, where a group of henchmen led by Xiao Qinyu lay in wait, intending to teach Qiao Chong a lesson while ensuring they weren't interrupted, especially by the influential Bu Xiaogang. Thus, they had sent 2 to keep watch, planning to humiliate Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu. However, what this group of individuals did not anticipate was that upon encountering them, Xiao Chang exhibited not the slightest hint of trepidation. Instead, he cheerfully tossed a piece of Xianmai gum into his mouth, thrust his hands into his pockets, and began to chew. With audacious bravado, he blew a magnificent bubble right before their eyes. Pop! The white bubble burst, and with a deft flick of his tongue, Xiao Chang rolled the gum back into his mouth. Chewing away, he insolently inquired, "Will you come at me one by one, or shall we engage all at once?" His scornful gaze, casting a sidelong glance, did not suggest he looked up at them, but rather that he looked down upon them as if they were mere ants, completely disregarding their presence. Observing Xiao Chang's overbearing demeanor, Xiao Wu inexplicably found him rather captivating. However, the sycophants surrounding Xiao Qinyu did not share her sentiment. They scoffed, thinking, "What a pretentious show-off. One by one? Ha ha ha. Waiting for that freeloader to come to your rescue? Brothers, let us take him down together." Upon hearing their plan to attack en masse, Xiao Wu felt a surge of panic and desired to rush forward to assist Xiao Chang. Yet, he halted her with a firm grip, asserting, "Fighting is a matter for men. You girls should just watch." He handed her a box of Xianmai gum, then, with a swift movement, charged ahead. How manly! In that instant, Xiao Wu felt her heart melt. Chapter 12. Xiao Qinyu and his stepmother Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Baguazhang, Lua Hanquan, Tai Shanko. These were all prizes won by Qiao Chang through a lottery. In a mere few breaths, he showcased these well-known martial arts, intending to inspire Xiao Wu to express her interest in learning. Xiao Wu, however, declared that making choices was for children. She wanted to learn them all. Xiao Chang was taken aback. It is worth noting that the techniques he demonstrated included the Shaolin Dragon Claw and the Wudong's Deadly Tiger Claw, also known as the Monkey-Stealing Peach. He refrained from employing some particularly vicious techniques like the bone-softening palm and the lifting leg, as he did not wish to endanger the lives of these children. A lesson was all he aimed to impart. Observing a group of stunned lackeys waiting at the entrance, Tang San's lips curled into a smile. He blocked their path, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" His eyes narrowed, revealing a wicked grin. This group clearly intended to bully his cousin, but found themselves on the receiving end instead. Having arrived late, he was determined to make a strong impression now. Although Xiao Qinyu's gang had just been frightened by Gu Qin, they did not regard the diminutive Tang San as a threat. They shouted at him, "Get lost, you little pauper." The insult cut deeply. For Tang San had grown up in a poverty-stricken household, one of the poorest in the Holy Soul village, often reliant on thin rice porridge that he had to prepare himself. Despite his dire circumstances, he loathed being called poor to his face. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. He had already decided that the burly student at the forefront, who had just received a beating, was marked for doom. With a hidden dart poised within his sleeve, he slowly raised his right arm, aiming for the man's throat. His eyes narrowed, and he silently counted, 1, 2, 3. In another second, another student would align with the first's neck, and he intended to accomplish 2 targets with 1 arrow. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Chang, who had been behind the students, suddenly appeared beside Tang San, grasping his arm and scolding, "Tang San, have you lost your mind? They are merely children. What offense have they committed against you that warrants such deadly intent? Are you a cold-blooded creature? Is your fragile pride truly so paramount?" Xiao Chang was furious. He did not pride himself on being a good person, but he was certainly no murderer. Initially, he believed the portrayal of Tang San in the original Douluo novel, where he harbored thoughts of killing at the age of 6, was an exaggeration. Perhaps it was merely a moment of impulse. However, witnessing Tang San raise his arm twice was not a simple act of brutality. It was recklessness devoid of foresight. If he had been an ordinary child without the presence of a master like Xiao Chang, such a trivial quarrel could have led to a grave incident, attracting the attention of the Nuoding Academy. The question of punishment aside, which academy would dare accept a child capable of murder at 6? Which teacher would be willing to take him on? After receiving a scathing reprimand from Xiao Chang, Tang San regained some clarity and lowered his head. Despite awakening the Qiao thief system, Xiao Chang was fundamentally a law-abiding citizen. While this world revered martial prowess and the status of soul masters far surpassed that of ordinary people, every individual had the right to exist. Possessing soul power was merely a stroke of fortune, not a license for wanton behavior. If everyone prioritized their pride above all else, the soul master community would cease to produce new talent and would gradually face extinction. As Tang San absorbed Xiao Chang's admonitions, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She was deeply drawn to Xiao Chang's masculine aura, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, the student who had called Tang San a pauper realized the gravity of his mistake. He had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Trouble arises from the tongue. He vowed never to mock others lightly again. Observing the group of students who had been ready to flee but now stood frozen in place, trembling with fear, Xiao Chang, uninterested in further confrontation, approached Xiaowu and took her hand. "Xiaowu, didn't you want to see my villa? Want to visit my home-s restroom? Come with me." Xiaowu nodded enthusiastically. "Yay, I can sleep in your big bed today." Her excitement was palpable, and Tang San felt an uncharacteristic pang of jealousy rise within him. Just as he was about to voice his desire to see the villa, Xiao Chang interjected, "Xiao San, it seems the master is waiting for you. Xiaowu and I will head off first." Tang San followed Xiao Chang's gaze to see the master, an ordinary-looking man with a serious expression, standing at the corner. His intense gaze fixed upon him. Approaching the master, who spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, Tang San followed silently. After Tang San departed with the master, Xiao Chang summoned a luxurious carriage and took Xiaowu to his mountaintop villa. In a secluded kitchen within the Xiao residence in Nuoding City, a beautiful woman in her 30s, still possessing a captivating charm, was clad in a qipao and wearing a loose apron. She was kneading dough vigorously, her brow glistening with delicate beads of sweat, which adorned her forehead, cheeks, and graceful neck, accentuating her alluring collarbone in the deep crevice of her neckline. Lost in thought, she failed to notice a droplet of sweat trailing down her smooth jawline, poised to fall into the dough. Just then, a slender hand caught the droplet. "Stepmother, what are you daydreaming about?" A teasing voice chimed in. A strikingly handsome young man leaned closer, startling the woman, who instinctively gasped. However, he quickly silenced her with a kiss. After a moment, he released her lips. The woman, recognizing his face, chided him with a hint of reproach. Qian, your audacity grows bolder. What if your father sees us? We would be doomed. Stepmother, you worry too much. You have no idea how many times I've faced disaster with father. Are you afraid of facing it one more time? Xiao Qian replied with a smirk, his eyes mischievously wandering toward her neckline. She, unfazed by his audacious gaze, playfully enhanced her posture and shot him a feigned glare. You impudent boy. You know very well whose hands I prefer to perish in. How dare you speak such heartless words? All right, I admit my fault. Just don't be mad at me. Are you kneading the buns for me to eat? Of course. Who else would I be making them for? Unlike you, who has no conscience. Gorging on the buns I make while indulging in food outside. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, as though on the verge of crying. This flustered the handsome young man, who quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, assuring her that he would only eat at home from now on. Finally, she smiled through her tears. You still have a bit of conscience. Go wash your hands and wait outside. I'll finish kneading and come find you. All right. Thank you. Dear stepmother, you are truly the best. I adore you. Xiao Qian gently cradled the beautiful woman's face and planted a fervent kiss on her forehead. He then turned and began washing his hands in the kitchen. The water pressure in the kitchen was quite high, and Xiao Qian turned it on with such force that water splashed everywhere during his hand washing. The lovely woman scolded him with irritation. Why must you be so careless? Can't you be a bit gentler? Look at the mess you've made. Soon your shoes will be filthy. What does it matter if it gets dirty? I can simply wipe it with a paper towel. It's not like I haven't done it before. I always clean it up perfectly. Xiao Qian replied with a cheeky grin, entirely unperturbed by his stepmother's displeasure. Chapter 13. Little Wu is moved by Qiao Chang. Ah, you truly leave me at a loss. Today, the old fisherman, Mo, came to our house, bringing a selection of fish. He even brought some abalone, knowing your fondness for it. I prepared a delightful abalone and pork rib soup for you. It will be ready shortly. Thank you, dear stepmother. You are so kind to me. Qian loves you. In the presence of the beautiful woman, Xiao Qian displayed the utmost obedience, yet before others, he was a rebellious spirit. This duality stemmed from his family background. His father, Xiaogang, the lord of the city, was occupied with affairs of state daily, leaving him exhausted. He had only one child from his early years with his mother. Thus he doted on him excessively. Whatever request Xiao Qian made, Xiaogang would generally acquiesce. Xiao Qian's mother passed away when he was merely 5 years old. With no woman in the household, his father remarried, taking Qian as his stepmother. Xiaogang, often preoccupied, entrusted his son's upbringing to her for 7 years. Qian treated Xiao Qian as her own flesh and blood, and he reciprocated her affection as he would his biological mother. Up until he turned 10, he was quite attached to her, even requiring her embrace while sleeping. Eventually, as he matured, they had to sleep separately, and he soon realized just how much he depended on her. Many sleepless nights ensued. Upon learning of his distress, Qian, filled with compassion, told him that he could join her in her room whenever his father was away. Qian's attitude towards Xiao Qian could be summed up in one word: indulgence, boundless indulgence. Knowing Xiao Qian relished abalone, she, despite being somewhat allergic to seafood, would meticulously prepare lunch for him each time. She would always smile and accompany him during meals, while later she would endure the discomfort alone. Xiao Qian often questioned her, wondering why she was so kind to him. Goodness towards a stepson could be feigned for a day or two, perhaps even for a year or two, but 6 or 7 years of unwavering kindness was genuine affection. The reason Qian treated Xiao Qian with such kindness was that she recognized his potential, believing he was destined for greatness. Without making Xiao Qian wait long, Qian busied herself in the kitchen for about half an hour before presenting a sumptuous feast. There were blue crabs, shrimp, conch, clams, 3 flavor meatballs, abalone and pork rib soup, buns, steamed bread, and flour rolls. The table was laden with all of Xiao Qian's favorites. Qian found joy merely in watching him eat. They dined for over an hour when Xiao Chang arrived at his luxurious villa with Little Wu. Upon entering, Little Wu immediately felt an affection for the place. It was not due to the grandeur of the villa or the beauty of the garden, but rather because the yard was devoid of ornamental flowers. Instead, it was filled with fruits and vegetables, predominantly carrots and greens. This made Little Wu feel that her acquaintance with Xiao Chang was fated. Seeing the garden brimming with vegetables, she was momentarily taken aback. Then, a memory struck her. Shortly after winning this villa, she received a plethora of vegetable seeds. Little Wu, would you like to paint? Xiao Chang suddenly asked. Little Wu was momentarily stunned. She had just been lost in the joy of the carrots and greens when Xiao Chang's unexpected question caught her off guard. Would I like to? Noticing her daze, Xiao Chang inquired again. You would, wouldn't you? Seeing the seriousness in Xiao Chang's expression, Little Wu's eyes darted around as she tentatively replied. Yes. Good, follow me. With that, he took her hand and dashed into the villa. After a hurried ascent to the second floor, they traversed a corridor adorned with oil paintings, leading to a studio filled with models. Little Wu felt a slight blush upon seeing the models, but Xiao Chang swiftly cleared a space, setting up a white stool for her. Don't move, he instructed before gathering paint and brushes, commencing his artwork. Xiao Chang's technique was remarkably adept, his demeanor focused. Occasionally, he would glance at Little Wu, biting the brush, gesturing with his fingers as if to illustrate something to her. As she observed him with such intensity, Little Wu, already harboring affection for Xiao Chang, found him irresistibly handsome in that moment. She gazed at him quietly, a sweet smile gracing her lips, which he reciprocated with a grin. Finished. Xiao Chang beckoned her closer. Curiosity piqued, Little Wu approached, and upon seeing the canvas depicting herself in a pale pink dress, seated upon a large green stone amidst a vibrant meadow, gazing at distant mountains, rivers, and the azure sky, her heart swelled with emotion. Yet, she felt a pang. Realizing the painting seemed incomplete, her eyes unexpectedly glistening with unshed tears. Brother, your painting is beautiful, but why am I the only one in it? I don't like being alone. It frightens me. Little Wu's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Who says you are alone? Xiao Chang removed the painting from the easel, shaking it slightly to reveal another perspective. To Little Wu's astonishment, the once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, a gentle rain falling. The previously grazing cattle and sheep lifted their heads, seemingly searching for their master, awaiting their return home. The smiling Little Wu now bore a look of sadness. Yet behind her stood a boy holding an umbrella for her. He was slender but handsome, with striking features and clear, bright eyes, gazing at her with a tender smile. Though the figure was motionless, Little Wu felt as if she could hear his voice, his heartbeat. Little Wu, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side, through wind and rain, through dusk and dawn. I will always be here. In that moment, Little Wu felt a flutter in her heart, realizing she had developed feelings for Xiao Chang. Though it seemed absurd to fall for him now, she found herself genuinely enamored. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls cascading from a broken string, falling gracefully onto the lace hem of her pink dress. Without considering whether Xiao Chang was steady, she leaped into his embrace, feeling overwhelmed. Brother, you were truly wonderful to me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 favor points with Little Wu, earning 5,000 gold soul coins, totaling 250 gold soul coins. You have received a chance for a basic lottery draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw now. Xiao Chang decisively chose to draw, for the mischievous system often led to unexpected outcomes. If rewards were not claimed promptly, one might later be informed, due to inclement weather, your lottery has expired. Or due to unpleasant odors, your lottery has expired. After multiple encounters with the system's antics, Xiao Chang had grown weary. The most frustrating part was that the system promised surprises with 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 14. Xiao Wu is a genius. Xiao Chang felt that during his lifetime, he would never experience the thrill of 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained mastery in forging. Please hurry to the blacksmith shop and craft an iron rod weighing 180,000 pounds to unlock a hidden quest. This. Xiao Chang thought the system was joking with him. Just as he contemplated giving up, he received another system prompt. This task is related to the advancement of the main storyline. Please do not give up easily. Otherwise, advance what main storyline? With my limited knowledge, don't try to deceive me. In the Douluo continent, aside from the sea goddess trident, weighing 80,000 pounds, this could be considered marginally relevant to the main plot. But what use is this iron rod to me? Xiao Chang felt that the system was intent on ruining him. Unable to tolerate his wealth, it seemed determined to impose upon him trials akin to those found in certain novels, forcing him to endure numerous tribulations, battling 105 mighty warriors, toppling 3 female generals, and resisting the allure of 12 beautiful maidens. Only then would it relent. Yet, he found himself unable to decline this task. Otherwise, he would face, the consequences of not being a true man. In any case, he possessed a well-guarded manual, the Sunflower Classic, and could always adapt his path. But would it truly be as simple as he imagined? Given the system's nature, it would likely make him undertake arduous tasks in the wilderness for days on end. Grumbling aside, Qiao Chong had to face reality, focusing on accumulating wealth for the long term. Upon seeing the 5 points of favorability and the 5,000 gold soul coins credited to his account, he found a glimmer of joy amidst his struggles and smiled as he patted Xiaowu's shoulder. Life must go on. One must endure. Xiaowu, if you call me Brother Chong, we shall be friends. As friends, good things must be shared. Like an ice cream cone, you take a lick, I take a bite. And together we savor the sweetness and joy. Do you understand? Xiaowu understood and promised that whenever she had ice cream, she would let her brother have the first taste. Hiki. Xiaowu, you're quite considerate. But, brother, I'm still young and currently lack any remarkable talents. I can only manage a bit of drawing. I wanted to gift you a painting as a greeting between friends. What is a greeting gift? Xiaowu inquired, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. A greeting gift? You're still too young to understand. I'll explain it to you later. But please, don't interrupt me. All right. I want to interrupt. I don't have that capability. Xiaowu felt slightly aggrieved, having just entered the human world and still grappling with many concepts. Just as humans wear clothes, wouldn't it be better for a spirit beast to simply have our fur for life? Xiao Chang chose to disregard Xiaowu's musings and continued. Moreover, I observe that your unique bone structure indicates you are a promising candidate for learning to draw. Would you like to follow me in this pursuit? Absolutely, Xiaowu replied without hesitation. It was unbearable for such a beautiful sister to be silenced. But, brother, Mama said that at our age, we should prioritize our studies. We must cultivate a love for learning from a young age to build a solid foundation for future success. Leading to endless carrots, yes, your mother is right. At our age, we should indeed focus on our studies. However, Qiao Chang paused, placing his hands on Xiaowu's shoulders. His expression serious. Xiaowu, you must remember that imagination is more crucial than knowledge, for knowledge is finite. Imagination encompasses all, and it is the wellspring of knowledge advancement. Brother, I understand. Knowledge tells us that one carrot fits one hole, while imagination reveals that one carrot can fit into 2 holes, or even multiple. Happiness can multiply. Don't you agree? Xiao Chang was about to nod, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Xiaowu, your comprehension is remarkable. He looked at her, both amused and exasperated. Xiaowu playfully blinked at him. Xiao Chang patted her shoulder meaningfully. As if to caution her to be careful not to end up in a dark room, he resolved that once he had the time, he must correct Xiaowu's thought processes and straighten her perspective. Education must begin early. He could not allow her to walk a dark path. Xiao Chang took out 2 sheets of paper, handed one to Xiaowu along with a pencil, and took one for himself. He swiftly sketched a cup and an apple on the paper, then began to explain the foundational knowledge of drawing, understanding the basic elements and techniques of drawing, lines, shapes, colors, light and shadow, and composition. These foundational aspects are the bedrock of artistic creation. Mastering them is essential for successful painting. To facilitate Xiaowu's grasp of these principles, Qiao Chang executed a straightforward demonstration. He placed a bottle of mineral water on the table and pointed to its shadow. Every object cast a shadow. From a mountain to an ant, their shadows change with the angle of light, becoming longer or shorter. As a beginner in drawing, you must learn to manage these variations in length. If it's too long or too short, the drawing will appear unbalanced. Xiaowu understood, likening it to the difference between a person standing and lying down. She quickly wrote a character for person on the paper and rotated it 90 degrees. Brother, look. When standing, the character is upright, and when lying down, it tilts. If we grasp the scale and angle properly while drawing, can't we create a good painting? Indeed. Qiao Chang felt his face flush. Xiaowu's comprehension was extraordinary. If she didn't attend an art academy, it would be a waste of talent. While quick to agree verbally, when it came to actually holding a brush, Xiaowu's playful spirit emerged. Within a minute of sitting down, she could no longer contain herself and pulled Qiao Chang, eager for him to show her around the villa. Qiao Chang was not one to indulge her whims. He insisted she first draw a bottle of mineral water resembling Domping's special drink before he would take her out of the art studio. He guided her through the villa, showcasing some of his collectibles, crutches, bicycles, wheelchairs. These seemingly unrelated items prompted profound reflections. For instance, when Xiaowu saw the crutches, she asked, "Why are these wooden things displayed alongside those 2-wheeled items?" Qiao Chang replied, "Because they all need effort to move." Xiaowu nodded in realization, her understanding shining through. What a sensible observation. Chapter 15. The Affection from Bibi Dong. To put it plainly, Qiao Chang was simply too lazy to explain. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his mother. He had amassed sufficient gold soul coins to exchange for a small soul-reviving pill. All he desired was to return home immediately, yet he could not abandon Xiaowu. If he suddenly vanished, she would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. He had initially believed her to be a person inclined to delve into research, only to discover that he was the only one captivated by such pursuits. Her patience extended only to cleaning her gun. "Brother, I've explored your villa thoroughly. What shall we do next?" "What shall we do? Naturally, I shall escort you back." Yet he knew Xiaowu would vehemently oppose this notion. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaochang responded cautiously, "You've seen everything within the villa. I will take you for a stroll around Notting City shortly, but before that, I must step out for a bit. I shall return in about an hour. You may explore the room or wander the courtyard." "Brother, where are you going?" Xiaowu inquired curiously, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. "That I cannot disclose at present, but I promise to return as swiftly as possible." "All right, but you mustn't deceive me. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset, and it would be impossible to coax me back to happiness." "Understood." Observing Xiaowu's rosy, delightful face, Xiaochang felt no impure thoughts like some others might. Instead, he playfully pinched her cheek. "Be good and wait for me at home." Xiaowu nodded obediently. She linked her arm with Xiaochang's as they descended the stairs, her long braided hair swaying gently behind her, creating a strikingly harmonious image. As she watched Xiaochang's retreating figure, she turned and stepped into the villa, transforming as if she were a different person altogether. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she dashed back inside, shutting the door behind her. "Hello, my beloved carrots. Sister Xiaowu has arrived." Within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong awakened from nearly 3 hours of slumber. Taking in her familiar surroundings and assessing her injuries, she sighed. "I have been far too confident in my own strength. Where is Xiaochang now? Is he eating well?" Lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching and instinctively assumed it was Xiaochang. Her beautiful eyes turned toward the sound. However, when a graceful figure appeared in her line of sight, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her face. "Nana, is that you?" "Yes. Teacher, you're awake. How is your injury?" "I am feeling much improved, so there is no need for concern." "Where's Xiaochang?" "Brother Chang seems to be absent from the spirit hall. I just inquired with Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gui, and neither of them has seen him. That boy is quite playful. He has likely gone off to Spirit City for some amusement." "Teacher, did you need to find Brother Chang for something?" "Not particularly. I just wanted to know if he was eating properly, without the steamed buns I made. I worry he might not be accustomed to other food." "Teacher, you are truly kind to Brother Chang. He, both you and Xiaochang have grown up under my watchful eye, and I cherish you equally. It's just that he has always been a picky eater, and I worry about him." "You need not explain. Nana understands. Brother Chang is exceptionally gifted, handsome, and considerate. No one could dislike him. Even if you favor him a bit more, I would not feel jealous. Rather, it would bring me joy. For I too appreciate Brother Chang and wish for his eternal happiness." "Who likes me?" As soon as Hu Liena finished speaking, a teasing voice drifted into her ears. A tall figure strode in from outside. Hu Liena turned to look, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, her tail unconsciously swaying to the front as she awkwardly grasped it with both hands. "Brother Chang, how have you returned?" "Me?" Xiaochang replied with a mischievous grin. "Naturally. I sensed someone was missing me, so I hurried back." "Who would miss you?" Hu Liena murmured shyly, assuming he referred to her. "That would be Mother, of course." "Could it be you miss me and wish for me to stroke your tail?" "How rude." "Teacher, look. Brother Chang is being improper again." "Hiki, where is the impropriety in Xiaochang? I find it quite endearing. Out in the wild, he still thinks of me. Such a child is hard to come by." "Teacher," Hu Liena replied with a hint of melancholy. "Go ahead and pamper him. What of it? I simply wish to indulge him. Xiaochang, come sit beside Mother." Bibi Dong patted the space beside her on the bed, inviting Xiaochang to join her. Xiaochang approached without hesitation, settling beside Bibi Dong. She took his hand and placed it on her lap, asking lovingly, "Xiaochang, please tell Mother where you ventured today." "I didn't go anywhere special. I merely took a stroll around Spirit City and purchased some everyday items." "Mother, please take this pill." He presented her with a healing pill he had concocted. "This is a sacred remedy that will help stabilize your condition." "Very well, Xiaochang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Bibi Dong accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As it dissolved in her mouth, she was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, she had heard Xiaochang mention merely wandering around Spirit City. Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief. Given his status as a holy son, his identity was too sensitive. In Spirit City, where experts from the Spirit Hall abounded, she had no worries about anyone harming him. Her concern lay in the possibility of Xiaogang venturing outside the city to more remote areas where he could encounter danger. Upon seeing the sacred pill in Xiaochang's hand, a bittersweet smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, though her face remained adorned with a gentle expression. She was acutely aware of her own injuries. Her soulless origin was damaged, and no matter how miraculous the elixir, it could only delay her decline in power. Yet, she did not wish to let her son down. Without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed the pill. A wondrous scene unfolded. Bibi Dong, who had initially appeared pale, gradually regained a rosy complexion, and the pain in her chest began to dissipate. A white mist enveloped her, lending her an ethereal aura. She gazed at Xiaochang with astonishment, her excitement palpable as she asked, "Xiaochang, what wondrous pill did you just give to mother?" Hu Liena also stared in shock, her hand covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xiaochang. Her lovely golden tail swayed behind her, dancing animatedly. "Mother, this is merely a small soul-reviving pill. Not a miraculous elixir. Among celestial-grade pills, it is rather average. Its only unique quality is its ability to mend the wounds of the martial soul, which gives it an impressive appearance." Bibi Dong sighed, realizing her earlier excitement had been somewhat excessive. For a soul master, the ultimate pursuit is to transcend limits and attain divinity. Yet, the path to godhood is fraught with challenges, and among countless soul masters, only a handful may achieve such a status. She had mistakenly believed she had consumed a miraculous elixir, her mind momentarily clouded by her injury. Without probing into the origins of the pill, she recalled that Xiaochang had always exhibited extraordinary talent in the healing arts. He could identify herbs with just a glance or a whiff, effortlessly committing them to memory. His understanding of their medicinal properties was instinctual. As for the origins of the celestial herbs, Bibi Dong had never inquired. The Spirit Hall was vast and affluent, and as long as it was something Xiaochang desired, she would unconditionally grant it to him. Chapter 16. Daily Banter with Hu Liena. During a cheerful hour spent with Bibi Dong and Hu Liena, Xiaochang's thoughts drifted to Xiao Wu. He reminded Bibi Dong to rest well and took Hu Liena away. Once outside Bibi Dong's chamber, Hu Liena leaped onto Xiaochang's back, playfully brushing her fluffy tail against his ear. "Brother Chong, will you accompany me tonight?" "Xiao Na, don't be mischievous. Brother Chong has matters to attend to this evening. You should find Yin and the others to play with." "No, I refuse to play with that big rock. He has no sense of charm." Xiaochang was speechless. Yin lacked charm? Hadn't he almost knelt to kiss her toes? All right, whatever you say. However, Brother Chong truly is business tonight. Tomorrow evening, I will take you to the imperial capital of Tiando to visit Xiaoshui. All right? Brother Chong, you call Sister Shui Xiaoshui again. And I might just tell on you. Go ahead. I'm not afraid of her." "Really?" Hu Liena jumped down from Xiaochang's back and stood before him, tilting her head with a quirky smile. "Do you dare to repeat that in front of her? I was merely being considerate. With my 18-winged dark angel martial soul, why would I fear her?" Yes, you're the strongest, Brother Chong. You're not afraid. Hee. But why is it that you always end up being pinned down and beaten by her? Xiao Na has never seen you turn the tables. Do you enjoy being underneath?" Hu Liena pondered thoughtfully. Xiaochang chuckled awkwardly. "I have matters to attend to. I will explain later." Saying this, he ignored Hu Liena's calls from behind and quickened his pace. Brother Chong. Seeing him like this, the soldiers on duty could not help but chuckle, knowing their holy son had once again been bested by the holy maiden. Ha. In Xiaochang's villa in Notting City, he had anticipated Xiao Wu would feel lonely alone, but upon his return, he found her leisurely lounging in a rocking chair beside the outdoor swimming pool, a towel draped over her. Beside her was a small brown square table adorned with a large bamboo basket filled with an array of vegetables, predominantly carrots. At that moment, Xiaowu was sipping tomato juice while munching on a carrot, turning the pages of a comic book titled Bears Out and About, laughing heartily at the amusing antics. That bald Chong is simply hilarious. He wears the same hat as brother, yet is utterly clumsy. He is not nearly as handsome as brother. Hee. Upon hearing Xiaowu's remarks, Xiaochang couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling grateful that his private collection was hidden beneath his bed. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. Cough. Upon hearing the cough, Xiaowu realized Xiaochang had returned. She closed the comic, discarded the carrot, and ran barefoot to him, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Seeing her in a light pink swimsuit, embroidered with little rabbits eating carrots, was quite endearing. Xiaochang chuckled, his smile mischievous. "Why were you out so long?" "Xiaowu was starving." Xiaowu pouted, feigning displeasure. You took too long, brother. I want something delicious from Notting City. Xiao Chang grinned. All right. Shall we set off now? Xiaowu excitedly linked her arm with Xiao Chang's. Burp. Suddenly, she let out a loud burp, glancing at Xiao Chang with embarrassment. In the next moment, her eyes twinkled mischievously. I just drank too much water. It won't affect our outing. Hee hee. Xiao Chang affectionately ruffled her adorable head. He understood that Xiaowu was merely craving food. She longed for an adventure. He led her through the bustling Wooling night market in Notting City, purchasing various clothing from brands like David Bella, Balabala, and Pig Banner. They also acquired snacks from Four-Fingered Squirrel, Shallow Grass Flavor, and Wei Long, along with several pairs of sandals from Muzining and SK Chi. Xiao Chang rode his bicycle, with Xiaowu perched behind, ready to head home. Along the way, she pointed at a slow-moving carriage, exclaiming, "Brother, look how slow that carriage is. Is it unusual? They aren't using Great Wall brand lubricant. Of course, it's slow. Brother, what is Great Wall brand lubricant? It's a type of oil that makes vehicles move faster." Oh. Xiaowu nodded, half understanding, thinking to herself that she must get some oil from a chicken to help her brother's bicycle go faster. Hee. As they strolled, Xiaowu played with the teddy bear Xiao Chang had gifted her and passed a group of attractive newspaper-selling girls. Suddenly, she asked with a smile, "Brother, why are you so good to me?" "Because you're adorable. Brother, you truly have good taste. When I grow up, can I marry you?" This caught Xiao Chang off guard, almost causing him to topple over. Xiaowu laughed even more joyfully. "Brother, do you think long legs are attractive?" Xiao Chang's face flushed crimson, akin to a slow-motion revelation caught by his sister. Sweating nervously, he realized Xiaowu was already feeling possessive at such a young age. He would have to be cautious around black stockings from now on. He couldn't let a mere glimpse tempt him. "Not attractive," he replied, suppressing his conscience, as he felt her hand resting on his waist. "Not attractive? Then let us head home early. I found several comic books under your bed that I haven't had a chance to read yet." Xiao Chang's face turned beet red, hot as fire. He stumbled again, colliding into a gentleman blocking the path. Just as he intended to apologize, he noticed the man looked vaguely familiar. Disheveled hair, stubbly beard, and melancholic eyes. "Sharp guy? No, it's Brother Hao. Brother Tang Hao. Brother Hao." Xiao Chang exclaimed almost instinctively. Tang Hao paused, taken aback. The way he called out Brother Hao made him reluctant to reprimand Xiao Chang. All morning, he had been covertly protecting Tang San. He had overheard Xiao Chang's teasing remarks about his wife, which only added to the tension. "Don't overstep. We're not that familiar." "Brother Hao, have you forgotten? The child you saved from the spirit beast all those years ago is me. And Ayin even held me in her arms. I am that child. And my parents sent you 2 baskets of sweet potatoes for your kindness." Xiao Chang spoke earnestly, weaving a tale that left Tang Hao partially convinced. The sacrifice of Ayin had taken a toll on Tang Hao, leading him to numb himself with alcohol over the years, even now. Xiao Chang could detect the heavy scent of liquor emanating from him. What could one expect from someone in a haze of intoxication? Mentioning a few familiar events while expressing gratitude would suffice. Even if Tang Hao wished to retaliate, he had nothing to fear. After all, one does not bite the hand that feeds them. His system space contains a plethora of exquisite wines, including Wuliangye, Matai from Guizhou, Xinghua Village, Luzhou Laojiao. The illustrious 1982 Lafite, fine French red wine, vodka, and not to forget, the foot-soaked concoction from Sister Hohot. Should Xiao Chang casually offer a taste? If Tang Hao does not end up calling him father, it would be deemed a wasted purchase. It seems there is some truth to this, considering you have grown so much. Little Wu widened her eyes, thinking, is this really possible? This old man, only moments ago exuding an aura of menace, clearly had come looking for trouble. Yet now, with just a few words from Xiao Chang, it appears they are poised for an impromptu reunion. Chapter 17, Tang Hao's Foolish Son. What Xiaowu thought was of no concern to Xiao Chang. Today, he was determined to thoroughly deceive Tang Hao. Hadn't he purchased his cherished trio of transportation in vain? Indeed, Brother Hao, after 7 years apart, you have aged considerably. Recalling the past, esteemed sir. No. I misspoke. Reflecting on the past, benefactor, your gray robe could not conceal your unparalleled heroism. Now, after 7 years, look how you have squandered your time. Alas. Alas. Xiao Chang spoke with such emotion that it stirred many memories within Tang Hao, causing his eyes to redden involuntarily. Seeing the effectiveness of his precious eye drops, Xiao Chang felt a surge of joy. It seemed he would save his escaping funds today. Though he was uncertain how Tang Hao had seen through his meager disguise, he knew he had to continue his ruse. Otherwise, the system would assign him a task regarding Tang San, and without a means to confront the title Douluo Tang Hao, his endeavors would be in vain. Xiao Chang parked the bicycle to one side and assisted Xiaowu down, signaling for her to wait nearby. Xiaowu obediently stood in silence. Brother Hao, why is Andy not here? Xiao Chang feigned ignorance, striking a nerve with Tang Hao. Unable to hold back his tears any longer, Tang Hao turned his head aside, hastily wiping them away. With a grave expression, Tang Hao inquired, Are you truly the son of the Spirit Hall? No. If I were as formidable as the son of the Spirit Hall, how could I be him? My spirit is rather special. It allows for disguise. I merely sought to frighten that arrogant master. Indeed, you are correct. That fellow is no saint. He even deceived Tang San into calling him master. As soon as master was mentioned, Tang Hao was filled with grievances, blaming his foolish son who easily fell for a few words of flattery. With his innate twin spirits and abundant soul power, even a fool could be cultivated into a title Douluo. Yet, he refrained from voicing further thoughts. Since Xiao Chang claimed he was not from the Spirit Hall, there was no need to trouble a child. Moreover, Xiao Chang had not lied. If he was indeed the child Tang Hao had saved, then he spoke the truth. He had indeed tasted Aunt Yin's milk, though whether it was as he described. He had no way to verify. In fact, after Xiao Chang left the Nodding City Academy yesterday afternoon, he had discreetly investigated Xiao Chang's identity. To his astonishment, he discovered that 6 years ago, Pope Bibi Dong had indeed rescued a child on the brink of starvation. However, that child was saved at the age of 7 and was now 13. The young man before him, Xiao Chang, appeared only a year or two older than Tang San, seeming more like a mere 7 or 8. The ages did not match. Unable to comprehend, Tang Hao decided not to dwell on it. After all, there would be ample time in the future. As long as he remained vigilant, the fox would inevitably reveal its tail. For now, the child's education was paramount. He needed to consult with master to ensure he wouldn't impart any misguided teachings. With this thought, Tang Hao lost interest in further idle chatter with Xiao Chang and vanished in a leap. Xiao Chang thought nothing of Tang Hao's abrupt departure. After all, expecting decorum from a drunkard was truly a far-fetched notion. Once Tang Hao had left, Xiao Chang continued to ride the bicycle with Xiaowu back home. This time, Xiaowu remained quiet, resting her head against Xiao Chang's back. Xiao Chang was an adept cyclist, navigating the steep 48-degree incline leading to his villa with remarkable ease. Reaching speeds of 60, Xiaowu, with one arm wrapped around Xiao Chang and the other waving in the air, cheerfully hummed a tune. Let us drive in the car. Let us buckle seat. Let us drive in the car. We can go anywhere, whether close or far. Hearing Xiaowu's melodious voice singing in English, Xiao Chang was taken aback. When had soul beasts become so industrious and eager to learn? It seemed he needed to put in more effort. While Xiaowu sang, her demeanor was both sweet and charming. Xiao Chang found himself increasingly fond of her and couldn't help but ask, Xiaowu, are you happy being with your brother? Very happy. Xiaowu flashed a sweet smile, resting her head on his back. Xiao Chang sensed her dependence on him, and, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, Would you like to be with your brother forever? Absolutely. Xiaowu replied without hesitation. Xiao Chang smiled knowingly. Then I shall treat you even better from now on. He thought to himself, grateful he had retained some allowance for Deming and Erming. Brother, I also want to be with Xiaowu forever. Suddenly, Xiao Chang halted the bicycle. Xiaowu was puzzled. Then, a thought crossed her mind. Her mother had once taught her a poem, stopping the carriage to admire the maple forest at dusk. Could it be that her brother intended, while she didn't mind a little intimacy? Given her extensive knowledge from 10,000 years, she wondered if her brother, still a child, could handle such matters. One could not deny that the mind of a 10,000-year-old soul beast operated at lightning speed. Just from Xiao Chang's single action, she nearly envisioned an entire blockbuster. Yet, after stopping, Xiao Chang did not seek a secluded spot. Instead, he gently turned back, smiling at Xiaowu, saying, But right now? We are still young and need to learn. Ahead lay a fork in the road. Turning left led to the Nodding City Primary Academy. What? Xiaowu's eyes widened in surprise. Are we going back to the dormitory to sleep tonight? Xiaowu asked reluctantly. Yes. Xiao Chang nodded affirmatively. Xiaowu, feeling downcast, questioned, Brother, why must we return? That annoying Tang San is in the dormitory. I don't want to see him. Your big bed is so much more comfortable. At most, I can hug you at night. Or maybe even a kiss. Brother, I beg you, can we not go back tonight? Seeing Xiao Chang hesitating, Xiaowu quickly deployed her most charming tactics. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Chang suddenly chuckled. Xiaowu, didn't you say you disliked that Tang San? I don't like him either. I'm returning this time to help you give him a proper lesson. Chang flashed a devilish grin. Excitement sparkled in Xiao Wu's eyes. He dares to eat spicy rabbit heads and even invites me in front of him. He truly deserves a good lesson. Brother, I've made up my mind. I'll go back to the dormitory with you. Ha ha ha. That's the spirit. Little San, are you ready to welcome us? Once more, they mounted the bicycle, this time singing joyfully together. Sing, mountain song. After one sings, the other joins. Shall we chimed in? Sing, mountain song. After my brother sings, I'll join. The two appeared very happy, filled with anticipation and accompanied by one another, making the journey feel far from dull. In that moment, she forgot all her troubles, feeling as innocent as a child. Wishing time could freeze at this perfect moment. She wasn't necessarily eager to confront Tang San, understanding that he likely acted without malice. She was delighted by Chang's attitude towards her. He understood her desires and the thoughts that lingered in her heart. In the office of the master at the Nottingham City Junior College, the female teacher, still feeling apprehensive after an earlier incident, approached the master's chamber. The master leaned back in his executive chair, his back turned to the female spirit master. He crossed his legs and lit a cigar for himself. In a deep voice, he addressed her, Li Rushi, you have arrived. Close the door and come here. Li Rushi gently closed the door and scanned the room, perplexed at the absence of additional chairs. Master, there are no other chairs here. Where should I sit? Where should you sit? Do I need to instruct you? The master, holding the cigarette in his left hand, exhaled a smoke ring followed by a thick plume, then patted his thigh with his right hand. Of course. You should sit on my lap. Aren't you always hungry at night? Would you like a banana? Come to me. Ah. Li Rushi gasped, her face flushing instantly. Although she had mentally prepared herself for any discomfort, she had not anticipated such directness from the master. Yet, she dared not defy his wishes. Fully aware of his influential background, she was merely an auxiliary female spirit master, and if the master chose to harm her, the school's rear mountain would likely witness the emergence of an unnoticed female corpse, with no one daring to investigate. Submissively, Li Rushi approached him, only to find that he had not. Secrecy. That grotesque sight was still beckoning her, evoking a wave of nausea. Ugh. Unable to suppress herself, Li Rushi retched. Chapter 18. I am still young. Is it appropriate to send Xiao now? The master, filled with rage, abruptly rose to his feet, seized Li Rushi by her hair, and forcefully pushed her head down. Consume it all. This is a fine delicacy imported from the kingdom of Xiaobang. Do not waste it. With that, he grabbed a handful of yellow substance and shoved it into Li Rushi's mouth, causing her to be covered in it. Unsurprisingly, she retched it out. Slap. A resounding blow struck Li Rushi's face as the master scolded her. Wretched girl, how dare you spit out such exquisite durian? Do you have any idea how much I spent to acquire it? As he lamented, the master knelt down and, with a long tongue, licked the durian off Li Rushi's face, before rising menacingly and dragging her toward the small bed. Since you do not understand how to enjoy, love what I love, do not blame me for being rough. He pressed Li Rushi against the edge of the bed, engaging her in a fierce struggle without allowing her on his bed. Meanwhile, Xiaogang and Xiaowu returned to the student dormitory number 7, the night having fallen. The students sat on their bunks, beginning to cultivate their soul power. With the exception of Tang San, who intended to retire early. This afternoon, Xiaogang had subjected Tang San to a mental barrage, asserting that, based on his research on martial souls, Xiaogang was not the unparalleled powerhouse he appeared to be. Even the mightiest six-winged angel martial soul would require decades to reach the rank of title Douluo. Xiaochang's supposed mutated martial soul was clearly a facade. He could not possibly be a title Douluo. Judging by his age, his soul power likely did not exceed level 25. You possess twin martial souls by birth, and with my guidance, you shall surely surpass him in due time. The teacher had observed Tang San's fondness for the newly arrived Xiao Wu. Noting her simple attire and modest background, Xiaogang likely does not consider buying her new clothes. He cannot possibly have the emotional intelligence of a child. The teacher proposed taking Tang San for a haircut and purchasing 2 beautiful outfits for him and Xiaowu, suggesting he present the clothes to her, which would undoubtedly move her deeply. Having had limited exposure to the world in his previous life, Tang San found himself entangled with a father who loved alcohol but could not even afford to frequent taverns. His experiences were thus quite narrow. Yu Xiaojang's persuasion led him to follow without hesitation. He also noticed numerous inconsistencies in Xiaochang's behavior. For instance, when he reprimanded Xiao Qinyu's subordinates, he did not reveal his martial soul. Was he afraid of exposing something before Tang San? Moreover, although his martial soul seemed formidable when released, It did not exhibit the same overwhelming pressure as when Su Yuntao had tested their martial souls. Additionally, his claim that his father was a titled Douluo and that he had nursed from his mother was clearly absurd. If that useless individual were indeed a titled Douluo, Tang San mused, he would eat dung while standing on his head. There were far too many points of contention for Tang San to address. Earlier that day, he had been dazzled by Qiao Chang's golden coins. That night, he would show Xiao Wu how to please her, much to Tang San's chagrin. Having traversed 2 lives, Tang San, though inexperienced in worldly matters, had certainly heard romantic sentiments from his senior brothers and sisters in his previous life. He might not articulate them, but he could certainly employ some charm. "I'm back." A melodious voice rang out. A charming girl with a ponytail entered, her appearance delightful. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Xiao Chang return, the dormitory buzzed with excitement. Little Chun, a subordinate of the former dorm leader Wang Xing, jumped from his bed and ran to Xiao Wu. "Strong brother, big brother, how did you return? You can't just stay outside on the first day of school." "Xiao Wu and I will sleep in the dorm tonight." "Oh, that's wonderful. It's great that you can sleep in the dorm, strong brother," Little Chun exclaimed excitedly. Wang Xing quickly got dressed and approached as well. Upon seeing Xiao Wu return in her plain attire, Tang San's face brightened. He discreetly touched the package beside him, suppressing the urge to rush toward Xiao Wu, deliberately taking his time to don the brand new clothes he had just purchased. This action drew the attention of the other students. After his outing with the master, Tang San's demeanor had shifted. He was no longer as amiable as Qiao Chang. With his new clothes, he held his head high in pride, ignoring even Wang Xing's greetings as if he were deaf. After returning for over an hour, while others engaged in cheerful conversation about plans for work or helping at home, Tang San remained aloof, listening intently and occasionally snorting in disdain. This behavior irked his peers, leading some to voice their discontent. But Wang Sheng intervened, shaking his head to quell the dissent. The atmosphere soured with Tang San's presence, leading the students to fall silent and meditate. This silence persisted until Xiao Wu and Qiao Chang arrived. Naturally, Tang San's demeanor did not escape the keen eyes of Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu. With a lingering grudge against Tang San, Xiao Wu shot him a sidelong glance and muttered under her breath, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Tang San remained unconcerned by Xiao Wu's disdain. He was determined to surpass Qiao Chang and gradually win her affection back. His current objective was to swiftly shed the label of Qiao Chang's little cousin. Dressed appropriately, he approached Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu with a casual demeanor, squinting his eyes in a sidelong glance, deliberately avoiding Qiao Chang's expression. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Qiao Chang, I have officially become the master's disciple. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Soul Beast Forest to acquire my soul ring and become a true soul master. I hope you refrain from playing pranks on me in the future." Qiao Chang chuckled upon hearing this, relieved to find a reason to engage with Tang San. The task assigned by the system was to humiliate Tang San to gain Xiao Wu's favor and subsequently share a bed with her. The prospect of securing the services of a titled Douluo-level bodyguard, the adorable little Xiao, was enticing. Is it wise to send her at such a young age? He mused. Yet, upon further reflection, he thought, if I am to send one, why not send to Qiao as well? Having both sisters around would motivate me to purchase the Copper Sparrow platform. It was a modest investment of just over 150,000 gold soul coins. With a few years of hard work, it could be attainable. Seeing Qiao Chang smile with such mischievous intent made Tang San exceedingly anxious, fearing that Qiao Chang might retaliate with violence. To his surprise, Qiao Chang merely patted his shoulder and readily agreed. "All right, I promise not to tease you. If you no longer wish to call me cousin, you need not. Aunt Een once personally fed me water peaches when I was young. I must repay that kindness." "Xiao Wu, you heard Tang San's words. He has found a protector and no longer requires me as a cousin. Don't you have something to discuss with him? Take him out." "Sure thing, brother. I'll take him out right now. You enjoy rabbit meat, right? Especially spicy rabbit heads? Why not try reaching for the sky?" Xiao Wu teased. "Come on out, Tang San. I know you've been disgruntled about me being the dorm leader. Here's your chance. The playground is empty. Let us have a friendly competition." Chapter 19. Tang San is no good silver. Upon hearing Qiao Chang suggest that Xiao Wu spar with him instead of him taking action, Tang San felt a sense of relief, which further confirmed his suspicions. Qiao Chang's martial spirit was nothing more than a superficial fade, lacking true substance. Very well. If we are to spar, it must be for something of significance. We must wager something. Xiao Wu's large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What shall we wager?" "Whoever loses must unconditionally agree to one request from the winner. If you go back on your word, you'll be a little dog. Tang San had already formulated a plan for what he would ask of Xiao Wu if he won. He would make her promise to be his girlfriend. He intended to openly humiliate Xiao Chang. Little did he know that what awaited him was not the tender embrace of a beloved, but rather an impending storm. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu laughed joyfully. All right, I accept. Though this straightforward agreement puzzled Tang San, he was undeterred. Does Xiao Wu have a hidden card up her sleeve that I, Tang San, do not? As they exited the dormitory, Xiao Chang followed suit. While Wang Sheng and others wished to join in the spectacle, but were halted by Xiao Chang. The stars shone brightly in the sky, and a gentle breeze swept through the air outside the dormitory. Here will suffice. The playground is too far and filled with couples on dates. You can compete here. Not far from the dormitory lay an open space. The campus was unusually quiet at this hour, as apart from a few hungry female soul masters who had ventured to Master S for bananas, most students and teachers were engaged in their cultivation. Practicing at night had become a tradition for soul masters. Following Xiao Chang's advice, Xiao Wu began to spar with Tang San. Setting aside her usual scissor-foot techniques and employing the skills Xiao Chang had taught her, known as soul techniques on Douluo continent. Yong Chun, strike like a tiger. Follow the 5 shapes. Power rises from the ground, stemming from the waist, executed through the shoulders, and care must be taken to not release force prematurely. This was the essence of the Wing Chun teachings imparted to Xiao Wu by Xiao Chang. Xiao Wu's talent for martial arts was exceptional. In the mere hours that Gu Chun was away, she had grasped the essence of Wing Chun, coupled with her martial spirit, the soft-bone rabbit, which endowed her with remarkable core strength. She was poised to maximize her advantages through Wing Chun, desiring to leave a favorable impression on Xiao Wu. And to facilitate his future courtship, Tang San addressed her. Xiao Wu, call me boss. We're not familiar enough for anything else. Xiao Wu crossed her arms. Her delicate face turned aside with a huff. Fine, boss. I hit hard, so don't cry if I hurt you later. With such banter, Tang San knew he was in for a challenge. Stop boasting. Mind your mouth, or you might just tire yourself out. Hurry up and make your move. I have to go snuggle with my brother. Sleep. Hearing Xiao Wu's slip of the tongue ignited a wave of jealousy within Tang San. He ceased his chatter, clenched his fist, and swung a punch towards Xiao Wu's chest, initially intending to use only half his strength. He was provoked by Xiao Wu's earlier words, unleashing nearly all his might. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed by Tang San's powerful punch. She slightly leaned to the left, evading the blow, and with her left foot traced a semicircle on the ground. Her hands launched a rapid series of strikes. Slap, slap, slap. Dozens of punches landed on Tang San's chest, culminating in a forceful blow to his abdomen. Enthralled by jealousy, Tang San, despite receiving dozens of punches, felt no pain, and reached out to forcibly embrace Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu deftly blocked his arm, delivering a fierce kick to his groin. Following that, her fists rained down upon his face like a torrential downpour. This relentless assault nearly rendered Tang San unconscious. However, as one endowed with the Qian Gong, Tang San possessed a robust physique. Despite being utterly defenseless against Xiao Wu's flurry of strikes, he did not collapse immediately. Instead, he gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled away from her, casting a venomous glare. You wretched girl, isn't your martial spirit a rabbit? Shouldn't you be using your legs to kick me? Before he could finish, a shadow darted before him. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Xiao Wu sent Tang San flying. After enduring Xiao Wu's relentless punches, his face, which had not swollen before, now bore the marks of her fury. Xiao Chang regarded him coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. I initially thought you were merely mischievous, but it appears you are incorrigible. Is my woman someone you can insult at will? And to think you would resort to treachery to harm others. This is the extent of your character, Tang San? From the shadows, Tang Hao, witnessing his son being struck, prepared to unleash his wrath and deliver a lesson to Xiao Chang to temper his aggression. However, upon hearing Xiao Chang's words, he restrained himself. Indeed, Tang San's temperament left much to be desired. Although Xiao Chang was furious, the slap he delivered was more of a warning than a true punishment. Sigh. It appears I have failed in my duty as a father. Witnessing Xiao Chang defend her honor and deliver a decisive blow to Tang San, Xiao Wu felt deeply moved. Her fondness for him surged. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have gained Xiao Wu's affection 5 and 7,500 gold soul coins. Cumulative affection has reached 35, and the total gold soul coins are now 37500. Achieve an affection value of 60 to access intermediate lottery. Xiao Chang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the system had finally shown some benevolence, rewarding him with an additional 2,500 gold soul coins. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of slapping Tang San, earning 1 reputation points. Reach 10 points to unlock the exchange interface, which includes, but is not limited to soul rings, soul bones, gold coins, beauties, and other daily necessities. You have received 20,000 gold soul coins and a personal bodyguard, Xiao, available for warmth and service at any time. Alas, I am but an uneducated man. A mere exclamation carries weight in this world. Tears streamed down Xiao Chang's face. After all these years, aside from Ain's transformation, Qian Renshue's bath, Bibi Dong's dumplings, and Hu Liena are temporarily omitted. At last, the system has become somewhat human. Brother, Xiaowu leaped into Xiao Chang's embrace. You are so manly. I am so touched. Xiao Chang chuckled, gently patting her back as he lifted her in a princess carry. Come, let us head back to rest. Brother, Xiaowu blushed profusely. Being 100,000-year-old beast, she could handle such playful banter. The two joyfully prepared to return to the 7th dormitory. The students peering from the windows of the 7th dormitory, upon witnessing this scene, quickly withdrew their heads. Wang Sheng addressed the crowd. From now on, pretend you see nothing. No practicing tonight. Lights out and sleep. Yes, Boss Sheng. Xiao Chun, turn off the lights. Instantly, the lights in the 7th dormitory extinguished. Below the dormitory, a female teacher in a long dress, having just emerged from a male teacher's room, detected a sudden rush of anger as she witnessed Xiao Chang in a princess carry with Xiao Wu. She pointed at Xiao Chang, her voice laced with ire. What are you two doing? Xiao Chang turned to face her, while Xiao Wu, feeling embarrassed, jumped down from his arms. My sister is a bit tired. Is it a problem for me to carry her back to rest? Upon recognizing the teacher's features, Xiao Chang revealed a knowing smile. Nonsense, the teacher retorted, her anger palpable as she stamped her black high-heeled shoe down forcefully. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night. Chapter 20. Tang San's demonic smile. The female teacher's attention was entirely fixated on Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, oblivious to the student sprawled out before her. A careless step landed directly on Tang San's hand, who was attempting to rise and report the incident. Hearing his son's anguished cry, the father, shrouded in darkness, clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Yet he restrained himself from rushing out. At this moment, he could not reveal his presence. If Tang San were to discover that his father had been silently safeguarding him, he would lose his sense of urgency and drive for growth. He would rather avenge Tang San later. Startled by the piercing scream emanating from beneath her, the female teacher instinctively jumped back, resembling a frightened deer, her gaze darting downward. From the ground, Tang San, with one side of his face grotesquely swollen, struggled to his feet. The sight of him rendered the teacher even more pale and shaken. The black lace she wore could not conceal the rising turmoil within her, a sensation that was almost overwhelming beneath the starlit sky. Are you a human or a ghost? The teacher blurted out before immediately regretting her words. How could this person possibly be a ghost? Was a ghost ever so hideous? Teacher, I am human. I have been beaten to this state. You must seek justice for me. Tang San protested. Who has done this to you? The teacher inquired with genuine curiosity. It was them. Tang San pointed accusingly at Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, his face a portrait of indignation. The teacher, upon hearing this, glared at Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, demanding, how could you do this to someone? Huh, you can ask your student here what he was just about to do. Xiao Chang retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. The teacher turned her scrutinizing gaze back to Tang San. Now, tell me precisely what transpired from beginning to end. Tang San hesitated. Do not be afraid. Speak freely, and I shall ensure justice is served. Teacher, I'm fine. I simply tripped and hurt my face. It has nothing to do with them, Tang San insisted, having recognized the female teacher as the one who had been flirting with the master at noon in the cafeteria. It was late, and she still bore the scent of sweat and bananas, unmistakably indicating her recent rendezvous with the master. As the master's disciple, he feared that revealing today's events would not only put him in the wrong but could also reach the master's ears, leading to dire consequences for himself. Seeing Tang San's reluctance to speak, the teacher, known for her strong-willed nature, grew frustrated. Student, I cannot abide bullying in our school. You need not fear. Speak your mind. If they dare retaliate, I will ensure they face severe punishment. They will be expelled from this academy. Tang San's lips twitched at the teacher's authoritative demeanor. If you were unaware that the master was merely a freeloader, you might have believed she had substantial backing. He shook his head again. Thank you, teacher. But I truly fell by accident. It has nothing to do with anyone else. With Tang San's refusal to speak, the teacher shifted her focus to Xiao Chang and Xiaowu. Which grade are you in? First year. Xiaowu crossed her arms, clearly irritated by the teacher's meddling. What kind of attitude is that? The teacher, already in a foul mood, became even more incensed upon witnessing Xiaowu's rebellious demeanor. At such a tender age, learning to flirt and assault classmates? What will become of you as you grow up? Judging by your attire, it's evident you come from a poor family, likely neglected by your parents. I will ensure your parents hear of your misbehavior today. The teacher's reprimands rained down like bullets, infuriating Xiao Wu, whose face flushed with anger. You have no right to speak about my parents, she shouted, pointing at the teacher. And why shouldn't I? Neglecting to educate you is a fault of your parents. As your future substitute teacher, do I not have the right to address your behavior? The teacher retorted fiercely. Not only will I address you, but I will also discipline you. With that, she stomped her high heels against the ground and charged toward Xiaowu, raising her hand to slap her. At that moment, Xiao Cheng intervened. Do you think I'm a ghost? He said coldly, delivering a punch to the teacher's abdomen. The teacher gasped as the force of the blow struck her, causing her to double over in pain. She wished to articulate a response, but found herself too weak to utter a word. Her face contorted in agony as she crumpled to the ground, eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Xiao Chang cast a cold glance at Tang San. You lost today. It seems you will continue to be my little cousin. Xiaowu and I are off to rest. You can handle this situation, without waiting for Tang San's consent. He took Xiaowu's hand and ascended the stairs, watching their retreating figures and then glancing down at the incapacitated teacher. Tang San shook his head helplessly. He pondered whether it would be better to leave the teacher to the master for reprimanding rather than deal with the aftermath himself. However, would his cousin inquire about the incident later? How would he respond if questioned? For the first time, Tang San began to consider matters from multiple perspectives. Never mind. There was a warehouse not far ahead. It was likely unoccupied. He decided to enjoy himself first and then deal with her. He grinned with a devilish smile. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao felt a pang of unease upon seeing Tang San's expression. What was wrong with him? Why was he grinning at that female teacher? What was his intention? Unable to fathom Tang San's thoughts, Tang Hao resolved to follow him stealthily. After a moment of laughter, Tang San surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He removed a belt from his waist and stuffed it into the teacher's mouth, swiftly binding her limbs together. The teacher, awakened by the pain, attempted to scream, only to find her mouth securely gagged and her limbs immobilized. Panic flooded her eyes. Tang San, feigning ignorance, hoisted the teacher, now folded into a ball, onto his shoulder and hurried toward a dark corner. Upon reaching the warehouse he was familiar with, he glanced around like a thief before producing a small needle. After a few deft maneuvers, he inserted it into the lock, which opened with a click. He pushed the iron door open and carried the teacher inside the warehouse. Chapter 21. The female teacher was on the brink of despair. Before long, he emerged again, removed the heavy lock, and secured the door from the inside. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he carried the female teacher into the warehouse, a shadow silently followed him inside and concealed itself. After locking the door, Tang San, guided by the moonlight streaming through the window, dragged the female teacher to a relatively well-lit area. He repositioned her contorted limbs, observing her terror with a sly smile that gradually crept onto his lips. With a devilish grin, he spoke, "There is an ancient saying, those who court death shall find it. I have already surrendered. Why do you still prance about? Now, my cousin has instructed me to hand you over to the master. Should I heed his command or not?" The female teacher attempted to speak, but her mouth was firmly sealed. Tang San found her predicament amusing. She clearly had hands yet dared not remove the belt from her mouth. This was the superiority that power bestowed upon him. He relished this sensation. What is the matter? Can't utter a word? He laughed maniacally, despite his devilish demeanor. The female teacher felt an inexplicable lack of resistance, her eyes betraying a plea for mercy. Noticing the glimmer of desperation in her gaze, Tang San's laughter became even more audacious. I shall never harbor a shred of pity for an insignificant insect. In his previous life, Tang San shunned human interaction. And in this life, he was shunned by all. This cultivated his reclusive nature, a yearning for attention that festered within him, a desire to prove himself, to show he was no less than anyone else. Yet, that scoundrel Xiao Chang had stolen his limelight, a transgression he could not abide. He was determined to catch up to Xiao Chang and repay the affront with interest. As for the despicable Xiaowu, once he grew powerful, he would torment her slowly, forcing her to cower and plead just as this woman did. In his past life, Tang San remained a virgin, never having been acquainted with women. He was oblivious to the intricacies of intimacy. He had only overheard his senior brothers discussing that during such encounters, one must appear fierce. That a true man is one who elicits pleas of no from a woman. The louder her cries, the more she enjoyed it. The thought of wielding a whip naturally crossed his mind. He forcefully yanked the belt from the female teacher's mouth, threatening silence. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. The female teacher was terrified by Tang San's vicious words. She longed to beg for mercy, yet met his hellish gaze and recoiled, her mouth closing before she could utter a sound. The sight of her pursed lips and fearful eyes sent a thrill through him. Licking his lips, Tang San gritted his teeth, revealing a fierce expression. Before her, he savagely tore the belt in two. Bite down on them, he commanded. The female teacher, too afraid to resist, complied, biting down on the ends of the belts he offered. Tang San began to twist the rope before her eyes. At this point, the female teacher had deduced his intentions. He wished to fashion a whip to strike her. How could a boy so young share the same perverse inclinations as that twisted old man, Xiaogang? With this thought, her fear began to dissipate. If he was merely interested in her body, he wouldn't seek her life now. If she feigned weakness to satisfy his twisted desires, perhaps she could find a chance to escape his clutches. As Tang San twisted the whip, he noticed the change in her expression, momentarily puzzled. Why did she suddenly seem less afraid? Was he not menacing enough? This thought ignited his fury. With a resounding slap, he struck the female teacher across the face. What are you thinking? Focus. Bite harder, or I will kill you now, Tang San growled in a low voice. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao had already surmised Tang San's intentions. With a sigh, he lost interest in watching further. In a swift motion, he struck Tang San, rendering him unconscious with a precise blow. In stark contrast to Tang San's brutality, he subdued the female teacher with an overwhelming force. Silently, he placed Tang San at the entrance of the 7th dormitory. With a flicker, Tang Hao vanished. Returning to the warehouse, he embraced the slender waist of the female teacher, his fingers gliding over her skin as smooth as silk. For a fleeting moment, Tang Hao felt a stirring within him. Quickly suppressing his desires, he sprang into action, disappearing into the night. Outside Notting City, in a rather dense but modest grove, a scruffy man was attentively roasting a rabbit over the fire. The flames danced in his eyes as he fixated on the meat, seemingly lost in thought. Beside the campfire lay the female teacher, clad in a black lace-trimmed dress, her long, slender legs elegantly positioned. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, and her fair skin bore numerous red marks, clearly evidence of some indescribable ordeal that had recently transpired. Sizzle. The sound of oil dripping into the fire resonated. The golden-brown rabbit meat exuded an irresistible aroma. The voluptuous female teacher stirred slightly, awakening from her slumber. Ah, you're awake, the scruffy man casually remarked. Seeing she was still alive, the female teacher felt a surge of relief, despite some lingering pain. She recalled her earlier frenzied state, wrapped around Tang Hao's waist, pleading for his fervor. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For the first time, she realized Tang Hao's strength. Hours had passed, during which he had not paused for a moment, even when he briefly fed her water. He surpassed the infamous Qian in endurance. Daring not to meet the scruffy man's gaze, she cautiously inquired, "Sir, did you save me?" "Indeed," he replied nonchalantly, poking the fire with a stick. "Thank you for saving my life," she expressed gratefully. "Do not thank me yet. My rescue was not purely altruistic. I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" "Sir, please, speak freely. I want you to assume a new identity and return to the Notting City Junior Academy to watch over someone for me." "Whom should I watch over?" The female teacher was taken aback by the request. "You are to keep a close eye on a student named Qiao Chong. You should have encountered him before." "That one." The image of a boy in a yellow worker's cap, who had once struck her in the stomach, flashed in her mind. Her face contorted with rage. "Why did you choose me, my lord?" The female teacher, emboldened by past events, questioned. "Tang San is my son. I have failed to guide him properly, leading to his twisted mindset. As his father, I must find a way to help him amend his ways. And you are the key to his redemption. I hope you will consume this pill, alter your appearance, and assist in correcting Tang San's psyche." Tang Hao produced a red pill, the size of a longan, from his pocket and presented it to the female teacher. Chapter 22. The peculiar task assigned to the beautiful teacher by Tang Hao. The beautiful teacher accepted the elixir with both hands. Sensing the rich fragrance of medicine emanating from it, her heart fluttering with excitement. Observing her expression, Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of melancholy. This pill, crafted from the blood and flesh of 20 soul beasts aged over 10,000 years and 81 rare herbs. was a cleansing elixir that could enhance one's beauty and improve one's innate qualities, significantly accelerating the pace of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the teacher's heart surged with anticipation, her chest rising and falling with a burgeoning impulse. Tang Hao, noticing her reaction, adopted a more serious demeanor, his expression easing somewhat. I deduce that the reason for the third party's current state is due to a lack of understanding about certain matters. I hope that after you undergo this transformation, you can set aside your prejudices against him and become his enlightening teacher. The teacher was once again taken aback. To instill such knowledge at such a young age? Although she felt conflicted, the resolute look in Tang Hao's eyes compelled her to nod in agreement. In the junior college of Nodding City, Dormitory 7, the first rays of morning sunlight, leisurely making their entrance, softly kissed Xiaowu's fair, milky complexion. Roused from her slumber, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and noticed that Qiao Chong was no longer beside her. Stretching languidly, she donned the pink bunny pajamas that Qiao Chong had bought for her the previous night and slipped on a pair of orange bunny slippers, ready to search for him. She opened the door and wandered through the dormitory corridor, checked the restroom, but found no sign of Qiao Chong. Puzzled by his whereabouts, she was suddenly confronted by a figure that filled her with disdain. It was none other than Tang San, who had spent the night outside the dormitory. Awakened by the cold, when he had tried to return to the dormitory, he found the door locked from the inside. With no other option, he had sat outside for half the night, calculating the time, before heading to the dining hall to purchase 2 breakfasts. Based on his observations of Xiaowu's preferences, he had bought 2 buns, a fried dough stick, and 2 tea eggs, while treating himself to 2 pancakes and a bowl of plain porridge, intentionally choosing less than what Xiaowu had. This way, if she couldn't finish her meal, he could help her, creating a sense of shared accomplishment. These were the strategies imparted to him by his mentor. When pursuing a girl, one must master 3 techniques. First, initiate affection gradually, allowing her to grow accustomed to your presence before withdrawing slightly, prompting her to lean towards you in return. Once she becomes comfortable with you, it is best to disappear for a few days, only to reappear unexpectedly, stirring emotions in her due to the absence. Second, cultivate a sense of insecurity by surrounding yourself with other girls, instilling a feeling of competition. Third, befriend her close companions. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiaowu could not be bothered to acknowledge him and made her way back to the dormitory. Just then, Tang San blocked her path. "Good morning, Xiaowu. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought some for us to share." "No thanks, I'm not hungry. You enjoy it." With that, she attempted to bypass him again, only to be obstructed once more. "Xiaowu, don't be so quick to refuse. I bought more than I can eat. Help me out a bit." "Help you out? Get lost." Xiaowu pushed Tang San aside and strode towards the dormitory. Tang San's expression twitched, his fists clenched, a surge of anger boiling within him. He shook his fists at her retreating back. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. "Hey, Tang San, up so early? Did you buy breakfast? Is there any for me?" Tang San turned to see Qiao Chong approaching, donning a worker's cap. Cousin, there's yours." "How thoughtful." Xiao Chang stepped up to Tang San, took the breakfast, and playfully patted his shoulder. Hearing his voice, Xiaowu turned around and beamed at him. "Brother, where have you been? I searched all over for you." "I, went for a morning jog." "Are you hungry?" "Yes, a little. Here, this is for you." Xiao Chang handed the breakfast he had taken from Tang San to Xiaowu. Xiaowu received it happily, thanking him. "Brother, thank you. You're so kind." Tang San felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could they treat him like this? The breakfast had been his purchase. He silently raged as he watched Xiao Chang affectionately tousle Xiaowu's hair and play with her soft bunny ears, making her blush. In Tang San's green-eyed envy, Qiao Chong said with a smile, "Xiaowu, you are my little sister. If I don't treat you well, who will?" Tang San could hardly contain himself, thinking, "This is an emotional blow. An emotional blow. Cousin, what will you eat now that you've given breakfast to Xiaowu?" "What will I eat? Naturally, I will enjoy the breakfast I bought for myself." Qiao Chong chuckled, pulling out an identical breakfast from his soul guide. Tang San nearly spat blood, while Xiaowu burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Brother, you're too funny. Help me, I can't breathe from laughing." Xiao Chang looked at her with fondness. "All right. Xiaowu, let us head back to the dormitory to eat. I also brought breakfast for Wang Xing, Xiaochun, and Erhu." Xiaowu nodded vigorously, her laughter resonating like silver bells as she linked arms with Qiao Chong and entered the dormitory, leaving Tang San alone in the corridor, feeling utterly disheveled. As snowflakes danced and the north wind howled, the world outside felt desolate and vast. Upon entering the dormitory, Qiao Chong distributed the breakfast he had brought from the soul guide to Wang Sheng and the others. Everyone enjoyed their meal, while Tang San quietly withdrew. He needed to elevate his strength quickly. Xiao Chang was simply too overbearing. Having left the dormitory building, he had not gone far when he spotted a figure clad in a short black silk skirt, with black hair and eyes, delicate brows, and alluring features. Her figure captivating enough to make any male gaze in awe. Dressed fashionably in red high heels and carrying a brown handbag, she sauntered into the academy with a seductive grace. Upon noticing Tang San, she flashed a charming smile. After consuming the elixir gifted by Tang Hao, the teacher gazed into the mirror, beholding a beauty rivaling that of a celestial being, and her heart swelled with joy. She felt fortunate to have met Tang Hao despite the adversity, and had laid aside her animosity towards Tang San, resolved to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Tang Hao. Chapter 23. The Little Brother and the Big Sister. Hello there, little brother. Upon noticing an older sister greeting him, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, soon overwhelmed with a surge of excitement. Greetings, big sister, little brother. I am here to apply for a teaching position. I just arrived and am unfamiliar with the place. Could you kindly direct me to the dean's office? The dean's office is located 200 meters ahead. Turn right, then take a left after passing a fork, and then right again. Left, right, left, left, and straight ahead. Why such a roundabout way? My memory isn't very good. Could you lead me there, little brother? I'll reward you. Of course. The prospect of receiving a reward from such a beautiful woman filled Tang San with elation, and he nodded enthusiastically. Big sister, please follow me. Tang San excitedly guided the female teacher through the twists and turns, and they were soon nearing the dean's office. A familiar figure caught Tang San's eye. Teacher, he exclaimed in surprise. The master paid no heed to Tang San, his gaze fixated on the beautiful teacher for 3 seconds, a hint of drool escaping his lips. Xiao San, is that you? Up so early? Teacher, didn't you tell me to wake up early today and skip the opening ceremony? Oh yes. I almost forgot. The master swallowed hard, hastily attempting to mask his embarrassment. And this lovely lady is? He inquired, his eyes still glued to the enchanting teacher. Hello. I'm Li Zhishi, here to apply for a teaching position. Zhishi, a name as beautiful as the person herself. Is it? This teacher certainly possesses great literary talent. Li Zhishi chuckled softly, her laughter like a gentle wave, stirring the master's heart with a mix of yearning and desire. However, Tang San's attention was drawn elsewhere, observing the master's hands clenched tightly behind his back. Teacher, what is wrong with your hands? Are you unwell? The master's face flushed with embarrassment at the question, quickly halting his previous actions. I'm fine. Just a mosquito bite yesterday. It was a bit itchy. But it's all right now. He swiftly shifted the conversation to divert attention from his discomfort. And what brings this lovely lady here? Li Zhishi smiled softly. I'm here to apply for a teaching position. You're here to apply for a teaching position? The master's brow furrowed, his expression turning troubled. The dean is not here. It may be quite a while before he returns. Oh. Li Zhishi gasped in astonishment. What shall we do? She leaned slightly, exuding an air of vulnerability. The master, unable to resist, clenched his hands again, his legs tensing, swallowing hard. At that moment, Tang San's gaze fell upon the master's attire. Teacher, it seems something has gotten inside your clothing. The master froze, glancing down, his face reddening immediately. That is not something inside. It's something trying to escape from within. He quickly turned away, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Xiao San, you must have misseen. I have matters to discuss with this lady. You haven't eaten breakfast yet. Go to my office and have something to eat. Teacher, I'm not hungry. The master's lips twitched in irritation. Even if you're not hungry, you must go in. Tang San felt wronged. The master was being selfish. And he too wished to spend more time with the beautiful teacher. It's all right. This little brother is so adorable. Don't scold him. Since the dean is absent, I'll stay nearby for a few days until he returns. Little brother, since I'm unfamiliar with this place, could you show me around? Ignoring the master, Li Zhishi leaned in, nearly bending at a 90-degree angle, captivating Tang San with her allure. Big sister. Tang San couldn't help but reach out. And Li Zhishi smiled encouragingly at him. The master wanted to turn away but found himself continually challenged by the young boy, who showed no signs of yielding. Tang San's small hand, akin to a mischievous spirit, inched closer to the precipice of temptation. Just then, a deep voice resonated, interrupting the moment. What are you doing? A burly man approached them. It was none other than the dean of Notting City Junior Academy, Li Si-man. Upon hearing the dean's irate tone, Li Zhishi straightened herself, adjusting her top to cover her exposed midriff, and turned to face Li Si-man. Hello. I'm here to report for my teaching position. You must be Dean Li? As Li Ximan caught sight of her, his eyes lit up, astonished by her ethereal beauty. You're here to apply for a teaching position? How fortunate for Notting City Junior Academy to have a teacher as stunning as you. Please, follow me. And you. Li Ximan pointed at Tang San, his displeasure evident. You should learn some manners from your teacher. Tang San's cheeks flushed, harboring resentment towards Li Ximan. Yet he quickly complied. Yes, Dean, I will certainly learn from my teacher. As Li Ximan approached the master, intending to speak, he noticed the master's peculiar behavior and thought to himself, I retract my earlier statement. Learning from this master will ruin the child. However, not wishing to lose face in front of the newly arrived teacher, he maintained his composure and walked into the office with hands behind his back. Ignoring the master and his pupil, Li Zishi followed Li Ximan into the office, while the master, captivated by her graceful silhouette and alabaster legs, could no longer contain himself and fell silent once again. Turning his back to Tang San, he said, Xiao San, wait here for your teacher. I'll fetch something. And then we'll head to the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing this, Tang San replied, Teacher, I suddenly feel hungry. May I go into your office for breakfast while you prepare? Absolutely not. The master's face turned pale, if not for Tang San's apparent naivety. He would have thought this was a deliberate act of provocation. Having just encountered an unfortunate incident, he urgently needed to change his trousers. Without further ado, he hastened to his office, slamming the door behind him, leaving Tang San alone in the corridor, bewildered and disoriented. Chapter 24. The Master's Shamelessness. He felt that the master was somewhat unhinged. It was he who invited him to dine, yet he prevented himself from eating. Truly a peculiar old man. Upon returning to his chamber, the master wore a glum expression as he swiftly discarded his soiled trousers and donned a fresh pair. Today was indeed a day of utter humiliation. After changing, he opened the door and spotted Tang San squatting in the corner, munching on fried cakes while sipping plain porridge. Fury welled up within him. What a splendid opportunity it had been to interact with the beautiful teacher, had it not been for the interruption by the third party. He could have left a favorable impression on her, and with his years of experience in courting women, he was confident that the night would culminate in a passionate encounter. Now, however, that scoundrel, the dean, had thwarted his plans, inciting his ire. Yet what could he do? After all, within the academy, the dean held more power, his authority towering over his own. The master's thoughts were irrelevant at this moment, for within the dean's office, a tantalizing scene was unfolding. Li Zishi entered Li Ximan's office, and he eagerly shut the door behind her, suppressing his inner excitement. Li Ximan gestured for Li Zishi to sit at his desk and poured her a glass of water while he took a seat opposite her. Inquiring about her background, Li Zishi took a sip of water, moved her chair forward, and quite naturally placed her weighty presence upon the desk. The pristine view before Li Ximan was unveiled without restraint, causing him to gasp in astonishment. He, much like the master, found himself reacting shamefully. However, unlike the master, he was a gentleman. After merely 2 glances, he averted his gaze, directing it instead toward Li Zishi's enchanting visage. Her autumn-like eyes sparkled with a captivating light that ensnared his soul. He was momentarily entranced. Oh heavens! Do not torment me. I am a married man. Why did I marry so young? Seeing the fiery glimmer in Li Ximan's eyes, Li Zishi felt an indescribable pride swelling within her. She relished the attention of men, the sensation of having them fall at her feet. This greatly satisfied her desire for conquest. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Ximan cleared his throat awkwardly and transitioned to the main topic. Esteemed lady, our academy has 2 requirements for recruitment. One must possess good character, and the soul power must exceed level 20, reaching the rank of Great Soul Master. Please provide me with your sum. Certainly, Li Zishi replied, retrieving a document from her crimson handbag and handing it over. Name, Li Zishi. Age, 25. Gender, female. Martial Soul, Mutated Martial Soul Golden Lotus, Auxiliary Soul Master. Soul Power, level 37. Proficient in Poison and Charm. Graduated from the Tiando Royal Soul Academy. Upon reviewing Li Zishi's credentials, a smile blossomed upon Li Ximan's face. Your qualifications align perfectly with the requirements of our Notting City Junior Academy. Currently, we are in need of a substitute teacher for the 3rd grade. Would you be willing to teach them? Upon hearing this, a look of concern crossed Li Zishi's face. Noticing her hesitation, Li Ximan inquired, Teacher, what troubles you? Esteemed Dean, is it appropriate for me to teach the 3rd grade so soon after arriving at the academy? Li Ximan assumed she was being modest, so he replied, Teacher, you need not be humble. With your prowess as a level 37 Great Soul Master, teaching a 3rd grade class would be a piece of cake. That's not it, Dean. I genuinely wish to teach the adorable first graders. They are simply delightful. Realizing that Li Ximan had misunderstood her intentions, Li Zhishi, in a flurry of urgency, swayed her delicate form. This reaction caused Li Ximan to feel a rush of blood, and he began to bleed from his nose. Seeing this, Li Zhishi quickly stood, grabbed 2 tissues, and leaned down to wipe his nose. However, this gesture only intensified his fervor. He grasped her delicate wrist, inhaling her faint fragrance, his breath quickening. Teacher Li, you are so beautiful. I adore you. Caught in his grasp, Li Zhishi feigned panic, symbolically struggling without exerting any real effort. Dean, please don't do this. It wouldn't be proper if someone were to see us. Rest assured, this is my office. No one would dare enter without knocking. Li Ximan spoke with confidence, attempting to showcase his authority as dean. Yet, sometimes one should not speak too boldly. Just as Li Ximan had pinned Li Zhishi to the desk, and they had begun to engage, the door was abruptly thrust open from the outside. Li Ximan's expression shifted to one of extreme anger. Disregarding his status as dean, he seized a pencil holder and hurled it at the intruder, exclaiming, "You Xiaogang, are you out of your mind? I've allowed you to feast here at the academy for years as a favor to our friendship, and you dare enter my office without knocking." The master dodged the pencil holder, unfazed by the barrage of insults hurled at him. While he brazenly admired the alluring scenery before him, he calmly addressed Li Ximan. Li Ximan, I came to inform you that I shall be heading to the soul hunting forest to assist my disciple in acquiring a soul ring. And why are you so enraged? Is it truly such a grave offense that I happened upon you engaging with a female teacher? Do you not have any awareness of your own behavior? Had it not been for my assistance all those years ago, would you have ever attained the position of dean? After decades of camaraderie, you would turn against me over a newly arrived teacher. Do you not understand the principle of resource sharing? Have we not collaborated numerous times? I shall take my leave now. With that, he closed the door with a resounding thud, taking Tang San with him as they hurried down the stairs. Inwardly he mused. Li Ximan, the woman I, you Xiaogang, have set my sights on is not one you can so easily lay claim to. If I do not instill a sense of awe in you, how can I still call myself a master? The atmosphere shattered by the master's intrusion. Li Ximan was left fuming, yet powerless to retaliate. With no other recourse, he turned to Li Zhishi. Teacher Li, I apologize for the earlier incident. I am not usually like this. It is just that you Xiaogang truly tests my patience. Shall we continue? Li Zhishi smiled. Dean, you needn't explain, I understand. Zhishi, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned away, adjusted her skirt, and swiftly exited Li Ximan's office. Watching her retreating figure, Li Ximan's countenance darkened. The opportunity had slipped through his fingers, and he could not suppress his anger. Silently, he committed this incident to memory. Shortly after Li Zhishi departed, he straightened his attire and approached the door of another female teacher's office, knocking softly. Chapter 25, The Market Outside the Soul Hunting Forest. Upon entering her office, there was no superfluous conversation. The door was shut, and the teacher, still in the midst of her breakfast, found herself abruptly overpowered by Lisman. He seized her, discarding her half-eaten meal aside, and pressed her against the desk, engaging in an intense encounter that lasted nearly an hour. It was only after she pleaded for mercy 7 times that he finally relented. Afterward, he casually picked up the remainder of her breakfast as he departed without a backward glance. The teacher silently bore her pain, adjusting her attire before turning her attention to her studies, preparing to impart knowledge to her students. The soul hunting forest, known for its picturesque landscape and remarkable individuals, was where the master intended to take Tang San to hunt soul beasts. Li Zhishi followed suit after expressing her gratitude to the master and inquiring about their destination. Eager to observe the proceedings, she was met with the master's approval, who had already taken a liking to her. What they did not anticipate was that the restless Xiao Wu had already arrived at the market outside the soul hunting forest ahead of them, accompanied by Cao Chong. This market, vast as a small town, was bustling with a myriad of goods and activities. Some soul masters called for teams to join them, while ordinary citizens showcased their talents in a lively atmosphere. As Cao Chong and Xiao Wu entered the market, they were captivated by the dance of a woman clad in a pink sundress. It was not her beauty nor the quality of her performance that drew attention, but the absurdity of her movements. Observers commented on her performance with sharp wit, questioning the value of the dance lessons she had taken, while others boasted they could perform better under the influence of spirits. Amidst this spectacle, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Brother, please hug me. I can hardly contain my laughter. Xiaochang chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, suggesting they continue exploring for more entertainment. This charming scene caught the attention of Tang San, Li Zhishi, and the master, who were approaching. Tang San's jealousy flared, his fist clenched in frustration, wishing to confront Xiaochang for touching Xiaowu. He seethed internally, questioning why it wasn't him who had that privilege. Li Zhishi, perceptive of Tang San's turmoil, took his hand and placed it on her soft thigh, urging him to remain composed. She advised him against rushing out, explaining that such actions would only deepen Xiaowu's aversion towards him. Instead, she encouraged him to bide his time and wait for an opportunity to turn the situation to his advantage. As the atmosphere settled into a tense silence, Li Zhishi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she informed Tang San that an opportunity was at hand. She instructed him to remain in the carriage while she devised a plan to create some chaos for Xiaochang and Xiaowu. With a graceful demeanor, Li Zhishi donned a cap, sunglasses, and a mask before stepping out of the carriage. She approached a man and a woman, conversing briefly, and handed them a black package. After a few exchanges, the duo began searching for Xiaochang and Xiaowu amidst the throng of people. Before long, they zeroed in on their targets. The man discreetly whispered to a group of imposing figures clad in black, while the woman maintained a watchful eye on Xiaochang and Xiaowu, seemingly intent on ensuring they did not depart. Following the man's instructions, the group of black-clad individuals scattered, only to return shortly with a small entourage, setting up a makeshift gambling den without any prior advertising. The crowd quickly gathered, engaging in bets of various kinds. The most captivating interaction unfolded between a strikingly beautiful woman and a handsome man. The woman, with her enchanting features, remarked, "You seem different since we last met." The man replied, "What you perceive is merely the surface. There is much more beneath." The exchange escalated, leading to a provocative challenge from the woman, who called for a VIP booth to be set up for their private game. Moments later, the booth was ready, and after a brief interval, the man emerged from it in disarray, his clothes discarded by the victorious woman, who surveyed the crowd with a triumphant smile. "Who dares to wager against me?" she proclaimed, enticing those around her with the promise of fulfilling any condition for the victor. Her voice, ethereal and alluring, stirred a fervent response among the onlookers, many of whom were eager to participate, spurred by the intoxicating atmosphere. "Can children join?" a voice piped up from the crowd, to which the woman responded with a playful smile, "Fear not. Come as you are." Chapter 26. Masterful Gambler. As the woman's voice faded, a mechanical chime resonated in Xiaochang's mind. Detection complete. The host possesses a scroll of supreme gambling techniques. Would you like to spin 2,000 gold soul coins to learn? Yes. The onset of this gambling round felt exceedingly peculiar. The system's emergence of a supreme gambling technique was clearly an opportunity for him to showcase his prowess before this gathering of individuals. Given the system's nature, there was no option to decline. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the supreme gambling technique. Current level, LV1. You have acquired the skill of discerning positions by sound. This skill enables you to determine the corresponding positions on the ground based on the different numbers on the dice. Spending one skill point or 2,000 gold soul coins can elevate it to LV2. Remaining skill points, 0 gold soul coins, 15,750. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Congratulations. You have upgraded the supreme gambling technique to LV2. 2,000 gold soul coins deducted. Remaining, 13,750. You have mastered the skill of photographic memory. Photographic memory. You can remember the position of every card regardless of how it changes. Spending 2 skill points or 4,000 gold soul coins can elevate it to LV3. Would you like to upgrade? No. With these 2 gambling skills, Xiaochang felt sufficiently equipped to put on a show. Further upgrades seemed excessive. He needed to be prudent with his finances. Armed with his newfound skills, he stood tall, ready to enjoy the evening with Xiaowu. At that moment, a gaunt youth passed before him, his eye sockets sunken, yet his gaze was piercing. He fixated intensely on a stunningly beautiful woman standing in front of the VIP booth, adorned in a revealing outfit. "Excuse me, miss, may I challenge you to a gamble?" Upon hearing the youth's voice, the beauty turned her gaze towards him. The moment their eyes met, a shiver coursed through her, an involuntary response to the intensity of his gaze. It was as if she were staring into the eyes of a ferocious wolf. After a brief moment of shock, she averted her eyes, choosing not to respond immediately, but instead inquiring what he wished to bet. The youth calmly replied, "Your life." The beauty was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Do we have a vendetta?" The youth shook his head. Then why wager your life against me? She asked, perplexed. Because I lack funds. He answered succinctly, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized her. Your reasoning is sound, but I have no desire to gamble my life. She had accepted 10 gold soul coins from Li Zhishi, agreeing to create a game to humiliate Xiao Chang. She had not anticipated complications, especially from this seemingly unremarkable youth with such an intense stare, which filled her with a modicum of trepidation. Disappointed by her refusal, the youth turned away. Yet as he passed by Xiao Chang, he caught sight of Xiao Wu. He uttered softly, "Stay hidden." Then, amidst Xiao Wu's apprehensive gaze, he melded into the crowd, swiftly vanishing. Watching the youth depart, Xiao Chang felt a flicker of pity, though he had no intention of intervening. He discerned that the youth was gravely ill, likely with little time left. Coupled with the ambiguous remark he had made to Xiao Wu, Xiao Chang felt a twinge of discontent. He had more pressing matters at hand, namely accumulating skill points. Upon glancing at the system panel, he noted the methods for acquiring skill points. First, leveling up, each level grants 5 skill points. Second, completing corresponding side quests for specific skill enhancements. He had just received a side quest to gamble with the woman before him, promising 5 skill points for victory, while failure would cost him 5,000 gold soul coins. After a brief exchange with Xiao Wu, Xiao Chang maneuvered through the crowd, approaching the captivating beauty. Sister, may I challenge you to a game? Seeing him approach, the beauty felt a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Of course, little brother. What shall we bet on? Poker, hijack, dice, or roulette? Please refrain from calling me little brother. I am quite grown. As she spoke, Xiao Wu exhibited her displeasure. In her mind, terms like little brother were reserved for Tang San. Her brother could only be described as big. Xiao Chang felt a wave of embarrassment, while those around them chuckled at Xiao Wu's adorableness. If a teenage girl had uttered such words, it would have drawn ridicule, yet from Xiao Wu, it was merely perceived as innocent admiration for her older brother. The beauty, amused by Xiao Wu's antics, laughed heartily, her mirth causing her to sway. All right, little sister. I concede. I shall call him big brother. Is that acceptable? That's more like it. But please do not call me little sister. I may look youthful, but I am actually quite mature. Xiao Wu puffed her chest, inciting another round of laughter. She had a point. In terms of age, she was a soul beast of 100,006 years who could rival her. However, her manner of expression could easily mislead those with narrow minds. After the laughter subsided, the beauty regained her composure. Yet a smile lingered in her eyes as she regarded Xiao Chang. I'm open to any terms, dear brother. You may dictate the rules. Let us keep it simple. We shall play 3 rounds of dice. The first to win 2 rounds shall claim victory. What do you say? Agreed. Let the games begin. The beauty produced 3 dice, placing them into a sleek black shaker. After a brief shake, she dramatically slammed it onto the table. Yes. High or low? Low. The corners of her mouth twitched as she opened the shaker. 1, 3, 3 low? You win. Once more. Very well. Xiao Chang nodded, a smile gracing his face. The beauty, now incensed, shook the shaker with even more vigor. Once again, she slammed it down. High or low? Low. Are you certain? You have but 1 chance left. She smiled sweetly, attempting to mask her growing tension. Absolutely, open it. With a hint of reluctance, her expression shifted, revealing her discontent. Is this boy truly skilled or merely fortunate? You win. She revealed the dice, aligning them one by one. 1, 1, 1, 3 ones, low. I concede. According to our agreement, you may present 1 request. A request, you say? Xiao Chang chuckled lightly. Strip down and run a lap around the town. Ah, the woman gasped in astonishment, her expression gradually turning grim. Meanwhile, a group of older men displayed lewd grins, their minds wandering to visions of the beautiful woman running naked, their mouths watering at the thought. This request is unacceptable. Let us consider an alternative. Chapter 27. Xiao Wu. A defeated general dares not speak of bravery. A change of request? Xiao Chang chuckled lightly. No way. The beautiful woman furrowed her brows. Little brother, I advise you to be kind. Old woman, who are you threatening? Before Xiao Chang could respond, Xiao Wu was already displeased. She had just mentioned that his brother was quite impressive. That vile woman called her brother little brother and threatened him, simply outrageous. After being rebuffed by Xiao Wu, the beauty felt a twinge of irritation but chose not to dwell on it. With a piercing gaze, she looked at Xiao Chang, locking eyes with his calm demeanor. Biting her silver teeth, she inquired, Do you truly wish to see your sister's body? Xiao Chang unreservedly nodded. Indeed. Witnessing Xiao Chang's unwavering resolve, the beauty was not angered but rather delighted. Suddenly, Her expression shifted, and she looked at Xiao Chang with a charming demeanor. Little brother, you are so young. It is not good to be interested in such matters. However, I am a kind person and can indulge you once. Would you come into my room? And I will show you as much as you desire? Absolutely not. Before Gu Qin could reply, Xiaowu stepped in front of Xiao Chang, resolutely rejecting her offer. Fox spirit, do not even think about seducing my brother. Expecting Xiao Wu's words to annoy the beauty, they were instead met with a giggle. Little sister, you even know my name. My name is Hu Liena, and seducing people is indeed my forte. You. Xiaowu was infuriated, her chest heaving. Xiao Chang pulled Xiaowu behind him. This lady, please refrain from your enchantments. Your meager soul power is of no consequence before me. I now present you with two choices. 1. Strip off your clothes and run around the town. 2. I will beat you up, strip you of your clothes, and then have you run around the town. Haha, little brother, do not boast. You, a mere child yet to grow a hair on your body. Think you can beat me? How amusing. I choose a third option, capture you and give you a good thrashing. A air, a san, a sea. Seize this brat. At her command, the burly men who had just moved tables emerged from the crowd. They cracked their necks and flexed their muscles. One towering figure, about 2 meters tall, with a robust build, bare-chested and dark-skinned, cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck, making a grating sound. With his face contorted in rage, he glared at Xiao Chang, saying, Boy, do you dare to be so brazen? Sister who was ready to accept her loss, and you dare to be unreasonable. It seems your father-ma has not taught you a lesson. You do not even know why flowers bloom so brightly. How to spend money. With that, to demonstrate his strength and instill some fear in Xiao Chang, he punched a nearby solid wood table, creating a hole the size of a basin. Witnessing this, Tang San on the carriage revealed an excited expression, pointing at Xiao Chang. Teacher, look at this ma, relying solely on his physical strength without activating his martial soul. He is no weaker than an 8th or 9th level soul master. If he activates his martial soul, Xiao Chang is going to be in serious trouble. Indeed, Xiao San, you were correct in your analysis. This ma is certainly not an ordinary person. Based on his physique and limbs, I deduce that his martial soul is likely a primate-type beast martial soul. This type of martial soul possesses both offensive and defensive prowess, and Xiao Chang must be cautious. With the master acknowledging his viewpoint, Tang San's face gleamed with pride. Teacher, Xiao Chang is arrogant and rude. He loves to show off. Aside from displaying arrogance, he is merely on the path of boasting. If he slips up today, let us see if he dares to flaunt himself again. Hiki. The people Teacher Li has gathered are indeed formidable. Yes, she is exceptionally thorough in her arrangements. The master stroked his short, stout stubble, revealing a smile. However, their amusement was short-lived as they soon witnessed a scene they would never forget. As the Ma-man showcased his strength, Xiaowu felt a flicker of concern for Xiao Chang. He strode up to the burly man, and in front of all, he seized the man's groin. Then swiftly spun 720 degrees using his hand as an axis. The speed was astonishing. A second after Xiao Chang completed this move, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. All the observing male members felt a tightening in their groins, instinctively covering themselves. This ma is utterly useless. Tang San, furious, struck the carriage window, causing his hand to throb. A disgrace to the soul master community. The master's expression darkened, embodying a profound sense of heartbreak. Xiao Chang's actions were the most despicable, a sneak attack aimed at the groin. How could there exist such a breach of martial ethics and shamelessness in this world? Xiao Wu, however, was particularly exhilarated, clapping her hands in delight. Brother, you are amazing. This has eliminated any future threats. He. Upon hearing the man's wail, several other burly men rushed over, shouting, Boss, are you all right? They then directed their rage towards Xiao Chang, seeking vengeance for their leader. At this moment, Tang San recognized his opportunity. Without needing the master to speak, he jumped out of the carriage and positioned himself protectively behind Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, do not fear. Third brother is here to protect you. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu was incensed, shouting, A defeated general dares to speak. Get lost. Tang San was taken aback. Xiao Wu kicked him squarely in the rear, propelling him towards the group of burly men. Now riled up, the men cared not for who stood before them. With a mindset to battle, they charged at Tang San. Tang San reacted in time, employing the ghost shadow misty steps to evade an attack, but was struck heavily in the abdomen, flying 4 to 5 meters away. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang remained unfazed by the overwhelming force against him, maintaining an air of nonchalance. With a simple move resembling a stomp from Kung Fu, he elicited cries of anguish from the men surrounding him. After kicking Tang San aside, Xiaowu joined the fray, employing Wing Chun to single-handedly take on 5 burly men. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The master observed, his expression shifting, witnessing Xiaowu kick Tang San. He displayed disdain towards her. Upon seeing Tang San struck in the abdomen, concern etched his face. And when he observed Xiao Chang's brazen tactics, a mix of contempt and fury marred his countenance. His teeth ground in frustration, he silently cursed Xiao Chang. Chapter 28. Accepting the Beauty. The maid how the master thinks is beyond Xiao Chang's comprehension. Even if he knew, he would merely smile it off. At this moment, he was delightfully tapping his toes, reveling in the sensation. After finishing with his toes, he moved on to his fingers. After the fingers, he playfully tapped his face. The speed was dazzling. After overcoming numerous challenges, Xiao Chang stood before the beauty, gazing at her serenely. Well, are you ready to accept your defeat? Or shall I trample you like the others before you, and then you can concede? You are a demon. The beauty stared at Xiao Chang, a hint of fear in her eyes. Brother, Xiaowu called out, her voice trailing off. She instinctively felt that Xiao Chang's actions were wrong. Xiao Chang sensed Xiaowu's unease and offered her a reassuring glance, then turned back to the beauty with calm composure. The beauty's eyes darted around, frantically contemplating how to respond, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not devise a plan for the predicament before her. Her reliance on 30 burly men now lay defeated on the ground, wailing in despair. She had never even seen the true face of the woman who commanded them. Even if she spoke of it, Xiao Chang would surely not believe her. It seemed she had no choice but to comply with his demand to run naked through the town. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Xiao Chang. Dear younger brother, could you perhaps let your sister off this once? I am not married, and I wish to preserve my first time for my future husband. I cannot. At her words, a flicker of emotion stirred within Xiao Chang. So this big sister was still a maiden. He found it hard to believe. How about this? You agree to serve as my maid for 5 years, and I shall grant you your freedom. The beauty was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard him. You want me to be your maid for 5 years? Yes. Xiao Chang nodded affirmatively. The beauty wrestled with her thoughts. 5 years was the prime of her youth. To be bound to this little rascal for that long seemed unbearable. Would he not eventually take advantage of her? She felt she had deciphered Xiao Chang's intentions. He did not hide his thoughts either. After all, what man would mind having an attractive maid by his side? Moreover, she had instigated this situation. He had already shown her leniency. Otherwise, with his identity as the holy son of the spirit hall, would she dare refuse him? Upon hearing Xiao Chang's words, Tang San, having lived 2 lives, sensed an opportunity. He believed Xiao Chang was digging his own grave. Having such a stunning beauty around him would give Tang San a chance to create some enticing scenarios, ensuring Xiaowu would develop feelings for him. The Tang sect excelled in 2 areas, hidden weapons and poisons. While Tang San had a particular affinity for hidden weapons, his knowledge of poisons was equally impressive. He could concoct at least 10 varieties of aphrodisiacs. When the night fell silent, he could slip a mixture of several aphrodisiacs to Xiao Chang and the beauty, and they might engage in scandalous acts before Xiaowu's eyes. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. A lascivious grin unconsciously spread across Tang San's face, which, by chance, was witnessed by Xiaowu. In that instant, her disdain for him deepened. Though she did not understand why Xiao Chang wished to take the beauty as his maid, her admiration for him led her to believe that whatever he did was justified. She concocted various reasons in her mind, such as Xiao Chang wanting to prevent the woman from continuing her gambling ways and causing harm to the village. Or perhaps he desired an older sister figure to take care of him. As a recently transformed being, Xiaowu, who was somewhat naive yet innocent, perceived the world as a blank canvas, believing that aside from the person who harmed her mother, most people were fundamentally good, except for Tang San, whom she detested. In her childlike thinking, Tang San was simply a bad person. After much contemplation, the beauty resolved to accept Xiao Chang's proposition. 5 years. Although the mischievous young man might have intentions towards her, those were merely her speculations. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Moreover, in 5 years, he would be at most 13 or 14, still in school, and likely not inclined to engage in inappropriate actions. Faced with the choice of running naked through the streets or serving as a maid, she opted for the latter. Having settled her thoughts, she suddenly beamed at Xiao Chang. Sister has made up her mind. I agree to be your maid for 5 years. Excellent. You have made a wise decision. From now on, you shall be responsible for the care and well-being of both me and Xiaowu. Serve us well, and I shall not treat you poorly. As for your men, should they wish to follow me, I welcome them at a rate of 2 gold soul coins per month, with additional rewards for good performance. Upon hearing this, the group of burly men, who had been wailing moments before, fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. 2 gold soul coins per month? Surely they must have misheard. A soul master could only earn 1 gold soul coin per month at the spirit hall. Though they possessed strength comparable to soul masters, their actual soul power fell short, which was why they had resigned themselves to being henchmen. Earning 3 or 4 silver soul coins monthly was the best they could hope for. Even with a fortunate year of overtime, they might only scrape together 4 or 5 gold coins, while these earnings sufficed for modest living. Saving enough to marry and enjoy a comfortable life remained a distant dream. Now, given Hu Li's connection, they were offered a high-paying job, and desire flickered in their eyes. Hu Li, the beauty whom Qian intended to recruit as a maid, was momentarily taken aback by Cao Chang's offer, subsequently displaying a hint of gratitude. Though she recognized the tactic of winning hearts with gold, she could not help but feel a sense of being respected in her heart. Tang San, having never dealt with substantial amounts of money, could not fathom Cao Chang's actions, believing him to be aimlessly supporting a group of hulking men without purpose. Of course, his teacher, Xiaogang, also failed to grasp Cao Chang's intentions. Despite hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he had been transformed into a cute little white pig due to his martial spirit, limiting his exposure to the world. However, one person had discerned Cao Chang's thoughts, Li Zhishi, who had been observing from the shadows. She surmised that Cao Chang was likely a wealthy heir, and his entourage of bodyguards and thugs was probably for show, allowing him to flaunt his status and win admiration from others, thus satisfying his vanity. She resolved to jot down these insights in her notebook to share with Tang Hao later, hoping to earn his approval and perhaps even his affections. As Li Zhishi pondered this, her mind was filled with visions of Tang Hao's strong, imposing figure and his serious demeanor. Her heart fluttered, her body softened. And as she closed her eyes, her slender fingers traced her neck, emitting a soft, melodic sigh. Chapter 29. Entering the soul-hunting forest, the master was perplexed. After bringing Hu Li and his entourage under his wing, he noticed Tang San's arrival, prompting Cao Chang to reveal a smile. With Tang San present, the master must be nearby. It was time to explore the soul-hunting forest. According to the original plot, Tang San was meant to obtain his first soul ring here, the Mandala Serpent Soul Ring. Cao Chang was not particularly interested in the unethical act of disrupting someone else's absorption of a soul ring. However, he was quite eager to accompany Xiaowu on a leisurely stroll through the zoo to strengthen their bond. With a beaming smile, he approached Tang San and extended his hand. "Little cousin, you've been injured. My oversight just now led to your accidental harm by these people. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" "Of course not." Tang San grimaced through the pain, attempting to grasp Qian's hand to rise. At that moment, Xiaowu suddenly seized Cao Chang's hand, her tone slightly resentful. "Brother, why are you pulling him? This ugly fellow, lacking in ability, yet seeking to show off. Let us ignore him. This place is delightful. Shall we explore elsewhere?" Cao Chang's hand was intercepted by Xiao Wu, leaving Tang San's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Ultimately, he had no choice but to rise by himself. Just then, the master alighted from the carriage, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Li Zhishi, who also approached. With gentle grace, Li Zhishi bent down, revealing a portion of her ample bosom, to help Tang San brush off the dust. Unleashing her martial soul, she healed Tang San's injuries and inquired with concern. "Tang San, I have treated your wounds. How do you feel?" "Thank you, teacher Li. Aside from a slight tightness in my chest, I feel no pain elsewhere." Upon the master's arrival, Xiaowu, out of respect for her teacher, gave a slight bow and called Master. Cao Chang, however, was more casual, looking at the master with a cheerful smile. "Master, what a coincidence. It's wonderful to see you again." The master replied, hands clasped behind his back, offering a nonchalant response. "This beautiful lady must be our new teacher?" Cao Chang circled around the master to stand before Li Zhishi, presenting a radiant smile. "Yes, dear student, I am the new teacher, Li Zhishi. It's a pleasure to meet you all here." "Ah, teacher Li. My apologies for the oversight. Are you here to assist Tang San in obtaining the soul ring?" "Indeed. You must be Cao Chang." "Haha. Yes, teacher. You've heard of me." "I've heard a little. To be known by such a beautiful teacher is indeed an honor. I and Xiaowu have yet to visit the soul-hunting forest. Today we wish to venture in. Shall we go together?" "Certainly. I have no objections." "Master, what do you think?" The master's expression grew serious. While the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are indeed nurtured by the spirit hall, there are still formidable soul beasts among them. Only soul masters in need of soul rings should enter. What purpose do you two have in going there?" "What purpose?" Xiao Chang chuckled lightly. "My little cousin possesses extraordinary talent. His opportunities will undoubtedly be exceptional. You are merely a level 29 Great Soul Master. And this lovely teacher is just an auxiliary Soul Master. I am concerned for my little cousin's safety. Is there an issue with me accompanying him? The Master was infuriated, his teeth clenched in frustration. He despised being underestimated and having his soul power belittled. Xiao Chang's words were like salt in his wounds. Utterly insufferable. He was indeed arrogant and sharp-tongued. Li Zhishi quietly noted this in her small book. If you wish to accompany them, you may. But the soul-hunting forest is perilous. Should you encounter a powerful soul beast, my abilities are limited. I can only protect Tang San as best as I can. Should you sustain any harm, do not blame me. Rest assured, the soul-hunting forest has patrols. Even if danger arises, they will respond promptly, even without them. With my Xiao Chang's 18-winged great dark angel martial soul, not a single soul beast here can harm me. Besides, I have the unparalleled Douluo Xiao. This little warm bed fairy, which soul beast dares to move me? Of course, Xiao Chang would never explain this to the master. He was unworthy of such an explanation. With the master's objections out of the way, Xiao Chang, surrounded by his newly gathered followers, and Xiaowu took a palanquin. Enjoying Hu Liena's service as she fed them pears and grapes while arriving at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, under the master's envious gaze. The soul-hunting forest was enclosed by a high fence, with an entrance guarded by 2 rows of soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons. Upon seeing the throng approaching, they instinctively adopted a serious demeanor. Halt! Entry to the soul-hunting forest requires a token. In front of Tang San, the master produced a dark token. Glancing at its design with a hint of pride, the token bore 3 combined symbols, a sword, a hammer, and a soul beast Tang San had never seen before. Little San, remember this. It is a 3rd-grade token issued to me by the Spirit Hall. With it, I can access most areas of the soul-hunting forest within the Tiando Empire. Teacher, it must be quite valuable, right? Tang San understood the master's significance. He did not directly present the token for the knights to examine. The master's intentions were clear to all. The master did not respond directly but stated, entry into the soul-hunting forest is not permitted to just anyone. Only those possessing a token issued by the Spirit Hall may enter. After obtaining a soul ring, that token must be returned, while mine is a permanent possession. Teacher, you are truly remarkable. Tang San cast a proud glance at Xiao Chang, his eyes clearly conveying the message. Did you see that? Isn't my teacher impressive? Xiao Wu, upon seeing the token, expressed curiosity and envy. Brother, that token the master has looks extraordinary. Do you possess one? Of course. If you like such tokens, I'll gift you 2 that are even better. Really? Brother, Xiao Wu loves you. Suddenly, without warning, Xiao Wu planted a kiss on him. Xiao Chang affectionately ruffled her hair. The master snorted in disbelief, clearly skeptical of Xiao Chang's claims. Tang San, consumed by jealousy, questioned the master. Teacher, do you have any spare tokens? The master's lips twitched. He could see through Tang San's thoughts. He replied sternly, Little San, the Spirit Hall exercises stringent control over the tokens for entry into the soul-hunting forest. My token allows entry into any area of the forest, as long as no 10,000-year soul beasts are present. Do you comprehend its value? Tang San's expression turned to one of shock. At this moment, it was Xiao Chang's turn to let out a derisive laugh. Xiao Chang, what are you laughing at? The master asked, somewhat irritated. A mere ordinary token, and you can boast so high. Truly, the master is indeed the master. An ordinary token? What do you know? The master retorted coldly. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain such a token? Difficult? Shouldn't any soul master be able to acquire such a token? Ha ha ha, how frighteningly ignorant you are. The master sneered. Is that so? Xiao Chang chuckled softly, producing over 30 identical tokens to the masters, handing them to Hu Liena to distribute among his followers. The master was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be that Xiao Chang was truly Dong Dong's foster son? Yet, even as Dong Dong's son, he should not be so extravagantly spoiled. The master was utterly confounded. Chapter 30. Brother, you are truly incorrigible. Seeing the master in a predicament, Xiao Chang inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. This was not without reason. He had once harmed his adoptive mother. Showing him mercy by not eliminating him entirely was already a sign of Xiao Chang's benevolence. Disregarding the master and Tang San, Xiao Chang turned to Hu Liena and said, let us proceed inside. Yes. Hu Liena replied respectfully, instructing her subordinates to carry Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu into the soul-hunting forest. To be fair, the scenery of the soul-hunting forest was quite splendid, with towering, lush trees that appeared vibrant and verdant. were it not for the iron fence surrounding the area. Standing over 10 meters tall and adorned with numerous sharp spikes pointing towards the forest, it could easily be mistaken for a paradise. The patrols consisted of over 100 soldiers. Surely, many would be inclined to visit this place for leisure. However, despite the presence of soldiers, it did not deter some charming young ladies from frequenting the area. Among the rotating soldiers, many found joy in engaging in playful activities with these alluring women in the nearby groves. This piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity as she pointed to a group of glamorous women trailing behind the soldiers and asked, "Brother, what are they going to do?" Xiaochang glanced over and chuckled. "Oh, they are likely about to engage in some fitness exercises." Xiao Wu, intrigued, continued to inquire, "Really? So many people are going to exercise together? They don't even look overweight. Why do they need to? They appear slim because they consistently engage in such exercises. If they were to cease, they would inevitably gain weight. Do you understand?" "I understand." Xiao Wu nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Then, with a playful smile, she suddenly asked, "Brother, do you know what kind of boys girls like?" Xiao Chang pondered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps boys who are handsome? Not just handsome, but also wealthy and generous." Xiao Wu exclaimed, blushing slightly as she lowered her gaze. Xiao Chang chuckled, gently ruffling her adorable hair. "Brother, what kind of girls do boys like?" Xiao Wu shyly asked again. Xiao Chang contemplated briefly before responding, "Girls with long, flowing hair and a lovely demeanor." "Is that such a simple requirement?" "There are actually 4. He laughed. "Brother, you're incorrigible. I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she playfully dashed away. But after a few steps, noticing that Xiao Chang did not follow, she halted and shyly turned back, saying, "Brother, I will become the kind of girl you like." Without waiting for a response, her cheeks flushed, and she ran off. Xiao Chang chuckled softly, finding her shyness endearing. Truly, she was still an innocent little rabbit. I had yet to tell her about a girl who refused to let another girl into bed because she hadn't trimmed her nails. As he watched Xiaowu pause beneath a large tree, hugging her arms and waiting for him, he grinned and approached her. After sharing a tender moment, they reunited with the larger group. Upon arriving in the soul-hunting forest, the first soul beast they encountered was a 10-year-old colorful cat. The master remarked how fortunate it was that it was merely a 10-year-old creature. Had it been a millennium-old beast, even he and Tang San combined would not stand a chance. Curious, Tang San asked, "Master, how can one determine a soul master's strength or age?" The master explained, "It is not difficult to discern a soul beast's strength. Primarily, one must observe its size and the color of the soul power it uses when attacking." "Master, please speak softly. Just tell me quietly." Tang San leaned closer to the master, eager to learn so he could impress Xiao Wu later. "All right." The master proceeded to engage in a whispered exchange with Tang San that lasted a good 10 minutes. Though the master spoke softly, Xiao Chang had recently honed his ability to discern sound and had remarkable hearing. With his photographic memory, he stealthily shifted his gaze towards Li Zhishi's bosom, marveling at what a diligent teacher she was, jotting down notes. "Brother, I'm so bored." Noticing Xiao Chang's wandering gaze, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing her own youth and lack of appeal. "Bored, are you? How about I share some knowledge about soul beasts?" "Great. Yes, please." Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, thinking, "As long as you don't look at that woman, I'll be eager to hear whatever you have to say." As a 10,000-year soul beast, her understanding of soul beasts far exceeded that of the master. Moreover, her sensitive ears had captured every word exchanged between Tang San and the master. Deepening her disdain for him, Xiao Chang pointed towards a solitary bamboo and said, "Xiao Wu, do you see that bamboo over there? It's also a type of soul beast." "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Xiao Wu cheered, her admiration for him evident in her eyes. Tang San watched with jealousy, while the master ground his teeth in frustration, realizing that Xiao Chang had repeated everything he had just taught Tang San verbatim. "Master, do you have a knife?" Tang San almost growled. "Little San, what are you planning? Don't act impulsively." The master quickly tried to dissuade him, thinking Tang San intended to harm Xiao Chang. "Master, you mentioned that this bamboo has strong defenses but lacks offensive power, correct? This bamboo stands 10 meters tall, therefore it must be 10 years old. I will chop it down and absorb its soul ring." Xiao Chang's and Xiao Wu's actions had deeply provoked Tang San, who, not particularly bright to begin with, was now teetering on the brink of losing his rationality. He intended to absorb the soul ring and challenged Xiao Chang for the sake of winning back the heart of the fair maiden. With the skills he had honed in his training, he was confident he could eliminate the master within 3 seconds of a surprise attack. If he could bolster his power further, even if Xiao Chang possessed a slight edge over the master, He believed he could reach the battlefield within 5 seconds and eliminate Qiao Chang in a single strike. The master, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of disappointment. Little San, do not act recklessly. Recklessness is the path to ruin. The master was genuinely concerned, advising Tang San against impulsive actions. Meanwhile, Li Zhiqi quietly noted down her observations. Upon glancing at the nearly filled page, a sweet smile graced her face as a hint of flush crept onto her cheeks. She felt a longing to see Tang Hao. Wishing he would be excited to see her, perhaps even reckless. Qiao Chang, who had been chatting with Xiao Wu, overheard the exchange between Tang San and the master. He commanded his attendants to lower the palanquin and approach the master, standing face to face with Tang San. Little San, you ought to heed the master's advice. This bamboo is not suitable for you. Choosing a soul ring requires caution. Each soul ring is irreplaceable. A soul master can absorb 100-year soul ring, or more accurately, a soul ring from a beast under 423 years. The master was astonished. How could he possess such theoretical knowledge? His expression was one of disbelief. Had he secretly perused my book on the 10 core competencies of martial souls? Tang San sneered. Cousin, since when did you become an expert? It is my prerogative to choose the soul ring I wish to absorb. This bamboo is long and sturdy. Absorbing its soul ring will surely enhance my physical condition. Qiao Chang, exasperated, retorted, that is futile. Your martial soul is blue silver grass. Absorbing this 10-year soul ring will not toughen it up. It will remain as soft and brittle as ever. Exactly. Qiao Chang is correct. Little San, your martial soul cannot be hardened, nor will it grow longer. Li Zhiqi interjected, reclaiming her notebook and also attempting to dissuade him. Don't act impulsively, Tang San. Your instructor speaks wisely, Qiao Chang. Let us delve deeper. There may be something even more exceptional within. Truly, there exists nothing superior to this. Shall we revisit and absorb the soul ring of this soul beast? As Li Zhiqi spoke, she leaned slightly forward, allowing Tang San to behold the breathtaking snowy landscape from his vantage point. Gazing at the abyss-like chasms flanked by 2 enchanting snow-capped peaks, Tang San found his restless emotions gradually settling. Very well then, I shall heed your counsel, Teacher Li. Chapter 31. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Upon hearing the counsel given to Tang San, the master let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of 2,000 gold soul coins and a slight increase in prestige brought a smile to Qiao Chang's face. The system had just informed him of a side quest to dissuade Tang San from acting impulsively, rewarding him with 2,000 gold soul coins and a prestige point. Although Qiao Chang initially contemplated declining the task, the generous reward proved too enticing to resist. He considered that even if he chose not to intervene, the master would undoubtedly prevent Tang San from absorbing the soul ring of that bamboo, which would render his experimental subject useless, something the master could not abide. The ultimate absorption of a soul ring could significantly enhance an individual's capabilities and foster greater trust in Tang San. As for the risks of potential harm, fortune often favors the bold. The act of absorbing a soul ring was inherently perilous. Should anything tragic occur, it would merely reflect Tang San's inadequate constitution and have no bearing on the theoretical knowledge the master had been researching. Conversely, if successful, it would validate his theories and elevate his reputation to great heights, leading to lucrative opportunities, including book publications. He would no longer have to endure the disdain of Li Simon and could enjoy a life free from financial constraints. Yu Xiaogang was a man of integrity, as evidenced by the numerous female soul masters who willingly submitted to him. As they continued their journey, the master actively sought suitable soul rings for Tang San, while Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu reveled in the beauty of their surroundings. However, due to Qiao Chang's presence, the master refrained from summoning his own martial soul, fearing ridicule. Lacking the keen senses of Luo Sanpao, he struggled to detect many hidden soul beasts lurking in the shadows. It was only through Li Zhiqi's alluring golden lotus that numerous soul beasts were lured out, providing Tang San with more options. Nevertheless, the master remained dissatisfied and patiently engaged Tang San with theoretical discussions. Glancing up at the sky, the master exchanged a knowing look with Li Zhiqi, suppressing an urge to swallow hard. It appears we shall be staying here for the night. Teacher Li, shall we find a suitable spot to set up camp? Of course. Li Zhiqi replied with a twinkle in her eye and a charming smile. The master chose a hollow area surrounded by towering trees, which resembled a frog's pit. He believed this to be a safe location, oblivious to the fact that snakes, insects, and rodents often favored low-lying terrain. Thus, they were destined for a restless night. However, the master was not incompetent. As Qiao Chang entertained such thoughts, a triumphant glint appeared in his eyes. He retrieved a large glass vial from a wrist-mounted soul guide, and handed it to Tang San. Sprinkle it around, but remember to do so evenly. Understood. Tang San accepted the vial, raising it in a triumphant gesture, as if to say, "See? My teacher is not as foolish as you might think." The vial contained a powdery substance that Tang San recognized as likely being arsenic or something similar. Even without the scent, he could guess its contents. His intention was to draw attention to himself, particularly from Xiao Wu. However, he was destined for disappointment, as Xiao Wu's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chang. "Brother, let us find a place to camp." Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Chang with eager anticipation. "Absolutely. Right there." Xiao Chang pointed to a prominent hill, prompting a soft scoff from Tang San. He thought to himself, camping at such a height, does he wish for his demise? This rogue Xiao Chang will not deter me from protecting Xiao Wu. She is the woman I intend to cherish. Xiao Wu, our teacher has already chosen a camping spot for us. I brought 2 tents. Come camp with us. It's safe. Tang San feigned an interest in scattering the powder while moving closer to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. Who are you? Do I know you? Tang San felt awkward. Xiao Wu was irked. You're everywhere. Come on, brother. Let us go up the mountain and build a house. I want to sleep next to you tonight. Without sparing Tang San another glance, she linked arms with Xiao Chang and strode forward. Xiao Chang turned back, grinning at Tang San. Little San, we have extra tents. I can give one to my cousin. Xiao Wu doesn't like tents. She prefers the open air. Haha with that. He embraced Xiao Wu's waist and leapt to a tree 10 meters high, then jumped again to a tree 20 meters away. A few agile movements brought them to the peak he had indicated. Atop the summit, they found themselves amidst numerous trees. However, the scene that unfolded next sent chills down their spines. Xiao Chang gestured with his left hand, and a cacophony of machinery roared to life, followed by the sound of a chainsaw felling trees. One by one, massive trees were toppled, creating a vast clearing. The chainsaw continued its relentless work, cutting the fallen trees into segments. The ethereal chainsaw was invisible, rendering Tang San and the others unable to perceive Xiao Chang wielding it with fervor. It appeared as if an unseen master was demonstrating the art of lumber cutting, and these mighty trees, which even formidable soul masters would struggle to sever, crumbled before Xiao Chang as if they were mere tofu, fragile and insubstantial. Having been forewarned by Xiao Chang, Xiao Wu remained relatively unfazed, as he had previously informed her of his unique martial spirit, advising her not to be shocked. The quickest way to forge a bond with a woman is through honesty, followed by deeper discussions later. Witnessing Xiao Chang's actions caused the master to furrow his brow. This Xiao Chang is becoming increasingly reckless, treating this forest as his own playground, wantonly destroying the environment. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Tang San, upon hearing the master's reprimand directed at Xiao Chang, seemed to grasp something and swiftly ascended to the summit. By the time he arrived, breathless, Xiao Chang had already cut the felled trees into manageable sections. Xiao Wu, from her chic brown backpack, retrieved a white towel and began to wipe the sweat from Xiao Chang's brow. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San clenched his teeth, producing a grinding sound reminiscent of a rodent, which caused Xiao Wu to recoil in distaste. Xiao Wu held disdain for Tang San, and her irritation extended to the master for favoring him. Spotting Tang San grinding his teeth, her contempt was palpable as she pointed at him. Ugly San, what are you doing here? Though anger simmered within him at being called Ugly San, a smile crept onto Tang San's face. Xiao Wu, I saw my cousin cutting trees and feared he might accidentally harm you, so I came to check. Do I need your concern? Xiao Wu scoffed. Don't you need my concern? Tang San feigned sorrow. Chapter 32. Touching upon Xiao Wu's preferences. Upon witnessing Tang San's demeanor reminiscent of a little girl, Xiao Wu was immediately overcome with a wave of revulsion. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she shouted, Ugly San, if you continue to disgust me, I swear I will beat you to a pulp. This phrase was one she had picked up earlier that day while strolling through the market. Having observed a woman hurling insults at passers-by, it felt liberating to vent her frustration in such a manner. Tang San, despite being on the receiving end of Xiao Wu's ire, found solace in the knowledge that her outburst was merely a fleeting expression of emotion. Nevertheless, his countenance darkened as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang, do you possess any respect for the law or the sanctity of nature as you recklessly fell trees and ravaged the forest? Xiao Chang was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the audacity of this young man who seemed to understand legal principles. Yet, he retorted, but do you reside by the sea? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? His annoyance was palpable as he directed his ire at Tang San. Little San, has your cousin been too indulgent? You speak without restraint now. Do not try to intimidate me, Qiao Chang. I stand on the side of justice. Even if I do not speak against you, others will. For your deforestation is a grave mistake. Is it truly a mistake? Do you have any idea how many jobs I have created? The Dongwu shipyard? That was my doing. The paper mill in Shishu? Mine as well. And the Xiaowu furniture factory? Yes, also mine. Do you comprehend the sheer number of trees, 200 million, that we plant annually in the desert? That is 20 times the number in this soul-hunting forest. Do you think I fell these trees merely to satisfy my own desires? The density of these trees hinders the growth of other vegetation. Are you aware of the consequences of overpopulation in trees? You are ignorant. Dense forests impede the development of root systems, adversely affecting the absorption of nutrients and the process of photosynthesis. When trees are overly dense, they release excessive carbon dioxide, surpassing what they can absorb, rendering the environment unsuitable for other life forms. Furthermore, excessive density leads to poor plant growth, with branches dying and losing their ability to beautify the surroundings. Do you grasp any of this? Clearly, you do not. Qiao Chang unleashed a torrent of verbal assaults, akin to a barrage from an AK-47, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. What was he even doing here? How had he allowed his emotions to carry him away? Qiao Chang was not one to engage in petty disputes without purpose. Such actions were calculated, designed to ensnare his opponents in a web of their own making. Xiaowu, witnessing Tang San's flustered state, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It was the first time she had seen this sharp side of Qiao Chang, and she found it surprisingly admirable. Someone could look so dashing while berating another. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Xiaowu's favor 5. The cumulative favorability has reached 40. At 60, you may conduct an intermediate lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 coins, with a total of 25,750 remaining. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 reputation points. 10 points unlocks the reputation exchange shop. Upon hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Qiao Chang was initially stunned, followed swiftly by elation. He had seemingly struck a chord with Xiaowu, evidently. She relished the sight of Tang San being put in his place. However, he recognized the importance of moderation. Relentless berating could diminish the thrill and potentially reduce future rewards. It would be prudent for Tang San to cultivate a bit more indignation before the next encounter. With the promise of ample rewards, Qiao Chang's perspective on Tang San softened, and his previous anger dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he approached the blushing Tang San and gently patted his shoulder. Little San, it is not my intention to chastise you. I merely wish to prevent you from being used as a pawn. I care for your well-being. Stay back and assist your cousin with the others. I will offer you double the wages. An affront. An utter humiliation. Would Tang San accept such an insult? Cousin, how much? Qiao Chang beamed, his joy evident. 50 soul coins. Ah, such a large sum? Tang San was taken aback. Hadn't he promised double wages? How could it be so high? Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently brought in significant revenue for Qiao Chang with his earlier outburst. Had he known, his gratitude would have been tempered. Qiao Chang, witnessing Tang San's astonishment, responded with a radiant smile. Not much at all. It's only natural to care for family, as long as you work diligently. Your cousin will ensure you are rewarded. As he spoke, Hu Li and over 30 burly men arrived, panting heavily. Hu Li was particularly dramatic, swaying as she approached, prompting Qiao Chang to momentarily shield his eyes while peeking through his lashes to admire the view. After a brief moment of catching her breath, Hu Li exclaimed, Master, you are incredible. We could barely keep up with you. What level of prowess do you possess? Ah, my abilities are similar to yours. I simply practice lightness skills and can teach you when time permits. Qiao Chang laughed heartily, reveling in the newfound freedom of his gaze. Thank you, master. Hu Li bowed in gratitude, while Qiao Chang relished the thrill of it all. He then instructed the group to find a place to rest and took out tools for constructing a wooden shelter, teaching Tang San their usage. He also directed Hu Li's cohort to pay attention, as they would soon be building a 30-meter wooden house for their respite. The men were visibly excited. Earlier, they had been puzzled by Qiao Chang's sudden tree felling, but now it was clear he was concerned for their safety, intending to construct a large dwelling for them. However, they were uncertain if they would remain there long enough to justify such a large structure. One man could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Master, will we really stay here for long? Wouldn't building such a large house be excessive? Qiao Chang chuckled at the question. Who says we won't be here for long? The group fell silent, astonished. Qiao Chang continued, Since you have all chosen to follow me, I must take responsibility for you. While your talents may not match those of some soul masters, Your long experience in physical labor has endowed you with resilience and explosive strength that surpasses the average soul master of your level. This is your advantage. I will devise a wilderness adventure training regimen for you, allowing you to break through your limits and transcend yourselves, enabling you all to become soul masters. At that moment, as Xiao Chang's words reverberated, every face in the crowd bore an expression of shock. They could hardly fathom that in their lifetimes they might ascend to the rank of soul master. Now, Xiao Chang was informing them that they all had the opportunity to achieve that dream. How could they not feel elated? How could they not be excited? A few of the burly men were even moved to tears. Chapter 33. You are my sister. If not kind to you, who should I be kind to? Seeing the tears of these robust men, Xiao Chang felt a tumult of emotions within him as he silently cheered them on. Coming from a humble background, he understood the struggles of these lowly soul masters all too well. It is not that they lack effort, rather, their tireless endeavors throughout their lives often yield lesser outcomes than those afforded to others by virtue of a mere head start. Xiao Chang wished to lend them a helping hand, within the limits of his capabilities. He had no intention of abandoning this base after a single use. Instead, he aspired to keep it operational, providing more individuals with opportunities to rise above their circumstances. As for whether the Spirit Hall would permit him to act with impunity here, his display of over 30 third-tier tokens had already answered that question. Are third-tier tokens precious? Indeed, they are exceedingly rare. Typically, only individuals of a certain standing can obtain them. By deriding the tokens in front of so many soldiers, he subtly conveyed a message. Brother, you cannot afford to offend me, so do not provoke me. Otherwise, one might wonder why the commotion stirred such silence, with not a single patrolling soldier in sight. Were they merely slacking off? Clearly not. It was not that they did not come, but rather that they dared not approach. Shortly after Xiao Chang and his companions entered the forest, it became lively. The commanding officers reported back, receiving instructions to keep their mouths, legs, and hands in check. They were strictly forbidden from engaging in any conflict. Each individual entering could potentially be someone not to be trifled with. If they were struck or insulted, retaliation was out of the question. Any grievances would be compensated by the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Empire. Everything occurring within the soul-hunting forest was essentially within Xiao Chang's calculations. After making arrangements for Tang San and his companions, he retrieved some cooking utensils and a variety of ingredients, fruits, vegetables, chicken, fish, and eggs from the system space. He also procured 2 barrels of pure Chibi mountain spring water, washing the ingredients meticulously before commencing to saute and stew them. After a flurry of activity, he prepared a delectable dinner: braised eggplant, spicy chicken wings, braised Crucian carp, stir-fried carrots, and greens, a well-balanced meal, both nutritious and healthy. He invited Hu Liena to join him for dinner, seating her across from him, while Xiaowu settled beside Xiao Chang, as she occasionally leaned over to serve him dishes, revealing a glimpse of her beauty. Envy and jealousy swirled within her heart. What is it? Is it just because she is more voluptuous? Must she flaunt it so openly? I shall grow up to be even more alluring, so that Brother Chang will gaze upon me daily. Xiao Chang, however, remained oblivious to Xiaowu's thoughts. Savoring the delightful scenery while partaking in the meal lifted his spirits immensely. He placed a couple of carrot slices into Xiaowu's bowl, expressing concern. Xiaowu, be sure to eat more. You are still in your growth phase, and your nutrition must keep pace. Thank you, Brother Chang. You are so kind to me. She beamed. You are my sister. If I am not kind to you, who else should I be kind to? It is wonderful to have Brother Chang by my side. Xiaowu nestled against Xiao Chang's arm playfully. Nearby, Tang San, having taken a break after a stint of labor with the burly men, gnawed fiercely on a battered radish meant for Luo Sanpao. His gaze fixed on the playful exchange between Xiaowu and Xiao Chang. The flames of hatred and jealousy within him flared anew. Despite being in a position to admire Hu Liena and the expansive snowy plateau, his gaze instinctively gravitated towards Xiaowu, yearning for a role reversal with Xiao Chang. Noticing Tang San's wolfish glare, the burly men around him sensed something amiss. One quietly approached Tang San, offering him half of a biscuit he had bitten into, and asked with a grin, "Little brother, are you envious of my master?" Tang San, caught off guard, choked on the unchewed radish, coughing repeatedly. "And no," he stammered, hastily covering his embarrassment. "TSK, you have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. No wonder the young lady finds you unappealing. Fortunately, you lack the audacity, otherwise, you would be in dire straits." Tang San looked at the chubby man, puzzled. The man continued, "Do you know what spirit Hu Jie possesses?" "What spirit?" Tang San inquired curiously. "Charm snake. A type of beast spirit, not particularly special." "Not particularly special?" Tang San echoed, intrigued. The chubby man chuckled lightly. You are truly uninformed. The greatest trait of the charm snake is its ability to enchant, followed closely by loyalty, and it can hear a person's innermost thoughts. If Hu Jie were to discover your ulterior motives towards her master, you would be in grave trouble. That cannot be. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. Relieved that he had not entertained any inappropriate thoughts about his cousin. Just then, a sultry voice rang out. Tang San, the master is calling you home for dinner. Turning around, he saw Li Ziqi, dressed in a black lace-trimmed gown, smiling warmly at him. As he was about to respond affirmatively, a burly man shouted, Brothers, back to work. The word good was abruptly stifled, morphing into a howl. He cast an apologetic glance at Li Ziqi. Teacherly, I have already eaten. I need to help my cousin with the work. Please tell the teacher I will return later. Li Ziqi surveyed the group of burly men who leered at her with ill intent. Though repulsed, she could not afford to react openly in front of Cao Chang's men. She knew that they could easily twist the narrative, turning the living into the dead and men into women. Observing the battered radish in Tang San's hand, Li Ziqi made a note in her small notebook. Xiao Chang bullies Xiao San, forcing him to work. Xiao Chang enjoys his meal while making Xiao San gnaw on a radish all right. I will inform your teacher. Xiao San, do your work well and return early. Thank you. Teacher Li. After Li Ziqi left, Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu happily finished their dinner. Watching Li Ziqi's graceful figure depart, Xiao Chang felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and directed Tang San and the burly men in their tasks. Night fell swiftly, and as they had yet to complete the construction of their shelter, Xiao Chang ordered the lighting of torches. Meanwhile, in the toad pit, the master, waiting for Tang San's return, grew bored and began playing cards with Li Ziqi. Master, your card skills are exceptional. If I lose again, I will be left with nothing. Gazing at the remaining scant clothing on her body, Li Ziqi, whose figure was so alluring that the master contemplated self-harm, felt a rush of excitement. Master, please don't do this. Xiao San will be back soon. Ziqi, I cannot bear it. You are simply too beautiful. I cannot resist any longer. Just let me in. Chapter 34, The Realm of Balance. Just as he was about to breach the last line of defense of Li Ziqi, preparing to seize the fortress, a ferocious roar echoed from outside the tent. The master jolted in fright, his body trembling, leaving Li Ziqi in an awkward situation. He hastily wiped his hands on her, shook them off, donned his clothes, and rushed out of the tent. Li Ziqi, startled awake by the beast's roar, emerged from her trance, her face flushed with embarrassment. She inwardly scolded herself for being so shameless, imagining the master as a substitute for Tang Hao. What was wrong with her? She could barely endure a day without him. How would she survive countless nights to come? Li Ziqi wiped off the sweat that had dripped onto her from the master and calmly dressed herself. As she stepped out of the tent, she noticed Yu Xiaozhang's grave expression. Embracing him from behind and thinking of Tang Hao, she inquired, Brother Gang, what has happened? It's Xiao Chang. Feeling the softness and warmth behind him, Yu Xiaozhang's legs trembled with excitement. Yet, he desperately tried to maintain his composure. He ignited a blazing fire. And it was a considerable blaze. Many powerful soul beasts were approaching them. What do we do now? Xiao San is still up there, Li Ziqi exclaimed, her body trembling with agitation, nearly causing the master to falter again. We can't go up now. It would be like sending ourselves to our doom. If we die up there, no one will be left to recover Xiao San's body. We must leave this place for now. I know of a cave ahead. Follow me. Li Ziqi paused, realizing the master was still the same cautious person, fearful of death. There was no change in him whatsoever. However, she did not voice her thoughts, releasing her hold on his waist. With a glance at the mountain, she sighed, All right, Brother Gang, I will follow your lead. I hope Xiao San can escape unharmed. Only Li Ziqi knew that Tang San would surely be safe. A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. She sensed that Xiao Chang was deeply concealed, with him around. Tang San would be in no danger. Atop the mountain, observing the ever-increasing number of soul beasts, Xiao Chang remained as calm as ever, squinting his eyes while seated on a massive log, relishing Hu Li's intimate massage. Xiaowu, playful as ever, lay across Xiao Chang's lap, her eyes fluttering as she gazed at him. Brother, why did you deliberately attract so many soul beasts? To give them some practice. What? Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. Most of these soul beasts were over 100 years old, with a few reaching a millennium. Sending them to battle was akin to delivering them to their deaths. Xiao Chang chuckled, affectionately ruffling her adorable little head. Xiaowu, do you truly not trust your brother? Am I the type to act recklessly without considering the consequences? Not at all. You're not that kind of person. Only, that ugly buck-toothed fellow is. Xiaowu was too harsh on Tang San, who felt wronged even when he was not present. Xiaowu, you shouldn't always harbor such animosity towards Tang San. He has his struggles, his appearance is average. He feels insecure, and you constantly criticize him. Over time, he could become depressed. Brother, what does depressed mean? Depression is a negative emotional state. Those afflicted lose interest, feel devoid of pleasure, and remain gloomy all day. Brother, you know so much. You're far superior to that Tang San. With this, Tang San was left feeling crushed. The soul beasts were now within our attack range. Shall we engage them? Xiao Chong was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her eagerness to fight. This was not the expected response. Unbeknownst to him, having lived for over 100,000 years as a soul beast, Xiaowu was no stranger to battles. Even before her transformation, she had often bullied the two kings of the forest, compelling them to do many things they were unwilling to do, earning their obedience. All right. Seeing Xiaowu rise and extend her hand, Xiao Chang stood as well, addressing everyone. Brothers, soul beasts are attacking. I did not expect you to fend them off. Just survive. Upon hearing this, the burly men exchanged glances, their spirits not high. Xiao Chang noticed this and reassured them, it is natural to fear. Most of these soul beasts are over 100 years old. I want to tell you that even with a slim chance of survival, you must give it your all. Otherwise, this cannot be deemed extreme training. Do you understand? Understood. Very well. Prepare for battle. The sounds of fists colliding with scales echoed. The burly men were astonished to find that what they had assumed were invincible 100-year-old soul beasts were evenly matched against them, igniting a flame of hope within them. Like a shot of adrenaline, they fought fiercely against the seemingly ferocious soul beasts, trading blows until the very last moment, unaware of who would fall first. The instigator of this entire situation was none other than Xiao Chong, the young master. Shortly after awakening his phantom chainsaw martial spirit, he had earned a chance for a lottery draw by gently touching Hu Lie's ear, resulting in the acquisition of this extraordinary realm of balance. In this realm, as long as opponents did not exceed Xiao Chong's level by 20 ranks, he could forcibly suppress them to match his own level. For soul beasts or soul masters below Xiao Chong's rank, he could manipulate them at will, imposing any level of suppression he desired. This was the miraculous aspect of this realm. Merely suppressing soul beasts, even those up to a millennium old, was as effortless for Xiao Chang as eating or drinking. He appeared remarkably relaxed, simultaneously suppressing the soul beasts while joining Xiao Wu in the fray. The battle lasted an hour, and when the burly men were utterly exhausted, Xiao Chong finally lifted the realm of balance, allowing the soul beasts to retreat. The effects of extreme combat were evident. The strongest among them, a Da, a Air, and a San, all broke through to the 10th rank of soul masters. Xiao Chang also found suitable soul rings for them, facilitating their ascension to the realm of soul masters. Tang San looked on enviously, wishing for Xiao Chang's assistance in obtaining a soul ring, only to be turned down. The reason was simple, much like the master. There are no suitable soul rings for you here. Be patient and wait. Xiaowu stifled a laugh. Just moments ago, Xiao Chang had released several soul beasts over 400 years old, their bodies tough, with explosive power and resistance to fire and poison. Tang San would surely be devastated if he were to absorb them. Yet, Xiao Chang had let them all go. Tang San felt like crying without tears, lamenting that if only the master were here. But where was the master at this moment? Could it be that he had heard the commotion and was still asleep? Tang San's speculation was accurate. After bringing Li Zhuxi to the cave, the master had not heard any further sounds. The cave was tranquil, not particularly large. Even the dropping of a stone could be heard echoing clearly. The master had hurried to this cave with Li Zhuxi. The faint moonlight streamed into the cave, illuminating Li Zhuxi's exquisite face. Her gently rising chest was subtly visible in the darkness, and heavy breaths echoed within the cave, stimulating the master's adrenaline once more. He passionately embraced Li Zhuxi, whispering in her ear, "Zhuxi, I love you. You are so beautiful. I cannot bear it any longer." Li Zhuxi was confronted by the master, who pressed a weapon against her abdomen, issuing a threat. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Truly, the master lived up to his title, despite being in his 40s or 50s. He was impeccably maintained, frequently applying lubricant. His vehicle, though aged, still possessed commendable vitality. After a leisurely 2-hour drive, it continued to run smoothly, only to be startled into silence by a sudden clap of thunder. Had it not been for that interruption, it might have persevered through the long night until dawn. Once he had released his burdens, he collapsed onto Li Zhuxi, surrendering to slumber. However, she found herself unable to sleep. For although the master was of a similar age to Tang Hao, they differed vastly in certain respects. It was akin to the disparity between a BMW Mini and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. One was small and sluggish, while the other was grand and swift, providing an entirely different experience on the road. Chapter 35. Brother, you're blushing. Li Zhishi's choice of vehicle was of little consequence at this moment. The group, having endured a grueling battle on the mountain, was utterly exhausted, and Xiaochang felt reluctant to impose further labor upon them. At that moment, he recalled Oscar and chuckled to himself, envisioning the potential mischief that might ensue if Oscar were present. His gaze fell upon Tang San, and he sighed, lamenting the futility of the latter's efforts. Everyone, extinguish the torches and restore your soul power at once. He commanded. Little San, you should head down the mountain to rest. The master is likely waiting anxiously for you. All right, brother, Tang San replied, a hint of apprehension evident in his voice as he departed, leaving behind a tent. Xiaowu stifled her laughter, nearly doubling over in amusement. After Tang San's exit, Hu Liena skillfully set up the tent. Clearly, her abilities were invaluable. Once the tent was erected, spacious enough to accommodate them, Xiao Chong invited Hu Liena to join him inside for rest. Although Xiao Wu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she begrudgingly accepted the situation, realizing that as the only girl among them, it would be improper to remain alone outside. Little did they know, the scene that unfolded within the tent was rather scandalous. Meanwhile, Tang San returned to the Master's location in the frog pit, where he spotted the Master's tent. A faint light flickered from within, but no one was inside, likely indicating the presence of a luminescent stone. Curiosity piqued, he lifted the tent flap to peer inside. As he did so, a wave of an intoxicating scent enveloped him. Tang San frowned. Despite his straightforward demeanor, the scattered playing cards and the disarray within the tent hinted at something untoward. It was clear to him that the two individuals had engaged in less than virtuous activities. Approaching Li Zhishi's tent, he lifted the flap only to find it immaculate and devoid of occupants, confirming his suspicions. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists. What a pair of scoundrels! For reasons unknown, the phrase echoed in his mind, perfectly encapsulating his feelings at that moment. After a brief period of venting his frustration, Tang San gradually regained his composure. He was no longer a mere child. He needed to maintain his composure. Reflecting on the events of the day, he realized he had been manipulated by Xiao Chong. Despite Xiao Chong's formidable strength, he concealed his abilities, creating an illusion that Tang San could protect Xiao Wu, leading him to endure humiliation in the marketplace. Xiao Chang had deliberately wreaked havoc in the forest, inciting the Master's ire and seizing the opportunity to stir discord between Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, resulting in Tang San's embarrassment. The facade of benevolence was merely a ruse, as he belittled Tang San in front of Xiao Wu, flaunting his wealth. Xiao Chang displayed culinary skills, yet failed to invite Tang San to partake in meals, never truly treating him as family. He was a man who sacrificed familial bonds for the sake of love. Tang San struggled to articulate his feelings, recognizing that many individuals encounter such dilemmas. Xiao Chang's transgressions were numerous. He was no virtuous being. As the embodiment of justice, Tang San could not allow Xiao Wu to languish in distress. He resolved to expose Xiao Chang's true nature immediately. Upon reaching the mountain, however, he was taken aback by the abundance of stones that had mysteriously appeared. As he ventured into the stone-laden area, he found himself enveloped in a thick fog, realizing that no matter which direction he chose, he seemed destined to return to his starting point. The air was filled with unsettling rustling sounds, suggesting the presence of other beings trapped alongside him. Those stones. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Tang San. It had to be the treacherous handiwork of Xiao Chang. Such cunning. When one is consumed by rage, they often lose sight of the fundamental nature of the situation. The night was fleeting yet interminable, experienced differently by each individual. As dawn broke, the chirping of birds roused Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu from slumber. Xiao Wu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stretched luxuriously and flashed a sweet smile at Xiao Chang. Brother, I slept so soundly, though there was something hard poking me while I slept, which was rather uncomfortable. Xiao Chang's face flushed crimson. Xiao Wu giggled. Brother, if only you could remove that hat while you sleep. Xiao Chang chuckled awkwardly. What were you thinking about just now? Your face is quite red. I was contemplating how to pinch your little cheeks. He replied with a mischievous grin, playfully pinching her cheeks. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose and pouted. Brother, you're incorrigible. After their banter subsided, they emerged from the tent, where Hu Liena stood outside, having changed into a fresh outfit. The previous day's attire had become wrinkled and soiled due to Xiao Chang's antics. Thus, today she donned a dark, form-fitting skirt retrieved from Xiao Chang's system space. Xiao Chang marveled at the inexplicably low prices of these garments, acquiring 17 pieces for a mere gold soul coin, each boasting unique styles. He had selected one that was relatively modest, with cascading waves of black hair, Hu Liena's ensemble, a fitted, dark dress accentuating her long, elegant legs, enhanced her already exquisite beauty, exuding an alluring aura. As Xiao Chang lifted the tent flap, Hu Li leaned forward, offering a glass of water and a toothbrush with toothpaste pre-applied. Dressed in a low-cut black outfit, the way she leaned to dispense the toothpaste was tantalizing. The delicate lace trim barely concealed her enchanting physique, creating a breathtaking vista akin to a canyon's depths. Her mature, enchanting visage radiated a captivating charm, rendering her as beguiling as a siren, capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. Witnessing this scene, even Xiao Chang, with his steadfast resolve, found himself yearning to cast aside his worker's cap and dance with Hu Li. He envisioned her in heels, his hands encircling her slender waist, their bodies pressed together, lost in the rhythm of the dance. In the throes of passion, she would take his hand and lead him into the shadows, where fervent kisses would ensue. As he pressed her against the wall, lifting one of her legs, the thought sent shivers through Xiao Chang's heart. Yet now was not the time. He resolved to wait until nightfall. Among the many young women he encountered, Hu Li was undoubtedly the most adept maid, providing just the right amount of toothpaste, assisting with water, and gently blowing it dry. Had he not refused, she might have even bent to help him brush his teeth. To avoid any accidental encounters that might arise, he decided it would be best to wait until Xiaowu was absent to indulge in Hu Li's attentive service. Otherwise, Xiaowu's jealousy would be a substantial burden. While Hu Li dutifully attended to Xiao Chang, he found joy in her presence. However, Xiaowu, noticing Hu Li had not prepared a toothbrush or toothpaste for her, felt a twinge of jealousy and discontent. Yet, recalling her own words from the previous night, she struggled to find fault with Hu Li. Last night, within the confines of the tent, Tang San had been nestled beside Hu Li, but Xiaowu insisted on squeezing between them. When Xiao Chang requested a massage due to fatigue, Xiaowu had interjected, claiming she could assist instead. In the end, Xiao Chang acquiesced, yet Xiaowu only assisted him with a massage for less than 3 minutes before exclaiming her fatigue and declaring she could endure no more. Subsequently, Hu Li took over the task of massaging Xiao Chang. She instructed him to recline upon her lap, claiming this position would provide greater comfort. Xiao Chang, finding no objection, lay back and, gazing upward, appreciated the undulating scenery before him, which he found rather enchanting. However, Xiaowu perceived the situation differently. She felt as though something precious to her had been snatched away, and by a woman who surpassed her in every regard. Xiaowu glared at Xiao Chang, who was evidently relishing the moment, her heart simmering with silent indignation. After nearly an hour of massage from Hu Li, Xiao Chang succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was in a state of agitation for the entire hour, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Hu Li inquired if Xiaowu was experiencing insomnia and offered to massage her as well, but Xiaowu declined, asserting that she was a vixen who would only entice her brother and that she required no assistance from her. Hu Li chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. As a servant, her duty was to attend to her master's needs. Even if he desired her assistance in more intimate matters, she knew she could not refuse him. Nevertheless, she would not indulge Xiaowu. Chapter 36. Tang San's grievance. After Xiaowu declined Hu Li's invitation, Hu Li nestled against Xiaowu and Xiao Chang fell asleep, leaving Xiaowu to hug her legs and endure the night alone. Observing Xiaowu's plight, Xiao Chang chuckled softly. He ruffled her hair and instructed Hu Li, stop teasing Xiaowu and quickly hand her toiletries. Hearing this, Hu Li smiled sweetly and presented a set of toiletries to Xiaowu. After freshening up and having breakfast, Xiao Chang dismantled the large formation on the mountainside. At that moment, Tang San, utterly exhausted, emerged from within the formation. Upon seeing Xiao Chang, an overwhelming urge to confront him surged within him, yet he restrained himself, aware that he lacked the opportunity. He understood the necessity of patience, waiting for the master to return and guide him in acquiring his soul ring, allowing him a chance to battle Xiao Chang. Otherwise, acting rashly would only lead to further humiliation and diminish Xiaowu's regard for him. Casting a lingering glance at Xiao Chang and Xiaowu, Tang San said nothing and turned to descend the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he waited in vain for the master's return. Overwhelmed by feelings of injustice, he laid his head on a large stone and began to weep. "Oh, master, where have you gone? I am so sad. Xiao Chang bullies me every day. Woe is me." Just as he wept, two figures approached from a distance, laughing and occasionally exchanging kisses. The two were none other than Li Zhishi and the master, who had vanished for the night. Their affectionate demeanor stemmed from the master recounting various driving escapades to Li Zhishi, playfully pinching her at moments of excitement. Although she feigned protest, inwardly she hoped the master would make it clear to Tang San. Despite being with the master, Li Zhishi remained mindful of Tang Hao's instructions to educate Tang San and guide him in acquiring essential knowledge. As they drew near, they noticed Tang San, his face streaked with tears. The master, concerned, inquired, "Tang San, what troubles you?" Rising to meet the sight of Li Zhishi holding hands with the master only deepened Tang San's sorrow. "Master, yesterday my cousin trapped me on the mountainside. I did not sleep all night. I am hungry and exhausted. It is so hard." Hearing Tang San's heartbreaking account, the master feigned tears and began to sob. Li Zhishi, witnessing the sorrowful display of both master and disciple, felt it inappropriate to remain stoic and joined in their lamentation. Thus, the three embraced in a collective outpouring of grief until midday. Their weeping was interrupted when a pack of small wolves encircled them, prompting feelings of anger within the master. "These are the hell wolves," he stated, his voice low and tinged with irritation. "Tang San, stay put and do not move." With no one around, the master summoned his martial spirit, Luo San Pao. As it emerged, it emitted a series of discontented growls towards the approaching wolves. Unbeknownst to the master, a glint of purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes. The surrounding scene became remarkably clear to him, revealing 6 wolf-like creatures, each approximately 1.6 meters in length. Their bodies cloaked in a dark gray hue. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, fixated intently on Luo San Pao. The energy emanating from Luo San Pao seemed to unsettle them. After ensuring the area was devoid of other threats, they cautiously approached in a semicircular formation. The master snorted derisively. "A pack of mere level 10 wolves dares to disturb us. Luo San Pao, eliminate them." With a fierce roar, Luo San Pao's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a spherical shape. The sound it produced echoed like thunder. "Thunderous Luo San Pao," the master commanded. And Luo San Pao leapt dramatically to a height of 5 meters, spinning in the air and generating thunderous sounds. The master quickly led Tang San and Li Zhishi away as a brilliant yellow shield erupted, enveloping the 6 hellwolves. The wolves were flung aside like ragdolls, crashing into a nearby tree. 2 were incapacitated, while others fled, bleeding and panicked. Witnessing the spectacle, the master's eyes sparkled with triumph, and his hand instinctively brushed against Li Zhishi's figure. "Tang San, the anatomical structure of wolves is akin to that of dogs, with their weaknesses primarily located in their lower backs. Therefore, it is essential to strengthen your core muscles. Understand? Even as I near 50, my core remains robust due to my consistent training." Tang San, bewildered by the mention of hula hoop, noticed Li Zhishi's cheeks flush. "Look. The soul ring is about to appear." Under the master's guidance, the 2 wolves, having met their demise, radiated a faint white light. This ethereal glow seemed ephemeral, swaying gently as if it might dissipate at any moment. While Tang San focused on the fallen wolves, the master, without hesitation, reached towards Li Zhishi. Catching her off guard, she nearly gasped aloud, while the master sported a mischievous grin. Seizing the moment, Li Zhishi playfully struck the master's chest, which only elicited more laughter from him. Unbeknownst to the master, as Li Zhishi playfully struck him, her mind wandered to thoughts of Tang Hao, longing for moments shared with him. Some encounters leave an indelible mark on one's heart. This is the soul ring. After Li Zhishi shivered from the contact, the master withdrew his hand, gesturing towards the white soul ring. "These are the ones I defeated. If my soul power had reached the necessary threshold, I could absorb their rings." The process involves guiding the soul ring to oneself using soul power and then meditating to absorb its essence. As the master explained, a soft purple light enveloped his hand, beckoning the soul ring of one of the hellwolves. The ring appeared to come alive, swirling around the master but not penetrating his being. "My soul power is insufficient for advancement, so I cannot absorb this ring. It will dissipate in an hour. Tang San, hand me 2 white radishes." Chapter 37, The Mandala Serpent. Xiao San, run. Tang San was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly gazed at his master. "Master, why do you need the radish?" "Why? You see, the primary attack of Luo San Pao is its poisonous gas. To produce such noxious fumes, it requires the consumption of radishes. Now, Xiao San, hand me the radish." Tang San felt a blush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Master, I've eaten all the radish." "What?" The master looked utterly astonished. "How is that possible? I've bought dozens of kilograms of radishes." Feeling a bit sheepish, Tang San recalled how he had lost his way the previous night. Out of boredom, he had thought to toss radishes to determine his direction, hoping to escape the labyrinthine maze. However, in the process, he had carelessly discarded all the radishes amidst the moonlit night by the 24 bridges. Yet he still hadn't found his way out. Li Ji was equally shocked by Tang San's words. But then she considered that he might have his reasons for deceiving the master. She quickly interjected, "Brother Tang, please don't be angry. It's perfectly normal for him to consume all the radishes after a day and night of hunger. Let us not hold it against him." As she spoke, she kept winking at the master. Though somewhat irritated, the master soon reflected that radishes were hardly precious items, whether Tang San had eaten them or lost them. It was a sum he could afford. "All right, if Xiao San has eaten them, then so be it. I shall not hold it against you. Before nightfall, let us seek out a suitable spirit ring for you." Just then, a rustling sound echoed around them, and Luo Senpao also looked ahead nervously, emitting a series of anxious sounds. The master's eyes gleamed with urgency as he hurriedly grasped Tang San and Li Ji's hands, retreating swiftly. Not long after, Tang San witnessed a terrifying sight. A serpent over 4 meters in length was rapidly approaching them. A poisonous spirit beast. Tang San blurted out instinctively, a reaction stemming from his acute sensitivity to toxins. Activating his purple extreme magic eyes, he discerned a dark green serpent with a triangular head swiftly advancing toward them. "Master, look over there." Tang San pointed toward the direction of the approaching serpent, eager for the master to engage first. The master glanced in the indicated direction, quickly retrieving a firecracker from his wrist spirit guide, igniting it, and tossing it toward the oncoming beast. As he caught sight of the imminent danger, cold sweat broke out across his body. The mandala serpent. "Xiao San, run." He recognized the creature as a formidable spirit beast. If that scoundrel Qiao Chang didn't descend the mountain in time to rescue them, they could very well be devoured by this beast. At that moment, the master instinctively thought of Qiao Chang. However, he did not expect that his disciple was far more capable than he appeared, managing to evade multiple attacks from this 400-year-old spirit beast without sustaining any injuries. Meanwhile, Li Ji sprang into action, using the charm from her golden lotus martial spirit to dull the serpent's speed and reaction significantly. Yet, the danger was far from over. The master's martial spirit, Luo Senpao, launched another attack on the mandala serpent, enraging it, and it bit down on Luo Senpao's thigh. After being bitten, the master also succumbed to the poison, soon feeling dizzy and disoriented. But their calls for Qiao Chang did not go unanswered. Just as Tang San was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow to the mandala serpent, Qiao Chang appeared. Seizing the moment, he plunged his weapon into the serpent's head with great force. Upon the serpent's demise, a circle of spirit rings illuminated the area. Qiao Chang snapped his fingers, and the rings slowly floated towards him, absorbing into his body in a mere second. Seeing the surrounding individuals in stunned disbelief, the master found himself questioning reality. Stuttering as he pointed at Qiao Chang, "You, what on earth is happening?" Qiao Chang replied nonchalantly, "I killed the spirit beast, and I absorbed the spirit ring. Is there a problem? How is this possible?" The master exclaimed in disbelief. "Absorbing a spirit ring requires one to reach the appropriate level. Did you just attain level 20? The master could not believe that Qiao Chang was merely at a lower level. Only if his martial spirit had reached level 20 could his previous actions be explained. "Yes, you are correct. My spirit power has just reached level 20. Then why was your absorption of the spirit ring so swift?" Qiao Chang thought to himself. "Could it be otherwise? I directly absorbed it into the system space. Once I draw the blue-silver grass in the lottery, I will use it." He was aware that the blue-silver grass had the potential to evolve into blue-silver emperor. His system space was unique, capable of storing spirit rings while ensuring their freshness permanently. The spirit ring produced by this beast is far from my limits. My spirit power is quite robust, thus, absorbing this spirit ring is naturally simple. Qiao Chang's explanation was reasonable, leaving the master momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was amused by Qiao Chang's serious nonsense. Who can absorb a spirit ring in less than 2 seconds? Unless he isn't human. Brother, you are incredible. At such a young age, you are already a great spirit master. From now on, Xiaowu will stick with you. Rest assured, from now on, you will follow your brother. I will treat you to all the delicacies. All right, I am quite satisfied with this spirit ring. I have been away from school for 2 days. I wish to return and check on Wang Xing and the others. Xiao San, you continue following the master here to search for spirit rings. And also, take some time to explore the mountain since your cousin has paid for the labor. Keep an eye on things for me. Tang San seethed with frustration, realizing that after studying theory with the master for so long, the mandala serpent that Xiaogang had slain was precisely 400 years old. After absorbing it, Xiaochang's strength would surely soar, allowing him to spar with Xiaogang. If he could defeat Xiaogang, then Xiaowu would undoubtedly be his. Tang San naively entertained these thoughts as Xiaogang vanished from his sight. After Xiaogang left, the master suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Master, please don't be angry. Tang San feared that the master was ailing due to Xiaochang's actions. However, upon observing the master's complexion, he quickly realized something was amiss. The master had been poisoned. The thought of the master facing potential peril filled him with dread. Losing his long-term benefactor was not an option. Tang San exerted tremendous effort to bring the master back from the brink of death. After Xiaochang departed, Li Zixi quietly noted down her thoughts. Xiaochang possesses remarkable talent and a kind heart. He saved Xiao San's life at a critical moment. Once Tang San revived the master, Xiaogang expressed his gratitude. I truly did not misjudge you, Xiao San. You are indeed a good-hearted child. He then led Tang San through the soul hunting forest for an extensive period. Of course, along the way, he did not forget to sneak a hand into Li Zixie's personal space, eliciting a flurry of shyness from her. Chapter 38. Tang San is no fool. Tang San is neither a fool nor deaf. Although the master and Li Zixie were engaging in their actions behind his back, the uncontrollable moans of Li Zixie still reached his ears in intermittent waves. Unable to resist, he covertly glanced back and beheld Li Zixie biting her lip, her soft sounds of allure filling the air. It was evident that Li Zixie had noticed him as well. She playfully extended her delicate tongue and winked at him with a captivating charm. Tang San was taken aback, hastily turning his head away, too frightened to look again. Provoking a fit of giggles from Li Zixie, the master's hands trembled in response. One cannot deny the formidable nature of the protagonist's halo. Although Xiaochang had intercepted the mandala snake's soul ring, Tang San, relying on his extraordinary fortune, encountered a 300-year-old colorful rattlesnake. He vanquished it and acquired a soul ring from a beast that was over 300 years old. After obtaining the colorful rattlesnake's soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He could distinctly sense that the tranquility of the first level of Xiaogang had been shattered. His internal energy and soul power merged, transforming into a more potent force. In a brief span, it swirled around his meridian several times before gradually flowing into his dantian. He felt that his current power was undoubtedly far superior to the second level of Xiaogang from his past life. He was confident he could defeat his former self of the same realm within 10 moves. Additionally, the colorful rattlesnake soul ring endowed him with an exceedingly formidable skill, Constrict. This ability allowed him to unleash the full speed and venom of the rattlesnake. He yearned to return to the Notting City Junior Academy to challenge Xiaochang. Following Tang San's power enhancement, a smile graced the master's face. Observing Tang San's expression, the master understood his thoughts in that moment. Though he knew Tang San was unlikely to be a match for Xiaochang, he refrained from dissuading him. This was a valuable opportunity for Tang San to recognize his own limits. Only by understanding the disparity could he be motivated to strive for greater strength. Upon returning to the Notting City Junior Academy, the master instructed Tang San to rest while he eagerly took Li Zixie back to his office. Once inside and locking the door, the master could no longer restrain himself and pressed Li Zixie down. After a moment of indulgence, he pulled her back up. Zixie, you are truly enchanting. My body feels drained, yet I yearn for more. What should I do? I find myself unable to part with you. This place is not suitable. Let us retreat to the small attic behind. There, a bed awaits, and you can leave me utterly spent. The master, like an addict, embraced Li Zixie, overwhelmed with desire. Brother, you must take care of your health. I have already satisfied you 7 times. Do you truly have the stamina of a dog? Li Zixie teased. Indeed. I am like a dog, insatiable. Listen to my heartbeat. It races with fervor. I feel as though my heart may burst. Let me perish in your embrace. Would that be acceptable? I truly love you. Observing the master in a state of emotional turmoil, Li Zixie realized that the master had yet to fully recover from the mandala snake's toxin. This Tang San, intentionally leaving the antidote half-administered, left her perplexed. Her mouth was numb, yet this beast still desired more. However, the current scenario demanded her attention, for she noticed the master growing restless once more. As a woman, an alluring and mature woman, she was acutely aware of her own enticement. Her desires were fervent. Women in their 30s are like wolves and those in their 40s like tigers. Although she had not reached such an age, The unique nature of her martial soul intensified her cravings, making them no less potent than those of women in their 30s or 40s, perhaps even stronger, half-heartedly yielding. She was led by the master into a dark, secluded attic. In that dimly lit space, they seemed to forget time, forget space, and forget everything. Surrendering to their primal desires, their souls colliding in a fervent embrace, consuming the night and ushering in the dawn, tireless in their union. Amidst the endless interplay of night and day, they exemplified the vigor of age and the irresistible allure of youth. Meanwhile, upon returning, Tang San, as Li Zixi had surmised, had intentionally left the master's toxin unresolved. As the master dallied with Li Zixi, Tang San harbored a deep-seated disdain, wishing to exhaust the illicit couple. Even as he administered the antidote, he slyly included ingredients like deer antler, ox gall, and epimedium as a catalyst. After Li Zixi had attended to the master, who collapsed from exhaustion, a robust middle-aged man appeared silently before her. His expression was as dark as water, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent shone in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had witnessed the intimate encounters between Li Zixi and the master. Each time he heard their passionate cries, he longed to tear them apart. Yet, thinking of his son, he restrained himself. Now, he sought Li Zixi for two reasons: to vent his frustrations and to remind her who truly held dominion over her. He infused her with pure soul power, ensuring she donned her attire before escorting her to a designated room within the Rose Hotel, lavishly appointed with all amenities. Upon arrival, Li Zixi understood Tang Hao's intentions. Her recent behavior had evidently stirred a longing within him for something different. Before Tang Hao could speak, Li Zixi took the initiative to undress him, pushing him onto the grand bed. Grabbing a set of black stockings, she darted to the bathroom to change. Moments later, she emerged, a voluptuous figure, with a whip held between her teeth and gloves in hand. Swaying her waist like a serpent, she approached the bed. Tang Hao observed with a stoic expression as Li Zixi, resembling a playful kitten, climbed onto the bed, presenting the gloves and whip to him. He tossed aside the gloves, grasped the whip, and gestured for her to take her place in the hanging rings. Understanding his cue, Li Zixi retrieved a black rope, threaded it through the rings, and suspended her hands and feet. Soon, the room resonated with Tang Hao's hearty laughter and Li Zixi's playful muse. Upon Tang San's return, he promptly arrived at dormitory 7. However, upon finding it empty, he exited and made his way to the playground. There, he observed students emerging from the classroom, meandering toward the dormitory. Before approaching, he overheard their hushed conversations discussing the audacity of certain work-study students challenging the notorious Xiaowu, especially the bold student in the yellow worker's cap, who brazenly proclaimed that Xiaowu should call him daddy. Truly, such reckless arrogance was astonishing. It was likely that come the next class, this group of work-study students would be absent, perhaps all. Hehehe. Left with broken limbs and discarded into the school's refuse pit. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39. Is this how we play? Upon hearing this, Tang San lost interest. He knew that Xiao Chang was about to show off in front of Xiaowu again. Xiaowu might once more be captivated by his domineering presence and act irrationally, perhaps indulging in embraces, kisses, or playful lifts, or even washing feet and warming beds at night. The mere thought made Tang San grind his teeth in anger. Hello, seniors. May I ask where Xiaowu and those work-study students are? Tang San inquired, still gnashing his teeth as he approached the two students engaged in conversation. The two students were momentarily taken aback, and one, slightly taller than the other, chuckled. Junior, why do you need to know where they are? Xiaowu has enough manpower. You need not assist him, lest you get hurt in the process. Tang San, under the careful grooming of his master, bore no resemblance to a mere work-study student. Rather, he appeared akin to a wealthy young master, leading to the misunderstanding from the student. Inwardly, Tang San mused. You have a keen eye. His right eye gleamed with determination. I intend to assist Xiaowu. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Indeed, senior. You are quite perceptive. You see, that student in the yellow worker's cap is named Chao Chong. He is despicable and ruthless, and Xiaowu may be in danger. I must rush to support him immediately. Tang San spoke earnestly, reminiscent of a loyal canine fearing for its master's safety. They must be dueling in the woods behind the academy. You should hurry. The fight has likely not yet begun. After receiving the information, Tang San expressed his gratitude and sprinted towards the woods at the back of the academy. The so-called back mountain of the academy was not within the confines of Notting City Academy, but rather a small hill located behind it. Once outside the academy, in order to prevent his good ally from being defeated, Tang San quickly scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and then activated his ghostly shadow step. Racing up the hill with remarkable speed, When he arrived, he found the woods eerily quiet and sighed in relief. It was evident that he had made it in time. And the fight had yet to commence. He reflected on how fortunate he was to have arrived swiftly. Otherwise, if that scoundrel Xiao Chang had managed to flaunt his bravado, his chances with Xiaowu would have drastically diminished. Xiao Chang, with Xiaolao and I joining forces, prepare for a rude awakening. As he stealthily approached the woods, he soon witnessed two factions facing off. One side was led by Xiao Qinyu, comprising over 20 senior students, while the other was led by Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, with a handful of work-study students, including Wang Xing and Xiao Chan. Realizing the positions of both parties, Tang San concealed himself behind a large tree to eavesdrop. However, Xiao Chang had keenly sensed his arrival and smirked slightly. Xiao Chang, you injured my junior last time, and I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you appear before me now? Xiao Qinyu, tall and handsome in his Notting City Academy uniform, glared at Xiao Chang, who sported a worker's cap, filled with disdain. Xiao Chang yawned lazily, scratching his ear without sparing Xiao Qinyu a glance. Those useless little brothers of yours think they can harm me? If you had come last time, I would have dealt with you both. Ready to fight, are you? Hurry up. Afterward, I still have plans to take my sister out. As he spoke, Xiao Chang winked at Xiao Wu. Brother. Xiao Wu clutched her skirt, lowering her head in a feigned display of shyness. Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration, while Xiao Qinyu, seeing Xiao Wu's coy demeanor, became even more restless, further solidifying his intention to play with her. Very well, Xiao Chang. I will grant you one final chance since you are a junior. Kneel and apologize, and have your little sister serve as my pet rabbit. If you make me comfortable, I might forgive your insolence. Xiao Qinyu implied Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he paused dramatically, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chang. Otherwise what? Xiao Chang scoffed. Xiao Qinyu's expression twisted in anger. This Xiao Chang was insufferably arrogant. Otherwise, I shall make you and your companions search for your teeth on the ground today and subsequently toss you into a latrine for all to see. Xiao Chang laughed heartily, clapping his hands in amusement. Well, is this how we play? If you lose, I shall do as you say. Indeed, brother. I'll make sure he won't recognize himself after the beating. Xiaowu chimed in, raising her small fist in solidarity. All right, I have given you the opportunity. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me for being merciless. Xiao Qinyu's gaze turned ominous, having already granted Xiao Chang a chance. And now he was ready to unleash his wrath. According to the Academy's rules, Lu Erlong, teach them a lesson. Xiao Qinyu instructed a tall, slender male student to his left. The male student stepped forward. Xiaowu quietly asked Wang Xing, what are the Academy's rules? Wang Xing replied softly, Sister Xiaowu. The rules at Notting City Academy dictate how brawls are to be conducted, classified into literary and martial contests. The literary contest involves one representative from each side. The winning side remains while the losing side sins in another, continuing until one side is entirely defeated. The martial contest allows everyone to rush in. Whoever wins is deemed superior. Oh, I see. For the first round, I shall participate. Xiao Wu declared, eager for action. Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to take this one. That individual has a martial spirit resembling a stick and has bullied me before. I wish to avenge myself this time. Very well, you go ahead. But I must participate in the next round. I want to flatten Xiao Qinyu. Just because he is the son of the city lord, why should he act so arrogantly? Xiao Chang overheard their exchange and directed his gaze at Wang Xing, saying, be careful in the upcoming match. Do not kill anyone. Rest assured, young Master Qiao. I am well aware of my limits. Wang Xing assured him. Xiao Wu ran to Xiao Chang's side, linking her arm with his, and playfully said, Brother, let me take on the next round. I want to challenge Xiao Qinyu. All right, go ahead if you wish. Ha ha. Xiao Chang affectionately pinched Xiao Wu's cheek. Brother, you keep pinching my face. Be careful, or I will hold you responsible. Ha ha ha. Responsible or not, I can handle it. Then I will cling to you from now on. If you treat me poorly, I will bite you. Xiao Wu flashed her shiny little tiger teeth, appearing both fierce and adorable. Tang San ground his teeth in envy, while Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened as he bit his lip. Lu Erlong, growing impatient, interjected. Are we going to fight or not? If you wish to flaunt your affection, do it at home. If not, kneel and apologize to our esteemed Xiaolao. Do not waste our time. Lu Erlong, what are you being so arrogant for? If you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to oblige. Wang Sheng, displeased with Lu Erlong's attitude, stepped forward to confront him. You want to fight? Haraha. Wang Sheng, have you forgotten how you were left searching for your teeth last time? Would you like a repeat performance? Haraha. Chapter 40. You are truly weak. The students behind Lu Erlong burst into laughter, having witnessed Wang Sheng being thoroughly beaten by Lu Long on numerous occasions. Each time, he emerged with a bruised and battered visage, a pitiful sight indeed. Lu Long, spare me your words. Today is different from the past. I, Wang Sheng, shall demonstrate my prowess to you. Good, good. Such ambition. Yet I wonder how your current skills measure up. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Ha! Since you are so eager to be defeated by me, let us begin. A brilliant yellow light emanated from Lu Long's hand, and in an instant, a long staff, over 2 meters in length, appeared. All right. Wang Sheng, too, radiated with the glow of soul power, and with a fierce tiger's roar, he lunged forward. Black Tiger pierced his heart. His claw shot forth, targeting Lu Long's heart with astonishing speed and power, arriving before Lu Long in the blink of an eye. Lu Long's expression shifted to one of horror as he attempted to block with his staff, but it was too late. Boom. Wang Sheng's claw struck Lu Long heavily, causing his staff to halt mid-swing, while Lu Long was propelled backward like a cannonball. The look in his eyes before losing consciousness was one of sheer terror. Qiao Chang wore a smile upon his face. As his favorite underling, Wang Sheng received ample support from him. Pills to enhance vitality, improve physique, and boost speed were at his disposal. The techniques of Tiger Crane duality, Black Tiger pierces heart, Tiger descends the mountain, and Tiger's roar had all been generously bestowed upon him. Thus, Wang Sheng's swift defeat of Lu Long came as no surprise to Qiao Chang. After being struck in the chest, Lu Long crashed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Xiao Qinyu, who had initially anticipated a show, was now frozen in disbelief, staring at Wang Sheng in astonishment. How had this fellow become so powerful? Lu Long was among the top 3 underlings in his ranks. To see Wang Sheng incapacitate him with a single move left Xiao Qinyu dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock. The group of subordinates behind him shared similar expressions of disbelief. Xiaowu laughed joyfully, clapping her hands. Indeed, the remnants of the past are truly weak and easily defeated. Xiaolao, what do you say? Send forth a stronger opponent. What? You wish to join in? Xiao Qinyu had thought Wang Xin would remain in the arena, but now he found himself pondering who to send next. A mere girl was not something he took seriously. You there, take Lu Long away for treatment. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qinyu commanded his subordinates to drag Lu Long away. The reason for dragging him rather than carrying him was that Lu Long had fallen far too quickly, leaving Xiao Qinyu in a very embarrassing predicament. He deemed Lu Long unworthy of a dignified exit. The first match counts as our loss. Ling Feng, it is your turn. Do not disappoint me. Xiao Qinyu's tone was heavy, and Ling Feng felt an immense pressure. Fear not, boss. I shall not be as useless as that waste Lu Long. Good, perform well, and I shall grant you permission to court my cousin. Thank you, uncle. Ling Feng exclaimed with excitement, pointing at Xiao Wu. Come and meet your demise. Ling Feng was a slight figure, with a diminutive nose and a slender frame that belied his 12 years, making him appear closer in age to Xiao Wu. Oh. Little brother, be careful not to trip over your own tongue. Facing Ling Feng's arrogant demeanor, Xiao Wu smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She tilted her neck, clasping her hands behind her back as she approached Ling Feng. Make your move. Lu Long was careless, but I shall not afford you the same opportunity. Very well. First soul skill, bow of the waist. Xiao Wu unleashed her first soul skill, enhancing her strength and speed. Ling Feng immediately adopted a defensive stance, stacking his arms together and launching himself upward. He excelled in speed and intended to evade Xiao Wu's strike before countering. However, he underestimated her velocity. Smack! Xiao Wu executed a swift kick, intercepting Ling Feng's abdomen midair. He was sent flying 5 meters away and lost consciousness before hitting the ground. Xiao Wu landed gracefully, a charming smile adorning her face. Done. Who's next? Xiao Qinyu was once again taken aback. If Lu Long had been careless, then Ling Feng had been truly knocked out. Qiao Chang cast a casual glance at Xiao Qinyu, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Having stealthily approached Xiao Qinyu's subordinates with the intention of ambushing Xiao Wu to ensure her defeat and allow Qiao Chang to take action, Tang San was now reconsidering his plan after witnessing Xiao Wu's overwhelming prowess. He realized he was likely no match for Xiao Wu and certainly not for Qiao Chang, having severely underestimated their strength. Deciding to discreetly retreat, he was caught off guard when Xiao Qinyu pointed at him. You, step forward. Tang San followed Xiao Qinyu's finger, only to find it aimed directly at him. He shifted to the right, but upon glancing up, he saw Xiao Qinyu's finger still pointed at him. In a panic, he pulled a fellow student in front of him. Xiao Qinyu's displeasure was evident. Stop hiding. I am referring to you. Step forward. Tang San awkwardly steeled himself and stepped into the arena. The members of the 7th Division were all astonished to see him. Ugly San, how come it's you? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Tang San felt immensely embarrassed. Would you believe me if I said I took a wrong turn? Of course. If no one else believes you, your cousin certainly does. Xiao Chang remarked with a mischievous grin. Little San, you've made a breakthrough in strength. Congratulations. Xiao Wu. Come back. Tang San gasped in surprise, thinking Xiao Chang was being magnanimous and letting bygones be bygones. However, upon hearing Xiao Chang's next words, his relief evaporated. Cousin. I also just made a breakthrough and seek someone to spar with. Since you stand with Xiao Lao, why not accompany me for a bit of fun? Tang San's expression stiffened, and just as he opened his mouth to decline, he found Xiao Chang already at his side. Watch out, little cousin. Xiao Chang unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at Tang San's right arm. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, darting to Xiao Qinyu's side. Xiao Qinyu was startled and unleashed his martial spirit. A layer of green light enveloped him, pulsating as his body began to swell, and his eyes shifted to a pale green hue. His arms rapidly ascended, and his nails sharpened. A circle of white light rose from beneath his feet, indicative of his martial spirit's manifestation. As Tang San approached, Xiao Qinyu instinctively attempted to kick him away, yet he overlooked Tang San's speed. With the ghost shadow perplexing step in full effect, Tang San moved with extraordinary swiftness. Just as Xiao Qinyu was about to strike, Tang San grasped his leg. With a powerful tug, he pulled Xiao Qinyu several meters forward, but to Tang San's surprise, Xiao Chang was even quicker. As Tang San maneuvered Xiao Qinyu into range of Xiao Chang's attack, Xiao Chang wasted no time in delivering a kick to Xiao Qinyu's abdomen, causing him to double over and fly backward, crashing heavily into Tang San, who had narrowly evaded Xiao Chang's initial strike. Boom. Crack. The sound of bones colliding echoed as both Xiao Qinyu and Tang San cried out in agony. Xiao Chang slowly retracted his legs and adjusted his attire. Alas! You are truly feeble. You cannot withstand even a single strike from me. How utterly dull. How profoundly uninspiring. Xiao Wu, let us return. Wang Sheng. Take care of all of Xiao Laoda's subordinates. We shall convene at the Hadian Grand Hotel. Certainly. Rest assured, Changgu. Brothers. It is time to act. Let vengeance be served to those with grievances, and let us revel in the pleasures of life alongside Changgu. Chapter 41. Arrival in Sodto City and confrontation with Daimu by Wang Sheng, and the members of the 7 houses had long been mercilessly tormented by Xiao Qinyu. Now that an opportunity for revenge presented itself, they seized it without hesitation, disregarding whether Tang San and Xiao Qinyu were allies. The sounds of anguish echoed. A crescendo of pain and despair. Xiao Wu, entwined with Xiao Chang's arm, drifted further away, while Tang San lay on the ground, beaten to a pulp. His eyes filled with resentment as he watched Xiao Chang's retreating figure. Time swiftly passed, and in these 5 years, Tang San had employed every cunning tactic to eliminate Xiao Chang, yet all his attempts had proven futile. Instead, he found himself gradually dulled by Xiao Chang's resilience. Following the brutal beating he received from Xiao Chang, Xiao Qinyu dropped out of school. It was rumored that he had informed his father of the incident. His father intended to teach Xiao Chang a lesson, but the outcome was that Xiao Chang remained unscathed. While Xiao Qinyu was left hanging from the city walls for 3 days and nights, with no one daring to release him. On the very day he was strung up, Xiao Qinyu began comforting his frightened mother, Qinyume. This reassurance lasted for 3 days, during which they shared meals and sleep, gradually stabilizing her emotions and strengthening their bond. Almost inseparable thereafter, Xiao Qinyu found justifiable reasons to avoid school, where he faced individuals he could not contend with. He preferred delays at home, spending time with his mother making steamed buns and cooking. Over the course of 5 years, Xiao Chang had grown significantly taller and more handsome. Yet he retained his fondness for wearing a worker's cap. Xiaowu blossomed into a stunning beauty. Hu Liena had accompanied Xiao Chang for 5 years, attending to his daily needs. When Xiao Chang decided to grant her freedom, Hu Liena resolutely shook her head, unwilling to leave his side. As feelings blossomed between them, Xiao Chang, feeling a tinge of reluctance to part with her, consented to her continued presence, albeit with no need for her to serve him. As someone else had taken over her responsibilities, our beloved Xiaowu. For these years, Xiaowu had been by Xiao Chang's side, witnessing his growth. Their mutual affection had soared to an impressive 90 points. Throughout these 5 years, Xiao Chang had amassed over 1.5 million gold soul coins and countless rare treasures, along with a chance to draw a lottery from which he won the coveted Deqiao. Like Xiao Qiao, Deqiao was also a level 97 title Douluo, skilled in various techniques such as flowing current, to accelerate oneself and allies, and time-space transmission, to teleport oneself and allies into a magic array. With the aid of 2 titled Douluos, Xiao Chang's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, successfully reaching the Soul Sage level and distinguishing himself among them. Nevertheless, he continued to disguise himself as a Soul Master, akin to Xiaowu, so as not to plunge Tang San into despair, facilitating future encounters at Shrek Academy where he could further humiliate Tang San and garner more rewards. 5 years later, as Xiao Chang shed the worker's cap, he had just reached adulthood. Bibi Dong organized a grand celebration for him, filling the Spirit Hall with a jubilant atmosphere. However, due to a lack of new developments within the Spirit Hall, the rewards he received were modest, scarcely matching what Xiao Wu had contributed alone. Thus, upon graduating from Nodding City, he took Xiao Wu to Sodto City, a prime location for his missions. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mu Bai Oscar, here I come, Xiao Chang exclaimed. Brother, Sodto City is truly bustling. Xiaowu chimed, her lovely face beaming as she leaned closer to Xiao Chang. It is indeed vibrant, he replied. With so many prestigious academies extending invitations, why should we choose the obscure Shrek Academy? Because it promises greater amusement. Really? Xiaowu blinked her enchanting eyes, skeptical of Xiao Chang's words. Absolutely. Not only is it fun, but you will also meet many wonderful friends. That sounds delightful. If only we could keep that ugly Tang San away. Xiaowu muttered softly. Xiaowu, you remain so harsh on Tang San. I can see he has been striving to change himself over these years. Yes, he is indeed trying to change, but into someone I find increasingly detestable. As they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at a hotel, the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, they spotted Tang San, who had also just stepped in, carrying a small bundle. The hotel was fully booked. Yet Xiao Chang managed to secure the last VIP room. However, as the attendant led them to their room, a voice interrupted them. The speaker was a golden-haired man, who was currently embracing 2 identical twin beauties, their cheeks flushed from recent exertions. Is there an issue? Xiao Chang inquired with a polite smile. I'll be taking that VIP room. On what grounds? Xiaowu asked indignantly. Because I am a regular here, and that room has always been mine. Oh, I apologize for the inconvenience. Xiaowu, let us go. Stop. Are you deaf or just dim-witted? I said I want that room. Are you not hearing me? Dai Mubai barked, directing his ire at a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hastily apologized. Young Master Dai, please calm down. I will speak with them immediately. Speak. Nonsense. Just get rid of them. If his little sister has nowhere to stay, she can join me. What did you say? Xiaowu seethed, ready to confront Dai Mubai, but Xiao Chang intervened. With a resounding slap, Dai Mubai was sent reeling, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The twin beauties rushed to assist him, only to be brushed aside. Get away. Do I need your help? He snapped. You little brat. How dare you hit me? I'll ruin you. Yinming White Tiger. White Tiger Titan Transformation. With an increase in defense, Dai Mubai sprang up and charged at Xiao Chang. Xiaowu restrained Xiao Chang, leaping into action to kick Dai Mubai, sending him flying. Tang San entangled him with blue-silver grass, shooting a hidden arrow from his sleeve. Though he despised Xiao Chang, he could not allow anyone to insult Xiaowu. Having finally captured her heart, it became an obsession for him, growing more profound with time. As Dai Mubai was ambushed, he fell to his knees. Tang San aimed his arrow at Dai Mubai's forehead. White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Mubai, infuriated, unleashed a light wave at Tang San, who narrowly evaded the attack. Xiao Chang caught the brunt of the assault with one hand. Do not damage property. Dai Mubai was left astounded, realizing the sheer power of his attack. Even a soul master would struggle to withstand it, yet Xiao Chang had absorbed it effortlessly. Xiaowu clapped her hands in delight. Brother, you are incredible. Go ahead and smash his head. He deserves it for his nasty words. Chapter 42, The Service of the Twin Beauties. Xiao Chang produced an iron rod, causing Tang San's lips to twitch. This was the Rui Jingu Bang, a formidable weapon weighing 108,000 pounds. A name bestowed upon it by Xiao Chang. He often brandished this object to display his prowess. Upon seeing the unassuming iron rod, Dai Mubai's eyes reflected skepticism. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by a wave of dread as Xiao Chang swung the rod with ferocity. Boom! Dai Mubai envisioned his skull shattering, and, believing his demise was imminent, he despairingly closed his eyes. I shall spare your life for this being your first offense. However, though you may escape death, you shall not evade punishment. Xiao Wu is entrusted to you, Tang San observed. Make sure your cousin does not suffer. Tang San was left speechless as Xiao Wu twisted her neck and waist, approaching Dai Mubai. What do you intend to do? Dai Mubai asked, eyeing her warily. Xiao Wu flashed a devilish grin and unleashed a barrage of Wing Chun strikes, transforming Dai Mubai's visage into that of a pig's head. Dai Mubai howled in anguish, his two twin beauties standing nearby, dumbfounded by the violent outburst of this seemingly delicate girl. Only Tang San recognized that Xiao Wu had shown restraint, had Xiaochang intervened. Dai Mubai might have been bedridden for a fortnight. Once Xiao Wu had vented her frustrations, she seized Xiaochang and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the pink room adorned with a heart-shaped bed, Xiao Wu leapt onto the plush surface. Brother, the ambience here is splendid. Why not indulge in some games with me today? What games? Xiaochang replied. After a long day of travel, it is best to rest. No way. Brother Chang. Please play with Xiao Wu for a while. Absolutely not. You must sleep soundly to grow healthily. Fine. Brother, send a message for Sister Hu Li to come over. Why summon her? To attend to you while you sleep. I refuse. We are grown now and must learn independence. We cannot always rely on Hu Li. Otherwise, we shall never mature. Today, you shall massage me. Not a chance. Massaging is arduous. Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to have an epiphany and dashed downstairs, returning shortly with the two twin beauties. You two will massage my brother. If you do it well, there's a reward. If not, you shall receive a few punches. Under Xiao Wu's imposing presence, the twin beauties began to take turns massaging Qiao Chang, who soon succumbed to slumber after an hour. The following morning, Qiao Chang joined Xiao Wu for breakfast before departing from Sodto City. With Dai Mubai leading the way, they soon arrived at Shrek Academy, which was currently enrolling new students. Both Xiaochang and Xiao Wu registered to participate in the soul power test. Xiao Wu, ranked at the level of a soul master, stood at 29. Xiaochang was a soul sovereign at 31, while Tang San also measured at 29. Dai Mubai was taken aback. 31? Can he truly contend with a level 37? His doubts lingered, as he suspected Xiaochang's abilities surpassed mere 31. During registration, Xiaochang met Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong and participated in the assessment alongside them. Encountering Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin's test required them to endure under his guidance for the duration of an incense stick. However, during the sparring, Tang San became overly zealous and launched a fervent assault upon Zhao Wujin, who, being lenient towards his juniors, refrained from retaliating, despite Zhao Wujin's patience. Tang San's aggression only intensified. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujin lost control, releasing too much soul power and inadvertently injuring Tang San. The assessment ended prematurely due to Tang San's fainting. Yet Zhao Wujin deemed them successful, and they officially joined Shrek Academy. Upon entering, they encountered Oscar, the sausage vendor. After conversing, they learned of a rotund fellow named Ma Hongjun and decided to seek him out for introductions. Arriving at a villager's house, they found Ma Hongjun entangled with a fair maiden named Cuihua. When she expressed her discontent, he threatened to incinerate her home. Unable to tolerate the scene, Xiao Wu intended to intervene, but Ma Hongjun, known for his temper, unleashed his phoenix fire line, nearly igniting Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Xiaochang intervened, shielding her from harm. Infuriated, Xiao Wu executed an 8-section throw, leaving Ma Hongjun dazed and disoriented. Afterward, Dai Mubai interceded on Ma Hongjun's behalf, claiming his actions were unintentional, attributing his misbehavior to uncontrollable evil fire that needed to be vented. He assured Xiao Wu that since meeting Cuihua, Ma Hongjun had remained faithful, a trait Dai Mubai could not boast of himself. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's defense, Xiao Wu's gaze at Xiaochang shifted. How can Ma Hongjun, at such a young age, be so experienced in romance while Brother Chang is still an innocent maiden? Meanwhile, Tang San, sensing an opportunity, approached Ma Hongjun. What will you do if you remain single? Ma Hongjun shot him a sidelong glance. What else can I do? My life is paramount. Unless you can introduce me to a girlfriend? Of course. It's not like women are scarce. Tang San replied with a knowing smile. Listening to their exchange, Xiao Wu felt exasperated by Tang San's antics and called out to Dai Mubai. Where do the students dine? I am famished. Please, don't call me Dai Lauda. You are Brother Chang's woman. Just call me Xiao Dai. Dai Mubai fawned, while Zhu Zhuqing looked on in disbelief. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing snorted. But Dai Mubai feigned ignorance and continued his sycophancy. Xiao Wu, the cafeteria isn't far? Follow me. They returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, where Tang San and Ma Hongjun excused themselves. Dai Mubai led them to the dining hall, a simple establishment run by villagers contracted to provide meals. Though the lunch was modest, the portions were ample. Xiao Wu reminisced about Hu Li, wishing she were present to prepare a feast for everyone. Chapter 43. Hu Li's determination. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's heartfelt remark, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward her. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is Sister Hu Li?" Xiao Wu responded, "Sister Hu Li was a maid of Brother Chang's in the past, beautiful and kind-hearted, with exceptional culinary skills." The group then collectively shifted their attention to Qiao Chang. "And where is she now?" Ning Rongrong asked, intrigued. "Brother Chang has sent her to attend to other matters." Xiao Wu replied, "What a pity. We want to have the chance to taste her cooking." "Not necessarily," she added playfully, revealing a mischievous smile. "As long as Brother Chang invites her to the academy, we may still have the opportunity to enjoy her dishes." "Xiao Wu, if you call her back, she'll have to share a bed with him. Qiao Chang has grown up, and so has Hu Li. He fears he might not be able to restrain himself and might act inappropriately before Xiao Wu." Although Xiao Wu might not mind. After all, as a 10,000-year-old soul beast, she had witnessed many mating scenes in the Sodto forest, including interactions between humans and beasts. Qiao Chang was not comfortable with the idea of engaging in such behavior in front of a woman, at least not at this moment. Before awakening the essence of his mischievous spirit, he was unlikely to entertain such thoughts. In Xiao Wu's absence, he would let the Qiao and Xiao Qiao warm his bed, taking turns. He was still somewhat averse to these matters. On his 18th birthday, Qiao Chang rewarded himself with a night of indulgence alongside the mature and alluring Qiao. The following day was reserved for the charming and petite Xiao Qiao. He cherished both, but dared not succumb to obsession. Knowing that being enraptured by feminine allure could cloud his judgment, such folly was best left to Yu Xiaogang, that clumsy oaf. Tang San was far too young to indulge in such distractions. In Qiao Chang's mind, despite knowing he was a transmigrator with an estimated age of 40, he still regarded himself as a mere boy of 12 or 13. To be so young and captivated by femininity would be a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to Qiao Chang, Tang San had already ventured into such experiences by the age of 11, as the aging master indulged in fervent escapades with Li Zixi. By the time Tang San reached 5th grade, his prowess in that domain could only be described as chaotic, unable to satisfy Li Zixi's yearnings. Gradually, Li Zixi could no longer endure the emptiness and solitude. On a stormy night, she sought out Tang San, clad in a sheer silk dress that clung to her exquisite form. Her voice was sweet and enticing as she claimed to be feverish, urging him to feel her warmth. Tang San obliged, and as their garments gradually diminished, he naturally entrusted his first experience to her. Afterward, Li Zixi marveled, "Truly, you are the son of Tang Hao. A fierce father begets a fierce son." Returning to the present, upon witnessing Qiao Chang's serious demeanor, Xiao Wu promptly silenced herself, lowering her head to focus on her meal. Ning Rongrong seemed to discern Xiao Wu's apprehension towards the handsome young man in the worker's cap, igniting her curiosity about Qiao Chang. Zhu Zhiqing maintained a stoic facade, savoring her food with meticulous care, only breaking her silence to threaten Ma Hongjun. "If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." Ma Hongjun felt wronged, thinking, "Qiao Chang is openly observing, yet I am the one being targeted." Zhu Zhiqing reflected, "I know he is watching, and he even touched me. But what can I do? I can't overpower him." During the confrontation with Zhao Wujin, Qiao Chang had absorbed most of Zhao's assault, even managing to save her and Xiao Wu. As he rescued her, she sensed a fleeting brush against her pride, but it was only a momentary contact, released too swiftly for her to discern if it was intentional or accidental. Qiao Chang assured himself it was not deliberate. Zhu Zhiqing's ample figure had simply misled his estimation. With everyone quieting down, their meal concluded rather swiftly. After dining, Dai Mubai led them to their dormitory. Shrek Academy was considerably smaller than the Nodding City Academy, and the accommodations were quite modest. Aside from a few teachers who enjoyed private rooms, the student dormitories comprised only 3 rooms, 2 for boys and 1 for girls. This explained why Dai Mubai had a dedicated VIP room in Sodto City, while Ma Hongjun often found himself at Suohua's home whenever he could not contain his urges. Upon seeing the rudimentary dormitory, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of disappointment. Ning Rongrong expressed mild disdain, while Zhu Zhiqing nonchalantly tossed her bag onto a bed by the window before heading outside for a run. Xiao Wu's discontent stemmed from the inability to share a bed with her brother that night, thwarting her mischievous plans. Initially, she thought the girls' dormitory was rather shabby, but upon entering the boys' quarters, Qiao Chang realized there was a level of simplicity that surpassed even that. The cramped room of barely a dozen square meters housed only 2 wooden plank beds and a small window. Despite the modesty, Qiao Chang did not mind. Having once been a diligent lumberjack in his past life, He had endured far worse hardships. As long as he had a roof over his head without the burden of rent, he was content. He wished Hu Liena were here. After years of companionship, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Though he had told Xiaowu that they must learn to be independent, he could not help but think of Hu Liena. Meanwhile, Hu Liena had been cultivating her strength under Qiao Chang's guidance, now reaching the level of a great soul master. If not for her age and slightly waning talent, her growth would have rivaled that of any ordinary soul master. At that moment, she had shed her alluring professional attire for fitted training gear, engaged in rigorous training alongside a group of burly men. Sister Hu Liena, you've been training for 10 hours today. You should take a break. A robust man, whose physique resembled that of a bronze statue, effortlessly lifted a heavy stone weighing 100 pounds. Duh, I'm not tired. I can keep going. I can't fall too far behind. Sister Hu Liena, the master has granted you freedom. A beauty like you shouldn't endure this hardship with us. Duh. The master did say I could have my freedom, but I do not wish to leave. I want to train alongside you. All right. The master is so kind. I wouldn't want to part ways either. Let us train together. Chapter 44. A day out with Xiaowu. At Shrek Academy, having tidied his bed, Xiaowu bounced over to Qiao Chang. Brother, have you made your bed? Do you need my help? Qiao Chang smiled and shook his head. No need. I'll tidy it up later myself. All right, brother. Teacher Xiao said there are no classes this afternoon, and I'm feeling so bored. Will you come out and play with me? Is there nowhere to play? Qiao Chang pondered quickly. Aside from the farmland, there seemed to be little entertainment at Shrek Academy. Sodto City, however, was lively with many attractions. It was not far, and they could ask the Qiao to take them there, with a fixed teleportation array to return whenever they wished. Having spent considerable time with Qiao Chang, Xiaowu was well aware of the two stunning beauties by his side. Thus, she was not surprised whenever he summoned Qiao or Xiao. Once, when Xiao Chang had teased Tang San a bit too much, Tang Hao could no longer tolerate it and sought to confront Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang flatly refused, suggesting that Tang Hao could discuss matters with his subordinates first. Since then, no matter how much Xiao Chang bullied Tang San, as long as he did not harm him, Tang Hao never approached Xiao Chang again. Let us go to Sodto City. There is a new ice skating rink. Brother will take you skating today. Yay. Xiaowu leaped onto Qiao Chang. Brother, you're so handsome. Can we bring someone along this time? Who? Rong. She is also quite bored and has never skated before. We can teach her together and have fun later. I have no objections, but I'm not sure if she will agree. She will. Just as Qiao Chang finished speaking, a stunning girl in a flowing blue dress, the exquisite Ning Rong, approached. Hello, Miss Rong. Xiao Chang greeted with a smile. Since you wish to go, let us all go together. Should we invite Zhu Xiqing? Xiaowu suddenly inquired. You all decide. Okay. Brother, Xiqing is running nearby. We should pass by the playground and see her. All right. The three of them arrived at the playground, where Zhu Xiqing, donned in black leather, was swiftly running with the grace of a cat, her movements agile and lithe. Zhu Xiqing is so dedicated. No wonder she has reached soul power level 27 at such a young age. Xiaowu exclaimed. Indeed, only under pressure can one find motivation. However, relying solely on training to enhance skills can be slow. Participation in actual combat is far more effective. Actual combat? Yes. Brother, Zhu Xiqing hardly speaks and trains so hard. Does she harbor some deep-seated grudge? Xiaowu asked curiously. Since Xiaowu loved stories as a child and Qiao Chang was adept at storytelling, he often regaled her with tales like the legend of the sword and the saber. Thus, she had concocted many narratives from Zhu Xiqing's behavior. I'm not sure. Qiao Chang preferred not to disrupt the narrative flow and had not previously mentioned Zhu Xiqing's circumstances to Xiaowu. Although Zhu Xiqing had matured impressively, she was still a few years shy of adulthood. Qiao Chang could only admire her. Moreover, he believed that fostering goodwill required no excessive effort. He firmly believed that as time passes, genuine feelings would inevitably develop. Xiqing, take a break. Zhu Xiqing, engrossed in refining her speed and agility, did not stop immediately upon hearing her name. She continued for a few more strides, executing several movements before finally halting her training. Sister Xiaowu, did you call me? She said, breathless and glistening with sweat as she approached. Xiao Chang nodded in acknowledgement. My brother said your training is exhausting and unproductive. You need actual combat. Come play with us, and later let him spar with you. Zhu Xiqing did not respond immediately. She understood that actual combat could enhance strength. But who had the time to engage in sparring daily? No, it's too troublesome. I don't enjoy playing. You all go ahead. Zhu Xiqing was quite aloof. maintaining a distance from any male due to her relationship with Daimu Bai. Xiaowu felt embarrassed by the rejection, glancing at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang chuckled softly. Yu Qing, I understand what you were thinking. You might believe that playing is a waste of time. Zhu Qing remained silent, implicitly agreeing with his assertion. However, I must tell you today that one cannot train incessantly. It's essential to find the right approach and balance work with rest. Only through vigorous training with ample energy will the results be significant. Your relentless practice is truly a waste of time. Zhu Qing still did not speak. I know you will likely let my words go in one ear and out the other, or perhaps even dismiss them entirely, but I'm not concerned about that. You must have just recently broken through to level 27, right? Xiao Wu is at the same level. You can spar with her and let Ning Rongrong assist you. No need. Come on, you should. Don't worry. I fear you might not even withstand a single move from Xiao Wu. Brother, don't say that. Yu Qing is quite impressive. Saying that will only upset her. She kept winking at Xiao Chang, signaling him to tone it down. But was Xiao Chang someone who could be discreet? Clearly not. Do you see that large tree over there? Zhu Qing nodded. As a speed-type soul master, how many seconds will it take you to reach it? 3 to 5 seconds. 3 seconds or 5 seconds? 3 seconds. Zhu Qing answered, slightly nervously. Good. Xiao Wu, go pick a leaf for us. Brother, do we really have to do this? Do you wish to help Xu Qing improve her strength? All right. In an instant, Xiao Wu vanished, only to reappear 2 seconds later, holding a leaf from a tree 300 meters away. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong were left astounded. Xiao Chang frowned. Xiao Wu, you are too kind. Zhu Qing cannot perceive the difference. Let me handle it. Xiao Chang's form vanished, and the next moment, he reappeared with a cup of water from 800 meters away. The water, calm and undisturbed, left Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong in a state of disbelief. Is this even possible? Seeing both girls immobilized in shock, a smile curled on Xiao Chang's lips. Ding. Gain Ning Rongrong's affection 5. Total affection gained. 5. 30 for a basic draw. Total soul coins. 2. 131. 452. Gained reputation 1. Total reputation. 9. 10 points to unlock the reputation store. Ding. Gained Zhu Qing's affection 10. Total affection gained. 10. 30 for a basic draw. Total soul coins. 2. 144. 452. Gained reputation 1. Total reputation. 10 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has reached 10 points. Unlocking the reputation store is in progress. 1 complete. Chapter 45. Little Blue and Little Red. A lengthy progress bar manifested within Xiao Chang's mind, gradually incrementing its numbers. After a considerable duration, the bar remained stagnant at 1. Zhu Qing had already regained her composure. Xiao Chang, brother, where are you planning to go today? Xiao Chang smiled gently. A new ice skating rink has opened in Sodto City. I intend to take Xiao Wu and Rongrong along for some skating. Would you care to join us? Yes. I would love to go, but I cannot skate. Would you teach me? Of course. Thank you, brother Xiao Chang. In Sodto City, at a brothel. Here we are. Senior Ma, Junior Tang San, I am a respectable person. How could you bring me to such a place? Ma Hongjun flicked his mohawk-like red hair back with flair, pretending to be an innocent young man. Senior Ma, please stop pretending. I assure you, the young lady I am introducing today will certainly meet your expectations. Really? Ma Hongjun displayed a lewd grin. Tang San led Ma Hongjun to a private room, where the matron brought in 2 newly arrived girls. Upon their entrance, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment. Both young women stood at around 1.7 meters tall, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, exuding beauty. Junior Tang, you are too kind. Who are these beautiful ladies? Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, leeringly assessing the 2 beauties. Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with the matron, who discreetly closed the door. These 2 ladies are interested in you. Senior Ma, please introduce yourselves. Certainly, young Master Tang. Young Master Ma, my name is Xiao Lan. A girl clad in a red dress, appearing around 16 or 17, bowed slightly in introduction. Brother Ma, I am Xiaogang. Another girl, dressed in a red qipao and seemingly 14 or 15, also bowed in introduction. Wonderful, wonderful. Both of you are exquisite beauties. Please, take a seat. I have much to discuss with you. Ma Hongjun eagerly beckoned the 2 beauties onto his lap, one on each side. Senior Ma, are you satisfied with these young ladies? Absolutely, I am exceedingly pleased. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Then I shall have the kitchen serve the dishes. Yes, quickly. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his delight. One hand sliding down Xiaolan's dress. Tang San clapped his hands, instructing the attendant waiting at the door, "Bring the wine. Right away. Dishes for room 2B are on the way." A young attendant, around 20, called out from outside, causing Tang San's face to turn green. He had merely requested a spacious room with screens and a large bed without paying attention to the room number. Thankfully, his cousin was not present. Had he been, it would have been an embarrassment indeed. Ma Hongjun had also heard the attendant's announcement, his expression darkening. But since the room was chosen by Tang San and he was the host, he felt it inappropriate to comment. Feigning ignorance, he began to explore. "Brother, you are so naughty. You mustn't touch there." Feeling Ma Hongjun's hand exploring her thigh, Xiaogang giggled mischievously. "Haha, where mustn't I touch? How can I know if you don't specify?" Ma Hongjun chuckled slyly. "Stop it. Brother, you were just pretending not to know. You only want to tease Xiaohong. And what of it? Don't you enjoy being teased by your brother? Look, Xiaolan isn't complaining at all. Brother, please stop teasing Xiaolan. She is becoming overwhelmed." At that moment, Tang San could no longer remain seated. He told Ma Hongjun to take his time and excused himself. Ma Hongjun eagerly agreed, wishing for Tang San to depart quickly. After Tang San left, he entered an adjacent room labeled True 2B. Upon opening the door, a mature woman with an alluring presence wrapped herself around him. Tang San swiftly closed the door, pressing the woman's head down. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Teacher Li, what brings you here?" "Little San, you heartless one. You left in such a hurry without saying goodbye. If it weren't for that rascal Xiaogang, I wouldn't have known you had arrived in Sodto City." Li Ziqi adjusted her attire, casually wiping her mouth with a tissue. She sauntered to the bedside, crossing her legs, her eyes twinkling with temptation as she gazed at Tang San. Tang San adjusted his pants, walking over to her side and wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Teacher Li, you misunderstand me. You have been so kind. How could I bear to leave without a word? It was all because of Qiao Chang, when he left silently. I feared he might have ill intentions towards Xiaowu, so I followed him. Who knew they would rush to Sodto City overnight? I didn't have the chance to say hello. Little San, I truly do not understand what is so special about Xiaowu. She has never treated you well. Yet you refuse to give up. Every person has their own pursuits. From the moment I laid eyes on Xiaowu, I knew she was the one I must have for life. Well, having your own aspirations is commendable, but I must caution you. Qiao Chang is not to be underestimated." "Yes, teacher, I am aware. I am merely 2 levels beneath Qiao Chang. Once I acquire my 3rd soul ring and find 2 companions of similar strength, I shall surpass him. Indeed, I believe in you. You have never disappointed me in any regard. Thank you for your trust, teacher. I know you are busy these days. Please come find me in a few days. I will dedicate all my energy to you. Little San, I desire you today, if you don't mind. I can accompany you in a fierce battle." Li Ziqi's body pressed against Tang San, her breath whispering seductively in his ear. "Teacher, are you speaking the truth?" Tang San's excitement surged. Seeing Li Ziqi's alluring form, Tang San found his restraint slipping as he succumbed to the temptation of her words. In the adjacent room, a feast lay untouched. On the bed, a dragon and 2 phoenixes were drenched in sweat, as their intentions were never to dine, but to indulge in melodies. "Oh, the 5th ring, you have one more than the 4th. Ah, the 5th ring, you have one less than the 6th. After leaving the brothel, Tang San took Ma Hongjun for a bath, followed by a game of billiards, still brimming with unspent energy. It must be said, youth is indeed a blessing. Tang San proposed they invite several girls from the nearby Zhonghue Academy, including Xiao Jing, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yi, to join them for ice skating at the Nikala ice rink. Chapter 46, an intimate embrace with Zhu Zhuqing under the arrangement of Tang San. He and Ma Hongjun soon spotted 3 exceptionally beautiful female students emerging from the gates of Zhonghue Academy. Clad in matching JK uniforms, they possessed ample bosoms and curvaceous figures. Their faces not only charming but also delicate and smooth, akin to the skin of an infant. It must be acknowledged that Tang San's discerning eye for selecting young ladies was impeccable. As they stepped out of the academy, a lavish carriage awaited them, beside which Tang San stood, beckoning them with a wave. "Xiao Jing, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, come here." Upon hearing Tang San's call, the 3 girls, slightly shy yet buoyed by the envious gazes of their peers, hurried to his side. "Third young master, you've arrived. Will you have us 3 sisters serve you today?" "Indeed. Today we shall indulge in something different. Climb aboard, and Brother Tang will take you to a delightful place." In unison, the 3 young ladies nodded eagerly. As they lifted the carriage curtain, they were taken aback to find a portly red-haired man seated within. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Just days before, Tang San had nearly left them breathless with excitement. And now the addition of such a rotund figure left them questioning whether they would return to the academy in time for Professor Gongbin's biology lecture. Xiaojing, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, this is my friend, Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, he is quite gentle. Tang San reassured them. Today, the 5 of us will enjoy ourselves together, ensuring you have a wonderful time. Exchanging glances, Xiaojing, the eldest and most mature, stepped inside first, followed by Xiaoyi and Xiaoyi. Tang San was the last to enter. To the Nikala ice rink. Tang San called out to a middle-aged coachman. Certainly, the coachman replied, cracking his whip and urging the horses forward. The sudden acceleration caused Xiaojing and Xiaoyu to momentarily lose their balance and tumble into Ma Hongjun's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the 2 beauties, showering them with attention, while Tang San, in turn, embraced Xiaoyi, expressing his concern, "Are you all right?" Xiaojing and Xiaoyi initially experienced a fleeting moment of panic, but upon seeing their friend comfortably with Tang San, they cast aside their pretenses and began to attend to Ma Hongjun. He relished the attention, basking in his newfound glory within the carriage. When the carriage came to a halt before the Nikala ice rink, the coachman respectfully announced, "Young Master Tang, we have arrived." After a moment, Tang San adjusted his attire and exited the carriage. Xiaoyi tidied her clothing and hair, stepping out shyly with her head lowered. Ma Hongjun, brimming with self-satisfaction, flung open the carriage curtain and jumped down. "They're too exhausted. Let them rest inside for a while," he declared with a triumphant smile. Within the carriage, Xiaojing and Xiaoyu lay sprawled, their clothes slightly wrinkled, breaths heavy as they gasped for air. Xiaojing, slightly more plump than Xiaoyi and wearing black-rimmed glasses, struggled to sit up, her eyes catching a glimpse of Xiaoyi, who lay on the floor, petite and delicate. "Xiaoyi, do you regret it?" "Jingjie, regret what?" Xiaoyu replied with a bittersweet smile. "Regretting coming out with us to accompany young Master Tang. I do not regret. If it weren't for you 2 sisters, I wouldn't have the money to pay for my parents' medical bills, nor for my brother's schooling. Alas, if not for life's demands, who would willingly sell their body? Make sure to rest a bit longer. I shall go out and keep them company. I cannot let young Master Ma wait too long." "Jingjie." Xiaoyu hesitated. Xiaojing offered her a comforting smile, adjusted her collar, and walked past Xiaoyi, her legs trembling slightly. As she passed, Xiaoyu noticed blood trickling down Xiaojing's leg. A pang of sorrow struck her, and she bit her lip, holding back tears. Once Xiaojing had departed, she could no longer contain herself and quietly wept. Her previous outing with Tang San had been her first experience. What has become of this world? Is it the cruelty of society or the decay of morals? No one can clearly delineate right from wrong. Yet one truth remains: survival. Simply living is an arduous endeavor in this world, and living as one wishes is even more challenging. After shedding her tears and releasing her pent-up frustrations, Xiaoyi bore the pain and donned her clothes before stepping out of the carriage. As she disembarked, she distinctly saw the middle-aged man smiling at her, a radiant smile that was laced with disdain. She lowered her head slightly, feeling a mix of shame and escape as she made her way to the Nikala ice rink. The Nikala ice rink, the largest in Sodto City, sprawled over an area larger than 10 football fields. Inside, a myriad of men and women donned ice skates, exuding vitality upon the frigid surface. A tall young man was assisting a striking figure clad in leather as they glided gracefully across the rink. "Zhuqing, be brave. Don't be afraid. Glide forward boldly. I want to let you fall." "Yes, Brother Qiao, I believe in you." Zhuqing gradually released her grip on Qiao Chang's hand, tentatively attempting to skate forward. She was hesitant to straighten her body, instead leaning on her knees to maintain balance. Qiao Chang stood to her left, his gaze inadvertently drifting to areas he ought not to see. Yet he refrained from staring, merely casting occasional sidelong glances, silently admiring her. "Ah!" Zhuqing suddenly shrieked as she lost her balance at a corner, nearly crashing to the ground. With quick reflexes, Qiao Chang caught her just before she fell, gliding forward a short distance before gently setting her down. "Zhuqing, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushed. In that moment when Qiao Chang had embraced her, she felt the solidness of his chest against her own, causing her heart to race even faster. Observing this interaction, Xiao Wu, who was instructing Renxue, felt a twinge of jealousy. I suggested teaching Zhuqing how to skate, but he insisted on doing it himself. "Xiao Wu, are you feeling jealous because you like Brother Qiao?" Chapter 47. Jealousy of the Little Dance. Little Dance was momentarily taken aback, consumed by jealousy, completely oblivious to the stunning beauty beside her. "No, I would never feel jealous of him. He can associate with whomever he pleases. I cannot control that." "Humph." Little Dance pouted defiantly, refusing to admit her feelings. "I am not jealous at all. Then, dear sister Little Dance, please continue to teach me. I still have many techniques to master. Not right now. Renrong is too anxious to learn ice skating. Let us first order some drinks, and after we finish, I will teach you. All right. I happen to be thirsty as well. I'll treat today. No need for that. I am older than you. It is my turn to treat. Ning Renrong glanced at Little Dance's figure and then at her own, realizing that indeed, Little Dance's was slightly more developed. It was only right for her to pay. Upon observing Ning Renrong's actions, Little Dance exclaimed, "Oh dear. Renrong, what are you thinking? I was referring to age." Age? You say? Indeed, you are quite older. Come clean. Does Xiaogang have anything to do with this? Not at all. Little Dance replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Really? I find that hard to believe. I eat papaya every day, and even with massages, I am not as well endowed as you. Xiaogang must be feeding you some heavenly treasures. Ning Renrong, are you intentionally teasing me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Come on. If you dare hit me, I will scream, letting Xiaogang know that you are bullying me. Hee. Ning Renrong. Little Dance felt utterly helpless against her teasing, her emotions a tangled mess of embarrassment and frustration. Her feelings for Xiaogang had lingered for quite some time. Initially, she had hoped for a confession from him, but gradually, she had given up, as he was always kind to her yet never expressed his feelings. Being a proud girl, she could never initiate a confession herself. The thought of being bullied by him in the future was unbearable. Seeing Little Dance on the verge of tears, Ning Renrong ceased her playful jabs. When it came to driving, Little Dance was fiercely competitive, a true force on the highway. Brother, I will treat you. Do you prefer dry or wet noodles? Such statements flowed effortlessly from her lips in front of Xiaogang, yet she would never utter them in front of anyone else. Ning Renrong, thinking she had upset her friend with her playful banter, quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Little Dance. I promise not to joke like that again. Please don't be mad. Unbeknownst to her, Little Dance was not angry for that reason at all. Her ire stemmed from the fact that Xiaogang was oblivious, teasing her without any follow-through, leaving her heart in a constant state of suspense. With so many alluring girls surrounding him, her sense of insecurity was incessantly provoked, torturing her. What a truly wicked villain he was. Ning Renrong, misinterpreting Little Dance's sentiments, felt perplexed. She had only made a light-hearted joke. Did it warrant being labeled a wicked villain? Just as she was about to inquire about Little Dance's remark, two familiar figures emerged, each embracing a beautiful girl, entering her line of sight. They were brazenly affectionate, their hands roaming freely, a display of arrogance that was anything but discreet. Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, and with his formidable mental prowess, he quickly sensed the attention directed towards him. Upon recognizing the source of the gaze, he broke into a cold sweat, not out of fear, but because he spotted Little Dance nearby. Tang San hastily shoved Xiaoyi into Ma Hongjun's embrace. Before Ma Hongjun could fathom what was happening, Tang San called out to the distance, Ning Renrong, how did you end up here with Little Dance? At the sound of Tang San's voice, Little Dance, who had been disinterested, suddenly displayed a look of disdain, casting a cold glance at him before swiftly gliding to Xiaochang's side. Though Tang San's voice was neither loud nor soft, Xiaochang certainly heard it. He turned to see Little Dance approaching him, a smile spreading across his face as he glided towards her. In the midst of Zhu Shiqing and Ning Renrong, he embraced Little Dance, lifting her delicate form high and twirling her in the air. Brother, that annoying San is here to ruin the fun. Little Dance complained slightly. Every time she and Xiaochang were enjoying themselves, Tang San would always appear at the most inconvenient times. Xiaochang sometimes treated Tang San kindly, other times with sternness. Just now, he was ecstatic to see Little Dance rushing towards him, but his expression turned serious upon noticing Tang San and the girls beside him. Tang San, do you realize that the girl beside you is pregnant? You still have her engaging in such vigorous activities. Ah, Tang San gasped, assuming Xiaochang was referring to Xiaoyi, turning his gaze toward her. Xiaoyi shook her head in confusion, indicating it was not her. Tang San then looked at the girl in Ma Hongjun's arms, Xiao Jing, who appeared evasive. In a timid voice, she said, Tang Xiao, I just found out about it and did not intend to deceive you. Tang San's expression darkened. He had given the three girls nearly 100 gold soul coins, ensuring they would refrain from engaging in any intimate relations with other boys for 6 months, or else they would disappear from this world. They had not planned to agree. But the offer was far too enticing, and all three were in desperate need of money. Calculating the time since he first had relations with Xiao Jing, it had been precisely 3 months. If Xiao Jing had not been with anyone else, then the child must certainly be his. This was a significant predicament. If Little Dance were to discover that he had been intimate with another girl, resulting in her pregnancy. He would lose any chance of pursuing Little Dance completely. With gritted teeth, he glared at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, do not speak nonsense. These two are friends of Senior Ma. I simply came along with him to practice skating. Isn't that right, Senior Ma? Tang San turned to look at Ma Hongjun, pleadingly blinking at him for support. Ma Hongjun, feeling indebted to his benefactor, played along with Tang San's narrative. Yes, Tang San is correct. These two beauties are indeed my guests. I share a bond with Tang San and invited him to join us. I advise you, Junior, not to spout nonsense. Nonsense, you say? Xiao Chong scoffed. What is your status to call me Junior? You are not taller, bigger, or possess more soul power than I do. How dare you address me as Junior? Did Little Sin not mention that I can be quite temperamental? With a swift motion, Xiao Chong darted to Ma Hongjuan's side, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. Don't provoke me. With another slap, Ma Hongjun, still airborne from the first hit, was struck again. After 2 blows, Ma Hongjuan's face turned crimson, his head spinning uncontrollably, clearly dazed from the assault. Chapter 48. How extravagant you all are. The act of striking Ma Hongjun was not due to his deceit on behalf of Tang San, nor was it a matter of disrespect. It stemmed from his violation of a young girl. In the era of his previous life, such an offense against a minor would have warranted a death sentence. While he could not embody the law, he could certainly vent his frustrations by delivering a beating to Ma Hongjun. He could understand the wickedness that burned within Ma Hongjun. Seeking solace with a wayward woman or finding a girlfriend to release his pent-up desires was something he could comprehend. However, to lead a group of underage girls into such depravity was something that truly displeased Xiao Chong. He firmly believed that young girls should only engage in such relationships once they have reached adulthood, for otherwise, it would lead to mutual ruin. In the historical context of the Three Kingdoms, there was a young nobleman named Kai who fell from grace after being exposed for his liaison with a minor, leading to his disgrace and ridicule by society. Xiao Chong's knowledge of this matter stemmed from his admiration for a name that should not be forgotten in the annals of history. Kai Wenji, the daughter of Kai Yong, a gifted writer and skilled musician. She was abducted by the Xiongnu after her father was murdered by Wang Yun, only to be rescued later by Cao Cao. Through sheer memory, she recited much of the Kai family's literary collection. Heaven shows no compassion, and the world is chaotic, is a line from Kai Wenji's 18 Beats of the Hu Jia, which resonated deeply with Xiao Chong. In times of turmoil, a woman of extraordinary beauty, celebrated in modernity, was reduced to a mere commodity to be bartered in a chaotic world. Fortunately, her path eventually crossed with Qiao Chang, with Qiao Mingda. Qiao Qiao, redirecting her life towards a better fate. Returning to the present, Ma Hongjun, having received 2 slaps, rose from the ground, glancing at Qiao Chang with trepidation as he sought refuge behind 2 girls. Xiao Yi, entering the scene, felt her legs weaken further upon witnessing this. Xiao Chang, noticing Xiao Yi behind Ma Hongjun, felt his anger intensify. 3. Flying. You are all quite extravagant. Tang San was about to retort when the stunning sisters, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, materialized at Xiao Chong's side. Master, there's a situation. The formidable aura emanating from De Qiao and Xiao Qiao filled Tang San with despair. Even if he surpassed Xiao Chong, what would it matter with such formidable guardians by his side? Their background must be immensely powerful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of instilling despair in Tang San. Reward, 100,000 gold soul coins and the acquisition of a superpower domain Emotional Lord. This domain can enhance one's strength by absorbing the negative emotions of others, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 1 day. Upgrading costs 10 skill points or 20,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chang felt a surge of joy, marveling at the unexpected completion of a task that granted him a superpower domain. He felt elated. Glancing at Tang San, he found him considerably more agreeable. Xiao Chong's gaze sharpened as he addressed Tang San. You have personally doomed your child. Rat's tail juice. Tang San was taken aback, and upon looking at Xiao Jing, he noticed her pale complexion, blood streaming down the insides of her thighs. She appeared utterly tragic, and without Ma Hongjuan's support, she seemed unable to stand. Her legs trembled incessantly, yet her expression remained one of forced serenity. Unable to bear the sight, Xiaowu rushed forward to support Xiao Jing, pushing Tang San aside. Tang San, do you still consider yourself a human? Are you all right? Xiao Jing mustered a faint smile. I'm fine. I don't blame Tang Xiao. It's my fault for not telling him. How foolish you are. What has he done to you that you still defend him in such a state? Xiao Jing fell silent, her gaze timidly drifting towards Tang San. Their eyes met. and a glint of coldness flashed in Tang San's eyes, causing Xiaojing to shudder. Blood flowed from her legs more profusely. "Brother, please save her." Xiaowu implored Xiaochang in desperation. Luckily, Xiaochang had already produced a hemostatic pill. The moment Xiaowu spoke, he commanded Xiaojing, "Open your mouth." Having witnessed Xiaochang's prowess, Xiaojing complied obediently, opening her mouth. Xiaochang placed a thumb-sized red pill within, which dissolved instantly, sending warmth coursing through her body. The blood that had been seeping from her body was swiftly staunched. Xiaochang cast a deep glance at Tang San. "Xiao San, handle your matters here. You must treat such a good girl as Xiaojing with respect." Without waiting for Tang San's response, he took Xiaowu's delicate hand and departed with Enrolling, Zhu Shiqing, De Qiao, and Xiao Qiao. Having spent nearly 2 hours here, the sun had set, painting the sky in fiery hues. Exiting the Nikala ice rink, Xiao Chang instructed De Qiao to open a portal, transporting them to an inconspicuous location at the entrance of the village where Shrek Academy resided. Upon arrival, Xiao Chang directed Xiaowu and the others to return first. Reluctant to part with him, Xiaowu wished to stay, but Xiao Chang refused. He had pressing matters to attend to. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao had already tracked down the whereabouts of the soul beasts that had harmed Bibi Dong. He needed to investigate. De Qiao prepared the teleportation array in advance, ensuring he wouldn't face danger without an escape route. However, he could not take Xiaowu with him, for that would distract him and cloud his judgment, risking disaster. He could not afford to gamble. Seeing Xiao Chang's resolute demeanor, Xiaowu had no choice but to return to Shrek Academy with Enrolling and Zhu Shiqing. After parting ways with Xiaowu, Xiao Chang and De Qiao hurried to the Sunset Forest. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The 3 dragon-type soul beasts had seemingly anticipated his arrival and concealed themselves, eluding his search. Resigned, he instructed De Qiao to transport him back to Sodto City. Meanwhile, in a different location, Tang San, seething with rage after Xiao Chang's rebuke, dragged Xiaojing to a hotel. Once inside their room, Tang San sat heavily on the bed, his tone grave as he asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" Xiaojing, flustered and at a loss for words, stammered without a coherent reply. Tang San's expression darkened further. "Speak." Suddenly, Tang San roared in anger. Terrified, Xiaojing dropped to her knees, trembling as she cried, "I'm sorry. Tang Xiao, I was wrong. I didn't dare to say anything, fearing it would ruin your mood. Punish me." "Punish you? What good would that do?" Tang San nearly howled, his voice echoing with fury, sending shivers down Xiaojing's spine. Chapter 49. Tears of Little Jing. There are still good people in this world. Can punishing you change Xiaowu's attitude towards me? Tang San glared fiercely at Xiaojing, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Sensing Tang San's malice, Xiaojing repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. "I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I beg you to spare me. I have a younger brother to take care of. Please let me go." "Let you go? To take care of your brother? Then who will take care of him?" Xiaojing was taken aback, not comprehending Tang San's meaning. With a sinister grin, Tang San tore off his upper garment and produced a whip from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, brandishing it in the air with a crack that echoed ominously. Trembling, Xiaojing reluctantly removed her clothing, allowing him to lash her, terrified that Tang San might tear her garments further. Yet he indeed shredded her clothes, and before departing, disdainfully tossed a gold soul coin onto the ground. As Xiaojing bent to retrieve it, Tang San intervened. "Why are you using your hands? Aren't you quite skilled with your mouth? Use that." Tears of humiliation streamed down Xiaojing's face as she endured the pain. Finally managing to pick up the coin with her swollen lips after several attempts, Tang San erupted into raucous laughter. "Get lost." Xiaojing, clutching her tattered clothing, prepared to leave. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, Tang San called out again, "Wait." She halted. "Remember, next time, be at my beck and call just like today. I don't care if you're unwell. If you don't come, you know my methods." "Yes, young Master Tang, may I leave now?" Xiaojing's heart bled, her fists tightly gripping her clothes as she endeavored to keep her tone calm and composed. "Get out of here. You annoy me." Upon exiting the hotel, no one knew how long it took her to traverse that brief distance, nor the immense courage she summoned. The peculiar gazes surrounding her felt like daggers, piercing her painfully, rendering her breathless yet voiceless. It wasn't until she spotted a handsome young man patiently directing a deaf-mute middle-aged woman that she felt a flicker of warmth in this world. As she turned to leave, he discreetly slipped a gold soul coin into her pocket. In that moment, she realized that this world still harbored kindness. "Is that you? Why do you look so disheveled? What happened to your mouth and hands?" Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaojing collapsed into Xiao Chang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't cry. If you keep this up, people will think I bullied you. Did that scoundrel Tang San bully you again? I'll teach him a lesson. At the mention of Tang San, Xiao Jing instinctively trembled, though she quickly regained composure. Yes, I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes. I fell by accident. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Well, as long as you're okay. If you need anything, you can come find me at Shrek Academy. I have to go home now, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye, young Master Qiao. Good people will be rewarded. I am no good person. He chuckled. Farewell. Qiao Chan draped a coat over Xiao Jing. It's getting cold. Don't wear something too thin. After he turned to leave, Xiao Jing grasped the edge of the coat, watching his departing figure, tears streaming down her face. Good people will have peace in their lives. Her name was Yu Jing. She had a younger brother named Yu Chuan, who suffered from a strange illness. For him, money equated to life itself. He required precious medicinal herbs daily to survive. Thus, she constantly pondered ways to earn money for his treatment. She dared not reveal her pregnancy to Tang San, fearing he would terminate their employment relationship and reclaim the money she had spent on Yu Chuan's medicine. If Tang San demanded payment, she would be unable to provide it and would have no means to earn money. The consequence could very well be her demise at Tang San's hands. She feared not for her own life, but for her brother's fate should she perish without anyone to care for him, leading him to a similar end. If she died and went below, she would be unable to face her parents, having lost her parents at a young age. Her 10-year-old brother was her sole hope of survival in this world. She could not live without him. Wrapped in the coat given by Qiao Chong, Yu Jing, her thoughts tumultuous, made her way to Sodto City, to the most desolate slum where she and her brother lived. As she arrived, she noticed a group of boys mercilessly beating a small boy who was curled up on the ground, pleading, "Please, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I can't die. If I die, my sister won't be able to live alone." Upon hearing his voice, the tears Yu Jing had been suppressing surged forth like a torrent. She dashed toward the group, pushing them aside to embrace her brother, battered and bleeding. "Why are you bullying him? Why? Look at what you've done. Why do you still torment him? Are you all devils? Everyone is struggling. Why must you torment him? He is a patient who doesn't know if he has a tomorrow. Do you realize that I would rather die than watch him suffer? Because he stole something." A thin child coldly replied, "No, sister, I didn't. They're slandering me. I found that thing on the ground, I swear. I picked it up. When they saw me, they claimed it was theirs and demanded I hand it over. When I argued with them, they started hitting me. Sister, I didn't steal anything. Yu Chuan, don't cry. Sister believes you. You are the best boy." Yu Jing consoled her brother, tears streaming down her face. "Show me what you found." Yu Chuan produced a small backpack, muddy and riddled with holes, which appeared to be abandoned. "Yu Chuan, why did you pick up this backpack? It looks so tattered." "Sister, it has sunflowers embroidered on it. I know you love sunflowers. So I thought I would bring it back to give to you for your birthday in a few days." "Foolish child." Yu Jing wept profusely, her tears flowing like an ocean. All the grievances and heartaches of the years felt worth it at that moment. If her brother could be well, she would gladly sacrifice herself. This brother was too understanding, too precious. Chapter 50. Little Jing's heart stirred, wishing to repay Qiao Chong, observing the group bullying her younger brother. Yu Jing comprehended their motives. It was not merely due to a trivial backpack, but also because her brother had been frail for many years. To save him, she had started seeking work at the tender age of 10, subsisting on discarded scraps and scavenging for items others deemed worthless. Even the JK uniform she wore today was a gift from Tang San. Before entering the hotel, she felt a deep gratitude towards him, never once blaming him for accompanying other boys. "Take this money, and I implore you not to torment my brother in my absence." With that, Yu Jing tossed 10 copper soul coins onto the ground, cradling Yu Chuan as she prepared to leave. "Stop right there. You think these 10 copper coins will suffice to spare your brother? You must be dreaming." A chubby boy in the group burst into raucous laughter. "Let me tell you. We recently made a new big brother. His surname is Xiao, and he is a formidable level 22 soul master. What you offer doesn't even amount to a fraction of what he gives us." Yu Jing's heart raced with anger as the ruffians continued to mock her. "If you don't want to pay, I'll give you 2 choices. Either vacate this building, or I'll have someone cripple your brother and then toss you both out." At this moment, Qiao Chang, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer bear to watch. He was no fool. He recognized Yu Jing's desperation for money and was deeply curious as to why a girl so young would risk her life for it. Knowing that directly questioning her would yield no truth, given her strong sense of self-preservation, he quietly followed her. Witnessing the humiliation of the Yu siblings ignited a furious blaze within Qiao Chang. In less than a second, he executed a phantom step. appearing before the group as if descended from the heavens. "Young Master Qiao," little Jing exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Xiao Chang returned her a gentle smile, charging into the fray and effortlessly overpowering the assailants. With his prowess as a soul saint, defeating them was akin to an adult besting a horde of children. Within a minute, they were all sprawled on the ground, and Xiao Chang placed his foot firmly on the face of the arrogant chubby boy. "Go fetch your so-called big brother Xiao and inform him that I now control this territory." "Yes, I'm on it." The chubby boy scurried away. "And Xiao Chang healed Yu Chuan's injuries. I can cure your brother's ailments, so from now on, follow me." Yu Jing stared at Xiao Chang in astonishment, never having imagined that someone could heal Yu Chuan. Her gratitude towards him intensified. "How can I repay you?" "Just live well." Yu Jing stared at him, her heart melting in response. Regret washed over her as she thought about how she wished she had met Xiao Chang sooner, so she could have offered him her most precious first love. Now, feeling like a wilted flower, what could she possibly give in return? As if reading her thoughts, Xiao Chang gently adjusted her disheveled hair. "Don't overthink it. I only want you to live well. I'm a bad person, if you feel grateful. I might not know how to handle it." "No, young Master Qiao, you are not. You are the best to me, and if my brother is cared for, I would willingly sacrifice myself for you." "What? Sacrifice and death? How old are you? At your age, you should be bursting with the vitality of youth. If this world remains shrouded in darkness, I am willing to be a faint glimmer of light, illuminating your lives." Not long after the chubby boy departed, he returned with a tall, handsome young man to the slums. Upon seeing Xiao Chang, the striking young man did not recognize him at first. He looked arrogantly at Xiao Chang. "I hear you're looking for me?" "Yes, it's me. I've heard you wish to take over this territory." "Indeed. Do you understand your position? What gives you the right?" "I'm fully aware." "Hand over this territory, and you shall be my friend. If not, you will become my foe." Xiao Chang unleashed his soul power, revealing 3 glowing soul rings beneath his feet. Level 31 Soul Master. Xiao Chenyu was taken aback. "Xiao Chang, this territory is yours." "I, Xiao Chenyu, am willing to be your friend." He extended his hand, and Xiao Chang accepted it. "Little bug, he is your new boss from now on. You must obey him just as you obey me, understood?" The chubby boy, ever the opportunist, nodded vigorously. "All right. Since you acknowledge me as your leader, I have a task for you. Boss, whatever you need, just say the word. Little Bug will handle it splendidly. From this day forth, our little group shall be named Longmen. I am the leader, and she is the vice leader. To see her is to see me, understood?" Xiao Chang pointed at Yu Jing. Yes. The others hurriedly bowed to Yu Jing. The chubby boy was exceptionally astute. Otherwise, he wouldn't have befriended Xiao Chenyu. As his words fell, a crowd of followers paid their respects to Yu Jing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yu Jing realized Xiao Chang's intentions were to protect her. In that moment, she felt light enter her life. If Xiao Chang wished, she would willingly sacrifice herself if it meant he would care for her brother. After establishing Longmen, Xiao Chang conversed with Xiao Chenyu, learning that his father had become the lord of Sodto City. "Congratulations," Xiao Chang remarked. They reached an agreement. Xiao Chang would operate in the shadows while Xiao Chenyu in the light, both aiming to unify the underground world of Sodto City. With Yu Jing and Yu Chuan settled, Xiao Chang joyfully returned to Shrek Academy. As night fell, Xiao Wu, engrossed in his studies, suddenly noticed a figure flitting past the window, instantly becoming alert. "Who goes there?" Chapter 51. "Brother, will you play with Xiaowu for a while?" He set aside a small, yellow-covered book, Jin Mei, and rushed to the doorway. A cloaked man spoke to him in a low voice. "Follow me." With that, he flew into the forest. Xiao Wu, confident in his own strength, was curious about the man's intentions and followed suit. Upon noticing the peculiar occurrence, Flander also pursued them. Once Flander caught up, Xiao Chang emerged from the shadows and instructed the 2 beautiful girls beside him. "We shall follow as well." "Yes, my lord." De Qiao and Xiao Qiao trailed behind Xiao Chang at a leisurely pace. Deep within the forest, the man in black halted, turning his back to Xiao Wu. "Who are you?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. "You struck my son, and you still ask who I am? You are Tang San's father." Xiao Wu's face turned somewhat awkward. He recognized that he had indeed been a bit harsh today, but Tang San was truly formidable. He still bore many injuries from the dragon beard needles. "What do you intend to do?" Having harmed the young, the elder naturally seeks retribution. Tang Hao unleashed his soul rings: yellow, purple, black, red. A total of 9 soul rings, the 9th being a 100,000, your soul ring. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. "You are a title Douluo. May I ask your title?" "Hao Tian." "Ah, You are indeed Qian Douluo. I apologize for my ignorance, and I sincerely apologize for offending your son. Do not try to ingratiate yourself with me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Release your soul power. I do not require my martial soul to contend with you. Xiaowu stood rooted, uncertain. Tang Hao turned to face him, casting a sideways glance and coldly stating, "Since you've come, why hide in the shadows?" Flander awkwardly descended from the bushes. "I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, and I greet you, His Highness Qian. Are you here to defend him? I dare not. How could I be your match? Then stand aside, or I shall strike you as well." Flander looked helplessly at Xiaowu, shrugging to signify his inability to assist. Xiaowu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Gritting his teeth, he released his martial soul, the great strength King Kong bear. Below him, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 lit up in succession. Tang Hao summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and began to approach Xiaowu step by step. Xiaowu dared not retaliate, intending to endure Tang Hao's assault to let off some steam. Tang Hao raised his hammer, preparing to unleash the chaotic cloak hammer technique against Xiaowu. Just then, a hearty laughter rang out. Haha, who would have thought that the illustrious Qian Douluo would also engage in bullying the weak? Tang Hao halted. His vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. From behind a large tree, Xiao Chang walked out with his hands behind his back. Qian Douluo. It has been a long time. It's you. Tang Hao glared at Xiao Chang with some anger. Last time he sought out Xiao Chang, it was for the same reason as now. Xiao Chang had nearly killed Tang San. Tang Hao had intended to incapacitate Xiao Chang, only to be forced to flee when De Xiao and Xiao Qiao joined forces against him. Upon seeing Xiao Chang again, Tang Hao remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate." Without a moment's pause, he turned and flew off. Xiaowu was quite surprised to see Xiao Chang, asking, "Xiao Chang, how did you come to be here?" "Teacher Xiao, I noticed you were out late and worried for your safety, so I came to check on you." "Thank you, Xiao Chang. If it weren't for you, I might have faced a beating today. While it may not have caused serious injury, it would have been quite embarrassing, an affront to my teaching career." "Teacher Xiao, you flatter me. I greatly admire your character. I believe Tang San's beating was due to his lack of excellence, rather than any deficiency in your teaching. Your actions are to foster his growth. Wouldn't you agree, Principal Flander?" Flander nodded in agreement, having been previously alerted to Xiao Chang's presence before he arrived at Shrek Academy. The informant was none other than the master himself, who would soon join Shrek Academy as a teacher, with the express purpose of nurturing Tang San. The master had devised a comprehensive training plan for Tang San, and had come to ensure the academy's provisions were up to par, fearing Tang San might not be receiving adequate nourishment. After Tang Hao left, Xiao Chang chatted a bit longer with Xiaowu and Flander before returning to rest. The following morning, Xiaowu gathered all the students for training. The first task was endurance training, sustaining under his gravitational pressure for 1 hour. Xiaowu unleashed his soul power, and under the immense pressure, everyone struggled to breathe, as though a heavy stone lay upon their chests. However, they persevered. Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, could only endure for half an hour before succumbing. Oscar followed suit, while Zhu Qing, a swift attack type, managed to withstand Xiaowu's gravitational force for an hour. Observing the drenched in sweat students, Xiaowu lifted his gravitational pressure. Just as he did so, Tang San called out to him, "Teacher Xiao, I sincerely apologize for yesterday." Xiaowu was taken aback. "I was a bit impulsive. It was primarily due to my anxiety over Xiaowu." Xiaowu rolled her eyes in annoyance at Tang San, knowing that his grand performance was about to commence. Xiaowu chuckled awkwardly, having markedly changed his attitude towards Tang San, recognizing him as a strong second-generation individual. "It's all right. The teacher was also at fault yesterday for losing his temper. Do not hold it against me." "Not at all. Teacher, what you do is merely to urge us forward, opening a door to brilliance." Tang San's words were remarkably insightful, and even though Xiaowu had initially felt some anger, it dissipated. Listening to the exchange of flattery between Tang San and Xiaowu, Xiaowu, feeling bored, stretched and ran over to Xiao Chang. "Brother, I'm so bored. Will you play with me for a while?" Xiao Chang opened his eyes, having been resting, and smiled gently at Xiaowu. "If you find yourself bored, perhaps you could request another hour of gravitational training from Teacher Xiao." "Haha, how annoying. I don't want extra training. I'll just sweat. And brother, won't he even help me bathe?" Chapter 52. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. Xiao Chang felt a pang of embarrassment. "Xiaowu, you have grown up. Although we are not biological siblings, we can no longer bathe together now that we have matured." "Where have I grown up?" I still feel so small. Xiaowu reminisced fondly about the days spent bathing with her brother, while Tang San engaged in conversation with Xiaowu. His thoughts frequently wandered to Xiaowu, stealing glances in her direction. Xiaowu was completely absorbed in her chat with Qiao Chang, oblivious to the flames of resentment igniting within Tang San's heart. Time flew by, and a day passed swiftly. Tang San appeared exceedingly busy, training during the day and rushing out in the afternoon. He returned early the next day, and his spirit power naturally reached the pinnacle of level 29. It was on this day that the master arrived. Flender introduced the master to everyone, emphasizing his expertise in training students. From now on, all their training would be overseen by the master. Tang San was elated, feeling a sense of pride. His teacher had become a figure of authority, commanding respect. And as the master's sole disciple, his demeanor had transformed entirely. Xiaowu, my teacher has come. If you ever feel tired and don't want to train, I can speak to my teacher on your behalf. Tang San often witnessed Xiaowu playfully whining to Qiao Chang about her fatigue, asking him to massage this and that, even requesting him to squeeze her backside on one occasion, which nearly sent Tang San into a rage. He mistakenly believed that Xiaowu disliked training, unaware that she merely sought to indulge in playful affection with Qiao Chang. He thought that by mentioning this, Xiaowu would surely appreciate him, enhancing her impression of him. However, he was met with her sharp retort. Is having a teacher such a big deal? I still have Brother Chang. Come on, Brother Chang. Let me treat you to some steamed buns. With that, she took Qiao Chang's hand and left, leaving Tang San feeling awkward and bewildered, confused about his mistake. Tang San felt greatly wronged. The master approached him to provide comfort. Xiao San, do not be anxious. Your spirit power is nearing level 30, correct? Once you obtain a spirit ring and become a spirit ancestor, your strength will surpass hers, and Xiao Wu's attitude towards you will surely change. The master understood Xiao Wu's inclination towards the strong. Only when Tang San surpassed Qiao Chang would she alter her demeanor. For now, focus on your training. Do you understand what I am saying? That evening, the master announced a special training session. Tonight, I have gathered you all to conduct a unique training exercise. What kind of training? Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired. Physical training. My approach differs from other instructors. I emphasize endurance training. For only with robust physical stamina can one absorb more spirit power. I want you to seal your spirit power and run from here to Sodto City and back. Twice. Ning Rongrong's face registered shock. The distance from Shrek Academy to Sodto City is over 20 kilometers. 2 round trips amount to 80 kilometers. And they were not permitted to use spirit power. Was the master out of his mind? Do we girls have to run 2 laps as well? Ning Rongrong protested. Indeed. If you cannot endure, you shall have no dinner tonight. The faces of all turned grim, except for Qiao Chang, who understood the master's intentions. Which girl can seal her spirit power and run 80 kilometers consecutively? He clearly wants you all to become exhausted and plead for Tang San's assistance. Qiao Chang, you need not participate. As expected, the master deliberately excluded him to create an opportunity for Tang San. Why not? Ning Rongrong questioned, disgruntled. It's not that I can't bear to see Qiao Chang comfortable. If the master insists that training is beneficial, why not let him train alongside us? She felt resentful, as his presence would allow her to rest by asking him for help. You all should have guessed why. He is already a level 30 spirit ancestor, with significantly enhanced physical capabilities. This training would be trivial for him, and it is better for him to focus on elevating his spirit power. Master, let me participate. We Shrek 8 monsters are a team. Tang San was the first to voice his disagreement. Why do you oppose it? Ning Rongrong asked, visibly displeased. Why? Why? Tang San stammered, struggling to articulate his reasoning. Earlier, his reaction had been instinctive, but now he found himself unable to provide a justification. Because he is wearing a worker's hat, which makes him look unfit to be a student. If he runs with us, others will mock him. Tang San grasped at this excuse. Indeed, with that worker's hat, he hardly resembles a student. Running alongside us would invite ridicule. Ma Hongjun chimed in. I agree with what they say. Oscar, who harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, also opposed Qiao Chang's participation, fearing he would outshine everyone and hinder his pursuit of her affection. Count me in. I also opposed Qiao Chang joining. Even Dai Mubai, who had previously shown favor towards Qiao Chang, now stood against him. Qiao Chang gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment. When had he been swayed by Tang San? You all. Xiaowu was infuriated to see her brother targeted by a group of petty boys. How shameless can you all be? What is wrong with my brother participating? Are you jealous of his stamina and speed? Just say it. You need not use his hat as an excuse. He has worn it for years. So what does it matter to you? Besides, with his strength, You wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him if you ran alongside him. If anyone should be laughed at, it would be you fools. Exactly. Xiaowu, you are absolutely right. Tang San's jealousy of Xiao Chang's looks was evident, and Ning Rongrong was displeased with Oscar's involvement. Chapter 53. Ning Rongrong stands up for Xiao Chang. Oscar, under the impression that Ning Rongrong had classified him among the handsome, wore a smug smile. However, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, he nearly fainted from indignation. If Brother Chang cannot participate, what right do you, a delicate flower, have to join? Ning Rongrong's sharp retort left Oscar speechless, almost causing him to lose consciousness. And you, Daimu Bai? Is your mind so muddled that all you can do is gawk at Zhu Zhuqing's bosom? Xiao Chang has treated you well, hasn't he? He brought you delicious treats from Sodto City. Yet here you are, standing with Tang San. I truly misjudged you. Furthermore, you Mahongjun, short and stout with dyed red hair. How can someone like you, who would draw stares for being different, dare criticize Brother Xiao Chang? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own shortcomings? Ning Rongrong's incisive words rendered Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun utterly speechless. Just as Tang San was about to speak, Ning Rongrong pointed at him. And you, the most despicable of all. They say that ugly people cause trouble, and how true that is. You call him cousin so affectionately, yet look at the mischief you engage in behind his back. The moment something happens to Brother Xiao Chang, you leap into action. It's only thanks to Brother Xiao Chang's good temper that you're not slapped into silence. Clap, clap, clap. Xiaowu clapped joyfully. Ning Rongrong, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at reprimanding others. They couldn't even muster a word in response. Indeed, when I'm at home, I scold my subordinates daily, sharper than this. They often end up in tears. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, steadfastly supporting Xiao Chang from behind. All right, everyone, enough of this. Xiao Chang, if you wish to participate, then participate. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, the master interjected, realizing that if he remained silent, a conflict might erupt. There were no objections. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all wore smiles. The training soon commenced, with Tang San leading the charge, sprinting ahead. Daimu Bai quickly followed, overtaking Tang San. Ma Hongjun struggled to keep up, resembling a small tail trailing behind them. Although Oscar wished to match their pace, as a support-type soul master who rarely trained, he lagged considerably, left behind. Yet, he was still faster than Xiao Chang and his group. Brother Chang, shall we quicken our pace to overtake them? Xiaowu asked anxiously as she saw Tang San and the others pulling ahead. Not yet. Let them have a 10-kilometer lead. There's a watermelon stand ahead. Let's have some watermelon before we catch up. Isn't that unwise? Xiaowu felt it would be challenging to close a 10-kilometer gap without using soul power. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't you trust me? I do, I trust you. And what about you two? Xiao Chang glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. We trust you as well, they replied in unison. Good, let us head to the watermelon stand first. Watermelon, sweet and round. My dear brothers, feeling tired from running? Come, enjoy a watermelon to cool off. An elderly farmer noticed Tang San and the others approaching and eagerly began his sales pitch. We're not interested. Leave us be. Who has the time to eat your watermelons? Ma Hongjun retorted, visibly annoyed. He recognized the old man as the uncle of Cui Hua and, due to their fractured relationship, felt irked at the sight of him. Get lost, old man. If we come back and see you selling watermelons, we might just smash your stall. Daimu Bai, still irritated from Ning Rongrong's earlier admonishment, took this opportunity to vent his frustration at the old farmer. Old man, how much can you even sell a watermelon for? It's not worth more than a single sausage. Hurry home and sleep with your wife. Laughter erupted from Oscar upon seeing the old man, stunned by the insults. The old farmer, being just an ordinary person, could not dare to retaliate against these talented soul masters and merely swallowed his grievances silently. As Tang San and the others raced past, the farmer prepared to pack up and head home. Just then, he spotted several figures approaching. The old man, with no children and a bedridden wife, relied solely on his meager income from farming for their livelihood. He worked tirelessly until late, and today, with poor sales, had not sold a single watermelon. Now, to be scolded while trying to sell a few was disheartening. As he prepared to leave, Xiao Chang called out to him. Uncle, wait, we would like to buy some of your watermelons. Upon hearing someone wanted to buy his watermelons, the farmer could hardly believe it, noticing that Xiao Chang seemed even more remarkable than the others. Surely, his temperament should be prouder than theirs. Who would have thought he would want to buy from him? Old man, how much for a watermelon? The large ones are 5 copper spirit coins, and the small ones are 3. All right, please select 2 large ones for me. Xiaogang handed over 10 copper spirit coins. The farmer, overjoyed, accepted the coins and picked the 2 largest watermelons for him. Please cut them for us. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The farmer swiftly prepared the watermelons, and the group settled onto the small stools he provided, enjoying the sweet, delicious fruit. They relished the watermelon until they were satisfied, preparing to bid farewell to the farmer. Suddenly, a woman clad in a Xiaowu dress came sprinting from the village, calling out, "Uncle, stop selling watermelons. Andy is not doing well. You must hurry back. If you delay, you may not see her one last time." The farmer's heart sank, and he dropped his cart, racing towards the village. "Brother, let us go see." "All right. Uncle, tell me where you live. I will escort you back," Xiaogang offered. Gratefully glancing at Xiaogang, the farmer pointed in a direction. Using his soul power, Xiaogang swiftly transported the farmer home in an instant. Upon seeing the farmer's wife, Xiaogang immediately understood the situation. She had been poisoned, severely. Without waiting for the farmer to speak, Xiaogang withdrew a silver needle, swiftly applying it to her 9 major acupoints. A dark mist escaped from her body as he retrieved an antidote pill from his system space and placed it in her mouth. Channeling his soul power, he assisted her in absorbing the pill. When he saw the bluish-purple hue on her face fade, Xiaogang exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Her life hung by a thread. Chapter 54, The Grand Soul Arena of Sodto City. After witnessing Xiaochang's dazzling display of skill, the elder was left utterly astonished. His heart was filled with nothing but shock. Just moments ago, he clearly saw his wife's soul on the verge of departing. Yet Xiaogang had miraculously brought her back. By the time Xiao Wu and the others arrived, the old lady's complexion had already regained a healthy glow. "Brother, how is Grandma? Is she out of danger?" Xiaowu inquired anxiously. "She is fine now. I have detoxified her. With proper care, she will recover fully. I also managed to heal her leg ailment." Xiaogang replied. "She will be able to get out of bed once she awakens." Upon hearing this, the elder was overwhelmed with joy and nearly knelt to express his gratitude, but was stopped by Xiaogang. "We are neighbors. There is no need for such formality," Xiaogang insisted. "Such great kindness deserves no thanks. In the future, should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to help." All right, elder. Please take care of Grandma. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please, do come by my home sometime. I will treat you all the watermelon." With that, Xiaogang led Xiaowu and the others away. "Brother, are we going to chase after Tang San and the others now?" Xiaowu asked curiously. "No need. Rong, are you hungry?" "Yes. We didn't have dinner and then had to run. The master is truly relentless." "Then let us eat first. Afterward, we can take a stroll through the commercial district." "Is that appropriate?" Ning Rongrong asked hesitantly, though internally she thought, "Xiaogang, your suggestion is splendid. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I believe it's a wonderful idea." Xiaowu chimed in. "I'm also quite hungry. Zhu Qing, do you have any objections?" Zhu Shiqing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I have no objections." "Good. Since everyone is in agreement, let us set off." "Daqiao, take us to Sodto City." "Yes." Daqiao appeared as if by magic, transporting Xiaowu, Xiaogang, and the others to Sodto City. They found themselves at a bustling food street, where they enjoyed a meal before wandering through the nearby commercial district, purchasing a few items. With only 10 minutes left, Xiaogang guided them to fulfill the task assigned by the master. Daqiao assisted them throughout, and although they refrained from using their soul power, they advanced with remarkable speed, resembling swift little cars racing ahead. As Tang San approached the finish line, a smug expression on his face, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound from behind. Turning around, he saw several figures dart past him. By the time he regained his focus, Xiaogang and his group had already reached the finish line. "You cheated," Tang San shouted angrily. "Which of your eyes saw us cheating?" Xiaogang retorted disdainfully. "Being slow is simply being slow. There is no need for excuses." Tang San was about to protest further when the master interrupted. "Enough, they did not cheat. Let us all head to the dining hall." Once Xiaogang and his group departed, Flender looked at the master with a gloomy expression. "Look at what you've done. The sect leader entrusted me with the responsibility of nurturing Ning Rongrong, yet you allow her to grow closer to that rogue Xiaogang. If you were to take her away, how would I explain that to the sect leader?" "Flender, do not rush. As the leader of the Iron Triangle, you must remain composed. Is it not merely a clever tactic? In the upcoming training sessions, they will not have the upper hand. What do you intend?" The two exchanged sly smiles, both revealing their cunning intentions. Sodto Grand Soul Arena. After they had finished their meal, Flender called everyone to gather. "Tonight, I will take you to a special place. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Tang San appeared puzzled. Only Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had a vague inkling of what was to come. Chao Chong, however, was fully aware of Flinder's destination. Sometimes, knowing the plot in advance can be particularly burdensome. Chao Chong felt his enthusiasm wane. When they arrived in the capital city, night had fallen, but the city buzzed with life, as if just awakening from slumber. The wild shouts, vibrant women, fierce ladies, and graceful figures all showcased the city's wild essence. Xiaowu gazed eagerly at the bustling vendors and pedestrians. In contrast, Chao Chong maintained a more restrained demeanor. Dai Mubai pretended to be quite reserved, even when two girls clad in black lace greeted him. He acted as if he did not recognize them. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was unable to control his wandering eyes, observing every woman, from those as young as 6 to those as old as 60, fixating on the most prominent features of femininity. Flinder suddenly halted, pointing to a nearby tea house. We still have a little way to go before reaching our destination. Let us stop in for a drink. Flinder led the group into a modest-looking tea house. Once inside, he found a round table for everyone to sit at and ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea, feigning poverty before the students. There were 8 of them. But Oscar did not join, as he knew that neither Chao Chang nor Ning Rongrong would drink such low-quality tea and did not expect them to sympathize with him. Raising a teacup, Xiaowu inquired with curiosity, "Director, we want to be training here for our first class, will we?" Flinder adjusted his glasses. "Of course not. Your training location is over there." He gestured outside, and everyone followed his. They beheld a vast expanse of towering structures, each exceeding 100 meters in height. These edifices appeared profoundly imposing against the night sky. Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he asked knowingly, "Director, you wouldn't be taking them there for their first day of class, would you?" Flinder smiled. "Indeed. You must remember, you are all extraordinary. You are not ordinary people. My training for you will, naturally, be exceptional. The same level and strength will not suffice. Practical experience will determine success or failure. Only through continuous real-world combat can you progress rapidly." Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mischievous intent. Flinder continued. "Such towering structures can only be found in the main city. They symbolize the strength and prosperity of a nation. These edifices are known as the Grand Sol Arena." When Flinder mentioned the Grand Sol Arena, pride illuminated his expression. The Grand Sol Arena is a place designated for combat, where the stakes are life and death, victory and defeat. Both the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire recognize that the Grand Sol Arena signifies the rise and fall of an empire. Chapter 55. Tang San truly falls short. Tang San had been feeling quite uncomfortable, and seeing Flinder speaking incessantly, he had long wished to interject. Finally, at a moment when Flinder paused, he immediately asked, "Esteemed Dean, is the Soul Master not the noblest of professions? By engaging in battles here for their amusement, are we not akin to performers in a circus?" Flinder shook his head. "No, Tang San, your perspective is misguided. Although I too harbor disdain for the existence of the Great Soul Arena, one cannot deny that it represents a venue where the value of a Soul Master is most vividly displayed. Do you know why the Great Soul Arena has flourished?" Tang San, puzzled, shook his head. Flinder's expression radiated pride. "It is due to its comprehensive system, established by the 7 most renowned families across the continent." "Are you referring to?" Tang San began. "Yes, indeed, to the 7 families you envision." As the two continued their conversation, Xiaowu felt her eyelids growing heavy. Noticing her expression, Tang San suppressed his urge to show off and turned his gaze toward Xiao Chang, who was staring out the window. Following his gaze, Tang San saw a woman dressed in X-Men attire, gracefully walking towards them. The woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with striking beauty, twin ponytails, an oval face, and a fierce look in her eyes, complemented by a slender waist. To his surprise, he noticed that none of them seemed interested in what the dean had just said. "What will you do when we enter the Great Soul Arena?" he thought. Seeing that Flinder had also fallen silent, Tang San felt confused and followed his gaze, discovering that he too was covertly watching the woman in gray attire. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were even more exaggerated, nearly extending their heads out the window. Tang San pondered, what is it about her that captivates them? In bewilderment, he nudged Ma Hongjun beside him and quietly inquired, "Why are all of you so fixated on that girl?" "Big." Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. "White." Dai Mubai gulped. "Deep." Flinder unintentionally blurted out, "Well, that isn't anything extraordinary." Tang San scratched his head. "All those traits can be found in Li Jishi. Elegant." Xiao Chang articulated the crux of the matter. Let us go, let us go. Enough chatter. Time is of the essence. We must enter. Flinder adjusted his glasses and, with a sense of urgency, stood up and strode forward. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai quickly followed suit, seemingly in a daze, trailing Flinder out. Only Cao Chong smiled faintly, taking Xiao Wu's hand and saying, Xiao Wu, let us go inside and take a look. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing followed suit. Tang San, utterly bewildered, could only silently follow. Upon arriving at the Sodto Great Soul Arena, they felt a palpable difference. Only up close could one truly appreciate the grandeur of the Great Soul Arena. When Xiao Chong and Xiao Wu first arrived in Sodto City, they had never been to such a place. Xiao Wu had never seen such a magnificent structure, and neither had Tang San. However, he boldly remarked before Xiao Wu, "You've never seen such towering architecture, have you?" Xiao Wu scoffed. "While I have not seen a building this tall, I have witnessed edifices far more magnificent." She referred to the skyscrapers Cao Chong had shown her, 333 stories high, with each floor boasting a height of 5 to 6 meters. She could claim to have witnessed the construction of those skyscrapers firsthand. The reason Xiao Chong sought to build that skyscraper was that from its heights, one could behold the Sodto Forest. The Sodto Arena presented an oval shape, standing at a height of 124 meters, comprising a main battle arena and 24 supplementary arenas. It could simultaneously accommodate 50 to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP seats. As Flinder led Xiao Wu and the others inside, he swiftly provided them with an overview, speaking rapidly to avoid interruption from Tang San. The battles here are categorized into 3 types. One is the controlled bout, where combatants engage without the intent to kill. Another is the life and death duel, meant to settle irreconcilable disputes. And the last is the gambling match. At the mention of the latter, Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he elaborated on the details of the gambling matches. These are overseen by judges surrounding the arena, with both parties fielding an equal number of combatants. The victor claims everything wagered, since gambling matches inherently belong to the category of life and death duels. They serve to temper a person's character. The competitions themselves are divided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with group battles typically consisting of 7 to 10 participants. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first sight that greeted them was an enormous stone tablet, densely inscribed with names. Before Tang San, the ever-curious, could inquire, Flinder informed him, "These are the names of the deceased." Tang San shuddered. At first glance, he had thought it was a list of distinguished individuals and had contemplated how he might earn a place on it. Flinder's explanation revealed that these were names of notable figures who had passed on. Observing Tang San's expression, Xiao Wu exhibited a hint of disdain. Compared to her steadfast brother, Tang San truly seemed inadequate, lacking the inclination even to glance at the tablet. Entering the arena for combat was a straightforward process, requiring only the completion of personal details and the creation of an account, with each individual required to pay 10 gold soul coins. Naturally, the frugal Flinder would not cover this expense. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Dai Mubai were not lacking in funds. Dai Mubai offered to pay for Zhu Shiqing, but she declined his generosity. Cao Chong, however, directly covered the registration fees for the ladies. This was a splendid opportunity to garner goodwill. Spending 10 gold soul coins earned him 10 points of favorability, along with 1,000 gold soul coins, and 2 unique manuals, the 36 stratagems for training cats, and the secrets of cultivating a fangirl. Were these tailored for Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong? Thank you, system. System, no need for thanks. Feel free to utilize them. Tang San initially intended to pay before Cao Chang, but found his shoes glued to the floor by a powerful adhesive. Just as he prepared to speak, 2 imposing scholars obstructed his view. By the time they moved aside, Cao Chang had already completed the payment. To Xiao Wu's surprise, the individual overseeing their registration was a striking woman in gray attire. She did not belittle Cao Chang due to his appearance. Rather, she greeted him warmly. Once registration was complete, they proceeded to the Soul Battle sorting area, where Flinder briefly instructed Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai before entering the arena with a smile. Chapter 56. Encounter with an Acquaintance. Dai Mubai informed Cao Chang and the others that in the Grand Soul Arena, only those who achieve a winning streak of more than 5 matches and reach a certain level of soul mastery may compete in the main arena. As novices, they were relegated to the secondary arena. Victorious contenders in the Iron Soul Arena would earn 10 gold soul coins per win, while losing resulted in no rewards. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Flandra had mentioned, he could participate in the 30-level and below division. With his peak level of 29 and numerous opportunities at his disposal, who could possibly challenge him? Ha ha ha, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. Daimu Bai paid him no mind. A mere 2-point novice like Tang San was not worthy of deriding a genius. Xiao Wu, however, displayed a look of disdain but remained silent. Before long, they were organized into their respective matches. As they had arrived together, they were assigned to the same secondary arena. Unlike them, Daimu Bai and Xiao Chang were soul respect level, facing opponents of the same caliber, while Tang San and his companions were merely great soul masters, contending against fellow great soul masters. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, Xiao Wu felt overwhelmed by the dazzling sights, while Tang San sought an opportunity to converse with her. Xiao Wu, Senior Daimu Bai just informed me that there are 24 subdivisions here. Each secondary arena has distinct areas, including the bet zone and the life and death zone. Be quiet. Xiao Chang has already told me all of this. Do I really need you to reiterate it? Did he tell you that all betting matches must be held in the main arena? If you wish to participate in a betting match, I can accompany you. Do I need your company? If I have Xiao Chang with me. But your levels are different. Who says our levels differ? Just yesterday, I broke through to level 30 and acquired a soul ring, allowing me to team up with Xiao Chang for a soul respect level competition. As for you, go find your good buddy Ma Hongjun and team up with him. After saying this, she clung to Xiao Chang's arm and left without a backward glance. Tang San gritted his teeth in frustration. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had reached an impressively coordinated state. Different soul fighting zones had varying ticket prices. The bet zone, featuring one-on-one contests, had relatively cheaper tickets, but attracted the fewest spectators. Compared to solitary one-on-one matches, soul masters preferred watching duel and team battles. Hence, after registering, Xiao Chang and the others were not immediately assigned to compete. Instead, they were placed in a waiting area until their match was called. Upon their arrival in the waiting area, Xiao Chang and his group immediately drew the attention of other soul masters due to their peculiar attire. Xiao Chang's bright yellow worker hat and plain farmer's clothing made him the center of attention. Additionally, the stunning girl at his side captured even more eyes. Yet, despite the peculiar looks cast in Xiao Chang's direction, no one dared to mock him. Some even averted their gaze when they made eye contact with him. Tang San observed this and pondered why these individuals feared Xiao Chang. He was tempted to test his own authority. Subtly releasing some soul power, he intentionally dashed in front of Xiao Chang. However, others ignored him completely, voluntarily yielding their seats to Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu. Tang San was utterly vexed. Pointing at a girl beside Xiao Wu, he exclaimed, "Hey, move over." The girl appeared quite young, perhaps 12 or 13, plump with freckles adorning her face. Tang San, despite his ordinary appearance, held high standards and was not impressed. Trained in the purple extreme magic eyes, he could magnify others' flaws. Even the slightest imperfection in a face made him uncomfortable. Hearing Tang San's rude remark, the chubby girl grew indignant. "I was sitting here first. Who do you think you are to demand I move? Because my soul power exceeds yours, and my talent surpasses yours. If you offend me, you know the consequences." As he spoke, Tang San unleashed his 29th level Great Soul Master power, hoping to elicit astonished expressions from those around him. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. "Your Highness, should we throw this fool out?" A burly man could no longer contain himself after Tang San released his soul power. "No, let him be. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Before Tang San could react, he was struck across the face, losing 2 teeth in the process. He then witnessed 4 or 5 hefty men rise simultaneously, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Tang San wailed in agony, while Ma Hongjun and the others watched in horror. "Stop. Little red potato, that's enough. He is my cousin." As Tang San was being pummeled into a pulp, Xiao Chang finally intervened, unable to watch any longer. After all, having tasted a yin's nurturing, he couldn't stand idly by as Tang San faced potential death. "Everyone, cease this at once." The plump girl commanded the muscular men. She then approached Xiao Chang with a beaming smile. "Brother Chang, it's been a while. Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? If I had greeted you, you wouldn't have been able to prank him, would you? I simply don't understand why such a beautiful girl chooses to dress so poorly to tease others. It's your fault. You don't play with me, so I get bored." As she spoke, she peeled off a layer of her skin mask and removed her bulky clothing. A delicate, stunning face emerged, rivaling that of Xiao Wu. The only difference was that she was slightly less developed than Xiao Wu. Seeing the somewhat forlorn expression on Little Red Potato, Xiao Chang chuckled awkwardly. "I've been incredibly busy lately. What brings you here tonight? Come to my room later. I'll tell you all about it." "It's my turn now. I'll be going in first. I love you, Brother Chang." as Little Red Potato reached the door. She couldn't resist throwing Xiao Chong a flirtatious wink and sticking out her tongue. "Brother Chong, I love you too." Xiaowu mimicked Little Red Potato's tone, pouting in anger. "Xiaowu, she is Princess Shueke, daughter of the Snow Knight Emperor. I am quite familiar with her brother, Shui Qinghe, which is why she calls me Brother Chang." Xiao Chang felt it necessary to explain, as there were 3 girls present, and he wanted to avoid being perceived as a scoundrel. Chapter 57. Understanding Qian Renxue thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to fostering goodwill and obtaining rewards. If Qian Renxue were present and aware of Xiao Chang's thoughts, she would undoubtedly mount him and give him a sound thrashing. They had become so familiar over the past 6 months, yet he had not visited her even once, choosing instead to mingle daily with these enchanting little spirits. Were it not for the fact that his visits always left her feeling utterly delighted, she would have certainly rushed over with her angelic holy sword in hand. Truly? If that were the case, it could be forgiven. Xiaowu beamed with a mischievous smile. "You, feeling jealous at such a young age. What will you be like when you grow up?" Xiao Chang playfully pinched Xiaowu's little nose, eliciting a blissful grin from her. Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy toward Xiaowu, wishing they had a brother who dotes on them so affectionately. Tang San, on the other hand, seethed with frustration, lying on the ground in a feigned state of death, utterly motionless. Xiaowu leaned close to Xiao Chang's ear and whispered, "Brother Chang, I just asked the lady who distributes our tokens. She said every soul master can only participate in 1 match per day, but they can engage in different classifications simultaneously. 1-on-1 should be fine for both of us, but how about we also sign up for a 2-on-2 match? I've even thought of a name for our duo, the Xiaowu combination. What do you think?" Xiaowu spoke with uncontainable joy. Xiao Chang found it quite agreeable. Tang San interjected, "I don't agree." Both Xiao Chang and Xiaowu were taken aback. Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, "What do you disagree with?" I disagree. Tang San stammered, struggling to articulate his reasoning. Xiaowu glared at Tang San, her irritation boiling over as she yelled, "Tang San, do you have no shame? Eavesdropping on us. Come on, Brother Chang, let's find another booth." Grabbing Xiao Chang's hand, she hurriedly led him into a secluded restroom. She pinned him against the wall, her chest pressing against his, her lips nearly brushing against his ear as she asked, "Brother, do you like the Xiaowu combination?" Xiao Chang could feel the rapid rise and fall of Xiaowu's chest, her breath heavy with emotion. This was clearly not a reaction to Tang San. The little rabbit was feeling affectionate and craved attention. Faced with such a display from Xiaowu, it would be unmanly for Xiao Chang to remain indifferent. Yet, now was not the right time. If he were to indulge Xiaowu now, she would become attached to him. And how would he then elevate his rapport with other heroines? Setting everything aside, Xiaowu's identity in the human world was still that of a minor. This was against the law. "Xiaowu, calm down, please. I promise you, when you turn 18, on your birthday, I will grant you anything you desire." "Really?" Xiaowu suddenly released Xiao Chang's arm, quickly regaining her composure. Observing this, Xiao Chang realized he had been played. It was not springtime. The little rabbit was merely testing him. However, he could not muster any anger toward Xiaowu. He understood that according to the original storyline, Xiaowu would likely part ways with him in a year, and that separation would last 5 years. As for whether she would sacrifice herself for Tang San, Xiao Chang deemed it unlikely, as her current attitude toward Tang San suggested otherwise. If Xiaowu were compelled to make a sacrifice, it was highly probable that he would be the intended target. Would he face danger? What kind of danger would it be? Xiao Chang was uncertain, but he knew he must accelerate his growth, complete more tasks, and earn rewards to confront any looming crises. In the Sodto Forest, within the borders of the Star Luo Empire, a ragged youth emerged from a muddy pit, gazing around in bewilderment. "Xiao Chan, where are you?" A 10,000-year-old soul beast detected human presence and lunged toward him. His eyes narrowed, and a halberd appeared in his hand as he swiftly sliced through the air. A massive bear, nearly 10 meters in size, was cleaved in 2 before it could utter a single cry. A ring of black and red soul rings slowly ascended from the soul beast. A surge of memories flooded his mind. So this is the soul ring. That dark object is the soul bone. Haraha. I, Elbu, have arrived in Douluo continent. I shall become the mightiest man of this realm. In Sodto City. At the Sodto Great Soul Arena, Xiao Chang accompanied Xiaowu to register for the 2-on-2 match. The registration fee remained 10 soul coins per victory, and they would receive 10 soul coins in return. A rather handsome staff member addressed Xiao Chang and his companion, as they had already registered. They merely needed to present their Iron Soul badge, with no further paperwork required. "Please provide a name for your duo," the staff member smiled. Xiao Chang chuckled awkwardly. "Xiaowu combination." Initially, He had intended to choose a different name, but Xiaowu was adamant. Upon hearing the name, the staff member displayed a non-committal smile. Dance is dance. Make sure to spell it correctly. Xiaochang was aware that this staff member would most likely misspell Xiaowu's name. He disliked typos and made a point to remind them. Xiaowu's heart fluttered. It turned out her brother had such a thoughtful side. The staff member cast a deep glance at Xiaochang, realizing he could discern her thoughts. Indeed, those wearing yellow worker hats were extraordinary. Very well. The Xiaowu combination has been registered. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, 4 additional characters appeared on Xiaochang and Xiaowu's iron soul badges. Expressing their gratitude, Xiaochang led Xiaowu toward the one-on-one battle area. The format for one-on-one matches was determined by a lottery, while other soul masters engaged in combat. Those waiting could choose to spectate or rest. Each battle arena had its own designated viewing area, situated close enough to the fighting stage to observe without interfering. As each zone was monitored by a security personnel, Xiaowu was the first among their group to take the stage, and naturally, Xiaochang and the others opted to watch. However, they were seated separately. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai settled together, while Xiaochang, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing formed another group. Dai Mubai attempted to invite Zhu Zhiqing to sit with him, but she declined, stating her desire to be with Ning Rongrong, who expressed her preference to sit with Xiaochang. Had it not been for Xiaochang's exceptionally high soul power, she would have even wished to form a duo with him, calling it the Xiaorong combination, despite the considerable size of the battle arena. With a diameter of 20 meters, a young man dressed in a tailcoat stood at the center. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience with a resonant voice. Now, we welcome the first match of our Sodto Arena S one-on-one competition featuring 2 soul masters. One is the beast martial soul user, the battle soul master Xiao Wu. The other is the similarly beast martial soul user, but with a golden armored bull martial soul, Shan Bao. Shan Bao has achieved 2 consecutive victories. Will he maintain his winning streak? Or will the newcomer battle soul master Xiaowu claim victory? Let us wait and see. Now, let us welcome our 2 contestants to the stage. Chapter 58. Hello, beautiful. I support you. The audience in the stands was lackluster, with only occasional shouts of Shan Bao. However, no one called out for Xiaowu. Most appeared disinterested in the match. Soon, a towering figure resembling an iron bull approached the fighting arena, standing at an astonishing height. This muscular giant, over 2 meters tall, was undoubtedly a power-type soul master. Ma Hongjun, seated beside Tang San, whispered in his ear, "This hulking brute looks quite formidable. Do you think your Xiaowu can handle him?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San revealed a radiant smile. That's hard to say. Xiaowu tends to fear power-type competitors. If there's a control-type soul master, she could win easily, but otherwise, it's uncertain. Sen Xiao, do you wish for Xiaowu to triumph? Of course. He hesitated. If Xiaowu won, her pride would swell, and she might view him with disdain. Conversely, if she lost or was injured, he would have the opportunity to visit her and gradually change her impression of him. Ma Hongjun sensed Tang San's thoughts and whispered, "Sen Xiao, if you truly don't want Xiaowu to win, I have a plan." Tang San was taken aback, and Ma Hongjun leaned closer, whispering something that made Tang San beam with delight. As they conspired in secrecy, Xiaowu, with a bright smile and excitement, leaped onto the stage. Clad in white and pink, her perfectly developed figure and youthful beauty immediately captivated the audience. National beauty and fragrant grace. "Young lady, have you mistaken this stage?" Shan Bao grinned at Xiaowu, already imagining a performance with her. "No, I am your opponent." "How old are you?" "Haha. The host said my opponent is a soul master. Surely you cannot be that soul master." Similar doubts echoed from the stands, and with Xiaowu's innocent and adorable demeanor, many spectators began to urge her to leave. "Young lady, this is not a place for you. If you get hurt, it won't be good. Go home." Xiaowu smiled. "Thank you all for your concern. I truly am a soul master." To prove herself, she released her soul power. Level 30, Soul Master. Everyone was taken aback. Shan Bao finally believed that Xiaowu was indeed a soul master. "Now do you believe?" Yes. However, I still suggest you go home. You are so delicate. If I accidentally hurt you, it wouldn't look good." Xiaowu frowned slightly, twisting her slim waist and neck. "Why do you have so much nonsense? Quickly unleash your martial soul, or you will miss your chance. Don't say I didn't warn you." Seeing Shan Bao about to say more, Xiaowu grew impatient and dashed forward. In an instant, she covered the distance of several meters, startling Shan Bao. Just as he prepared to evade, Xiaowu leaped, elbow striking, kneeing, and delivering a whip kick that sent Shan Bao flying off the stage. The spectators, witnessing this scene, nearly stood in unison, eyes wide and mouths agape. Unable to utter a word. Strong. Too strong. Is this girl a scion? Xiaobo, wobbling as he got up, admitted, Sister, you win. I, Xiaobo, accept defeat willingly. He felt the force of Xiao Wu's kick had been restrained. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand. Ma Hongjun, holding a dead rabbit, stood on the platform in shock. San Xiao, perhaps you should pursue another girl. This one is too fierce. Thankfully, I didn't throw this dead rabbit onto the stage. If Xiao Wu saw it was me, I'd be doomed. Hurry and hide it. Tang San urged Ma Hongjun as Xiao Wu turned her gaze toward them. They quickly positioned themselves together. With Ma Hongjun hiding the rabbit behind his back, they exchanged awkward smiles. Xiaowu shot them a cold glance before turning her attention to Chao Chang. Flashing him a charming smile, he gave her a thumbs up. The man in a tailcoat returned to the competition stage, excitedly exclaiming, What have I witnessed? A new star is rising. The Soul Master Xiaowu has overwhelmingly defeated Comrade Xiaobo. Comrade Xiaobo, with a record of 20 wins and 18 losses. Master Xiaowu, please proceed to register your points after descending the stage. The man in the tailcoat bowed slightly to Xiaowu in respect. The pace of the matches quickened, perhaps due to the excitement generated by the bout between Xiaobo and Xiaowu, which ignited the audience's fervor. To everyone's surprise, the second match also featured Shrek Academy students. With 2 participants this time, it was an internal contest between Tang San and Zhu Xuqing. Zhu Xuqing cast a cold glance at Tang San before making her way to the arena. Just as Tang San was about to step onto the stage, Dai Mubai grabbed his arm. Hey, Tang San, we are allies, so take it easy on my brother's woman. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, brother. I won't be cruel. I'll show mercy. Yet, he thought to himself that in the heat of battle, there would inevitably be accidental encounters. And Dai Mubai should not blame him. Unbeknownst to him, approaching the stage had ignited a wicked thought. It's all Chao Chang's fault. He's influenced me. 2 unfamiliar faces appeared. One was unremarkable, while the other was a stunning girl whose beauty rivaled Xiao Wu's. Even before the battle commenced, the audience erupted in cheers. Wow, beautiful girl, I support you. Zhu Xuqing's icy demeanor and striking figure drew many soul masters, even prompting a thin, shady man in a dark corner to behave inappropriately upon seeing her. The host, noticing the audience's enthusiasm, briefly introduced both contestants and gestured for them to begin. He was eager to see what sparks would fly between them. Xuqing, fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally hurt you, please bear with me. Tang San offered a polite smile. Humph, just give it your all. Zhu Xuqing, having witnessed Tang San's battle with Xiao Wu, knew he was formidable and prone to frenzy. Yet, she was unafraid. Chao Chang had trained with her the previous night, highlighting many of her weaknesses and teaching her combat techniques. She was confident she could match Tang San evenly. All right, I shall make my move now. Be careful, Sister Xuqing. Unlike her match with Xiaowu, as soon as the duel began, both released their martial souls. Zhu Xuqing's eyes turned a brilliant blue, bright and clear, while her adorable cat ears perked up. Her fingers flicked, and sharp claws sprang forth like 10 deadly spikes. She crouched slightly, fixing her gaze on Tang San as if he were her prey. 2 soul rings manifested simultaneously upon her, and her aura underwent a profound transformation. The chilling and sharp essence emanating from her, even from across the arena, instilled a sense of suffocating pressure in those who beheld it. Yet, Tang San remained oblivious to the shift. His gaze fixated on Zhu Xuqing, the heavy curve of her form causing him to swallow hard. This was not a fight. Not a fight. Not a fight. This was a display of benefits. Dai Mubai, observing Tang San's expression, simmered with indignation. I, Tang San, am about to engage in battle. Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings illuminated around Tang San, mirroring Zhu Xuqing's. Dark blue vines, reminiscent of ghostly tendrils, slithered along the ground in a grotesque manner. Encroaching upon Zhu Xuqing, Tang San maintained his composure, regarding Zhu Xuqing with an air of certainty. As she witnessed the repulsive vines advancing, her body sprang into action, leaving ephemeral afterimages in her wake. She maneuvered behind Tang San. Tang San, taken aback, suddenly felt a sharp pain at his back. In the span of a second, Zhu Xuqing struck him 18 times. Blood streamed from his back, and in response to the excruciating pain, he instinctively executed the ghost shadow perplexing step. He readied his hidden arrows, poised to unleash them upon Zhu Xuqing. However, he underestimated her speed. Zhu Xuqing circled behind him once more, delivering another series of 18 claw strikes. Tang San felt the brink of despair. Chapter 59, Unhappiness Little Chubby, do you not recognize me? Tang San recalled Zhu Xuqing's words. Give it your all. It was a call for him to fully commit, to allow her to enjoy the thrill of the chase. Dilata. Tang San called out in anguish to the observation platform, imploring him to manage his woman. At that moment, Dai Mubai was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. He had always been somewhat intimidated by Zhu Zhuqing, and now he was even more so. Stifling the urge to witness Tang San's tragic predicament, he silently turned away. In this critical moment, it was Ma Hongjun who stepped up. Observing Tang San being bullied, he seized the opportunity and threw a dead rabbit, which he had prepared for Xiaowu, towards Zhu Zhuqing's profile, hoping to distract her and afford Tang San a chance to escape. Yet, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The dead rabbit vanished mysteriously when it was still 5 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful woman clad in ancient attire had appeared beside Xiao Chang. It was the Qiao. A smile played upon her lips as she silently quickened Zhu Zhuqing's pace while whispering something into Xiao Chang's ear. Xiao Chang nodded in understanding. The Qiao cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, who then inexplicably vanished, only to reappear in the chamber where Li was being held captive. With the power of the emotional domain, Xiao Chang had immediately thought of Li. After parting ways with Xiao Jing, it was sheer coincidence that he stumbled upon Li, who was in the midst of teasing a virtuous woman. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Chang whisked him away. At this moment, Li, disheveled and covered in bruises, looked quite fearsome. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's sudden arrival, he was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Ma Hongjun, confronted by this bizarre figure, was caught off guard. As Li recognized him, he grabbed the very dead rabbit he had just thrown, skin unpeeled, and began to gnaw on it, sending Ma Hongjun into a fit of terror. His soul was nearly extinguished. "Who are you?" Ma Hongjun inquired cautiously. "Ahaha. Little chubby, you don't recognize me? You really ought to be punished." Li spat out a mouthful of fur in disgust. "Ugh, what a foul rabbit meat. It pales in comparison to your tender flesh." With a gleeful grin, he rose like a small mountain, lunging towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, paralyzed with fear, attempted to resist, but soon realized he was powerless to utilize his soul energy in this place. "Don't waste your strength. This place is under a restriction that prevents the use of soul power. Otherwise, I would have escaped long ago. My little treat, do not resist. Be a good meal for me." As Li tackled Ma Hongjun, he did not immediately bite him, but instead began to tug at his pants. Ma Hongjun struggled desperately, but it was futile. He could only endure Li's reckless antics. At the Sodto City Great Fighting Soul Arena, the 14th Fighting Soul Arena was nearing its conclusion. Tang San lay prostrate on the ground, motionless, nearly beaten to a pulp. Zhu Zhuqing stood on the fighting platform, rolling up her sleeves, and discovered that indeed one of her sleeve arrows was already loaded, though she had not had the opportunity to fire it. Xiao Chang had not deceived her. Tang San was ruthless and should not be granted even the slightest chance, lest he retaliate with lethal force. After exiting the Soul Master Passage, Zhu Zhuqing did not rush to register her points. Instead, she approached Xiao Chang and expressed her gratitude. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 favorability points with Zhu Zhuqing and received 5,000 gold coins. Total favorability points, 20. Total gold soul coins, 2, 500, 000. 30 favorability points unlocks the chance for a basic lottery." Seeing the wealth accumulated through recent tasks, a smile graced Xiao Chang's lips. With a little more effort, he would have enough to purchase a Great Resurrection Pill to be taken by his mother in 3 years. The Great Resurrection Pill could prevent Bibi Dong's cultivation from declining for 20 years. Xiao Chang understood that Bibi Dong had the potential to ascend to divinity, but the outcome was far from favorable. This was a scenario he wished to avoid, for it would surely lead him to despair. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Tang San countless times, but he had always held back. He was uncertain whether killing Tang San would give rise to another like him, or even a third. He dared not take that gamble. After all, this Tang San was still manageable and could help him accumulate system rewards. Now he had come to terms with it. He would not dwell on such thoughts, instead choosing to seize the moment, strive for self-improvement, and leave the rest to fate. If the day came when everything crumbled, so be it. They would face destruction together. The third soul battle was not Xiao Chang's. He was scheduled to compete in the 7th match against a 37-level strength-type combatant named Nicola, whose martial spirit was the Earth Black Bear. As the host introduced Xiao Chang's soul power, Nicola was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly youthful boy was even more formidable than the previous little girl. A sense of wariness arose within him. "Nicola, 37-level Battle Soul Sovereign, please guide me." "Xiao Chang, 32-level Battle Soul Sovereign, at your service." Upon hearing that Xiao Chang had reached 32 levels, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled, while Tang San's body twitched slightly. The battle commenced swiftly and ended just as quickly. In 3 rounds, Qiao Chang had defeated Nicola. He exited the Soul Master Passage alongside Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, briefly registering their points before leaving the one-on-one combat arena. The 2-on-2 soul battle was evidently longer than the one-on-one matches. Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu drew number 17, but it was not yet their turn. Qiao Chang glanced around their combat arena, noting that the audience had significantly increased, with at least half of the seats filled. The atmosphere was far more vibrant than during the one-on-one matches, with many beautiful women present, perhaps waiting for capable male soul masters to accompany them for an evening stroll. The 2-on-2 fighting platform was twice the size of the one-on-one arena, facilitating more expansive maneuvers. At that moment, a stunning female host dressed in professional attire and wearing glasses was announcing the Soul Master pairings. In the 7th match of the 2-on-2, Scorpion Team versus Xiao Wu Team. As soon as they took the stage, Xiao Wu appeared particularly exhilarated. There were 2 female soul masters, evidently of considerable stature, allowing her to showcase her agile techniques. Brother, don't interfere. Let me handle them alone. All right, but be cautious. The 2 opposing female soul masters scoffed at Xiao Wu's audacity. Little sister, do not boast. Beware the wind may snatch away your tongue. Big sister, being tall does not warrant underestimating others. 30-level battle soul sovereign, martial spirit. Rabbit, please guide us, esteemed sisters. 36-level battle soul sovereign, martial spirit. Red Scorpion, at your service. 37-level battle soul sovereign, martial spirit. Black Scorpion, please. The 2 similarly featured female soul masters unleashed their soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, far from the optimal configuration. They coordinated seamlessly. One attacked Xiao Wu from the left while the other approached from the right, constantly shifting positions, rendering their next move unpredictable. Xiao Wu, though not as powerful in soul energy, was nimble and swift, having trained alongside Xiao Chang, and was not easily outmatched by them. Chapter 60. Ma Hongjun was infuriated, his lungs nearly exploding. The woman with the red scorpion spirit was the first to launch an attack on Xiao Wu, her acupoints shimmering with a crimson glow, exuding a fiery aura. If struck by her tail's needle, it would surely be excruciating. Xiao Wu dared not underestimate her. She swiftly activated her first soul skill, Soft Technique, closing the distance between herself and the red scorpion woman. Just before the scorpion's tail could hit her, she seized the woman's shoulders. With a delicate tap of her toes on the ground, she leapt gracefully into the air, lifting the red scorpion woman off the ground. Then, bending her slender waist like a bow, she thrust her knee forward, colliding with the woman's abdomen, sending her flying 10 meters away. Utilizing the rebound force, she deftly pivoted and shot towards the black scorpion woman like a cannonball. The black scorpion woman attempted to block her, performing a mid-air flipside kick that sent her sprawling 10 meters away. After being kicked by Xiao Wu, the 2 women no longer dared to underestimate her. First soul skill, Scorpion Shadow Heavy. First soul skill, Fiery Scorpion Whip. First soul skill, Bao Technique. Xiao Wu unleashed the Bao Technique again, instantly doubling her enchanting power. The distance of over 10 meters between the 3 of them quickly closed as they rushed together. Second soul skill, Enchantment. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with pink light, instantly captivating the red scorpion woman. With a side kick, she sent the red scorpion woman crashing into the black scorpion woman. Third soul skill, Instantaneous Movement. Xiao Wu teleported beside the 2 women. A seamless display of Wing Chun knocked both women off the stage. Bravo! The audience erupted in cheers. How was that, brother? Did I disappoint you? Indeed, Xiao Wu, you were fantastic. Hiki, brother, Zhu Shuqing and Renrong have also signed up for the second team match. Shall we go see what's happening? Absolutely. Xiao Wu bounced joyfully, pulling Qiao Chang towards the 15th division of the Soul Arena. At this moment, Zhu Shuqing and Ning Renrong had already taken the stage. They faced 2 burly men wielding large hammers, who were brothers skilled in high-risk combat with immense lethality. However, they posed little threat to Zhu Shuqing, as Ning Renrong's support significantly enhanced her speed and strength, coupled with Qiao Chang's 9-in white bone claw. Her offensive power was formidable. To protect Ning Renrong, Zhu Shuqing unleashed her 9-in white bone claw, withstanding the brothers' attacks before sending them off the stage. In truth, Ning Renrong had also been taught 2 techniques by Qiao Chang, Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt. However, Ning Renrong, being rather fickle, found them too tiresome to practice. Consequently, Qiao Chang passed on the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to her, advising her to be cautious during her training and not to venture alone into desolate valleys. During this Grand Soul Arena event, Qiao Chang and Xiao Wu, as well as Zhu Qing, each earned 2 points, while Ning Rongrong gained 1 point and Tang San lost 1. Dai Mubai was left trembling, startled by Ma Hongjuan's sudden disappearance, and chose not to participate in the competition. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was in a state of despair, clutching a stool and weeping. His life had become tainted. Bulu laughed heartily at him, relishing the moment. I almost feel reluctant to devour you. Just as Bulu contemplated whether to consume Ma Hongjun, the latter suddenly felt a tugging force pulling him out of the dim room. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself disheveled in a dilapidated temple he recognized as an unfrequented spot behind Shrek Academy, where he often played with Sui Hua. At that moment, he sensed something amiss outside the temple. Whispers and giggles emerged from the grass. One voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of Tsuhua, while the other was strange. Their voices were filled with joy, a sound Ma Hongjun had never before associated with Tsuhua. Suppressing the pain radiating from his body, he stealthily approached, only to discover Tsuhua, partially exposed, sitting atop a slender man who resembled a long bamboo pole. As Tsuehua swayed her body, she exclaimed, "Bamboo brother, I am so happy to be with you." "Are you happy being with me?" "Bamboo sister, I am even happier than you." "Bamboo brother, if you were just a little happier than me, I will be a little happier than you." "Bamboo sister, if you are a little happier than me, I will be even happier than you." The lengthy dialogue between Tsuhua and Bamboo brother only fueled Ma Hongjun's fury, his chest heaving with rage, wishing to rush forward and eliminate them both. Yet, he restrained himself, eager to witness the depths of their depravity. "Bamboo brother, hurry up, something feels off," Tsuehua urged, her sixth sense tingling with danger as Ma Hongjun harbored murderous thoughts. Yet, the more they wished to conclude their encounter, the more time seemed to elude them. Tsuehua grew anxious, turning to Bamboo brother, "Bamboo brother, don't move. Let me take over." "Okay," Bamboo brother replied softly. Tsuehua pressed her hands against him, squatting down, taking the lead. Before long, she was drenched in sweat, while Bamboo brother seemed impervious, as though he had taken some sort of stimulant. "Sister Tsuehua, this one tea do. Why don't you try it there?" he tentatively suggested. Tsuehua felt a tinge of shyness but nodded in agreement. At that moment, she had no desire to remain any longer. Standing tall, she turned around and surrendered her purity to Bamboo brother. Ma Hongjun was on the verge of explosion. In the past, he had begged Tsuehua for such affection, but she had always refused. Yet today, with a mere word from Bamboo brother, she willingly complied. Without comparison, there would be no pain. "Tsuehua, you have gone too far," he fumed, his heart burning with a mix of anger and resentment, longing for revenge. The infernal fire within him surged like erupting magma, impossible to contain. "You shameless adulterers, engaging in such acts behind my back. I will kill you both." Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's enraged voice, Tsuehua was startled, letting out a muffled scream. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 61. Tang San was carried down from the dual platform. Tsuehua, startled, choked on her saliva and began to cough violently. Xiaogang, taken aback, hurriedly sat up and covered Tsuehua with his garment. Tsuehua cast a grateful glance at Xiaogang, her eyes brimming with affection. Ma Hongjun felt a pang of jealousy. "Ah, you two wretches. Daring to flaunt your love at this moment. Ma Hongjun, we have already parted ways. My true love lies with Xiaogang. I implore you to cease your harassment." Upon realizing that the lurking figure was Ma Hongjun, Tsuehua's panic subsided, replaced by anger. She believed Ma Hongjun was deliberately hiding to witness their intimate moments. "This man is twisted." Ma Hongjun was on the verge of exploding with rage. They were shamelessly engaging in such disgraceful behavior before him, yet she dared to blame him. "Tsuehua, how can you accuse me of harassment? Have you forgotten how well I treated you? Whenever you were bullied, it was I who drove them away. I even helped you tend to your family's land. I toiled both day and night, and my bulk is a testament to my sleepless nights since knowing you. And now you accuse me of harassment while cavorting with a boy who is utterly inferior to me in every regard. You once claimed to dislike such outdoor escapades. Yet for him, a man as thin as a reed and small as a child, you have abandoned your principles. I admit I previously shunned the outdoors and did not wish to engage in such relations with you. Do you know why? Why?" Ma Hongjun shouted in fury. "Because you do not respect me. You regard me solely as an outlet for your desires. But Xiaogang is different. He loves me. He understands my preference for slender men, consuming merely one meal a day. He knows I adore beautiful dresses and works 10 jobs to save money for me. Should he lack funds, he would steal for my sake. When I am bullied, he rushes to my defense without hesitation, even knowing he might not prevail. Yet you, always self-centered, orchestrated the very boys who bullied me, all to play the hero and win my favor. Your help in the fields was merely for show. The real effort came from me. You claim to work day and night, but who toils at night? It is I, 365 days a year. You torment me for 367 days, and even when I have my period, you still demand my participation. Do these hands still resemble those of a girl? With that, Xiaowu burst into tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. Xiaogang silently donned his pants and retrieved a few tissues from his pocket, offering them to her. Though he spoke not a word, every action resounded with love for Xiaowu. Ma Hongjun came to a realization. His defeat lay not in his physical attributes but in his emotional shortcomings. Silently, he turned away, the fury evaporating, leaving only despair. For years, he had indulged in his desires under the guise of passion. Honestly, did he pursue Xiaowu out of genuine affection? Was his obsession truly born from love? An inability to let go? No. It all stemmed from his selfishness and pride. Yes, after finding Xiaowu, he had not returned to the brothel. But was it out of disinterest? No. He feared being regarded as an outcast. He channeled all the energy he once expended on multiple companions into Xiaowu, never considering whether a normal girl could bear such burdens. Nor did he contemplate if she found joy in their encounters. Ma Hongjun departed, not returning to the academy, but instead retreated to a remote hilltop, where he sat in solitude throughout the night. Whether Ma Hongjun would undergo transformation remains yet to be seen. Tang San, meanwhile, was taken down from the Seoul Dual platform and lay in the medical room for the entire night. By morning, his wounds had significantly healed. Although Zhu Zhuqing had struck fiercely, she had spared his bones, showing mercy out of camaraderie. Tang San understood this, and Dai Mubai understood it even better. With Ma Hongjun's whereabouts unknown, he dared not return to Shrek Academy, opting instead for a room at the Rose Hotel, where he stayed the night. Only the next morning did he return to the academy. Upon arrival, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing carrying a plate of small dishes, 2 buns, and a bowl of congee. Making her way to the dormitory, Dai Mubai approached her, inquiring about her destination. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at him, ignoring his presence, and continued on her way. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing, muttered as she passed by him. Serves you right. Dai Mubai, already feeling somewhat dejected, shot a furious glare at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, clarify your words. What is there to clarify? You're deserving of it. Do you know why Zhuqing ignores you? Why? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. Because you are disgusting. What did you say to Ma Hongjun yesterday? Are you not aware? Dai Mubai strained to recall his words spoken to Ma Hongjun, struggling to remember anything that might have offended Zhu Zhuqing. He asked, what did I say? Was it that women do not count as people but resources? But that was a private conversation with Ma Hongjun in the men's restroom. Did Chao Chong overhear and report it? You honestly do not know what you said, yet you come to ask me? How absurd. Get away from me. Your presence annoys me. Ning Rongrong, indifferent to Dai Mubai's thoughts, remained unapologetic towards those she disliked. Dai Mubai's expression shifted in an instant. Stop. You won't leave until we clear this up. He grabbed Ning Rongrong's arm. Ning Rongrong struggled to break free, but found herself unable to do so. Let go of me. I warn you, I am the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Cross me, and you will regret it. You, Dai Mubai, infuriated, considered lashing out at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, unlike others who feared the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, was unafraid. If you provoke me, I shall end you. With that, her soul power erupted, sending Ning Rongrong flying several meters away. She then advanced towards Ning Rongrong, radiating murderous intent. At that moment, Oscar heard the commotion and rushed over. Tang San also returned, looking dejected. Upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback. Chapter 62, Diao Chan, Dance a Melody for Miss Zhuqing. Oscar hastily rushed to support Ning Rongrong as she stumbled. Tang San approached Dai Mubai, restraining his right hand. Dai, do not act impulsively. After all, we are classmates. All right. Xiao San, I shall concede this to you. Dai Mubai stepped before Ning Rongrong, casting a frigid glare in her direction. Do not provoke me again, regardless of your status. I, Dai Mubai, shall not spare you. With that, he turned and departed. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, watched his retreating figure in silence. Once he was gone, she shrugged off Oscar's arm and stormed towards Tang San, her temper flaring. Tang San, have him killed for me, and I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. You will be a distinguished guest of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Tang San was tempted. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Dai Mubai's claim of fearlessness towards the seven treasures glazed tile school indicated that his background was formidable. Although the allure of the gold coins was strong, taking Dai Mubai's life would likely incite the wrath of his powerful allies. Furthermore, even if those allies did not pursue him, Dean Flinder would certainly not let him off easily, given that Dai Mubai had enrolled before him. It was clear he was well acquainted with Flinder and Xiao Wu. Should he recklessly eliminate Dai Mubai or conspire against him, the Academy would undoubtedly initiate an investigation, which could lead back to Ning Rongrong. If she were to implicate him by claiming he was promised the gold coins, he would find it impossible to defend himself. Ning Rongrong, I regret that I cannot assist you in this matter. Not everything in this world can be exchanged for money and power. I am unaware of the unpleasantness that occurred between you and Dai Mubai, but should you continue to act so haughtily, I suggest you seek out your cousin. He would likely be more than willing to aid you. Tang San relished the idea of diverting the trouble elsewhere, killing two birds with one stone. In his view, if Qiao Chang acted rashly and eliminated Dai Mubai, he would inevitably face retaliation from Dai Mubai's powerful background. Even if he managed to escape, he would still be hunted down, making it impossible to remain in the academy. Once they were both out of the picture, he would secure his third spirit ring and undoubtedly become the most dazzling figure in Shrek Academy. Tang San, you truly lack courage. Oscar, do you not wish to help me? Oscar shook his head. Help? What nonsense. I cannot possibly defeat Dai Mubai. Oscar, do you not have feelings for me? Ning Rongrong. I prefer the old you. Bokhat. Ning Rongrong huffed and stormed off. You all wait for me. I'm going to find Xiao Chang and tell him how you bullied me. Very well. Go ahead. Tang San laughed heartily, fully aware of Xiao Chang's temperament. Although Xiao Chang was quite the rogue, he would never betray his nature by engaging in actions unworthy of him. Only if Ning Rongrong were to be delivered to Xiao Chang's bed, transformed into an extraordinary woman, would he be motivated to assist her. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to confront them. However, he did not anticipate that Xiao Chang was a man of no limits. Shortly after Ning Rongrong relayed her misfortunes to him, he erupted in rage and stormed out the door. He found Dai Mubai and, without hesitation, delivered a thorough beating before dragging him before Ning Rongrong like a rag doll. 10,000 gold soul coins. And I shall be a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Witnessing such actions from Xiao Chang left Tang San utterly stunned, his scalp tingling. The debt can wait. I will pay you back later. Very well. Xiao Chang had long wished to teach Dai Mubai a lesson. Yet, he refrained from voicing this desire. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, he could unleash his pent-up frustration on Dai Mubai, gain gold coins, secure a connection with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and win Ning Rongrong's favor, all in one fell swoop. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining Zhu Zhuqing's favor 10, acquiring 10,000 gold soul coins, and receiving a chance for a lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Draw, draw, draw. Immediately. What Xiao Chang did not expect was that Ning Rongrong had yet to react. The favor from Zhu Zhuqing skyrocketed by 10 points, filling Xiao Chang with unexpected delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Diao Chan, the unparalleled beauty. What? Xiao Chang was utterly astonished. He had drawn Diao Chan. System, do you harbor some ulterior motive? After years of drawing without success, I obtain her with merely 30 points of favor from Zhu Zhuqing. How utterly baffling. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining Ning Rongrong's favor 5, totaling 15 points. Acquired 5,000 gold soul coins. As anticipated, nothing remarkable. Xiao Chang glanced at Ning Rongrong, feeling her appeal diminish. Yuqing, thank you. Today, as I am in good spirits, let us dine at the Hai Tian Grand Restaurant. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback, wondered why Xiao Chang suddenly expressed gratitude when she had done nothing significant. Was it for the 2 buns she had brought him in the morning? Do not thank me. You have aided me as well. Zhu Zhuqing remained cold, embodying the essence of an ice queen. This is different. Where is Diao Chan? Here I am. A stunning beauty, whose figure and grace eclipsed all others, appeared out of thin air. Diao Chan was breathtakingly beautiful. Her every gesture was captivating. With delicate, autumn water-like brows and a figure that exuded charm, she left onlookers enchanted. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her hair adorned with a golden fragrant pouch. Please, perform a dance for Miss Zhuqing. At your command. Diao Chan, clad in azure, moved with an effortless grace. As her dance concluded, all present were left in awe. Once the performance ended, Diao Chan obediently stood beside Qiao Chang. I am Diao Chan, a personal bodyguard alongside De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. Today marks my arrival, and I am quite pleased. All expenses for our excursion to Sodto City today shall be on me. Yay! Xiaowu leaped with joy, while Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. Zhu Zhiqing discreetly compared herself, marveling at Diao Chan's unparalleled beauty. So grand, a stature that leaves one gazing upward. Such a slender waist, such fair legs, such exquisite beauty. How could such a perfect woman exist? And a captivating maid at that. What on earth is Qiao Chang's identity? Knowing fully well that Ning Rongrong is a little witch, he still indulges her without reserve. He is truly an enigma. If only I could marry him in the future, I would not. Unfortunately, he already had someone he cherished. Watching the lively and adorable Xiaowu, along with the gentle smile of Qiao Chang, Zhu Zhiqing inexplicably felt they complemented each other perfectly. Chapter 63. My skills must be superior to yours. Zhu Zhiqing began to ponder how to interact with Qiao Chang and Xiaowu in the future. Should she deliberately maintain a certain distance from Qiao Chang? But is that truly what she desires? With Qiao Chang being so remarkable, could she really bear to relinquish him to another? In a moment of turmoil, Zhu Zhiqing found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Noticing Zhu Zhiqing's silence and her bowed head, seemingly lost in thought, Ning Rongrong called out to her, Zhiqing, what are you thinking about? Nothing at all. I have no objections. She replied, all right, let us set off. However, I propose that this time we refrain from using our soul power and see who reaches Sodto City first. The one who arrives first shall receive a reward. Brother, I have no objections. Xiaowu was the first to agree. I have no objections either. Zhu Zhiqing maintained her icy demeanor. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll give it a try. Good. Let us go. Qiao Chang took the lead, with Xiaowu closely trailing behind, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing flanking them on either side. Diao Chan danced gracefully while playing a bamboo flute, her pink sandals bouncing as she leapt forward. The five of them formed a striking tableau as they made their way. Tang San silently watched their departing figures, then carried Dai Mubai into Oscar's room. Xiaowu, revive him. This pill is yours. Take it, and you shall break through to level 30 by tomorrow. We will accompany you to hunt soul beasts then. Qiao Chang has become increasingly arrogant. We must unite and strive to elevate our soul power beyond theirs. Rest assured, third young master, the enmity of a loved one is unending. I shall endeavor to grow stronger and one day place Qiao Chang beneath my feet, reclaiming Rongrong. Excellent. A man must be ambitious for his endeavors to succeed. Let us strive together. By the way, where is Senior Mahongjun? I don't know. I checked his room this morning, but found no one there. Where could he have gone? Perhaps he has gone to the brothel again. That is just how he is. Every time we come to Sodto City, he must visit the brothel. Oscar, what are you doing? Speaking ill of me behind my back, are you? As Oscar finished speaking, a voice rang out. It was Ma Hongjun, who had spent the night on the cliff contemplating. He realized that women merely affected the speed of his flame. Only by working hard to improve himself could he honor his mutated martial soul. What is wrong with being a bit lewd? It's a man's nature. I still intend to visit the brothel and find a girlfriend. Let the past remain buried. I, Ma Hongjun, am ready to start anew. By nightfall, Dai Mubai awakened, and the four of them gathered to discuss a matter of great importance. They resolved to form an alliance against Qiao Chang, whose lewdness had monopolized all their goddesses. And they were determined to resist him, hoping to bring him to justice. The north wind howled, and the autumn rain fell steadily. The slender raindrops resembled silver fish cascading from the heavens. The four members of the anti-Qiao alliance sat in a dense forest behind Shrek Academy, each positioned at a different point. Tang San was imparting the fundamentals of the Tang sect's Xiantiangong and some basic techniques for hidden weapons to the other three. He realized that relying solely on his strength would likely never allow him to defeat Qiao Chang. These three, like him, were monsters. He needed to cultivate them diligently so they could collectively confront Qiao Chang and deliver a resounding blow to his arrogance. Sodto City, the city that never sleeps, was vibrant with lights and music, bustling with life. The young women here donned revealing outfits, black stockings, spaghetti straps, made costumes, and bunny girl attire. There was nothing they wouldn't wear. Their creativity was boundless. The streets were filled with fashionable youngsters and couples, each adorned with exquisite soul-guiding devices. Among them was Qiao Chang, dressed modestly yet accompanied by four distinct and charming women, drawing the ire of some onlookers. Oscar, look at that guy. He is so arrogant. Bringing four girls out to play. Indeed, quite audacious. Let us go over and have some fun with them. A shorter, slightly hunched man with well-defined muscles approached with 4 or 5 subordinates. As he reached Xiao Chang, he intentionally bumped into him, only to be flung back several meters. Xiaowu burst into laughter. Brother, you're so cool. Xiao Chang raised an eyebrow at him. In a swift movement, he stood beside Osro, asking, are you all right? Osro let out a piercing scream. My hand. Xiao Chang looked down to see his foot resting on Osro's hand. When he lifted his foot, Osro's hand was crushed, blood oozing, yet not a drop stained Xiao Chang's shoes. My apologies, I didn't see your hand there. Are you okay? Osro looked at Xiao Chang with fear, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain. I'm fine. I regret hurting you. Should I cover your medical expenses? No, no need. Oh, how embarrassing. Xiao Wu, our destination is just ahead. Let us go? With that, he swaggered past Osro, followed closely by Xiao Wu and the others. Ning Rongrong found herself next to Xiao Wu and whispered, Xiao Wu, your man is so handsome. I wish I could have a boyfriend like him. Could you share him with me? Xiao Wu, recognizing Ning Rongrong's playful tone, replied with a smile, sure. Once I've captured my brother, I'll share the bed with you, but you better not back out. Hiki. I want tea. I'm not afraid of pain. My skills will surely surpass yours. The Qian Grand Hotel stood in the heart of this sleepless city, bustling with thousands of visitors daily. As Qiao Chang led the group to the towering hotel, 2 elegantly dressed women approached. Young Master Qiao, welcome. Miss Shui is already waiting for you in your private room. Very well, please lead the way. The uniformed women guided them inside. Xiao Wu, following closely behind, quietly asked Qiao Chang, brother, when did you acquire a private room here? I had no idea. And who is Miss Shui? Is she that beautiful girl we met yesterday? Yes, that is her. This restaurant belongs to her family. And she reserved the private room for me. Wow, you have such a wealthy friend. Are you planning to court this little heiress? Xiao Wu teased, resting her hand on Qiao Chang's waist, implying that she wanted a serious answer. Chapter 64. The Jealousy of Snoke and Xiao Wu. Not at all. If I were to lean on someone, it would be you, my little wealthy lady. Oof, I have no money. I'm not a wealthy lady. Despite her words, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. However, if her brother wished for her support, she would gladly care for him for a lifetime. Oh dear, Xiao Wu. You are making me feel quite envious. Ning Rongrong chimed in, trailing behind Xiao Wu and Qiao Chang like a little tail. Unable to bear their sweet exchanges, she muttered, jealous, just jealous of you. Who told you that you don't have a brother as wonderful as mine? Hiki. Xiao Wu playfully wrapped her arm around Qiao Chang's, glanced back, and stuck out her tongue at Ning Rongrong, making a silly face. Seeing this playful side of Xiao Wu brought a faint smile to Zhu Zhuqing's lips. The group, filled with laughter, soon arrived at the private room 403. Led by the lovely young lady. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent chandelier. Below it stood a grand round table, laden with exquisite dishes. At the opposite end of the table sat 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, one youthful and radiant, the other poised and dignified, both rare beauties indeed. Upon noticing Qiao Chang and the others, the girl on the left stood, moved her chair, and dashed around the table to stand before Qiao Chang. Brother Chang, you're here. It's been just a day and you've already brought another beauty with you. Qiao Chang smiled gently. Shueku, let me introduce you. This is my newly appointed personal bodyguard, Diao Chan. This is my friend, Princess Shueku. Greetings, Princess Shueku. Diao Chan bowed slightly, exuding grace. Shueku reciprocated with a courtly gesture, showcasing her elegance. Brother Chang, I must introduce someone to you. You're going to want to meet her. Really? Yes. This is my mentor. Tang Yuehua. Shueku extended her hand, pointing to the mature lady in a regal gown seated at the head of the table. Teacher. This is the Qiao Chang I mentioned. Oh, Qiao Chang, I've heard much about you. No need for formalities. I happened to be passing by and wanted to see the brother Shueku spoke so highly of. It seems you all must be quite tired from your adventures. Shueku, why not invite them to sit down? Yes. Brother Chang, and all the lovely ladies, please take your seats. Everyone settled in. With Shueku sitting beside Qiao Chang, serving him dishes while encouraging everyone to eat. Brother Chang, try this. It's snow country perch, absolutely delicious. Brother Chang. This is deep sea abalone, great for your health. Brother Chang, have some snow ginseng black chicken soup, and a slice of imperial lotus root. Throughout the meal, Shueku seemed entirely focused on serving Qiao Chang, hardly touching her own food. Tang Yuehua observed with a knowing smile. Fully aware of how fond Shueku was of Qiao Chang, being her most cherished disciple, Xueke's affection for the handsome and charismatic Xiaochang could lead to a perfect match. However, the number of beautiful women surrounding Xiaochang was indeed overwhelming, each a true beauty in her own right. Seeing Xueke's attentive service and obvious affection for Xiaochang, Xiao Wu, seated to his right, also began to serve him. Having spent so much time together, Xiao Wu had developed a familiarity with many exquisite dishes, and as she glanced at the lavish table, she estimated the meal to cost at least 5,000 to 8,000 gold soul coins. Watching the two charming ladies constantly refill his plate, Xiaochang felt embarrassed as his dish piled high. "Please, you don't need to be so polite. I can serve myself." "Absolutely not," they replied in unison, their eyes sparking with mischief. Feeling awkward, Xiaochang looked towards Ning Rongrong for help, but she simply smiled knowingly, placing a piece of papaya meat into Zhu Zhuqing's bowl. "Zhuqing, eat more to grow taller and enchant those foolish men." "Ah," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, glancing shyly at Xiaochang before lowering her head. Ning Rongrong teased, "Zhuqing, why are you looking at him? He has debts to repay himself. Let us share this papaya and grow together." With no other option, Xiaochang steeled himself to tackle the towering pile of food before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the two ladies watching him intently, seemingly eager to see which dish he would reach for first. Preparing to grab a piece of fish, he saw a smile bloom on Xueke's face. Xiao Wu cleared her throat, prompting him to pause. As he reached for a spoonful of snake soup, Xueke cooed, "Brother Chong, start with my abalone. It's nutritious." Not to be outdone, Xiao Wu chimed in, "Oh, you want to play that game, do you? Here, have a date-filled bun instead. I'll feed you." Xiaochang could only laugh helplessly. "Please, not like this. I'm still just a child of 13, completely clueless." Seeing his exasperated expression, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. At the crucial moment, Tang Yuehua intervened, saving Xiaochang from further embarrassment. "All right, you two, enough of this. If you keep it up, poor Xiaochang might leave hungry." Finally, they relented, turning their heads away from one another. The meal lasted over 2 hours, filled with joy and laughter. Though Xiaochang's outward happiness masked an inner turmoil, he realized that the timeline of Douluo continent had shifted. Tang Yuehua, who should have appeared years later, was now present. On the way back, he pondered the implications of her early arrival. Did it suggest that Haotian sect might also emerge sooner? If so, could Sea God Island potentially open ahead of schedule? Xiaochang recalled the powerful beings associated with it, including the limit Douluo and a half-step divine being, all intricately linked to Tang San and his son. If they united against the spirit hall, could the hall withstand such a force? In that moment, Xiaochang's anxiety deepened as he considered the dangers that might face his beloved mother figure and whether he would possess the strength to protect her. Chapter 65, The Transformation of Xiaochang's Mindset, Capturing Bibi Dong. It is imperative to swiftly enhance his strength, for he cannot allow his adoptive mother to be in peril. Otherwise, he would suffer immeasurably. He must suppress Tang San, slowing down his path to divinity, and also stifle Tang Hao, seizing the soul bones that belong to him, leaving him no opportunity to return them to the Haotian sect. With these thoughts, Xiaochang cast a profound glance at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, if one day your brother requires you to sacrifice a soul ring to save our adoptive mother, would you resent me?" Xiao Wu, not comprehending the weight of Xiaochang's gaze, assumed he was merely feigning melancholy to draw her attention. She smiled sweetly at him. "Brother, you look so handsome when you're brooding. Is that so? I hope you will always cherish this version of me and remain joyous, allowing me to shoulder all your unhappiness." "Brother." Xiao Wu was deeply moved, stepping forward to embrace Xiaochang's neck, planting a kiss upon his cheek. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing observed the interaction between Xiaochang and Xiao Wu with a tinge of envy. When they arrived, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu shared a room, while Xiaochang returned to the empty quarters he shared with Oscar. Lucky him. Displeased, Xiaochang had intended to stir some trouble, but Oscar's absence spared him from potential confrontation. Restless and unable to sleep, he resolved to revisit the spirit hall. At the spirit hall, in the papal chamber, Bibi Dong lingered in her fragrant boudoir. Clad in regal attire, her delicate fingers slowly unfastened the flowing skirt. Her gaze drifted toward the window, peering into the distant horizon, where a hint of sorrow flickered in her lustrous eyes. Her hair, once styled in an elegant bun, cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. 6 years had passed, and both Xiaochang and Hu Liena had matured, while Qian Renxue had only returned once in that span. Despite her exalted position as the Pope presiding over the spirit hall, an overwhelming loneliness enveloped her. Xiao Chang and Hu Liena no longer clung to her as they once did in their youth. Their relationship had grown increasingly distant. Each recollection of that fateful night filled her heart with desolation. The most precious aspect of a woman had been taken from her by the very teacher she had trusted. In the suffocating darkness of the secret chamber, her fear and helplessness deepened. Shuer, forgive your mother. It is not that I do not love you. But the sight of you brings back memories of that beast, of the unbearable past. If it were not for Xiao Chang, if it were not for Xiao Na, I truly do not know how I could have endured the countless days and nights. And Xiao Na, do you blame the teacher for being heartless? For sending you to the Hurricane Canyon for training, preventing you from meeting with Chang? As the Holy Maiden, you share the burden of the Spirit Hall's future alongside him. The teacher knows of your affections for him, which have not emerged overnight. I even hope for you to be together in the future, but many matters are predestined. Chang despises constraints and is unlikely to place the future of the Spirit Hall in his heart. The future of the Spirit Hall rests solely upon you. Only you can illuminate its path. As for Xiao Chang, where are you? Mother truly misses you. Ever since the time you helped me with the needle, I have not embraced you in quite some time. Whenever she thought of Xiao Chang, Bibi Dong would recall his embarrassing moments, and a smile would involuntarily grace her lips. Though he had been mischievous in his youth, at least she could see him daily, unlike now, when he had grown and become preoccupied with his own affairs. Often, she felt as if the events of that day had become jumbled, filled with splendid moments shared between them. Thoughts would drift into her mind. If Xiao Chang had done something to her back then, would she have resisted? This question haunted her, deepening with the passage of time. In the stillness of night, she had often fantasized about scenarios where Xiao Chang pinned her to the bed. She would resist playfully, ultimately yielding to him, and afterward, he would express profound regret and apologize, while she shed tears of forgiveness. Subsequently, he would frequently linger in her chamber, sharing youthful moments together. Yet the reality was that while Xiao Chang was adept at teasing, he shied away from deeper conversations. Whether it was a lack of courage or concern for societal perception, she could not discern. At that moment, Xiao Chang, having not seen Bibi Dong for a long time, noticed the light still illuminating her room and could not resist the urge to push open the door. It was ajar, and as he entered, he beheld Bibi Dong's graceful silhouette, the hem of her dress hinting at her alluring legs. Unable to resist, he drew closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Just as Bibi Dong, lost in thought, was startled by the unexpected embrace. Ah, her voice, a melody tinged with allure, left Xiao Chang momentarily stunned. Instinctively loosening his grip, Bibi Dong turned to see it was Xiao Chang, her initial surprise swiftly replaced by joy. Xiao Chang, what brings you back? Dong Jia, I suddenly missed you, and thought I would come to see you. What were you thinking so deeply about? Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed slightly. I wasn't thinking of anything. Really? You returned because you missed me? Not wishing for Xiao Chang to witness her embarrassment, she hurriedly shifted the topic. Of course. However, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity, relieved that he did not press on the previous topic. Dong Jia, I encountered Tang Hao in Sodto City. Ah. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Her instinctive concern was directed toward they rather than him, revealing her anxiousness. Xiao Chang felt touched. No. Tang Hao is a dangerous individual. Do not provoke him. I will send Grandfather Ju and Grandfather Gui with you back to Sodto City for your protection, when matters involving title Douluo arose. Bibi Dong's worry for Xiao Chang's safety was palpable. Little did she know that he harbored no fear of Tang Hao. He had already outwitted him and chose not to disclose this to Bibi Dong to spare her distress. All right. After further conversation, Bibi Dong insisted that Xiao Chang stay, and he saw no reason to refuse. However, this time, he was bolder than before. With Bibi Dong's defenses down, he seized the opportunity to draw closer. The following morning, Bibi Dong personally dressed Xiao Chang, her face radiant and glowing. Bibi Dong took a day off to accompany Xiao Chang, exploring the Spirit City, purchasing numerous daily necessities, and even fishing together by the riverside, grilling their catch. They fed each other, basking in the sun while enjoying the splendor of nature, hand in hand, kissing, rolling on the grass, swaying with the waves, and dancing with the gentle breeze. Thus, they experienced another enchanting night together. Chapter 66. The Monstrous Quotations. On the following morning, Flander gathered everyone in the academy's courtyard. All stood in neat formation, except for Oscar, who was notably absent. Flander informed the assembly of a special training session planned for the day, only to realize Oscar was still missing. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Where is Oscar?" Xiao Chang shrugged. "I don't know. I haven't seen him." Just then, Oscar excitedly dashed over from a distance, his face aglow with delight. Oscar, what happened? Why are you late? Flander asked, visibly displeased. Director, I have splendid news to share. I have reached level 30. Flander was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Oscar, I knew I was right about you. Since you have achieved level 30, Xiao Wu will escort you to the Sodto Forest to obtain your spirit ring. However, before that, I need to conduct a training exercise. What kind of training? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Each of you must consume at least one sausage made by Oscar. Flander wore a rather mischievous grin. EW, how disgusting. I wish my brother could make sausages too. Xiao Wu expressed her distaste. Can we skip this? Ning Rongrong asked timidly. Absolutely not. You must eat. This is a test of your endurance. If you can't manage this, how will you fare on the battlefield without food, surrounded by flies, cockroaches, and centipedes? All right then, I have a big sausage. Oscar grinned wickedly as he produced 2 sausages. Who wants to go first? He. I'll do it. Tang San stepped forward, eager to seize any chance to showcase himself. Oscar handed a sausage to Tang San, who promptly shoved it into his mouth and began to chew, his face betraying an expression of delight. As he savored the flavor, he cast a glance at Xiao Wu, hoping to see admiration on her face, but was met with her look of disdain instead. Your turn. Flander intoned gravely after Tang San finished his sausage. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai stepped forward to claim the freshly made sausages from Oscar. Ning Rongrong hesitated, just as Xiao Wu pulled her back. Rongrong, do you really want to eat such disgusting sausages? Xiao Wu, what can I do? The director demanded it. I want to eat my brothers. They're delicious. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, somewhat surprised as she turned her gaze to Chao Chang. Chao Chang, with a flourish, conjured a plate of roast chicken before Ning Rongrong, thoughtfully providing her with disposable gloves. Flander shot a disapproving look at Chao Chang. Chao Chang, what nonsense are you up to? Director, I am not being foolish. I am also a food system spirit master. My spirit is the universal magic chef. Flander was incredulous. Such a spirit exists? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are many things you have yet to encounter. Fine, but can your roast chicken compete with Oscar's sausages? Huh, is there even a comparison? Chao Chang scoffed. The roast chicken I created can instantly restore 100 of the soul power for soul masters below the rank of Soul King. Even the plate is edible. Flander was astonished and requested Chao Chang to prepare a sample on the spot. He wanted a taste. No, he needed to test it. Director, mine is a bit pricier at 30 copper soul coins each. Flander's mouth twitched as he retrieved 30 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Chao Chang. With a delighted smile, Chao Chang accepted the coins and placed them into his ring-shaped soul guide. He then conjured servings for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. As they savored Chao Chang's roast chicken, their faces lit up with joy, clearly relishing the taste. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were left drooling. After finishing his meal, Flander also wore an expression of bliss, repeatedly exclaiming how good it was. He inquired whether Chao Chang had any other food. Chao Chang nodded and asked what he desired. A massage chicken. Flander replied. Chao Chang was at a loss for words. We don't have that. How about a fighting fish? That's not available either. None of it is available? I don't want to eat anymore, Flander said, turning away. However, after a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back. Oscar has reached level 30. Dai Mubai, go find teacher Xiao Wu and have him take you to the Sodto Forest to help Oscar obtain his spirit ring. Yes, Dai Mubai responded promptly before departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned alongside Xiao Wu. Little monsters, just now, Mubai informed me. With me leading the way, we shall venture to the Sodto Forest. Congratulations, Oscar. The group set off, running for quite some time until they reached the outskirts of the Sodto Forest, but the night had fallen, rendering it unsuitable for hunting spirit beasts. Fortunately, there was an inn at the forest's edge. Xiao Wu arranged for everyone to have a meal and rest for the night before embarking on their hunt the following day. As they settled down, a group of students clad in red uniforms approached, their demeanor exuding arrogance. They strutted with heads held high, nearly colliding with a waiter carrying dishes. Fortunately, someone swiftly caught the waiter, preventing a public mishap. Their brazen behavior drew the attention of the Shrek Academy students, yet no one dared to confront them first. Among the newcomers was a striking girl, and Ma Hongjun felt a spark of interest. Dai, look over there. That girl is quite pretty. They must be from Songhue Academy? Dai Mubai discreetly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, observing her lack of interest, before turning his gaze back to the red-clad female student, his eyes shimmering with desire. The red-uniformed students also noticed Dai Mubai's group. Songhue Academy is nothing. To assert their dominance, Dai Mubai instigated a confrontation. Some students from Songhui Academy are eager to teach Dai Mubai a lesson, but were halted by their instructor, Yu Zhiqiu, who shook his head. Oscar leaned toward Tang San, whispering, a good show is about to unfold. Tang San's curiosity piqued. What kind of show? This is part of our training, Oscar declared proudly, raising his hand. The director's adage, a spirit master who cannot provoke trouble is not a good spirit master. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, stuffing food into his mouth, fully supporting his teacher's philosophy. The director's sayings could form a monstrous compendium, Tang San remarked, attempting to capture Xiaowu's attention. Alas, her gaze remained fixated on Xiao Chang, unable to look away. Is Songhui Academy a prestigious soul master academy? Indeed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun affirmed together. Chapter 67, The Art of Enchanting Women. In response to Dai Mubai's provocation, teacher Yu Zhiqiu could no longer contain herself. She signaled to a nearby student, who rose and approached a waiter carrying a tray. As the waiter neared Tang San and his companions, the student intentionally bumped shoulders with him. The tray he held flew into the air, observing the student's subtle maneuver. A smile crept onto Tang San's face as he sought to impress Xiaowu. However, just as he was about to turn, a figure moved quicker, catching the tray and stabilizing the waiter, smiling as they said, "Let us not waste food." "My apologies, I truly did not mean to." The waiter, flustered, hurriedly apologized. "Thank you, kind sir." The student from Songhui Academy, Qiao Chang, displayed remarkable skill. After one attempt failed, he made another, kicking the chair beneath Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai noticed the student's antics and smirked, prepared to showcase his prowess before Zhu Shiqing. Yet, he underestimated Xiao Chang's capabilities. Just as Dai Mubai was about to rise and teach the Songhui student a lesson, Xiao Chang signaled to Xiaowu, understanding immediately. Xiaowu pressed her hand on the table, gracefully leaping into the air and spinning half a turn, her body soaring. She executed a flip, landing on the shoulders of the student and twisting, her feet encircling his head, spinning him around with such force that he stumbled and crashed before Yu Zhiqiu. At this sight, an abrupt silence enveloped the hotel, and soon, almost everyone unrelated hurriedly fled. The 6 members of Songhui Academy, including teacher Yu Zhiqiu, stood up collectively. "Which academy do you hail from?" Yu Zhiqiu stopped the advancing Songhui student, addressing the Shrek students. "Which academy do you belong to? You dare to challenge us?" Xiao Chang replied coldly. Dai Mubai, taken aback, felt his lines had been stolen and glared at Xiao Chang in anger. Ma Hongjun, with a chicken leg in his mouth, paused, astonished at Dai Mubai. "Isn't that your line, Dai? How did he take it?" Dai Mubai, exasperated, retorted, "How would I know? Xiao Chang is simply insane." His frustration was palpable, his voice not too loud yet loud enough for Xiao Chang to hear. Xiao Chang shot him a cold glance, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated how to deal with Dai Mubai later. However, he knew he must first play his part smoothly. The system had warned him that defeating a student from Songhui Academy could earn him a chance to court one of the 3 women, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Shiqing. Additionally, a reward skill, the art of enchanting women, would allow him to win a girl's heart temporarily. Yet, this reward was not easily obtained. He had to follow the original plot, which required Zhao Wuji to intervene at least once. Soon, however, Xiao Chang devised a plan. There was a pretty female student from Songhui Academy. He chuckled inwardly, considering it an opportunity to test his skill. Such a group of arrogant young men. "Let me teach them a lesson." Yu Zhiqiu finally exploded in fury, shouting at Xiao Chang. In the face of Yu Zhiqiu's threat, Xiao Chang merely smiled disdainfully. Xiaowu, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, "A fight? I'm in." She elegantly landed after a mid-air flip, jumping in front of the Songhui Academy students. "Hello, my dear brothers and sisters." The Songhui students momentarily froze at the sight of such an adorable little rabbit. As Xiaowu prepared to strike, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong stood up, joining Xiao Chang's side. The Songhui male students were captivated by Xiao Wu's charm. Though they were elite at their age and had seen many beauties, they paled in comparison to her. In their dazed state, Xiaowu unleashed a swift and fierce set of Wing Chun moves, effortlessly taking down all the students from Songhui Academy in mere moments. Observing this, Yu Zhiqiu furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Well, it seems I underestimated you. Since you are so formidable, allow me to join the fun. Come back." Xiaowu. Concerned for Xiaowu's safety, Xiao Chang called her back. Xiaowu clapped her hands and prepared to return to Xiao Chang's side. Just then, Yu Zhiqiu called out, "Stop. You think you can leave after causing trouble?" Xiao Chang chuckled lightly. "What do you wish to do instead?" "I want her to stay." Yu advanced, activating her Qian turtle martial spirit, ready to attack Xiaowu. Impudent, just as Xiaochang was about to make a move. Daimubai and Tang San exchanged glances. Tang San unleashed blue silver grass to entangle Xiaochang, while Daimubai activated his second soul skill, White Tiger-S Radiant Wave. Yu directed her Qian Water Eye Seal at Xiaochang. Standing still, Xiaochang was swiftly ensnared, encased in ice, and struck by the Radiant Wave. Brother. Xiaowu called out nervously. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, and Ning Rongrong appeared slightly anxious. Tang San and Daimubai laughed. You think we would be your pawns, cousin? You were too naive. Daimubai added, Xiaochang, do not blame me. Blame yourself for being so arrogant. Kid. Did you think you could escape the consequences of your actions? At that moment, a deep voice resonated. What is going on here? The robust figure of Xiao Wu strode forward, his heavy steps measured. Teacher Xiao, they are bullying my brother. Xiao Wu pointed at Yu and then at Tang San and Daimubai. Xiao Wu displayed a look of confusion. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Teacher Xiao Wu misunderstood. I did not intend to harm my cousin. I aim to protect him. Daimubai, realizing the opportunity, chimed in, Teacher Xiao, I did not attack Xiaochang. I merely wanted to break the ice encasing him. I didn't expect Xiaochang to be so weak. His expression was one of feigned sorrow. Tang San inwardly cursed. Damn, this is overacting. Just as Tang San had this thought, Xiao Wuji's palm struck his head. Daimubai, do you think I'm a fool? Xiaochang has already been ensnared by Tang San and that turtle. Your attack clearly intended to create an explosion and seriously injure Xiaochang. Such malicious intent disqualifies you from remaining in the academy. After this expedition to the Stardow Forest, you shall leave Shrek Academy. Please, Teacher Xiao. I truly did not mean it. But in that situation, you know I was anxious to save Junior Xiaochang. Out of instinct, I activated my second soul skill. I never intended to hurt him. If I truly wanted to harm him, I would have used my third soul skill, right? Yes, Big Brother is correct. I can see he, like me, wished to save our cousin. Tang San pleaded on behalf of Daimubai. Teacher Xiao, the real culprit is that bespectacled teacher. You must seek justice for us at Shrek. Chapter 68. Capturing the Heart of a Young Girl. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the depth of his cunning. This young man was indeed extraordinary. What a masterful ploy to mislead and shift blame. However, do you think I, Yu, would be intimidated? You are a teacher from Shrek Academy, are you not? One of your students struck one of our esteemed students from Songhue Academy. As a teacher, is it not reasonable for me to teach him a lesson? Not unreasonable at all. Xiao Wujie replied coolly, his expression darkening. Not unreasonable, then that is good. That young lady also harmed my student. I merely ask that he offers an apology to our student. Is that not reasonable? Not unreasonable. Xiao Wujie suppressed his rising fury. Observing Xiao Wujie's timidity, Yu stepped forward, adopting a more arrogant tone, demanding, as a teacher of Shrek Academy, you have failed to discipline your students properly. I demand an apology from you. Is that unreasonable? Not unreasonable. Xiao Wujie gritted his teeth, restraining his anger. Eager to see just how shameless and brazen this turtle-like fellow could be, and who had given him such audacity. Haha. I never imagined that all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were such cowards. Kneel and apologize, and we shall let this matter pass. Apologize? Xiao Wujie suddenly erupted into laughter. You think you're worthy. With that, he stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yu delivering a barrage of slaps to his face. Slap, slap, slap. Within a second, he unleashed over a dozen strikes, continuing for 7 seconds before landing a punch squarely in Yu abdomen. The protective shell of Yu shattered under the force, contorting his face in pain as he was sent soaring through the air. Xiao Wujie followed up with alternating punches, delivering another flurry before kicking him in the abdomen, sending him tumbling toward a large well at the entrance, nearly falling in. The sensation of striking without the use of martial souls was exhilarating. Xiao Wujie raised an eyebrow, grinning with satisfaction. The students of Songhue Academy hurriedly rushed to aid Yu, but they failed to notice that the exceptionally beautiful girl, Tian Xuanxiu, had mysteriously vanished. Xiao Wujie fixed a menacing gaze upon Daimubai. Daimubai, return to your room and reflect on your actions. You are not permitted to leave without my permission. Tang San, you. Xiao Wujie swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips and turned back upstairs. Tang San observed the trapped Xiaochang, his expression grim yet devoid of regret. Inflicting severe injury upon Xiaochang was worth enduring Xiao Wujie's reprimand. However, just as he intended to retract the blue silver grass, a cracking sound interrupted him, and he watched in astonishment as the sphere confining Qiao Chang began to fracture, subsequently exploding into pieces. Qiao Chang stood there, holding a stunningly beautiful woman. Brother. Xiaowu rushed to Qiao Chang's side. Are you all right? Qiao Chang shook his head. I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurried over, concern etched on their faces. Take a look at her. Without further ado, Qiao Chang entrusted Tian Chuanxiu to Xiaowu's care before approaching Tang San, uttering not a word. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Tang San's face. Next time, should I discover you colluding with outsiders to harm your fellow disciples, you shall pay dearly. Tang San fell to the ground, spitting blood, several teeth knocked out, staring in disbelief at Qiao Chang and the woman in his arms. You, why are you not hurt? With his meager strength as a soul king, do you think he could injure me? I have always concealed my true level to avoid crushing your confidence. Even if you and he were doubled in number, you could never hope to harm me. Xiao Chang pointed a finger at the still dizzy Yijiqiu. You were given the chance to pick on the weak. Yet you squandered it and dared to strike at me. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let the battle commence. Hero, let the warrior rise. Xiao Chang unleashed his fighting spirit, reciting, in solitude, I do not lament, still thinking of defending my country. As he fought valiantly, he echoed, in battles spanning 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. Yijiqiu was dragged to the ground, subjected to relentless blows and kicks, shattering countless chairs in the process. Only when Yijiqiu begged for mercy, claiming he was not to blame, but rather Dai Mubai and others who provoked them first, did he relent. Tang San, witnessing this, hastily implored Qiao Chang, cousin, it's all his fault. Silence. Little San. Those like you who shift blame onto others at the first sign of trouble will find little growth in the future. I will not determine who is right or wrong today. Return and reflect on your actions. As for this female disciple, have her taken away. In future fights, keep her at a distance. If not for my protection, she would have faced far worse than mere fright. Yijiqiu, bruised and battered, managed to open one eye. Glancing at Tian Chuanxiu cradled in Xiaowu's arms, it dawned on him then that while they had attacked Xiao Chang, they had overlooked the presence of one of their own students behind him. He cast a grateful glance at Qiao Chang, compared to the beating he had received. Yijiqiu was more concerned for the survival of his student. This contrast rendered the moral character of Tang San and Qiao Chang glaringly apparent. Tang San, once more, left Xiaowu feeling repulsed. After entrusting Tian Chuanxiu to the Zhonghui Academy students, Xiaowu took hold of Qiao Chang's arm and ascended the stairs. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed closely. The night passed swiftly. Upon learning that she had been rescued by Qiao Chang, Tian Chuanxiu's heart was no longer her own, filled with thoughts of his gallant figure standing unwaveringly before her. The next morning, after breakfast and a brief rest, the group hastened to the outskirts of the Sodto forest. Upon arrival, Ma Hongjun, fatigued, plopped down unceremoniously on the ground. Ning Rongrong, clutching her knees, panted lightly. Xiao Wu addressed the group. The Sodto forest is unlike those other forests where soul beasts are domesticated. Here, one might encounter soul beasts aged thousands or even tens of thousands of years at any moment. As he spoke, a dragonfly-like soul beast was suddenly devoured by a great tree emanating a green light. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Sodto forest. Once you enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from me, especially you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Without my permission, do not engage any soul beasts. Ning Rongrong and Oscar nodded in agreement. All right, let us set forth. Dai Mubai and Tang San, you shall lead the way. Ma Hongjun, you will bring up the rear. Qiao Chang, you stay in the middle and remain vigilant for safety. The group set off into a dense forest with crystal-clear lakes and colossal waterfalls. A blue-feathered bird-like soul beast flew toward a large ape-like soul beast, chattering briefly before taking flight. The giant ape rose from the water, moving in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Daimubai proudly unleashed his martial soul, the sharp tiger claws, relentlessly cleaving through the vegetation ahead as the others followed silently behind. Chapter 69, The Sodto Great Forest. A touching moment with Xiaowu. Daimubai, with a playful spirit, clapped his hands together vigorously, striding forward with his head held high. After walking a short distance, he turned to glance at Zhu Zhuqing and, in a casual gesture, swatted his hand, only to be halted by Tang San's voice. Mubai cease. Dai Mubai complied, halting his hand just in time to avoid crushing a charming little squirrel that trembled beneath his tiger paw. Tang San, seizing the opportunity, wore a sorrowful expression and suggested, this area is teeming with low-level spirit beasts. Let us take a detour and avoid them whenever possible. Upon spotting the adorable squirrel, Xiaowu dashed forward in excitement. Gently stroking its fur, Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the shared amusement in each other's eyes. Long before their arrival at the Sodto Great Forest, they had meticulously orchestrated this scene, their lines committed to memory. Dai Mubai, experienced in hunting spirit beasts alongside Xiao Wu, was well acquainted with the distribution of spirit beasts in this region. Thus, he intentionally led Tang San and the others to this spot, providing Tang San with an opportunity to shine. Witnessing Xiao Wu's affection for small creatures brought a smile to Tang San's lips, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Spirit beasts grow slowly. If we can avoid them, we should. If we were to accidentally kill one, it wouldn't be long before the forest is devoid of spirit beasts. Indeed, let us steer clear. Dai Mubai responded in a deep voice, turning to lead the way. The group followed closely behind. Tang San's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, whose face radiated joy, seemingly approving of his reasoning. Encouraged, he continued, "Moreover, should we engage in battle, the smell of blood and the ensuing noise may attract formidable spirit beasts. It would be wise to exercise caution." A small rabbit spirit beast, startled by his words, lowered its head in alarm. "You've got quite an eye, haven't you?" Dai Mubai remarked, as he noted the silence from the others. Tang San felt a tinge of embarrassment. Their teacher had always favored him, leaving the rest, including Dai Mubai, less than fond of him. Thus, Dai Mubai chose not to engage further in conversation, and the group continued their journey in silence. What surprised Tang San was Chao Chang's unusual quietness, as silent as the air itself. Only Chao Chang knew he was uninterested in Tang San and Dai Mubai's self-satisfied antics. He had more pressing matters at hand, as Ming was about to appear. This was his opportunity to elevate the favor of Enrolling, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiao Wu. As the group moved deeper into the forest, the silence became palpable until Xiao Wu suddenly called for attention. "Everyone, be cautious." The group immediately crouched down, concealing themselves. A strong gust of wind swept through, and Xiao Wu warned, "Something large is approaching. Stay alert." "Enrolling, Oscar, come to my side." Enrolling and Oscar cautiously moved closer to him. Xiao Wu stood beside Xiao Chang for protection. "I'll take a look," Zhu Xuqing proposed. "All right," Xiao Wu agreed. Zhu Xuqing activated her dark spirit cat martial spirit, swiftly climbing a tree and leaping to a higher one. "Did you see anything?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Aware that they were deep within the Sodto Great Forest and concerned about attracting a beast tide. "It seems to be a flying snake." Zhu Xuqing responded from her perch. "A flying snake?" Tang San pondered swiftly, eager to outshine Xiao Chang. "What does it look like?" "I can't see it clearly." "The snake is only a few meters off the ground, with a bright red crest on its head," Zhu Xuqing replied. "What about its tail?" Xiao Wu continued to inquire. "The tail, is fan-shaped," Zhu Xuqing described. "It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Xiao Wu exclaimed, a smirk spreading across his face. "Oscar, you're in luck, but I wonder how many years old it is. Focus on its direction. Prepare to hunt." Suddenly, Tang San's eyes lit up, ready to ask, "Xing, can you gauge the snake's length?" But was interrupted by Chao Chang. "What color are its wings?" Tang San attempted again, only to be cut off once more. Frustration welled within him. "Xiao Chang, how inconsiderate. You're ruining my chances. The length is about 6 to 8 meters, with pale red wings." Zhu Xuqing reported as she landed on a lower branch, having spotted the full form of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "It's a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed snake, likely between 1,300 to 1,800 years old. Such a rare find." Oscar's excitement surged. "Is that true?" He initially thought he could absorb its essence. But Chao Chang's words sparked a desire to curse. Though the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's attacks are rather singular, relying solely on constriction, its speed is remarkable. Particularly, the energy stored in its crest can erupt instantaneously, drastically enhancing its velocity. However, this snake is not suitable for you. "Why not?" Tang San questioned. "It seems perfect for Oscar. If Oscar were to absorb this spirit beast spirit ring, he could create speed-related sausages, enhancing the overall strength of our Shrek Academy." "Indeed." Xiao San, your analysis is correct. However, have you considered why the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is found on the forest's edge? As far as I know, even a tidal Douluo would struggle to keep up with its full-speed escape. Why would it venture to the periphery, rather than bask in abundant food and resources in the inner forest? How do you know the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is in a panic?" Tang San asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Xiao Chang frowned slightly but patiently explained, believing it was his duty to impart some knowledge and gratitude for having been nursed by its mother. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is fleeing towards the forest king. Ah. Tang San gasped in astonishment. Are you suggesting that? Yes. I am referring to the two forest kings, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Xiao Chang interjected, uninterested in Tang San's dramatics. Ah. Xiaowu gasped. Bewildered by Xiao Chang's knowledge of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python's identities. Fearful. She wondered if Xiao Chang had long been aware of her status as a 10,000-year spirit beast. She glanced at him anxiously. Xiao Chang smiled gently, winking at Xiao Wu, and conveyed quietly, no matter your identity, I only see you as my sister. I will protect all that you hold dear. Soon, Erming may arrive. Find an opportunity to clarify matters. Brother, you already knew? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Chang, touched. Chapter 70, The First Encounter with Mangyuran. Xiao Chang leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I know nothing, but one thing is clear. You are my sister, and whatever happens, I will protect you. Brother. Xiao Wu was deeply moved. Don't speak. That little snake is approaching. Xiao Chang warned. Just then, a 4-meter-long flying snake charged towards them. Zhao Wujie readied himself to act but was halted by Xiao Chang. Teacher Zhao, allow us to handle it. This little snake is unworthy of your effort. Very well, Xiao Qiang. I shall grant you this opportunity. Tang San, you assist him. Understood. Tang San's expression soured. Teacher Zhao, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, even with full force, might not be subdued. If you do not intervene, we cannot capture it. Moreover, my cousin mentioned there may be powerful foes behind it. Attempting to deal with it could be perilous. Just go. There is no need for so much talk. Zhao Wujie retorted, somewhat displeased. Tang San, incensed, had his wrist-mounted crossbow ready, his mind racing with thoughts. Observing Tang San's face turn a shade of crimson, Xiao Chang smirked. Don't recklessly ready your crossbow. It's easy to injure yourself. He patted Tang San's arm. The crossbow released with startling speed, shooting 100 meters and pinning the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to a large rock, drastically reducing its momentum. Xiao Chang strolled leisurely to the snake, striking it on the head and knocking it unconscious. Tang San stared in astonishment. Xiao Wu, enamored, rushed to Xiao Chang and clung to his arm, exclaiming, Brother, you are so handsome. Xiao Chang raised an eyebrow, emitting a spark of charm. Just a routine operation. Nothing more. Keep it low-key. Well done. Zhao Wujie applauded. Do you have any plans for this snake, Xiao Chang? Zhao Wujie inquired, stroking his stubble with a hint of mischief. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, you are quite perceptive. I do have intentions for this phoenix-tailed snake. Did I not mention to Xiaoao that it should not be killed easily? Look. He pointed to the snake's abdomen, revealing 3 crimson wounds. Zhao Wujie fell into contemplation. Xiao Chang, you have acted wisely, demonstrating great foresight. This snake certainly holds mysteries. What do you intend to do? My plan is to nurture this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake until Zhu Qing reaches level 30, at which point she can capture its soul ring. As a wraith spirit cat martial soul, obtaining the soul ring would greatly enhance her speed. Ah, Zhu Qing expressed her surprise. Why? Because it suits you best. But you mentioned this snake was injured by someone else? Yes, and so what? Regardless of who harmed it, this snake now belongs to you. Zhu Qing was struck by Xiao Chang's commanding aura, her frosty demeanor softening with a hint of blush. Is that so? How can I believe it? Before Xiao Chang could respond, an elderly woman leaning on a snake-headed cane approached, accompanied by a youthful and radiant girl. The elder spoke with an air of arrogance, releasing her soul rings to intimidate Xiao Chang and the others. As her rings glimmered, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, it became evident that she was a soul emperor. Zhao Wujie smiled at the sight of a mere soul emperor being so brazen. 6 soul rings, so it is a soul emperor. Stepping forward, Zhao Wujie released his own rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, confirming his status as a soul sage of over 70 levels. May I inquire as to your business here? He asked with a hint of arrogance. The elderly woman was taken aback. Honorable soul sage, you cannot take this snake. Why not? Ning Rongrong challenged. Because we discovered it first. The girl interjected, her tone condescending, discomforting Ning Rongrong. Discovered it first? How do you prove that? Oscar stepped forward beside Ning Rongrong. When we found it, your presence was nowhere to be seen. Young man, there is no need to fret. Observe the snake's abdomen for the scars inflicted by my cane. Tang San glanced at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, noting the deep scars on its belly, ready to stir the pot. It's her. Upon seeing the snake-headed cane, Zhao Wujie appeared to recognize her identity and became vigilant. May I ask if you are the legendary snake matriarch of the dragon and snake clan? You know of me? The elderly woman replied, surprised. Your reputation precedes you. Zhao Wujie responded. his voice deep and steady. Who is this dragon and snake clan? Ma Hongjun asked Zhu Zhuqing, who merely cast him a dismissive glance, ignoring his query. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and approached Dai Mubai, whispering, Boss Dai, who is this old woman? Why is teacher Xiao being so courteous? Dai Mubai's expression turned serious. Long Gong Mingshu and Shi Pichao Tian Xiang, a renowned couple in the Soul Master community, are said to be inseparable, sharing a profound connection. Their martial soul fusion technique is exceptionally powerful, perhaps rivaling title Douluo level strength. What? So formidable? The chubby boy was astounded, his gaze quickly returning from the girl to the conversation. Shu, keep your voice down. Dai Mubai quickly hushed Ma Hongjun, turning his attention to Chao Chang, eager to see how he would navigate this scenario. If handled poorly, Xiaowu and the others would undoubtedly be disappointed in him, providing him an opportunity to redeem himself. Tang San, not far from Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, overheard their exchange. He glanced at Xiao Chang and approached him, deliberately stating, Cousin, given their overwhelming strength, you should concede the snake to them. He aimed to provoke Xiao Chang, hoping to create some trouble as retribution for taking Xiaowu from him. But just then, Zhao Wujie interrupted him. I am Zhao Wujie. Ah, so it is the unmoved king of the civilized soul world, Zhao Wujie. No wonder I encountered such a young soul sage. The elderly woman remarked, slightly taken aback. I am undeserving of such notoriety. However, you mentioned your granddaughter desperately needs this soul ring. As a junior, I should yield, but what? The girl beside Xiao Tian Xiang interjected, her tone haughty. This snake was discovered by us first. Chapter 71. The 18-winged great dark angel emerges, scaring away the titan giant ape. Had we not injured it, would you have been able to capture it? Quickly return it to us, or we shall not be courteous. The girl spoke arrogantly, still unaware of the situation. Zhao Wujie clenched his fist in displeasure. Zhu Zhuqing and the other women also took up a defensive stance, ready for battle at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the snake lady grew even more arrogant, stating, It seems you do not intend to return this snake to us? Your words are inappropriate. The soul beasts in this forest are all unclaimed. What do you mean by return? Perhaps you discovered this snake first, but it was we who captured it. While she may suit your granddaughter, she is equally suitable for my student. Oh, who might that be? Oscar. Tang San suddenly gave Oscar a push, securing an opportunity for him. Xiao Chang frowned, realizing that Tang San was not as innocent as he seemed. It appeared he would need to find another opportunity to teach him a lesson. Oscar stood awkwardly before Xiao Chang, bowing to Ko Xiangxiang. Senior, my soul power has also reached level 30. Seeing Oscar's servility, Xiao Chang, somewhat displeased, shoved him aside. Why are you everywhere? Is it just because you are a soul emperor? Does she deserve to carry my shoes? As he spoke, his soul rings began to glow in circles. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. With a smile, he looked at Ko Xiangxiang and asked, I have stated that no one can seize anything from me. Do you have any objections, senior? You are a title Douluo? Xiao Chang unleashed his 18-winged great dark angel martial spirit, the multitude of wings causing the old woman to tremble in fear. How is this possible? The snake lady was in disbelief. Zhao Wujie was astonished. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Oscar all wore expressions of shock and amazement. Only Xiaowu remained calm. She was well aware of everything about Xiao Chang, except that he had not claimed her. Tang San sighed inwardly, realizing that nothing could stop his cousin from showing off. Are there any more words to say? Xiao Chang retracted his martial spirit, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the old woman. No, it was my impoliteness. A mistake on Tianxiang's part. Knowing it was a mistake, why not leave? At your age, being scolded by a seemingly insignificant brat. The old woman was somewhat angered but dared not show it. The beautiful girl beside her, however, could no longer contain herself. Hey, how dare you speak to my grandmother like that? How I speak is none of your business. Xiao Chang pulled the girl closer with a swift motion. Your grandmother is polite to me. How dare you act rashly in my presence? Dressed so provocatively, who are you trying to impress? Though Xiao Chang's eyes brazenly admired the girl's alluring figure, his words were merciless. I give you 3 seconds to leave, or you shall all remain here. You. The girl was infuriated, her body trembling and chest heaving. Just as she prepared to retort, the old woman covered her mouth and forcefully led her away. Thank you for your kindness, senior. The old woman grasped the girl's shoulder and leapt away, disappearing from sight. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining Ning Rongrong's favor 15, receiving 15,000 gold soul coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining Zhu Zhuqing's favor 10, receiving 15,000 gold soul coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining Ming Iran's favor 10, receiving 10,000 gold soul coins. Ah! Xiaochang exclaimed in surprise. How could Ming Iran suddenly have a favorable impression of him? He was perplexed by the sudden influx of favor points, unable to comprehend it. After such a domineering display, Ming Iran should not have liked him. And what was up with Ning Rongrong? Why had her favor surged so suddenly? Unknown to Xiaochang. Due to her noble upbringing and excellent education, Ning Rongrong did not favor girls who dressed in an unconventional manner. She also disdained the snake lady's initially haughty demeanor. If her grandfather Qian and grandfather Gue were present, a sole emperor of the snake lady's caliber could be easily eliminated with a single strike. Xiaowu gazed at Xiaochang with sparkling eyes. Tang San's jealousy flared fiercely. He vowed to enhance his strength to trample Xiaochang beneath his feet. Observing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake on the ground, Oscar cast a pleading glance at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu turned his head away, refusing to look at Oscar. Oscar then shifted his gaze to Dai Mubai and Tang San. Tang San encouraged. Oscar, don't lose heart. The Sodto forest is vast. And there must be a suitable soul beast for you. Indeed. Oscar looked gratefully at Tang San. Xiaochang was too cruel, but only Tang San showed him true kindness. Choosing Tang San was truly a wise decision. Xiaochang stored the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake in the system space and continued to follow Oscar in search of soul rings. However, they had not ventured far when they felt the ground suddenly tremble. The rumbling of an earthquake sent shivers through their legs, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled in fear. Ning Rongrong, too, instinctively moved closer to Xiaochang. Zhu Zhuqing's keen ears detected the sounds of mountains crumbling and the earth sinking. She quickly leapt forward to shield Xiaochang and Xiaowu. Xiaochang's expression remained calm, though his mind raced to devise a discreet strategy to deal with this formidable beast. Xiaowu, however, appeared more uneasy. Her face filled with concern, for she feared that the Titan giant ape might inadvertently harm Xiaochang. Tightening her grip on his arm, Xiaochang sensed her anxiety. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he resolved to confront the Titan giant ape first. He was determined that no soul ring obtained by Tang San in the future could be an ultimate soul ring. It must be from the Titan giant ape. The king of the two forests. I might not withstand its attacks for long. You all must flee. Zhao Wujie, seeing the Titan giant ape, which resembled a small mountain, anxiously shouted at Xiaochang. He completely overlooked the power Xiaochang had displayed. Teacher Xiao, don't worry. A mere Titan giant ape is no match for me. With that, he unleashed his 18-winged great dark angel martial spirit and soared into the air. He communicated telepathically with the Titan giant ape, revealing his identity and informing it that he would return with Xiaowu later, urging it to retreat. The Titan giant ape, observing the special effects surrounding Xiaochang, mistook him for an exceptionally powerful tidal Douluo. Seeing him hold Xiaowu's comb further convinced it, and it turned to flee. Watching the Titan giant ape depart, Zhao Wujie looked at Xiaochang with admiration, uncertainly asking, Xiaochang, are you truly a tidal Douluo? Xiaochang winked at him with a smile. Just a bluff, teacher. Don't take it seriously. How could I possibly be a tidal Douluo? Xiaochang wished to attribute everything to the effects of a mere gimmick. Yet he could not voice such absurdity. Teacher Xiao, over there is a toad-type soul beast, a 1,000-year soul beast, based on Xiao Ao's martial spirit effects. This toad's soul ring should be the most suitable for him. Upon hearing this, Oscar instinctively recoiled at the sight of a black-green toad appearing a few meters ahead. If I absorb its soul ring and create a sausage covered in slime, it would be disgusting even to me. However, upon spotting the toad, Zhao Wujie clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Excellent. This toad possesses immense strength. Absorbing its soul ring would be beneficial. There exists a significant probability of acquiring certain attributes from the toad, such as its remarkable jumping ability or its toxicity, which are indeed commendable skills. However, there is no however to consider. We have been out for quite some time now, and you must have experienced firsthand the perils that the Sodto forest harbors. Make your decision swiftly. If you choose to absorb, I shall assist you in weakening it. If not, I will simply lead you away to the soul-hunting forest in search of soul rings. The variety of soul beasts we might encounter there will not compare to this one. Prepare yourself mentally. After a brief moment of hesitation, Oscar glanced at Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun in succession. Tang San was about to plead for mercy, but was interrupted by Zhao Wujie. Tang San, do not speak. If you must say something, then you shall remain behind with Oscar to search, while I take the others away. Tang San awkwardly regarded Oscar, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 72. The Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matron encounter peril. In a moment of sorrow, Oscar absorbed the soul ring of the Millennium Toad's soul beast. As he uttered the incantation, "I have a toad's intestine," he nearly retched. A green, slimy sausage floated in his hand, emanating a nauseating stench. The proximity of Ma Hongjun caused him to retch immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang swiftly retreated several paces, clutching Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. When Xiao Chang accidentally brushed against a soft part of Zhu Shiqing, her heart was no longer filled with trepidation. Instead, a flicker of secret joy emerged, as she felt fortunate for her rapid development, which had granted her an advantage in that moment. Ding! Detecting an increase of 10 in Zhu Shiqing's favorability. Awarding the host 25,000 gold soul coins and a unique talent skill, Invincible Golden Body. Invincible Golden Body grants the host immunity to any physical and magical damage below the Divine Realm for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 180 seconds. What is happening today? Staring at the sudden surge of favorability in the extraordinary skill bestowed by the system, Xiao Chang was left bewildered. When did the system become so benevolent towards him? Was it scheming to lead him into trouble with some girl? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Detecting that the host's guardian goddess is in danger, please hasten to the depths of the Sodto Forest for rescue. Successful completion rewards 200,000 gold soul coins. A 3-level increase in cultivation, and 2 resurrection cards for specific individuals. Failure results in a penalty of a 10-inch reduction in. What does that mean? Is it mocking my size? Ignoring the rewards, Xiao Chang firmly remembered the last warning about failure. System, I have noted that. You truly are a remarkable system. I am grateful to you. Xiao Wu, please wait here for me. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. After kissing Xiao Wu on the forehead, Xiao Chang vanished in an instant. At that moment, Tang San could no longer hold back his jealousy. He rushed in front of Xiao Wu and exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Chang is taking advantage of you." Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare. "What business is it of yours? I enjoy it. I like his kisses. Does it concern you?" With that, she crossed her arms and walked away. "Xiao Wu, where are you going?" The teacher said, "Minors." Seeing Xiao Wu stride into the depths of the forest, Tang San hurried after her but was blocked by Zhu Shiqing. "Tang San, you must be self-aware. You are not worthy of Xiao Wu." Zhu Shiqing's tone was icy, causing Tang San to feel exceedingly uncomfortable, his expression darkening. "What do you mean, Zhu Shiqing? Step aside, or else." "Or else what?" Ning Rongrong stepped forward to obstruct Tang San's path. "Or else you will meet your demise." A hearty laugh echoed through the air. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Wu turned and dashed towards the newcomer. "Cousin." The arrival was a seemingly unremarkable young man in his 20s, possessing an ordinary appearance and attire, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet, he radiated a gentle and reassuring presence. Xiuchuan. Tang San seethed with resentment at the sight of him, as this very individual had repeatedly facilitated the closeness between Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu during their time at the Notting City Junior Academy. "Cousin, what brings you here?" "Dear cousin, thanks to Xiao Chang's previous assistance and my recent training, I have also reached level 30. I came to the Sodto Forest to seek a suitable soul ring." "Congratulations, cousin." "Are you here alone?" "Indeed. Dean Listman had a dispute with the master and injured his back, so he could not accompany me." "What? That can't be. Dean Listman has always been robust. How could he suddenly injure himself?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. "Recently, Teacher Li Zhishi and Dean Listman have grown quite close. You understand, right? Whenever he was close to the master, he often hurt his back." Xiao Wu understood immediately, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she beamed radiantly. This amused Tang San, who felt a pang of jealousy, wishing to express his feelings for her, yet was hindered by the presence of Xiaochuan. As Xiao Wu and Xiaochuan engaged in cheerful conversation, Tang San ground his teeth in frustration. In the Sodto Forest, in the territory of the man-faced demon spider, the serpent matron had just injured a millennium man-faced demon spider and was preparing to let Ming Iran absorb the soul beast's ring. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived, led by a bespectacled man with green hair, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, followed by 6 students, 5 males and 1 female. Upon seeing the serpent matron, they greeted her, but suddenly a colossal soul beast, resembling a divine dragon with bat-like wings and exceeding 10 meters in size, charged towards them. Everyone was struck with terror, recognizing the formidable creature. The serpent matron was no match for such a beast. She intended to flee with Ming Iran when the group who had greeted her was also overcome with fear and dashed away. However, They could not possibly outrun the dragon's speed. Just as the dragon was about to swallow them whole, a dragon-shaped staff struck its head. The dragon was taken by surprise and staggered back several meters, but for such a massive creature, it was merely a minor setback. The assailant was none other than Dragon Prince Renxue. Upon his arrival, the serpent matron found newfound courage and ceased her flight. Standing her ground and awaiting the dragon prince, he soared beside her, their eyes meeting, and without hesitation, they unleashed their martial soul fusion skill. Transforming into a colossal dragon comparable to the flying dragon, they lunged at it. However, how could an illusionary divine dragon compete with a real dragon? In mere moments, their martial soul fusion's dragon was swept away by the flying dragon's tail, dissipating into thin air. Both of them coughed up blood. Old woman. It seems we are destined to perish here. Renxue sighed heavily. Ah, at our age, if we must die, so be it. It is only regrettable for Iran, this child. Grandfather, grandmother, do not worry about Iran. Being able to die together with you brings me great satisfaction. As they succumbed to despair, prepared to face death with composure, a voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Do not worry. With me here, you will not perish. Chapter 73, The Golden Sacred Dragon. The person who arrived was none other than Xiao Chang. Faced with the colossal dragon, he did not possess complete confidence and promptly summoned his three formidable maids, De Qiao, Xiao Qie, and Yao Chan. Under the fierce assault of the trio, paired with his invincible golden body that absorbed damage, he ultimately succeeded in rescuing everyone present. However, he could not capture the dragon, as dragon-type soul beasts possessed the ability to fly and vanish at will, and Xiao Chang lacked the assurance to forcefully detain it. After saving Ming Iran, her fondness for Xiao Chang's sword, Long Gong and Shipu expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards him, to which he merely responded with a faint smile. After all, they were friends. Lending a hand was only natural. Upon returning to the main group, Xiao Chang took Tian Chuanxia with him, as she had requested to accompany him. He found this girl quite impressive and agreed to her companionship. When he spotted Xiaochuan's arrival, Xiao Chang was overjoyed. It had been a while since they last met, and he truly missed him. Xiaochuan's martial soul was the Ghost King Vine. And upon learning that he had reached the 30th level, Xiao Chang procured a severely injured human-faced demon spider for him. Under Tang San's envious gaze, he assisted Xiaochuan in enhancing his physique, allowing him to absorb the spider's soul ring. Consequently, Xiaochuan smoothly broke through to the 31st level. After Xiaochuan reached this milestone, he exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Wu and Xiao Chang before preparing to take his leave, only to be retained by Xiao Chang, who suggested taking him to a place that evening to meet some friends. Since Xiao Chang had just rendered Xiaochuan significant assistance and was introducing him to his friends, he could hardly refuse. Moreover, with the charming and innocent Tian Chuanxiu accompanying them, he was quite pleased and readily agreed. He instructed Xiao Wujia to lead Tang San and the others away first. Xiao Chang, along with Xiao Wu, Xiaochuan, and Tian Chuanxiu, made their way toward the depths of the Sodto forest. After walking for about half an hour, the group arrived beside Star Lake. The enormous form of the Tianqing Niumeng emerged from the water, accompanied by a titan giant ape that resembled a small mountain. Tian Chuanxiu was startled and inadvertently stepped on a stone, falling into Xiaochuan's embrace. He remained calm, gently patting her back to comfort her. Anyone daring enough to venture into the Sodto forest to hunt soul beasts, especially to approach the inner perimeter, could not be a simple individual. And Xiao Chang held no such belief regarding Xiaochuan. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Deming and Erming both displayed expressions of joy. Xiao Wu, you've returned. The Tianqing Niumeng greeted her in the language of soul beasts. Yes, Deming, Erming, how have you been these years? Xiao Wu replied. Xiao Wu, has the human world been enjoyable? The Tianqing Niumeng inquired curiously. It's delightful. There are many peculiar and extraordinary trinkets, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Once you both transform, I can take you to the human world to play. Great. Erming and I will expedite our training, and then you can take us to the human world. They responded eagerly. Wonderful. Xiao Wu joyfully agreed. Deming, Erming, let me introduce you to my brother and two friends I met in the human realm. This is Brother Chang, my elder brother, and you should also call him brother from now on, understood? Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Chang, her eyes filled with affection. Greetings. Xiao Chang offered a warm smile. Suddenly, Deming and Erming felt a chilling breeze, causing them to shiver involuntarily. A primal fear towards Xiao Chang surged within them. Both beasts stammered nervously. Why you? Hello? Brother Chang. No, Chang Gu. What is the matter with you two? Why are you speaking so hesitantly? Xiao Chang queried. And you, Erming, despite my urging you to learn human speech, you still struggle. It's rather foolish. Can my brother understand your soul beast language? Erming awkwardly scratched his head. Brother, please don't mind. It's their first time meeting you. They might be a bit overwhelmed. Not at all. Only Qiao understood the reason for their trepidation. They had once perished at his hands, although he had resurrected them later for Xiaowu's sake. Their bodies still retained that instinctual memory, making them instinctively perceive Qiao as a dangerous presence, inciting a degree of fear. Deming, Erming, this is Xiaochuan. The elder brother I met during my first visit to the human world. He is truly kind. And this is Tian Chuanqiu, who? Xiaowu paused for a moment. Yes, she is the girl that Xiaochuan likes. Xiaochuan chuckled awkwardly while Tian Chuanqiu blushed deeply. In truth, she harbored feelings for Qiao, but it was evident that Xiaowu disapproved. Greetings. With Xiaowu acting as a translator, Xiaochuan engaged in pleasant conversation with Deming and Erming. From time to time, Tian Chuanqiu stole glances at Xiaochang, who remained nonchalant. Neither deliberately avoiding her gaze nor seeking it out. Everything appeared remarkably natural. Xiaochang did not require Xiaowu to translate Deming and Erming's dialogue, as his previous incarnation was a soul beast, specifically the most enigmatic soul beast of the Sodto Forest, the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, no one could discern his true form, for it had long since surpassed the limits of a million-year soul beast, becoming an overwhelmingly powerful being. Regrettably, during the tribulation of the purple extreme void lightning, he had been unable to withstand the final strike of the myriad lightning calamities. The last bolt of purple extreme calamity lightning had struck his core, plunging his soul into dormancy. This incident had granted him the opportunity to be reborn in the Douluo continent, though he possessed the means to harness some of the Golden Sacred Dragon's innate powers. He refrained from doing so, for he was uncertain whether utilizing such powers would accelerate the awakening of the Golden Sacred Dragon's soul, potentially leading to his own destruction. This was a gamble he dared not take. He could only strive to enhance his strength and soul power. He had thoroughly examined the system. The system shop contained a golden soul pill, which could elevate his soul to the semi-divine realm, just a step away from godhood. However, the price was exorbitant, requiring not only 10 million system space gold soul coins, but also 50 points of reputation. He was currently unable to afford it. Thus, he planned to continuously complete system tasks while minimizing the use of his internal powers. Unless faced with life and death peril or his adoptive mother fell into dire straits, he would never resort to the powers of the Golden Sacred Dragon's true form. After conversing with Deming and Erming, Qiaochang revealed the purpose of his visit. He vowed to assist them in enhancing their strength, enabling them to surpass their current capabilities. In the future, he might even help them break through their limits and attain divinity. His only request was that Deming and Erming would assist him in a particular endeavor. No matter how challenging it may be, they must ensure its completion. Of course, he would not compel them to engage in morally reprehensible actions. He would not act in such a manner nor permit Deming and Erming to do so. Upon hearing Qiaochang's words, Deming and Erming initially believed it to be a significant matter and readily acknowledged him, since Qiaochang sought their assistance. Even without the promise of enhancing their strength, they would undoubtedly lend their utmost support, especially for Xiaowu's sake. Chapter 74. The Hope of Companionship with Qian Renxue. After a delightful evening of conversation with Deming and Erming, Qiaochang also engaged in extensive discussions with Xiaochuan and Tian Chuanqiu. He expressed his desire for them to join him, enhancing their strength along the way. Tian Chuanqiu possessed a mutated martial soul in the form of a conch, which produced melodious sounds capable of enchanting foes. This resemblance to Diaochan's flute music presented an opportunity for learning. Moreover, Qiaochang noticed that Tian Chuanqiu's initial affection for him was exceedingly high, and its rapid ascent was astonishing. Within merely 2 days, her fondness for him had soared to 80 points, granting him a system reward of 270,000 gold soul coins and 2 lottery draws. He won 2 rare medicinal herbs, one named the Purple Gold Fiery Sunflower, which could elevate a soul beast cultivation by 30,000 years, enhance its physique, and bestow extraordinary potential along with a ferocious fire attribute attack. This was tailor-made for Erming. The other herb, known as the Extreme Water Ming Flower, when consumed, would transform a soul beast's physique into a Yin type. Although it could not directly enhance cultivation, it would double the user's training efficacy and grant a soul skill for controlling extreme water, which maximizes the power of water. For Deming, this herb was a treasure of unparalleled value, akin to a divine herb. Regrettably, this celestial herb was only effective for soul beasts that had not yet transformed, rendering it useless for Qiaochang and Xiaowu. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to part with it for daming. As for Yi Xiaochuan, Xiaochang valued not only his talent, but also his adeptness in handling situations. He was a person of remarkable ability, akin to Han Xian, a prodigy who would shine brightly when least expected. If the future unfolded into a tripartite standoff reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms, Yi Xiaochuan might well be the key to resolving the impasse. Tian Xuanxiu readily accepted Xiao Chang's invitation without hesitation. Although Xiaowu felt a hint of jealousy, she realized that Xiao Chang's charm was irresistible, especially after he removed his worker's cap, revealing an astonishingly handsome visage. Consequently, the once eager Xiaowu, who had implored him to remove the cap, now reminded him to wear it before they ventured out. On occasions when he chose not to, she would playfully plead, "Brother Chan, please wear it. I have grown accustomed to seeing you with that cap. It adds to your masculinity." Yet, her true feelings were known only to her. Her brother was hers. Even with the cap, he was already striking enough. Without it, there would be too many butterflies fluttering around. Xiaowu was quite anxious. As for Yi Xiaochuan's inclusion, Xiaowu wholeheartedly endorsed it, for he was a familiar face with whom she could converse, and he genuinely cared for her, always willing to buy her delicious treats. After handing over the celestial herbs to Daming and Erming, they retreated into seclusion for cultivation. Xiao Chang, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Yi Xiaochuan, made their way to the soul-hunting forest, where they met with Hu Li. Upon seeing Hu Li again, she had just dispatched a 1,000-year-level black bear soul beast. Her skin appeared darker than before, and her attire had undergone a dramatic transformation, from black silk and maid outfits to black tank tops, camouflage pants, and military boots. With a black dagger dancing at her fingertips, her movements were decisive and fierce, presenting a completely transformed persona. When she reunited with Qiao Chang and the others, her loose tank top could not conceal her alluring curves, and beads of sweat trickled down her face, pooling in her captivating collarbone. The fabric of her top was already soaked, creating an enticingly mysterious allure. "Sister Hu Li," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards her. "Xiao Wu." Hu Li responded with a radiant smile, her delicate face framed by long bangs that only partially concealed her breathtaking beauty. Her petite, straight nose, even glistening with sweat, remained irresistibly enchanting. Her eyes sparkled like those of a fox, and her smile was utterly captivating. "Master." "No, Xiao Chang, you have arrived too." Hu Li nearly instinctively addressed him as master. Since her liberation, Qiao Chang had clearly instructed her to refrain from such titles, insisting she call him by name instead. "It seems you have made significant progress during this time." Xiao Chang genuinely complimented. "Thank you." Hu Li felt somewhat shy after their long separation. However, with Xiao Wu's warm presence, the atmosphere soon became lively. Under Hu Li's guidance, Qiao Chang met with De and the others, enjoyed a meal together, and provided them with some insights into their cultivation. They parted ways as night fell. After leaving the soul-hunting forest, Tian Xuanxiu and Yi Xiaochuan had some matters to attend to. Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu bid farewell to them. To avoid worrying his adoptive mother, he decided not to utilize the martial spirit hall's influence for the time being. Currently, Xiao Chang's priority was to return to Shrek Academy as swiftly as possible. Without crossing any boundaries, he aimed to cultivate a deeper relationship with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, hoping to garner additional affection points. While passing through Sodto City, he purchased some daily necessities before returning to Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu. Upon their return, Xiao Chang discovered that everyone, except Tang San, had already returned to Shrek Academy. Tang San, however, did not accompany Xiao Wujin and the others back. Instead, he parted ways with them and returned to the Sodto Forest. Surprisingly, despite Xiao Chang's interference, he successfully hunted a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation level exceeding 2,000 years, acquiring an external soul bone in the process. After a brief meeting with the master, he proceeded to Sodto City. This journey to the Sodto Forest had made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and Xiao Chang, further solidifying his resolve to develop the Tang sect. He approached the father of Tai Long and Tai Hu, offering a deposit of 100 gold soul coins, requesting him to forge hidden weapons for him. Upon learning that Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass and had reached the soul master level, Tai Long and Tai Hu's father was left in a state of astonishment, knowing that Tai Long and Tai Hu were already acquainted with Tang San. He readily agreed to Tang San's request. In the imperial city of the Heavendo Empire, Qian Renxue shed her disguise, dressed in a stunning purple gown. She was a vision of beauty. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lay a pair of bright blue eyes, large and luminous. At that moment, she was fixated on a small trinket in her hand, a crystal hairpin intricately carved with butterflies. It was a gift from Xiaogang, who claimed it had beauty-enhancing properties. Whenever she missed him, she would take out the hairpin and admire it for hours. Today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and much like those in Blue Star, the people of Douluo continent celebrated with family, relishing delicious mooncakes, sipping refreshing fruit juices, and engaging in jovial conversations while admiring the bright moon. Yet, she found herself alone in her chamber, aimlessly dawdling in solitude. Due to her nature, even while masquerading as the prince of the Heavendo Empire, she often preferred solitude. Over the years, perhaps the only one who had truly entered her heart was Xiaogang. Chapter 75. A delightful evening with Renxue. As Renxue gazed dreamily at the hairpin, a sudden knock at the door jolted her back to reality. Expecting it to be Shuer delivering something, she quickly changed her attire and opened the door. To her delight, she found a handsome young man with a smile gracing his lips standing before her. Unable to contain her joy, she leapt into his embrace. "What brings you here?" she asked. "I came to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with you. Is Sister Shuer not welcoming?" he replied playfully. With a playful glare, Renxue retorted. "You know that's a disingenuous question. By the way, does that person know you are here?" "Of course. Ever since I confided in Bibi Dong, I've shared some secrets with her." Bibi Dong had expressed her frustration to Xiaogang for not revealing matters sooner. Had he merely showcased his perfect physique before her, she would have readily accepted a longevity elixir from him. After 6 years of losing 300 gold soul coins daily, the cumulative loss was staggering, especially since these coins were irreplaceable. Just contemplating it made Bibi Dong feel sympathy for Xiaogang. Upon learning of Xiaogang's bond with the female lead of Douluo, her first thought was not of Hu Liena, but rather Renxue, for she was, after all, her daughter. Despite the painful memories that surfaced every time she saw her, the undeniable fact of blood relations remained unchanged. Moreover, she believed that only Xiaogang could bring happiness to her daughter, as he excelled in that regard. As a woman, she understood that certain experiences were inevitable, and by facing them earlier, she could help him enhance his strength and secure Renxue's position in the harem. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day when Xiaogang would typically be by her side, sharing the joy of the occasion. However, today, she had sent him to Renxue, and the implications were clear. "Did she send you here?" Renxue inquired. Xiaogang nodded. "Couldn't you tell a little white lie to cheer me up?" she lamented. "You know I can't do that. Rather than sweet-talking you, I prefer to demonstrate my intentions through actions," he said, lifting her and closing the door with his heel. As the night unfolded, Renxue lay upon Xiaogang's chest, tracing circles with her fingers. "Can you stay with me for the day?" she asked. Xiaogang shook his head. "Shuer, you know I cannot remain idle. Indulging in comfort makes me uneasy. Besides, our enemies are growing stronger, and I must enhance my strength to eliminate these threats." With a hint of resignation, Renxue replied. Very well. She was not a fragile woman. It was only in front of Xiaogang that she displayed such vulnerability. His refusal, though seemingly harsh, exemplified his true masculinity. Were he to indulge her whims, she would lose respect for him. Throughout their childhood, they had sparred countless times, with her often gaining the upper hand. Yet she understood that he was allowing her to win. There was even a time when she had pinned him down, demanding he call her sister. It wasn't until he matured and overpowered her that she recognized his true strength, a force that could leave her breathless. As a woman, she knew that if a man excelled in any capacity, even if she initially disliked him, time would inevitably cultivate affection. This was especially true for childhood sweethearts like Renxue and Xiaogang. Surrendering her body to him was something she had anticipated since she became aware of such matters. In the world of Douluo, there were no strict monogamous norms. A powerful man could take multiple wives to propagate his lineage. Although Renxue was proud, she too would eventually marry. In her pursuit to preserve the angelic bloodline, she sought someone even more exceptional than herself. In her eyes, no one besides Xiaogang could fulfill that role. Thus, the one to claim her first was destined to be him, the only one capable of stirring her heart. After parting from Renxue, Xiaogang returned to Shrek Academy, where he encountered a spirited Tang San. At that moment, he was showcasing his hidden weapons to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. This is the Flying Heavenly Claw. It has 3 forms, with a steel cable extending 30 meters and a retracting force of about 300 pounds. As long as your weight does not exceed 300 pounds, you can ascend to considerable heights. It's an essential tool for scaling walls and picking locks. Ma Hongjun gazed at the Flying Heavenly Claw with longing. "Be mindful of your weight. If it surpasses 300 pounds, it will be of no use to you." Tang San jested, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Though his words stung Ma Hongjuan's pride, he was not offended. Instead, he reached out eagerly. Dai Mubai and Oscar shared a similar sentiment, albeit Dai Mubai's enthusiasm was less overt. San, I truly cannot fathom how your mind works to conceive and create something like this, Dai Mubai exclaimed, intending to flatter Tang San and draw the attention of the three girls diligently practicing nearby. However, his plan was destined for failure, as even Ma Hongjuan's subsequent compliment did not sway the girls from their focus. The girls, including Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, and Enrolling, were engrossed in their trainings. Xiao Wu had already mastered 100 strikes of Wing Chun. Zhu Shiqing could execute 36 rapid strikes with her Phantom Bone Claw, and Enrolling had refined her Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to elevate her training speed by 30%. They were making notable progress. Seeing that the girls remained oblivious to their antics, it was Tang San who took matters into his own hands. He deliberately fumbled and sent the flying heavenly claw flying towards Xiao Wu to interrupt her training. Just then, a tall figure appeared before her, with striking features and a commanding presence. With a mere flick of his finger, he shattered the flying heavenly claw that Tang San had boasted about for so long. Is this the sort of child's play you dare to flaunt? Xiao Chang remarked, producing a far more intricate universal diamond claw that far surpassed Tang San's creation. This is the universal diamond claw. It boasts 81 transformations. Its appearance resembles an ordinary ring, yet it can metamorphose in countless ways. As long as the energy within the ring remains, reaching a kilometer is merely the beginning, Xiao Chang explained, demonstrating its power by launching the claw toward a boulder 2,000 meters away with a deft flick of his finger. He then embraced Xiao Wu's slender waist, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before the boulder. Xiao Wu, thrilled, planted a kiss on Xiao Chang's cheek. Brother, you're amazing. How did you come up with this? It's the magic of love. So, do you like it? I love it. Then I shall gift you one. Thank you, brother. Xiao Wu beamed, planting another kiss on his cheek, leaving a trace of saliva. Feeling a bit bashful, she added, give me a hug, brother. Xiao Wu is so excited that she has made a mess. Let me clean it up for you. However, she was interrupted by Xiao Chang. It's all right. A little dampness doesn't bother me. What matters is that you, Xiao Wu, are happy. Brother, you are so kind to Xiao Wu. She adores you. Xiao Wu winked at Xiao Chang and was about to give him another kiss when he stopped her. Xiao Wu, this isn't the right moment. Everyone is watching. Xiao Wu pouted. Let them watch. They must be so envious. Brother, don't close the door tonight. I will come find you. Very well. Xiao Chang smiled helplessly. Chapter 76, Little Dance's Offering. Xiao Chang receives a 100,000-year soul ring. One night, Xiao Chang had just awakened when Little Dance, adorning herself in a charming pink pajama, entered his room. Brother, look what delightful treasures I have brought you, Little Dance exclaimed, running towards him with a floral basket in hand. Upon opening the basket, Xiao Chang discovered a feast of roasted chicken, duck, braised pig trotters, marinated meat, peanuts, and fava beans, a plethora of delectable snacks, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. Xiao Chang smiled. Little Dance, what special occasion is it today? Why such a splendid array of dishes? Little Dance replied, Brother, you don't remember? Today marks the 6th anniversary of our acquaintance. You promised that once I grew up, you would drink with me. Now that I have matured, it's time for you to fulfill that promise. As he gazed at Little Dance's charming visage and her gracefully developing figure, Xiao Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, you have grown, but still, you are just a young girl. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would merely drink alongside her and ensure she consumed sparingly. All right, I shall honor my promise. Upon receiving Xiao Chang's consent, Little Dance winked playfully and swiftly arranged the food and wine on the table. It is truly a blessing for me to have met you. Brother, let me toast to you. She poured a bowl of wine for each of them and handed one to Xiao Chang, saying, I am also very happy to have met you. Cheers. Xiao Chang took a sip, only to find it surprisingly spicy. Little Dance, after tasting it herself, immediately stuck out her tongue and fanned her mouth with her hand. A smile crept onto Xiao Chang's face, but after just one sip, his expression shifted. So spicy. Yet he maintained a facade of ease, proclaiming, not bad at all. Little Dance, since it's your first time drinking, take it easy and eat something first. As they continued, Xiao Chang noticed something amiss. Little Dance was still shouting about the spiciness while consuming her drink voraciously, and he himself was starting to feel lightheaded and warm. When he turned to look at her again, he was startled to see multiple versions of Little Dance before him. Brother, are you all right? Little Dance waved her small hand in front of him. Xiao Chang shut his eyes and shook his head, only for her to appear as a singular figure again. I am fine. So let us keep drinking, shall we? I thought you would be disappointed if you got tipsy after just a sip. Who said I only had a sip? How could I possibly be drunk? Little Dance filled his cup to the brim, insisting they continue. In his slightly dazed state, bolstered by Little Dance's encouragement, he braced himself to match her drink for drink. Believing that as a girl, she could not possibly outpace him. Little did he know, she was an adept drinker, capable of holding her own. The small jar she brought appeared to contain an endless supply of wine. And they lost track of how many cups they had shared before Xiaogang finally succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. In a hazy slumber, he dreamt he was being undressed, first his shoes, followed by his clothes, and then his pants. The heat that had enveloped him was replaced by a refreshing coolness. It felt as if something was trying to pry his mouth open, but after several futile attempts, it shifted to other areas, his neck, chest, and abdomen, before finally abandoning its efforts. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiaogang as he felt trapped in a whirlwind of contrasting sensations, half cold, half hot, and ultimately succumbed to the intoxicating experience. In his dream, he envisioned Little Dance, now grown and even more exquisite, her long hair dancing in the wind like a celestial maiden from a lunar palace. In this dream, he became her husband, and she fulfilled her marital duties, offering him her precious first time. Unlike many young girls, the newlywed Little Dance was fervent and proactive. Throughout the night, Xiaogang merely lay back and reveled in her beauty. The following morning, Xiaogang was roused by a mechanical beeping sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained Little Dance's affection 5, totaling 95 affection points. Reward: 500,000 gold soul coins. You have acquired the shared skill Invincible Golden Body with your spouse, lasting 10 seconds. Congratulations, host. On Little Dance's offering, your cultivation has broken through to level 80, and you have received a shared 100,000, your soul ring from the Softbone Charm Rabbit. You have obtained the soul skill, Void Slash. This skill, activated by the Spectral Chainsaw Martial Soul, can unleash 3 forward attacks. Upon hitting an enemy, it silences their skills for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, it reduces the enemy's attack power by 50% for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, it enhances your own attack power by 150% during this period. Awakened by the stream of system notifications, Xiaochang's sleepiness vanished. He looked down at Little Dance, who was sprawled across him like a tender, peeled egg. Memories of the previous night flooded back, realizing that she had willingly given him her first time. Xiaogang was torn between reproaching Little Dance and acknowledging his own antiquated views. He could not impose the standards of Blue Star upon the inhabitants of Douluo continent. Although under 18 is deemed underage in Blue Star, many on Douluo continent, particularly soul masters, mature differently, with some becoming fathers as early as 14. Reflecting on this, he concluded that it would be selfish to expect Little Dance, an ancient soul beast, to adhere to human norms simply because he deemed her too young. With this understanding, he felt a sense of relief. Awaken. My soul of a rogue. Xiaogang gazed at the ceiling, resolute in bidding farewell to his former self from Blue Star. He gently covered Little Dance with a blanket and embraced her, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Little Dance slept until the sun rose, and upon waking, her first words were, "Brother, I slept with you last night. You won't make me take responsibility, will you?" Xiaogang playfully pinched her delicate nose. "What do you think? No more of this in the future. I have come to realize that since we love each other, we should cherish that love wholeheartedly, disregarding the mundane gossip of the world. Now, rise and shine. Today, I shall take you to an extraordinarily fun place." Chapter 77. Hu Liena's Self-Pity. After spending an entire day in Sodto City with Xiaowu, evening descended. It was a dark and windy night when Xiaogang finally recalled Hu Liena. Today marked her 18th birthday. In the Hall of the Holy Maiden, Hu Liena, clad in a pink Lolita outfit, bid farewell to her guests. Alone in her chamber, she gazed into the bronze mirror, captivated by her own enchanting beauty. Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? Of course it is you, my beloved Holy Maiden Hu Liena. Hu Liena playfully mimicked a boy's voice, yet a tinge of sorrow laced her words. But why hasn't Brother Chang come to accompany me? Perhaps he is busy. He will come in a few days. Hu Liena's voice trembled with a hint of despair. But today is my birthday, and he promised to come see me. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, her voice breaking. Once more, Hu Liena pressed her delicate hand against her throat. Yet no sound emerged. For in the mirror, she suddenly beheld a familiar silhouette, the one she yearned for. It was the embodiment of her dreams, the one with whom she wished to share her cherished memories of 18 years. "Nana, I am late." Hu Liena sprang to her feet and leaped into Xiaochang's embrace. You naughty rascal, why did you take so long? Her voice choked with emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks as she buried her face in Xiao Chang's shoulder. Heaven knew how envious she felt each time she jested about Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was older, taller, and more beautiful, possessing the six-winged angel spirit. Hu Liena found it impossible to discover a more perfect girl. Moreover, Qian Renxue had known Xiao Chang longer. It seemed natural for them to be together. Yet, Hu Liena adored Xiao Chang for no particular reason, an affection that sprang from the depths of her being. It was unrelated to his handsomeness, talent, or wealth. She simply loved him. After shedding her grievances through tears, Hu Liena wiped her eyes, looking at Xiao Chang with red-rimmed eyes. Are you leaving tonight? I shall not. Xiao Chang scooped up Hu Liena in a princess carry. What do you intend to do, Brother Chang? She asked, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. Remove that ma. Instantly, Hu Liena's face flushed crimson as she buried her head in Xiao Chang's chest. Often teasing him, she was caught off guard by his seriousness, rendering her bashful. He gently laid her upon her small bed adorned with pink gauze, deftly untying her robe and extinguishing the lamp. The bamboo bed creaked under the weight of their shared night. The following noon, Xiao Chang awakened to Hu Liena's tail brushing against his face, her small hands caressing him. Sensing her playful movements and gazing at her mischievous yet tender face, a surge of desire ignited within him. You little vixen, have you grown bolder? He teased. Were you not satisfied last night? Watch as I properly discipline you. With a swift motion, he flipped her beneath him, his hands beginning to roam. Hu Liena, feeling his strength, pleaded for mercy. Good brother, please. I was wrong, spare me. Now you seek forgiveness? It is too late. After several hours of fervent passion, Xiao Chang finally relaxed, having shared tender moments with Hu Liena. As the day waned, he bid her farewell. Hu Liena did not insist on his stay. It was not a lack of desire, but rather her body could not endure his overwhelming vigor. Not long after parting from Hu Liena, a mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Chang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hu Liena's blood, leveling up to 85, and acquiring the super divine domain. This domain allows allies to revive once within a short duration. The domain's range will increase with the host's power, currently spanning a diameter of 700 meters for 5 seconds, with a revival limit of 5 individuals, excluding the host. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Chang felt torn between joy and worry. The joy stemmed from acquiring a skill of unparalleled might, akin to the resurrection cards he once used for Deming and Air Ming. Yet, unlike the resurrection cards, which could only restore the physical and spiritual forms, this skill allowed for so much more. The resurrection cards had a time limit of 24 hours. Beyond that, revival was impossible. Although Deming and Air Ming were still alive, should they foolishly sacrifice themselves for Tang San, not only would they perish, but Tang San would gain nothing. The worry lingered in his mind. The system's reward hinted at impending misfortune. He needed to prepare himself, as his current strength remained insufficient. Returning to Shrek Academy, it was already night. Upon his arrival, he noticed Xiaowu was absent, having gone to defend Ma Hongjun, who had been attacked. Initially, Xiaowu intended to mock him for being beaten, but this time was different. Ma Hongjun had been assaulted while heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. And the assailant was a notorious local thug, a soul master of the evil sort. The villain was known for his predatory behavior, targeting any woman he desired. Regardless of age, Xiao Wu, determined to accompany Tang San and Dai Mubai, aimed to teach this rogue a lesson. Xiao Chang, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's account, regarded her curiously. Why didn't you go with them? Aren't you the one who loves a commotion? Ning Rongrong fidgeted slightly. I wasn't feeling well. Oh, is that so? Allow me to examine you. Extend your wrist. Ah, that might not be appropriate. She replied, feeling shy. There's nothing wrong with a healer's compassion. You are sweating profusely and look pale. I suspect you may be suffering from dysmenorrhea, which can vary in severity. Immediate care is essential. Let me diagnose you so I can treat you appropriately. All right then. Ning Rongrong extended her arm, and Xiao Chang placed his hand upon her pulse. His brow furrowing in concentration. Brother Chang, what is wrong with me? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. You are experiencing hormonal imbalance and irregular bleeding, leading to your pain. Have you been staying up late or under mental stress recently? Yes, I am my father's only daughter, and my talent is the highest within the 7 treasures glazed tile school. He holds great expectations for me. Recently, a formidable sect called the Ghost Valley Gate has arisen nearby. Their leader, Giguzi, excels in nurturing disciples. Figures like Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, and Pang Wan are all exceptionally talented. They continually recruit disciples and collaborate with prominent families, gradually encroaching upon our seven treasures, glazed tile school's interests, which deeply troubles my father. As his only daughter, even though I am not in the sect, I wish to share his burdens, which has led to my insomnia. Listening to Ning Rongrong's concerns, Xiaochang fell into contemplation. The world was becoming increasingly intricate. He once thought the arrival of legendary figures like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms was astonishing enough, yet now Guguzi had also appeared. One could only surmise his extraordinary prowess, perhaps even adept at manipulation, or he would not have caused even the calculating Ning Fengji such distress. Rongrong, do not fret, there will always be a solution. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a mystical herb to assist you in enhancing the quality of your martial soul. If your 7-treasure glazed tile school were to evolve into the 8-treasure glazed tile school, or even the 9-treasure glazed tile school, then, regardless of how many talented disciples the Ghost Valley sect possesses, they would never usurp your esteemed position as the foremost auxiliary sect. Is that truly the case? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened with excitement as she gazed at Xiaochang, her hands fervently grasping his. Indeed, it is true. When has your brother ever deceived you? That is simply marvelous. In her exhilaration, Ning Rongrong placed a kiss on Xiaochang's cheek. This is a reward for you. I have no intention of snatching men from Xiaowu. It is merely a token of appreciation. You understand, don't you? I do. Xiaochang wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's slender waist and seized the opportunity to kiss her soft lips. He had long recognized her affections for him. The soaring feelings could not be mistaken. Since Ning Rongrong had become so audacious as a man, he naturally could not fall behind. The kiss was not prolonged, for Xiaochang understood the value of a gradual approach. Since it was a reward, one kiss would not suffice. You wouldn't mind, would you? Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Xiaochang's boldness, yet she relished it. I wouldn't mind. If you were a bit bolder, I could accept that too. She provocatively challenged him. Let us save that for later. Focus on recuperating first. Humph, coward. I thought you truly dared to take such liberties with me. Xiaochang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflecting on her words with a sense of resignation. Truly, she was a little enchantress, so uniquely captivating. Chapter 78. A discussion on knowledge with Lu Erlong. Xiaochang did not go to fetch Xiao Wu, as he was confident that she would not encounter any danger. After chatting with Ning Rongrong for a while, Xiaochang realized that Ning Rongrong was quite bold when alone with him. She possessed a surprising array of skills, from stealing kisses to massages and even playful touches. Except for certain physical limitations, Ning Rongrong seemed to give her all to Xiaochang, believing he was exceptional. With a powerful assault-type martial spirit that met all her criteria for a partner, why not be a little more proactive and seize him? Given Xiaowu's performance today, Ning Rongrong had already surmised that Xiaowu had likely given herself to Xiaochang. With such an outstanding individual as Xiaochang, everyone desired him, each employing their own means. Since Xiaowu had already taken the first step, Ning Rongrong felt the pressure to compete, especially with Zhu Qing eyeing Xiaochang closely. If she did not strive harder, she might struggle to secure a position for herself in the future. When Xiaowu returned, it was already late at night. Accompanied by Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang San had not returned, as he was still venting his frustration from being rebuffed by Xiaowu earlier that day, taking it out on the walls of the dormitory where Xiao Jing lived for several hours. Upon returning, Xiaowu bid farewell to Zhu Qing and stealthily entered Xiaochang's room. Xiaochang had previously allowed Oscar to absorb the frog spirit ring, which had left Oscar resentful. Consequently, when Xiaochang and Xiaowu ventured into the Sodto forest, Oscar had been moved to the shared room of Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Now, Xiaochang occupied the room alone. As he opened the door, the lights flickered on. A gentle yet magnetic voice greeted him. You're back. Xiaochang was reclining on the bed, his legs crossed. Brother, you're still awake? Xiaowu asked, a hint of guilt in her eyes. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Brother, let me explain. No need for explanations. Rongrong has already told me. You did the right thing. It's late now. Hurry and change to sleep. All right. Xiaowu closed the door and drew the curtains by the window. Xiaochang embraced her from behind. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Xiaochang playfully exhausted Xiaowu for several hours until she weakly pleaded, Brother, my legs are weak. Only then did he relent. Since enhancing his strength, he had found his dragon-like nature increasingly difficult to suppress, with his desires intensifying. Ordinary female soul masters could hardly satisfy him, leading him to contemplate Lu Erlong, curious about the experience of two dragons together. Instead of participating in the tedious training sessions organized by Master with Dai Mubai and Tang San, Xiao Chang ventured alone to the Blue Tyrant Academy in Sodto City to seek out Lu Erlong. Upon hearing of Xiao Chang's identity, Lu Erlong was momentarily speechless, initially taking offense at what she thought was a jest. However, when Xiao Chang unleashed his martial spirit, revealing his soul Douluo V prowess and the numerous 10,000-year spirit rings surrounding him, Lu Erlong was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Upon learning of Xiao Chang's peculiar condition, she empathized, acknowledging the uncontrollable desires that came with being a dragon. Although she was a female fire dragon, she too was not immune to its effects. Lu Erlong shared that whenever she could no longer suppress her inner flame, she would retreat to an isolated location, surrounding herself with ice to train. However, this method only provided temporary relief, leaving her tormented by the duality of ice and fire. Yet, she had no recourse. Having been deceived by a scoundrel, Xiao Chang expressed his sympathy and gifted her a bottle of calming elixir, which could alleviate her torment. Although she initially hesitated, the memory of her inner turmoil compelled her to accept it. "If you ever need me, do not hesitate to call," Lu Erlong assured him. Xiao Chang, unpretentious, readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Lu Erlong, as Xiao Chang made his way towards the Tiando Imperial City, he passed by a tavern where he encountered Xiaogang, who was drowning her sorrows. Dressed in the uniform of the exotic Beast Academy, she appeared somewhat more subdued, though still exuding an alluring aura. She seemed quite inebriated, nearly slumped over the table as the wine jug in her hand swayed precariously, spilling more than half onto the table. Nearby, a group of burly, half-naked middle-aged men whispered among themselves. Suddenly, one of them, a rugged man with a scruffy beard, rose and shot an eyebrow at his companions, revealing a lewd grin. The others stood up, their eyes narrowing as they mirrored his lewd expressions, approaching Xiaogang's table. A waiter, witnessing the scene, attempted to intervene but was swiftly shoved to the ground by the towering man, who shot him a warning glare. Terrified, the waiter scrambled to his feet, hastily collecting the scattered dishes and retreating in panic. Amused by the waiter's clumsiness, the group erupted in laughter. The leader raised a hand, gesturing for silence as he leaned towards Xiaogang. "My dear young lady, drinking alone? Would you like some company?" Xiaogang, hearing his voice, lifted her delicate face and gazed at him with blurred vision, pointing toward the door. "Get lost. I don't need company. Just leave now, little sister. Don't be so fiery. Drinking alone is quite dull. Despite my rough exterior, I assure you, I am gentle at heart." The man's voice dripped with sleaze as he spoke the word gentle, reaching out with a large hand toward Xiaogang's back. With a swift motion, she deflected his hand, splashing wine across his face. "I told you, I don't need company. Get out." The man's expression soured instantly upon being doused. But before he could respond, his companions closed in. However, he raised his hand to halt them. "What are you doing? Show some respect to a lady." His subordinates complied, stepping back as he resumed his lewd grin, licking the wine from his lips. "What a fine drink. A beautiful lady certainly knows how to enjoy her wine." He wiped his face with his hand, inhaling deeply, his expression grotesque. Though slightly intoxicated, Xiaogang retained enough awareness to be repulsed by the man before her. Infuriated, she raised her fist, ready to strike, only to have her wrist seized by the man. "Little sister, it's not polite to hit people. Save your strength for when I take you home. I'd love to hear you scream." Laughter erupted from the burly men surrounding him. Chapter 79. Rescuing Xiaogang and intensifying their bond as Xiaogang struggled to free herself from the grip on her wrist. She realized the strength of her captor was overwhelming. Despite her attempts to escape, she found herself unable to unleash her martial soul, her head spinning with dizziness. In a state of panic, she cried out, "Please let me go, or my grandfather." She intended to say that her grandparents would not spare them. But the thought of her grandparents meeting a tragic end before her eyes sent her into a fit of tears. The burly man holding her wrist burst into laughter, mistakenly believing her tears were born from his imposing aura. "Ha ha. What about your grandfather? Speak up," he taunted. "He'll be joining you in hell." A chilling voice emerged, cutting through the mockery. The grip on Xiaogang's wrist abruptly shattered, her captor's knees collapsing under a swift kick. In that moment, Xiaogang felt enveloped in a warm embrace, and through her tear-streaked vision, she recognized the figure before her. "It's you." "Yes, it's me." The massive man, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, let out a scream of agony as his hand was crushed. His subordinates instinctively moved to assist him, only to be deterred by Xiao Chang's icy glare. "Who are you? How dare you harm a member of the Elephant Armor sect? Do you realize whom you have injured?" A lean, dark-skinned man among the group shouted, slightly distanced from Xiaochang. Members of the elephant armor sect? Are they formidable? I care not for their identity. Anyone who offends me, Xiaochang, is fortunate to leave with their life. I have no desire to kill today, so take your useless leader and depart. The band of thugs paused, realizing the man before them was indeed wary of the elephant armor sect's power, seeking a way to withdraw gracefully. This individual was too powerful. Confronting him as a group might lead to their downfall, so they opted for retreat. Thank you. The lean man nudged two of his bulkier companions to hoist their leader back. They hurried to assist, casting wary glances at Xiaochang, fearing an ambush. Xiaochang chuckled softly, finding their paranoia amusing. Just as he thought the confrontation had concluded, the injured leader, miscalculating his timing, directed a menacing remark at Xiaochang as they neared the exit. Just wait. I, Hu Yinbi, will ensure you pay for this. At these words, the two men supporting Hu Yinbi faltered, while the lean man's expression darkened, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. Stop. Sure enough, before Hu Yinbi could finish his threat, Xiaochang called out, My father is Hu Yinzhan. Before he could utter another word, a wave of excruciating pain shot through his wrist. Xiaochang moved with blinding speed, appearing before Hu Yinbi and breaking his other hand before the latter could react. Now, it's even. Xiaochang flashed a benevolent smile. The members of the elephant armor sect shivered in fear, while Meng Yiran, cradled in Xiaochang's arms, felt an overwhelming attraction to his commanding presence. Yearning for an intimate connection. We can leave now, but remember our names. I am Guan Yu. When you seek vengeance, do not mistake my identity. His arrogance was palpable. Yet the elephant armor sect members remained silent, hastily assisting Hu Yinbi away, fearing any further provocations might provoke this harbinger of doom. Once the elephant armor sect had retreated, Xiaochang was met with applause. He smiled graciously, carrying Meng Yiran away. As she felt the warmth of his embrace and the heat of his hand, her heart raced. Finding him increasingly handsome, especially when he brought her into his luxurious villa in the Tiando Imperial City, her heart raced even more intensely. Xiaochang did not disappoint her, leading her into an opulent room adorned in shades of purple and blue. At that moment, she comprehended the purpose of his visit. During their journey, she had sensed his extraordinary nature. Although she wore the uniform of the Beast Academy, her penchant for coolness led her to dress lightly, exposing her beautiful legs and flawless skin. However, she was destined to overthink. Xiaochang gently set her down and covered her with a blanket, preparing to leave. Appa wait. As he moved towards the door, Meng Yiran, no longer feigning sleep, called out in a rush of Korean. Xiaochang paused, taken aback by her unexpected fluency. Surprised, he halted, and Meng Yiran, barefoot, rushed to him, embracing him tightly, her softness pressing against his back. Xiaochang, please don't leave tonight. Stay with me. Feeling her trembling warmth and passion, Xiaochang's heart softened. He turned and lifted her once more. Yiran, do you understand the consequences of keeping me here? I am not a good man. Yes, I understand. I like you, brother. I'm not afraid of pain. Could Xiaochang endure such temptation? If he could, he would no longer be Xiaochang. Initially ignited by discussions with Lu Erlong, he found himself even more inflamed by Meng Yiran's delicate form. With her playful provocations, he knew he must reveal his true prowess. The world would not forgive him otherwise. Gently placing her back on the bed, Xiaochang rolled his neck and unbuttoned his shirt. Meng Yiran followed suit, shedding her uniform. They faced each other candidly. She admired his bronzed, muscular physique, while he beheld her alluring curves. Meng Yiran, obediently, assisted Xiaochang in undressing, ensuring he was entirely clean. In the aftermath, to aid Xiaochang in his grand ambitions, she even bravely took risks, luring him into her trap, yet she underestimated his cunning and might. The moment combat began, she paid a bloody price. After several grueling hours, employing every skill at her disposal, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of Xiaochang, collapsing helplessly on a beach. Xiaochang, sympathetic to her sacrifices, lifted her from the balcony, passing through the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, finally laying her in the bedroom. Each space held the sweet scent of her determination and effort, igniting her cheeks with warmth. That night, Xiaochang did not return home. He truly stayed by Meng Yiran's side throughout the night. He also inquired about her proficiency in Korean. It turned out, years ago, during an accidental encounter while hunting soul beasts in the Sodto forest with Long Gong and Shi Po, she had saved an exceptionally beautiful woman who taught her the language. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through an alternative download method and the vendor fails to provide the software source code or open-source link, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyvoutlook. Com Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group https t me FQ Tool Chapter 80 Zhu Qing. Will we continue tonight? After discovering Meng Yiran's little secret, Qiao Chang fell into deep contemplation. A beauty like a celestial being. And a Korean at that. Could she be Princess Yuzhu? If so, then I, old Xiao, am indeed fortunate. He felt the need to seek an opportunity to inquire further about this matter. However, there was no rush, as he had already sensed that Meng Yiran was becoming restless again. That nimble little tongue truly could drive a person to distraction. After her encounter with Qiao Chang, Meng Yiran also tasted the sweetness of their connection. Not only did her martial spirit undergo a transformation into the golden dragon serpent soul staff, but the quality of her soul rings also improved. Her original 3 rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, had transformed into purple, purple, and black. Furthermore, her soul power had surged from level 30 to 33, igniting a spark of hope for revenge within her. Qiao Chang, evidently perceptive to her thoughts, considered her feelings entirely natural. After all, he too had reaped benefits from their intimate relationship. The system rewarded him with 100,000 gold soul coins and elevated his rank to level 88, just 2 levels away from acquiring his 9th soul ring. Moreover, when the affinity between him and Meng Yiran reached level 30, he drew Su Huang. Su Huang, known as Gong Ming, was a formidable general under Cao Cao, renowned for his prowess that rivaled that of Guan Yu, a veteran of the 3 dynasties, possessing both valor and strategy. He had once delivered a crushing defeat to Guan Yu at Fan City, making him one of Cao Cao's favored warriors. Upon drawing Su Huang, a broad smile crept across Qiao Chang's face. Seeing him laugh, Meng Yiran felt delighted, her lips becoming restless. Being attended to by Meng Yiran was truly pleasurable, igniting in Qiao Chang a renewed impulse for battle. Rolling over, he pinned Meng Yiran beneath him, asserting his dominance. This time, their encounter lasted even longer than the first. They even shared moments of drinking, cooking, and dining together. Even, they were together in every sense. When parting from Meng Yiran, she nearly clung to Qiao Chang, unwilling to let go. Reluctantly, Qiao Chang sent her to the top 7 times, only leaving once she had fainted, tucking her in before departing. By the time he returned to Shrek Academy, it was already the following morning. The master was assigning tasks to Xiaowu and the others, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman, Li Zhishi. The master had assigned her the role of a life assistant, while Xiaowu and her group were tasked with competing at the Sodto Great Spirit Arena. This was a splendid opportunity for the master and Flinder to profit. To create an air of mystery around the Shrek 7 monsters, the master had masks crafted for each of them. When Qiao Chang arrived at Shrek Academy, he chuckled upon hearing that the master had expelled him for skipping class without reason. He approached the master with an unfriendly demeanor, causing the latter to step back in trepidation. I tell you, Qiao Chang, I have returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You had better show me some respect. Huh? Are you instructing me? Qiao Chang's gaze sharpened, startling the master, who nearly fell to the ground. He wet his pants in fright, while Xiaowu and the other girls covered their noses and ran away. Observing this scene, Qiao Chang lost interest in tormenting him further. Tell Tang how. If he wants to fight, let it be a fair fight, not some underhanded tactics behind my back. As for the Sodto Great Spirit Arena competition, I had no intention of participating, but since he insists on playing this way, I will definitely join. As for Tang San, Qiao Chang's gaze shifted to him, startling Tang San, who hurriedly explained, Cousin, this has nothing to do with me. It was the master's decision. I know it has nothing to do with you. I'm merely reminding you to cultivate well. Faced with Qiao Chang's sudden concern, Tang San felt a sense of paternal affection. Moved, he shot the master a glare and surveyed Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar. Addressing them, he said, I need Shrek Academy to be quiet. Do you understand? Under the pressure of Qiao Chang, an 88-level soul Douluo, the master, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others broke out in cold sweat, nodding vigorously. And you? Qiao Chang pointed at Li Zhishi. She quivered in fear. Likewise, do not return until before dark. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Yes, yes. Li Zhishi nodded repeatedly. Under the master's lead, Tang San and the others departed. Qiao Chang then approached Xiaowu and the others. Xiaowu, I've sent the master away. Do you and Enrolling have something to discuss? Xiaowu initially intended to deny it, but, upon meeting Qiao Chang's gaze, nodded immediately. Renxue is leaving. I have something to tell you. Renxue, not understanding Qiao Chang's intentions, saw Xiaowu about to pull her away and asked in confusion, Xiaowu, is there something we can't discuss in front of Qiao Chang? No. Xiaowu replied firmly. Renxue, Listen to me. Go with Xiaowu. I have matters to discuss with Xuqing, and after that, I will find you. Ning Rongrong quickly comprehended but felt somewhat disgruntled. Leaning close to Qiao Chang's ear, she warned. Don't mess around with Xuqing. Even if you do, I want to be first. It's just that I can't. You understand? Xiao Chang nodded. Signaling her to rest easy, Xiaowu led Ning Rongrong away. On their journey, Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiaowu. Do you know what Xiao Chang wants with Xuqing? Xiaowu nodded, feeling a twinge of jealousy. I do. Then won't you do something about it? Do what? I can't. Xiaowu exclaimed. I can't compete with him. Then will you just let it be? If you can't win, I could support you. Take him on. Xiaowu rolled her eyes. How can I manage that? I've told you my stamina isn't as good as his. Ning Rongrong awkwardly laughed, mustering her courage to declare, but I can. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School can assist soul masters with strong explosive power and those with poor endurance. Xiaowu was speechless. She wasn't sure if Ning Rongrong genuinely didn't understand her or was pretending not to. Regardless, both were in a state of agitation. With Ning Rongrong feeling flustered, well aware of Qiao Chang's intentions toward her, she sought someone to chat with to distract herself from these thoughts. Meanwhile, after Xiao Wu and the others left, Qiao Chang took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her to his room. Zhu Zhuqing followed Qiao Chang with some trepidation before others. She was aloof and proud. Yet, in front of Qiao Chang, she found it impossible to maintain her cool demeanor. The pressure he exerted was overwhelming, and he was simply too exceptional. After their 2 intimate encounters, she found herself dreaming of him at night, pondering why he captivated her so. Was it because of his mischievous nature? Or perhaps it was that she was not inherently a well-behaved girl, merely unaware of her true nature until now. Yuqing, do you know why I called you here? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Are you afraid? She shook her head. Don't you wish to know why? Again, she shook her head. If you wanted to tell me, you would. If you didn't want to, even if I asked, you wouldn't say? Zhuqing, you are a clever girl. I will cherish you well in the future. I do have many secrets that I cannot disclose, but rest assured, it won't be long before I reveal everything to you. I believe you. Zhu Zhuqing replied, removing her strap, revealing her fair skin. Qiao Chang, undeterred, lifted her and placed her on the table. As time passed, that evening, Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat fatigued, dressed herself once more. She is not very adept at expressing her emotions. She merely inquired softly, shall we continue this evening? Chapter 81. 3 Women, 1 Stage. Qiao Chang's needle was not in vain. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Qiao Chang pulled up his trousers and pushed Zhu Zhuqing back onto the table. There was no need to wait for nightfall. It was as if night had already fallen. After another hour of tumult, even with Zhu Zhuqing's body having recently undergone significant improvement thanks to Qiao Chang, she found it increasingly challenging to endure. Qiao Chang, please stop. I can't take any more. What do you mean you can't take any more? If I don't administer this needle, you will not break through to level 30, and thus, you will be unable to absorb the spirit ring I have prepared for you. Are you willing to forfeit? Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a conflict of emotions. It was not that she was delicate, but rather that the needle from Qiao Chang felt interminably long. The 2 needles previously used to clear her meridians had nearly brought her to the brink of unconsciousness. However, in pursuit of greater strength to match Qiao Chang's pace, she gritted her teeth and asked, where will the next needle go? To the Xiaoze point. As a spirit cat of the underworld, your most potent attack lies in your claws. By targeting the Xiaoze point, your energy channels will flow more smoothly, invigorating your blood and enhancing your explosive power. All right. I will trust your judgment. Moved by Qiao Chang's words, Zhu Zhuqing consented to the next needle. Qiao Chang infused the silver needle with spiritual energy and pierced it into the Xiaoze point of her little finger. As the needle entered, Zhu Zhuqing's entire body trembled. A chill swept through her as 12 needles quivered in unison on her body, drawing in waves of spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, she exhaled a breath of turbid air, her eyes flickering with a ghostly blue light, and her entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. At that moment, the silver needles flew out, enveloped by Qiao Chang's spiritual energy and drawn into the system space. Congratulations, Zhuqing, you have broken through to level 30. Thank you, Qiao Chang. Zhu Zhuqing leaped into Qiao Chang's embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Shyly, she gazed at him, and Qiao Chang chuckled. Recalling her wildness earlier, he had not expected her to become bashful now. Qiao Chang wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, smiling lightly. It's a bit premature to thank me. First, let us absorb this. Qiao Chang guided Zhu Zhuqing to dress and led her to the back mountain. retrieving the near-death phoenix tail coxcomb snake from the system space, instructing Xiqing to slay the serpent for its ring. Following his command, Zhu Xiqing acquired the soul ring from the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, propelling her spiritual power to level 31. She gained the ability to fly for 2 minutes, significantly enhancing her agility. It's getting late. We should find Xiaowu and the others. They must be waiting anxiously. Zhu Xiqing nodded, utilizing her newly acquired soul skill to swiftly return to the valley where Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong awaited. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was in the midst of her cultivation, while Xiaowu, cradling her delicate face, periodically glanced at the sky and then at the valley entrance, muttering, "Brother, what a terrible villain. Zhu Qing's first time, and he toyed with her for so long, longer than when he s with me. How infuriating." With a pout, Xiaowu's face was painted with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, while cultivating, was distractedly listening to every word Xiaowu uttered. In her heart, she mused, "Just 2 more days, I must monopolize Chao Chang for 10 hours. If he falters, I shall boost his stamina. I cannot allow this little cat, Zhu Xiqing, to win." Zhu Xiqing and Ning Rongrong shared a close friendship, with Zhu Xiqing affectionately calling her little lewd girl, and Ning Rongrong calling her little kitty. Neither felt at a disadvantage. As Ning Rongrong was lost in her thoughts, Xiaowu's grumbling filled the air. Suddenly, 2 bright spots in the sky grew larger. And with Xiaowu's keen senses, she immediately recognized who was coming, leaping with joy. It's them. However, her excitement was short-lived as she adopted a stern expression, determined not to let them off easily. "You think it's that simple to appease me?" Humph. Both women simultaneously huffed in disdain. One turned her head to the left while the other turned to the right, ignoring Chao Chang entirely. Chao Chang, with a thick skin, approached Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. "What's wrong with you two? Have you been waiting long?" Humph. The 2 women coldly snorted, maintaining their silence. Chao Chang forced a sheepish smile. "Just a moment. I was administering some needles to Xiqing, and it took a bit longer than expected. You must have been anxious, right? What kind of needles? Why did it take so long? Over 7 hours?" Xiaowu rolled her eyes. "What kind of needles are those? Are they long and thick needles that penetrate deeply?" Ning Rongrong mocked. At this, Chao Chang understood their intent. They were deliberately trying to provoke him. Rather than feeling anger, he found amusement in their antics. They were needles designed to enhance one's cultivation. "Xiqing, showcase your spiritual power." Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Chao Chang smiled mysteriously, his lips curving into a charming arc. Zhu Xiqing, typically reserved, showed no change in her cool demeanor. Upon hearing Chao Chang's words, she took a step back without hesitation, releasing her martial spirit and soul rings. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes wide. This was too exaggerated. She had been at level 27 just yesterday and had now broken through to level 31. "What did you give her, Chao Chang?" "Chao Chang. What did you do to Xiqing?" Ning Rongrong, filled with excitement, grasped Chao Chang's arm, while Xiaowu linked hers with his. "Yes, what did you do, brother? Did you somehow boost her power so drastically? Why haven't I experienced such an increase?" Xiaowu's tone dripped with envy. Chao Chang chuckled, pinching her delicate nose playfully. "Xiaowu, what are you thinking? Do you believe I am some kind of power bank, where inserting something generates spiritual energy? I merely helped Xiqing clear several critical meridians, which allowed her strength to surge. Furthermore, she absorbed a soul ring that suited her perfectly, leading to her breakthrough to level 31. Ah, brother, you really did give Xiqing needles. But why didn't you give me any? You're biased." Chao Chang offered an awkward smile. "Weren't you afraid of pain?" "Who was afraid of pain? I'm not afraid of that." Xiaowu released Chao Chang's arm, placed her hands on her hips, and puffed out her chest. Ning Rongrong shot a peculiar glance at Xiaowu, her face turning a shade of red with jealousy, while Zhu Xiqing's cool complexion flushed with a hint of pink. Pulling on Xiaowu's sleeve, she whispered softly into her ear. "It was much more painful than that. It wasn't pain. It was Zhu Xiqing." Left the rest unsaid, but those who understood could comprehend. Ning Rongrong could hardly contain herself. With a stomp, she cursed Chao Chang and stormed off in anger. Chapter 82. The Harmonization Technique of Yin and Yang in Destiny. In the outskirts of Sodto City, at a verdant pasture, outside a wooden cabin, Ma Hongjian, Dai Mobai, and Oscar were queuing. Inside, Tang San was busy with his master and Li Zhishi. A few days prior, Li Zhishi had a fortuitous encounter with a man named Zhuge Tsuanfu, who was quite taken with her adept skills. He imparted to her a unique technique he had developed over the years, the harmonization technique of Yin and Yang in Destiny. This technique enhances the cultivation of both parties involved when they engage intimately. Given that Li Zixi possessed the Golden Lotus martial spirit, a rare dual attribute of gold and water, she was particularly well suited for this technique. After learning it, she immediately experimented with Li Simon, and indeed, both of their cultivations advanced. After their first attempt with a soul sage, Li Zixi's rank surged to level 40, and her physical constitution improved significantly. She eagerly shared this news with her beloved brother, Tang Hao, who was overjoyed and gifted her a 10,000-year soul ring as her fourth ring, further enhancing her abilities. She devoted herself to serving Tang Hao for 3 days and nights, and even with Tang Hao's formidable rank of 95, he barely managed to endure. Yet, every sacrifice reaps rewards. Tang Hao also experienced remarkable benefits. Not only did his injuries heal, but his soul power also increased. For a while, they reveled in their newfound pleasures until recently, when Tang Hao's back pain forced him to pause their blissful yet tedious existence. While Tang Hao was exhausted, Li Zixi was far from satisfied. She sought out Li Simon's younger brother, Li Teniu, whom she had long desired. She seduced him, and they engaged in a fervent encounter by the creek in Shuanghu Alley that lasted precisely 48 hours, 53 minutes, and 6 seconds. She remembered every moment vividly, as each second was filled with enjoyment and improvement. Before meeting her master, she successfully broke through to level 48, and her physique reached an extraordinary perfection at this stage. Upon hearing of her extraordinary experiences, her master couldn't help but marvel at her being a true enchantress, a bottomless pit of desires. After experiencing a night with Li Zixi, her master's martial spirit underwent another mutation, transforming from a plump earth dog into a robust earth dragon. Although merely an earth dragon lacking in attack prowess, it instilled within him the courage to rejoin the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When he relayed this development to the family, his father, Yu Yuanjin, was particularly elated, promptly restoring his status within the family and bestowing upon him the honorary title of elder. Thus, he wielded a modicum of power, emboldening him to challenge Cao Chong. He conceived a bold and unconventional idea. Since Li Zixi's martial spirit, physique, and acquired techniques were so exceptional, would multiple practitioners training together yield even greater results? With this thought, he could not contain himself and, risking the chance of being rebuffed by Li Zixi, shared his idea with her. To his surprise, she readily agreed. This was also in alignment with her own thoughts, especially as she yearned to cultivate alongside Tang San, Dai Mubai, and particularly the charming Oscar. Though Ma Hongjun was a bit portly, he was robust. She had no qualms about his appearance, especially since he possessed the Phoenix martial spirit, while Tang San had a wood attribute, and her master had an earth attribute. If they could unite their strengths, combining their elemental attributes with her own gold and water duality, they would surely soar in their cultivation. However, this endeavor could not be rushed. Being overly impulsive might frighten them. It was better to let them savor the sweetness of their progress first. With this in mind, the two began to devise a plan. The master proposed that Li Zixi become their living tutor, allowing her to interact more closely with them and gradually win them over one by one. Li Zixi found this suggestion quite agreeable, as they were not in a hurry. However, today's encounter with Cao Chong had severely bruised their egos. The master boldly suggested that they take turns learning life skills from Li Zixi today, postponing any competitive events until the day after tomorrow. Little did he know how desperately Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others craved strength. Aside from the master, the group tirelessly trained with Li Zixi for 7 consecutive days and nights. Remarkably, on the second day, Li Zixi broke through to level 50, and Tang Hao arrived to assist her in acquiring a 50,000-year soul beast soul ring, taking a brief half-hour break in between. She single-handedly compelled more than half of the Shrekmen to yield to her. While Li Zixi flourished, the others experienced significant advancements as well, particularly Tang San, who, with his twin martial spirits, nearly leveled up each day. Next was Ma Hongjun, followed closely by Oscar, who, blessed with innate full soul power, trained at a pace rivaling Tang San. The only drawback was that his recovery sausages had minimal impact on his own cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, their every action was meticulously orchestrated by one person, the very man who had recently encountered Li Zixi, Zhuge Cuanfu. The reasons behind his machinations remained shrouded in mystery. At Shrek Academy, Chao Chang welcomed the arrival of Yi Xiaochuan and Tian Chuanqiu. They had opted not to join Shrek Academy as it primarily accepted younger talents, and both were beyond the acceptable age. Yi Xiaochuan was 23, while Tian Chuanqiu had reached 17. However, These details were inconsequential to Qiao Chong, whose affable nature and wide circle of acquaintances ensured he was well known in the village surrounding Shrek Academy. With many vacant houses available, he selected 4 suitable rooms to rent. The reason for 4 was that Hu Li would be arriving shortly, and Xiao Chong, along with Xiao Wu and the other women, would require an additional room for their training. They rented from an elderly farmer who had 2 children working in the city and frequently left home, making his house available for rent. Xiao Chang brought Hu Li and Yi Xiaochuan to their new abode, and they immediately took a liking to the place. The courtyard, though small and less than the size of a basketball court, was nestled amid serene waters and lush greenery. A tranquil retreat filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. The house was a charming 2-story wooden structure, featuring a grand locust tree with a swing and a chessboard beneath, where pieces were thoughtfully arranged, an arrangement the old farmer had set up during his leisure time. Xiao Chang, however, discerned that the chessboard held a deeper significance. Chapter 83. The Feast of Carnage is about to begin. The old farmer is undoubtedly a master of the chessboard. However, Xiao Chang finds himself too preoccupied to indulge in such pastimes. With the recent surge in his powers, his inner turmoil has become increasingly difficult to suppress. After ensuring the safety of Yi Xiaochuan and the others, he resolves to seek out Lu Erlong today to inquire about the unfolding events. Once he has settled the 2 individuals, Xiao Chong meticulously prepares some medicinal concoctions tailored to their constitutions. He instructs them to train alongside Xiao Wu and the others tomorrow, advising that they should soak in the medicinal baths for 2 hours after each training session to enhance their physical condition. With that, he hurriedly makes his way toward the Blue Overlord Academy, where Lu Erlong resides. On his journey, he encounters a middle-aged mute woman, who is currently bowing her head before several burly soldiers. Intrigued, Xiao Chong discreetly observes the scene. "Please, let me go." Her words are halting, yet she persists in her pleas. "Who has time to concern themselves with your pathetic troubles? Mark my words. Prepare to collect your daughter's corpse by noon tomorrow." One soldier retorts, menacingly. The most robust of the soldiers, flexing his muscles, raises a fist threateningly at the mute woman. She, unable to hear their taunts, continues to plead with fervor. "Save Xiaomei. I will pay you." From her pocket, she produces 2 gold soul coins, revealing them in her calloused palms. A pang of sorrow strikes Xiao Chong as he recognizes one of the coins. It is the very one he had discreetly placed in her pocket days prior out of pity for her emaciated figure. He had hoped to alleviate her suffering. But to his dismay, she had not spent it and had somehow acquired another, now offering them in a desperate bid to save her daughter. Upon sighting the coins, the soldier's eyes gleam with avarice. The bulliest soldier snatches the coins from her grasp, weighing them in his hand before erupting in laughter. "Ha, brothers. It seems we have the funds for our visit to the brothel today. Who would have thought this mute had such wealth? Hey, does she have any more? Of course not. Look at her. 2 gold coins are likely her limit. Let us show her some mercy." Another soldier chimes in. "Listen, Madam Kai, those 2 coins won't secure your daughter's release. At most, you'll get a chance to say goodbye." The soldier sneers, pocketing the coins. With a wave of his hand, he orders one of his comrades to drag the woman along. Xiao Chang silently follows them. After breaking through to the rank of title Douluo, the Ice Dream Spirit Ring bestowed upon him the ability to become invisible. He can vanish 3 times within the span of an hour, each duration lasting 15 minutes. The soldiers proceed a short distance before reaching a tall iron gate, where 4 guards stand watch. One of the soldiers exchanges words with them, leading to 3 of the guards being replaced. The soldier who had taken the coins now ushers Madame Kai through the gate. Xiao Chong follows closely behind. Inside, Madame Kai is led into a room separated by iron bars. After approximately 10 minutes, a weary-looking woman in prison garb, shackled, and with a haggard expression, approaches the bars. Upon seeing Madame Kai, tears stream down her face as she reaches out to grasp her mother's hand. "Mom. Xiaomei, don't cry. Are you well?" "Mom, I'm fine. You've lost weight. I can tell you've been trying hard to learn to speak." Though Madame Kai cannot hear Xiaomei's words, she discerns their meaning through her daughter's lip movements and manages to communicate with her. "Use the money to get you out." At this moment, Xiao Chong can no longer contain himself. How can these 2 be subjected to such cruelty? A gust of wind rises, and the soldiers are momentarily blinded. The iron bars, forged from thick metal, are effortlessly bent apart by his hand. Xiaomei and Madame Kai are forcibly extracted from their prison. Their speed is astonishing. The guards perceive only a rush of wind as Xiao Chang whisks the 2 away to an open area. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, Xiaomei recounts the harrowing tale of her imprisonment. 3 years prior, she had slain a man who had assaulted her and intended to do the same to her mother. This man, a co-worker of Madame Kai's in a workshop, had harbored ill intentions toward both mother and daughter. After being spurned by Madame Kai, he sought revenge. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike. On a rainy day, he lured Xiaomei under the pretense that her mother was injured, leading her to an abandoned workshop where he assaulted her. Following this, he laughed maniacally at the sight of Madame Kai searching for her daughter, threatening to bring her in to witness his vile acts. In a fit of rage, Xiaomei seized a stone and struck him down as he turned to pursue her mother, thereby incurring a murder charge despite being the victim. Initially, her situation seemed manageable, as Madame Kai visited her periodically. However, matters took a dire turn 3 months ago, when the previous chief judge, Zhenhaoren, died suddenly. A new chief judge arrived, notorious for his greed and cruelty, hosting lavish banquets and exploiting the prisoners for his own gratification. Strong male prisoners and attractive female inmates were regularly taken for debauchery, with those who resisted often facing brutal punishment. Xiaomei, being young and beautiful, fell victim to the chief judge, Li Tingji, who subjected her to unspeakable horrors alongside his brother, Li Badian, for 3 relentless days. The torment escalated, involving more and more men, until her spirit was nearly extinguished. Recently, a new twisted game was devised by Li Tingji, hunting. A group of prisoners would be released into a forest, pursued by wealthy patrons on horseback, where their fates would be left to the whims of their hunters. Xiaomei was among those selected for this gruesome event, and the soldier who had taken Madame Kai's gold coin had ominously advised her to prepare for her daughter's demise. It is because he understands that, in the eyes of those individuals, carnal desires pale in comparison to the thrill of slaughter. Xiaomei and her companions are merely instruments for their base instincts. They are chosen for their novelty and excitement. Yet once that novelty fades, they become nothing more than prey, vulnerable to brutal annihilation. After listening to Xiaomei's narrative, Xiao Chang gained a profound new insight into the nature of evil. Previously, he had regarded himself as a man of questionable morality. Now he realizes just how far removed he is from true malevolence. You relish in the act of killing, do you? You take pleasure in torment, do you? Tomorrow, let me show you what a genuine inferno on earth feels like. After ensuring Xiaomei and Aunt Kai were settled, Xiao Chang did not seek out Lu Erlong to discuss knowledge. Instead, he returned to the soul-hunting forest to meet with Hu Liena and Ada. He entrusted them with several tasks. The following morning dawned bright and breezy, with verdant grass and singing birds. It should have been a season of beauty. Yet, a group of individuals was secretly transported to the chaotic Huahua gang, situated 30 miles from Sodto City, awaiting the Grim Reaper's scythe. Li Tingji sat in an opulent carriage, his corpulent form nearly filling the entire vehicle. As the carriage rattled over the bumpy gravel road, it emitted creaks of unbearable strain. Li Tingji, however, reveled in the experience. For a stunningly beautiful woman, delicate enough to seem as if one could squeeze water from her, nestled beside him, bouncing along while feeding him grapes. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, prompting an irate outburst from Li Tingji. What is going on? Why have we stopped? I demand you move. His voice boomed, nearly a roar, yet no one paid him heed. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, unsettling him. Tentatively, he pushed aside the lovely maiden in his embrace. As he lifted the curtain to discern the situation, a massive fist struck his cheek, causing his face to cave in. Blood gushed forth, startling the woman beside him into a scream. In the next instant, the carriage was forcefully torn apart from the outside, revealing a towering brute, over 2 meters in height, grinning maliciously at them. Quite the health-conscious fellow. Even on the road he has forgotten to slim down. Congratulations, you have been captured. Simultaneously, luxurious carriages arriving from various directions towards Sodto City encountered similar scenes. They were forcibly taken to a foreboding valley where the chilling sounds of beasts echoed ominously. Xiao Chang stood atop a rise, surveying the scene below, and commanded Hu Li beside him, "Inform Ada and the others, the slaughter is about to commence." Yes. Hu Li bowed and departed. A feast of carnage was imminent. Chapter 84. The kind-hearted Xiao Chang. The prisoners who had been humiliated by them now took up bows and arrows, swords and knives, launching an attack against this group of creatures whose humanity was in question. Blood flowed like rivers, and wails echoed in the air, yet no one felt pity, for they all deserved their fates. The following afternoon, in the Heavenly Empire, Tiando City, Xiao Chang, having engaged in a second discussion of knowledge with Lu Erlong, strolled joyfully down the bustling streets with his hands behind his back. The streets were lively, filled with vendors selling buns and young women clad in black stockings and alluring maid outfits, who had already begun their promenade. Upon spotting Xiao Chang, They greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hello, young Master Qiao." Xiao Chang courteously replied, "Greetings to you all." His demeanor was humble, polite, and refined, entirely unlike that of a villain. Frequently traversing Sodto City, Xiao Chang was not only handsome but also possessed two remarkable talents. He was generous in his actions and held a passion for chivalry, rescuing damsels from perilous situations. Thus, his reputation naturally spread throughout Sodto City, even reaching the ears of toddlers. "Mommy, isn't that the kind-hearted big brother who helped us yesterday?" A little girl, around 3 or 4 years old with adorable pigtails, exclaimed, showing her charming little teeth as she pointed at Xiao Chang. A stunning woman in her mid-20s, despite her modest gray attire, radiated beauty. She lifted her autumn-like eyes towards the tall, handsome figure of Xiao Chang, a blush gracing her cheeks. Her name was Qian, a widow who, 5 years prior, opened a noodle shop in Sodto City with her husband. Business was thriving until misfortune struck. 3 years ago, after giving birth to Qiaobao, her husband, Tang San encountered a man named Nakamura Ichiro, who died without paying and harassed her. Following a verbal altercation, he brutally murdered her husband. Her life plunged into darkness, and the subsequent years were filled with hardship. Nakamura Ichiro was the sole heir of Nakamura Madai, a prominent figure in Sodto City, who doted on his son. Upon learning of his son's crime, he managed to manipulate local authorities, absolving Nakamura Ichiro of any legal repercussions. Instead, Qian was falsely accused of seducing him and of her late husband's coercive actions. Considering she had a child to raise, and that Tang San was deceased, they showed leniency, ordering her to close her shop and pay 100 gold soul coins to Nakamura Ichiro as compensation. To a family, this amount was a staggering sum, one she could never afford. This became a means for Nakamura Ichiro to exert control over her. For the past 3 years, under the guise of repayment, he had repeatedly assaulted her, sometimes even bringing friends to partake in the violation. Her existence had become a living nightmare. If not for Qiaobao, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. However, the days of suffering would eventually pass. Justice, though delayed, would eventually arrive. Just yesterday, Nakamura Ichiro returned with a few accomplices, intent on committing further atrocities, forcing her daughter to witness their wickedness. Desperate to shield her child from such horrors, she pleaded for mercy, but her cries fell on deaf ears, and they overpowered her, ready to desecrate her. "Please, don't do this. Qiaobao is still so young. You cannot do this in front of her." Yet her words only fueled their depraved desires. They retrieved a whip, striking her while taunting Qiaobao, who was desperately calling for her mother. "Qiaobao, your mommy is sick. The uncles are doctors who need to give her an injection. Watch closely when you grow up. You must learn to save others, understand?" Nakamura Ichiro's cruel, bloodthirsty smile sent shivers down Qiaobao's spine. She had heard tales of ghosts and demons, but this man was far more terrifying. Frightened, she cried out, "Mommy, mommy," hoping for the divine intervention her mother spoke of to rescue her. Perhaps it was her heartfelt pleas or a genuine divine response that summoned a savior, just as Qian was on the brink of being stripped bare. And Nakamura Ichiro and his beast were eagerly unbuckling their belts. The door was forcefully kicked open. A handsome young man strode in, a smile gracing his face. Yet his actions were merciless. He snatched Qiaobao from the grips of the two brutish men, covering her eyes and draping a blanket over Qian. In the furious gaze of Nakamura Ichiro, he crushed the heads of his accomplices as if they were watermelons. When it was Nakamura Ichiro's turn, fear rendered him trembling. His initial rage morphed into terror. Desperately, he pleaded for his life, offering to share his family's wealth, claiming his father was a nobleman and that he could provide Xiao Chang with riches and high status if only he would spare him. But Xiao Chang's response was simply, "I am not a murderer. I do not kill indiscriminately." Nakamura Ichiro, relieved for a moment, soon felt a searing pain at the top of his head, as if his very soul were fracturing. With his dying gaze fixed on Xiao Chang, who did not spare him a second glance, he uttered, "You are not human," and departed with Qiaobao. When Xiao Chang rescued her, Qian was nearly naked, hence her blush upon seeing him. As Xiao Chang continued his walk, he spotted two familiar figures. They were indeed the same individuals he had encountered just the previous day. After rescuing Qian and hearing her story, he had sought justice against Nakamura Madai, uncovering his corruption and heinous crimes, leading to the execution of the man. Xiao Chang's high-profile actions had garnered him immense notoriety, and his name spread like wildfire throughout Sodto City overnight. "Sister Qiaobao, greetings to you." "Big brother," Qiaobao exclaimed, breaking free from her mother-esque grasp and sprinting towards Qiao Chang. Young Master Qiao. Xiao Tianingzi, like a bashful maiden, lowered her head and softly called out. Qiao Chang lifted Qiao Bao into his arms, his smile radiant as he approached Xiao Tianingzi. Sisteringzi. It seems we are destined to meet again. Chapter 85. Akita Sakura. I will serve you below. Akita Sakura softly replied, still hesitant to meet Qiao Chang's gaze. Finally, summoning an unexpected courage, she inquired, Young Master Qiao, have you dined yet? Qiao Chang shook his head, not yet. Then allow me to serve you below? Akita Sakura, lacking in talents aside from her striking beauty, was known for her delectable offerings. Certainly, Qiao Chang readily agreed, recognizing that Akita Sakura wished to express her gratitude and that this was her opportunity. Previously, she had run a noodle shop, known for its exquisite dishes. As he had a fondness for noodles, he accepted her proposal with enthusiasm. Akita Sakura was taken aback by Qiao Chang's prompt agreement, her surprise quickly transforming into immense joy. Come with me now, and I shall prepare noodles for you at home. Fearing that Qiao Chang might change his mind or recall some pressing matter, Akita Sakura appeared quite anxious. Without delay, she turned to head home, her fists clenched, her face illuminated with an unprecedented mix of excitement and nerves. The past few years had been arduous for her. Never had she experienced a day as blissful as this. Qiao Chang not only offered her hope but also accepted her without disdain, igniting a flicker of light in her otherwise bleak existence. From this point forward, she asked for nothing more than the chance to encounter Qiao Chang again, to serve him a bowl of noodles. Then she would have no regrets. Observing Akita Sakura's eager strides, Qiao Chang understood her feelings and casually picked up a candied hawthorn skewer, bestowing a gold coin upon the vendor. The vendor beamed with joy, expressing endless gratitude. Qiao Chang gestured, handing the skewer to Qiao Bao. Here, take it and enjoy. In the future, if I have time, I shall often visit you. Let me know what you like to eat. Thank you, big brother. Qiao Bao quickly planted a kiss on Qiao Chang's cheek, though she hesitated to accept the skewer. Akita Sakura halted, glancing back at Qiao Chang, tears welling in her eyes. Young Master Qiao, you are truly wonderful. Qiao Bao, quickly thanking Master Qiao. Remember to repay him when you grow up. Qiao Bao nodded vigorously. No need. It is merely a skewer of candied hawthorn. It is insignificant to me. Qiao Chang chuckled, forcing the skewer into Qiao Bao's hands and urging her to eat, promising a magic trick after she finished. Akita Sakura silently committed Qiao Chang's kindness to memory, contemplating how she might repay him in the future. Upon reaching Akita Sakura's residence, she had tidied her room meticulously, even replacing the bedding with fresh linens. Although patched, everything appeared tidy, and the soup noodles spilled on the floor the previous day had been cleaned thoroughly. The floor showed signs of diligent scrubbing. It was evident that Akita Sakura had worked late into the night after returning home. Young Master Qiao, my home is rather humble. Please make yourself comfortable. As she invited Qiao Chang to sit, Akita Sakura tied on an apron and busied herself fetching water, washing vegetables, kindling a fire, and kneading dough. Meanwhile, Qiao Chang found a stool bound with hemp rope and, at a table that had been repaired with uneven surfaces, began performing magic tricks for Qiao Bao. Qiao Bao watched with delight, her laughter ringing like silver bells, her expressions of astonishment filling the air. Akita Sakura too was filled with happiness. Glancing at Qiao Chang and Qiao Bao as she kneaded dough, her heart sweetened as if drizzled with honey. How wonderful it would be if this moment could be suspended in time. The noodles, though not of the finest quality, were imbued with a unique flavor that reminded Qiao Chang of the noodles prepared by a sister who once saved him in his past life. Could it be mere coincidence? In his previous life, Qiao Chang was an orphan, growing up in an orphanage. Due to malnutrition, he was small and often bullied. No one esteemed him until a woman entered his life, bringing light to his existence. Her name also bore the character for autumn, Yi Qiu, a name that might sound masculine yet belonged to a sweet and serene girl. She favored white dresses, with long hair often styled casually with a wooden hairpin. Before he left the orphanage, she visited him weekly, bringing treats and cooking for him. One day, she vanished without a trace. He searched frantically for her, but to no avail. Rumors claimed she had perished in a foreign land, living a prosperous life. He refused to believe it, yet he never saw her again, leaving him with a lifelong regret. Sister, may I call you sister from now on? Tears welled in Qiao Chang's eyes as he gazed at Akita Sakura. Akita Sakura was momentarily stunned. Her chest rose and fell slightly, a lump in her throat rendering her speechless. Biting her lip, she nodded firmly. The two shared their bowls of noodles, nearly in tears, as Qiao Bao quietly enjoyed her own small bowl, occasionally glancing at Qiao Chang. seemingly wishing to remember this brother forever. When it came time to part ways with Akita Sakura, Xiao Chang invited her to move in with him, but she declined. She was a strong woman, and Xiao Chang had already assisted her greatly. She did not wish to burden him further. Xiao Chang recognized her stubbornness. He had already redeemed her noodle shop, and soon the contract would be in her hands. He need not worry about her future livelihood. He simply wished to visit her whenever possible. At the city gates of Tiando, after parting with Akita Sakura, Xiao Chang made his way there. The hour was nearing curfew, and pedestrians hurried along, yet one individual stood out, exuding calmness. This person, arms crossed over an iron halberd, possessed a robust physique. With a rugged beard and a commanding presence, dressed in red and black, and clad in boots, clearly a figure of strength. Upon spotting Xiao Chang, he broke into a hearty smile, rushing over to kneel before him, one hand clasped in a fist. Li Dian, at your service, young master. Li Dian? Bibi Dong's former personal guard. What brings you here? Li Dian, why are you here? Weren't you stationed at the borders? Ah, I returned after sustaining some injuries. Were they severe? Do you need me to take a look? Just some old wounds, accumulated over the years, that cannot be healed now. That may not be true. If you find yourself with nothing to do, accompany me. I will find a way to treat your injuries. Really? Li Dian gazed at Xiao Chang in disbelief. Xiao Chang nodded earnestly, then smiled and asked, Li Dian, how did you recognize me? Chapter 86, The Unruly Revelry at the Tavern, my dear sir. Though your visage has transformed, your essence remains unchanged. You still possess a penchant for beauty, a remarkable intellect, and a smile that is both cunning and bewitching. Who else could you possibly be but our esteemed master? Xiao Chang patted Li Dian's shoulder, suggesting they find a place to converse further. Since fate had brought them together, Xiao Chang had no intention of leaving the city. Conveniently, there was a tavern nearby named the Tavern of the Unruly Sister, whose rather unremarkable name belied its thriving business. The proprietress of this establishment was a remarkable woman, strikingly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure unafraid of revealing attire, and possessing legs that seemed to captivate with every step. Moreover, this proprietress was exceptionally generous, a warm-hearted sister, embodying charm and grace. She was none other than Tai Meinyang. As Xiao Chang led Li Dian into the tavern, the rich aroma of alcohol mingled with the fragrance of jasmine wafted towards them. Dian Wei, inhaling the scent, felt a surge of excitement and could not help but exclaim, when wine is at hand, how fleeting is life. Xiao Chang chuckled, patting his shoulder. You remember this verse? Indeed, it was a poem favored by their lord. And Dian Wei had etched it into his heart. The two exchanged knowing smiles as Xiao Chang draped an arm around Li Dian's shoulders and entered the tavern. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a stunning woman clad in a black silk gown, her raven hair cascading over her chest, revealing a tantalizingly bare back. Her lips were crimson, her teeth pearly white, and her natural beauty required no embellishment. Her graceful form moved with the elegance of willow branches in the breeze. The moment Xiao Chang stepped inside, she noticed him, hastily dismissing her attendant with a wave, striding over with an undeniable allure. Oh, is that not young Master Qiao? A rare guest indeed. Madam Proprietress, it has been far too long. You remain as enchanting as ever. Xiao Chang greeted her with a smile. Hiki. Tai Meinyang giggled, drawing close to whisper sweetly in his ear. Your words are particularly sweet today, Master Qiao, as if dipped in honey. Just moments ago, I thought you might be teasing me. Xiao Chang pulled her slender waist closer, their bodies almost touching. She offered no resistance, her delicate fingers gliding over his smooth cheek. Ah, but with friends present, are you truly considering indulging in me right now? Why not? Xiao Chang feigned a kiss, but Tai Meinyang playfully evaded him. Retreating a few steps. How mischievous, Master Qiao. The sun has yet to set, and I am still conducting business. It would be quite improper to be seen. A chorus of playful jeers erupted from the onlookers. Do not incite a ruckus. Tai Meinyang cast a sultry glance around, playfully rolling her eyes at the crowd. Laughter ensued, their merriment echoing through the tavern. With a playful tug on Xiao Chang's arm, she declared, Come, Master Qiao. Let us ascend to the upper floor and ignore these ruffians. I shall treat you to a delightful meal, leaving them envious. The group of men, far from offended by being called ruffians, continued their banter. One particularly lean youth in a gray robe stood up, one foot on a bench, whistling loudly, Sister, I too wish to dine upstairs. Will you cater to me? As Tai Meinyang ascended the staircase, she glanced back at the youth, teasing, San. You are still too young. I could devour you in a single bite. Best wait until you've matured. After her quip, she turned away, linking her arm with Xiao Chang as they continued upward. San, unfazed by the jibes, called after her, "Sister Tai, I am no longer a child. I am 20. Is that not enough? Cut it out." Before Tai Mei-nyang could respond, the crowd erupted in laughter once more. A rather unremarkable youth sporting a pair of whiskers turned to Su San. "Come now, Su San, spare us the embarrassment. Tai's sister would never even glance your way. You couldn't possibly compare to me," Su San retorted, his ire rising. Whiskers, raising a pinky finger in jest, quipped, "You know you can't compete. Why not just accept your fate?" Su San, angered, pointed at Whiskers. "If you doubt my prowess, let us settle this with a contest. Loser will endure the consequences." Whiskers' face flushed with indignation, his fists clenched, but he ultimately huffed and departed, drawing laughter from the crowd. Su San, with a huff of his own, resumed his seat, joining his companions in their revelry. Not far from the tavern, in a dim corner, Whiskers pressed a shapely cat girl against the wall, his anger palpable. "Tell me, cat sister, are you happy with me?" The cat girl responded haltingly. "Must you ask?" "Of course. I am, delighted." Yet inwardly she lamented her circumstances. Had she not been so compatible with him in their contests, she would have long since parted ways. Encouraged by her response, Whiskers poured his all into their encounter. And after a brief spell, he adjusted his attire, glancing at her in a daze. "I am rather fatigued today. Next time, I promise to leave you satisfied. We have a match against the Shrek Academy tomorrow. Best you return to rest." "Zhang San, you scoundrel. If this continues, I shall no longer acknowledge you." "How many times must this happen? Do not be vexed. You know the pressure from the Shrek Academy students weighs heavily upon us. I assure you, next time." With gentle caresses, Whiskers sought to soothe her, and after some coaxing, she finally sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall trust you once more. Should we triumph in the coming match, I demand an hour, no, 2 hours, at the Rose Hotel. A single minute less, and we are through. Have you heard of Shui Bingo? Perhaps her name is unfamiliar to you, but I must express that she is among the most beautiful women I have ever encountered. Young and radiant, with a purity that captivates. Her brows arch like distant mountains, her eyes bright and lively, adorned with long lashes that seem to convey unspoken words. She favors wearing light beige garments emblazoned with letters. Alas, my only regret is that I have yet to hear her voice. Your words are quite unbelievable, Snow Avalanche. It feels as though you are weaving a dream." Chapter 87. Shui Bing are in the room where Chao Chang and Li Dian were indulging in wine and meat. The voices of two men conversing could be faintly heard from the adjacent room. Their tones were neither too loud nor too soft. Perfectly audible to Chao Chang and Li Dian. Li Dian seized a large braised pig's trotter and bit into it with vigor, savoring the taste. "Master, did you hear that? They seem to be discussing a stunning woman next door. Have you heard of her?" "The woman they speak of is someone I know, Shui Binger, the younger daughter of General Shui Yuan. She is indeed quite beautiful. Does the young master have a portrait of this lady? Just hearing about her makes me eager to catch a glimpse." "Alas, I do not. But if you wish to see her, after we finish eating, I shall take you to her. She often visits Orchid Alley on San Gui Street during the full moon for the Lantern Festival. It is quite lively there." "Splendid. I shall hasten my meal, and once I am done, we shall go. Although I have encountered many beautiful women since my arrival, none have possessed such purity. Today, I shall accompany the young master to appreciate her beauty." In the military camp, Li Dian seldom encountered such breathtaking women, and the thought of seeing one ignited his enthusiasm. "Very well, let's make it happen. After many years apart, we must indulge ourselves." The two raised their bowls and took hearty gulps, followed by a handful of peanuts which they chewed contentedly. After finishing the peanuts, they tore into a leg of lamb, relishing their feast. Meanwhile, Xuebang and several of his acquaintances shared the same sentiment as Chao Chang and Li Dian. They too could overhear the conversation taking place next door. Now it was a race to see who could finish their meal first to intercept Shui Bing. Earlier, they had noticed numerous attendants delivering dishes to the adjacent private room. Assuming there were as many people as in their own party, they were surprised to discover it was just two individuals conversing. One of them consistently referred to the other as young master, which struck them as quite awkward. However, Xuebang was not one to provoke trouble unnecessarily, as doing so would compromise his dignity. Though he enjoyed revelry, he preferred to avoid conflict unless someone attempted to steal a woman from him. As fortune would have it, when both parties had finished their meals and opened the door, they encountered each other face to face. Li Dian, standing at an impressive height of 188 meters, was particularly noticeable. He flashed a broad smile at Xuebang, raising his thick brows as a gesture of greeting. Chao Chang also acknowledged Xuebang with a slight raise of his brow, conveying a sense of approval, and patted his shoulder before heading downstairs. Once they had departed, One of the young masters approached Shui Bong with curiosity. Shui Xiao, do you know Xiao Xiao? Of course I know him. He is quite familiar with my elder brother. This much you should already know. Indeed, indeed. So are we still heading to Orchid Alley? Certainly. While Chao Chong is acquainted with my brother, I have no fear of him. After all, I am a prince of the Tian-Do Empire. Yes, yes. Prince Xuebing is formidable. Someone chimed in. Though inwardly they scoffed, recognizing that despite his royal status, he wielded little actual power and possessed only mediocre talent in cultivation. It was not their intent to include him in their activities. Associating with him could lead to offending the Grand Prince, which would be unwise. Orchid Alley on San Gui Street was celebrated for its ancient osmanthus trees, each over 1,000 years old, drawing many visitors. The alley itself, though less than a kilometer long and no wider than 10 meters, was bustling with vendors offering a plethora of food and drink. Upon arriving, Li Dian's face lit up with delight. Master, this place is truly wonderful. So much delicious food. Li Dian swallowed hard, tempted by the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. It certainly is. Boss, bring me 20 skewers of grilled kidneys and 50 skewers of lamb. Chao Chong paid no mind to whether they had recently eaten. As long as Li Dian was present, he could indulge freely. Li Dian possessed immense strength, dealing substantial damage to the troops, his appetite nearly insatiable. Earlier at the inn, they had consumed an entire cow, a sheep, a pig, 3 roasted ducks, 5 roasted chickens, and numerous jars of fine wine. Yet, Chao Cheng knew Li Dian was far from satisfied. He had hastily concluded their previous meal to seize the opportunity to behold the beauty of Li Ruoxue. Otherwise, he could easily consume another cow. Upon receiving a substantial order, the barbecue vendor beamed with delight and promptly began grilling. Given the volume of food requested, it required some time, so Chao Chong and Jian Wei settled at a table. Not long after they sat down, a group of young masters approached from a distance. Upon noticing Chao Cheng and Jian Wei, they halted. What should we do, Shui Xiao? Inquired a frail man named Zhao Qu standing beside Xuebong. Proceed. This path is not owned by his family. Despite his apprehension, Xuebong took a step forward. As he passed by Chao Cheng, he noticed him engaged in cheerful conversation with Li Dian, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He had no intention of greeting Chao Cheng and deliberately ignored him, walking cautiously ahead. However, just as he had moved a short distance, he suddenly heard Chao Chong let out a sneeze. Startled, he halted in his tracks, and the group behind him froze in place, too terrified to move. Chao Chong rubbed his nose, commenting, "This chili spice is quite pungent." The group collectively exhaled, preparing to quietly continue on their way when Chao Chang spoke again. "Enjoying yourselves is fine, but do not harbor any other intentions, otherwise, heh." Chao Chang spoke casually, not even turning to face them. As he casually grabbed a skewer and took a bite. Although it seemed like a casual remark, Xuebong felt it was directed at him. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Xuebong, being a prince, felt the sting of being threatened, despite not wishing to offend Chao Chong. Gritting his teeth, he slowly turned to face Chao Chong. "Chao Chong, do not push your luck. I am giving you face for the sake of my elder brother. Do not take it for granted." "Oh?" Chao Chong turned to face him as Li Dian stood up, towering like a small mountain at 188 meters. His fierce gaze bore down on Xuebong as he stepped closer, effortlessly lifting him. "You seem to be threatening the young master just now. I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival should I strike you." The pressure Li Jian exerted on Xuebong was immense. Facing him, he found no chance for resistance. The soul power within him seemed to cower before this man, leaving him unable to summon even a fraction of it. Seeing the ferocity in Li Dian's eyes, Xuebong trembled in fear, glancing at Dian Wei in trepidation. "Why, yes, my apologies," he stammered, addressing the young master. Chapter 88. Winning the favor of Shui Binger. Apologies. The avalanche has left behind tears of humiliation. He is weary, truly exhausted. Each day, he feigns incompetence merely to survive. Despite his innocence, he is tormented by an ordinary person simply because he is a prince. Who can comprehend such grievances? Family. Enough, Li Jian, spare him. We came merely to admire beauty. There is no need to trouble a prince. Chao Chong rose, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and approached Xuepeng. "Prince Xuepeng, I do not intend to make things difficult for you. You are aware that Shui Bingou is the woman I have set my sights on. I despise others vying for her affection. So, you understand, don't you?" Xuepeng felt a profound sense of injustice. Yet, the fierce gaze of Li Dian rendered him powerless to resist. "I understand," he mumbled, lowering his head and retreating. Xiao Chang and Li Dian resumed their meal, while onlookers cast glances their way, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Li Dian exuded an intimidating aura, dissuading any from provoking him. "Young master, you have changed," Li Dian observed as he savored the grilled meat, scrutinizing Xiao Chang. "Oh, in what way have I changed?" Xiao Chang set down a skewer, wiping his mouth. Intrigued by the question, "It is difficult to articulate. There is simply a sense of transformation. The old you." Li Dian faltered, unsure how to express his thoughts. Was it deceitful he meant to convey? Fearing to offend Xiao Chang, he hesitated, yet could find no suitable words. "You mean to say that the old me was quite cunning, do you not?" "Fear not. I am not one to take offense. I am not a virtuous man. Whether cunning or politically astute, such perceptions are merely societal views of me. Xiao Chang, I only wish to protect those dear to me. That Xue Binger is a fine person. I do not wish her to be ensnared in turmoil. Look, there she is." Xiao Chang gestured towards a distant palanquin. From it emerged a woman clad in a resplendent red gown, an ethereal beauty beyond compare. Indeed, as Xue Peng had described, she captivated all at first glance. Her innocence enchanting. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with numerous small braids, half cascading before her and half behind. On her feet were delicate pink shoes embroidered with blue butterflies, her movements akin to willow branches swaying in the breeze, a sight to behold. Her eyes sparkled with purity and brightness, her smile sweet and charming, evoking a desire to cherish her. Li Dian was entranced. How could such a breathtaking woman exist in this world? Upon seeing her, he felt a sense of fulfillment, as if he could depart this life without regret. Amidst the throngs of infatuated gazes, Xue Binger paid no heed, her attention naturally gravitating towards Xiao Chang. Throughout, he scarcely glanced her way, engrossed in pouring himself wine. It seemed he was not swayed by her unparalleled beauty. This piqued her curiosity. She approached him gracefully, her voice as melodious as a lark. "Excuse me, sir? Have we met somewhere before?" Xiao Chang shook his head, responding with resolve, no. Could he reveal that he had encountered her in a dream, where she had fervently sought his attention? "How peculiar. I feel as though I have seen you before." "You must be mistaken." Xiao Chang preferred not to engage deeply with her, for each word exchanged brought forth memories of her alluring demeanor in his dreams. A pure-hearted woman is not frightful. Rather, it is her dual nature that poses a threat, innocent in public, yet beguiling in private. Moreover, the Xue Binger of his dreams was not merely alluring in form, but also bold in her speech. "What can I do for you, dear brother? Would you like me to squeeze your toothpaste?" Such gentleness and charm are irresistible. Seeing Xiao Chang's reluctance to converse, Xue Binger chose not to press further. She offered him a slight bow. "Forgive me, sir. I mistook you for someone else." She turned to brush past him when suddenly, a gruff voice rang out. "Stop." A towering figure, robust and imposing, strode forward, brandishing a long spear with an air of arrogance. Xue Binger turned, perplexed. "Sir, are you addressing me?" "Of course. Who else would I be speaking to? Why do you call for me?" "I want you to stay and keep me company." "Impudent." The guards surrounding Xue Binger stepped forward. Exuding their soul power, 2 soul kings and 2 soul emperors, formidable in strength. Yet, the burly man merely chuckled, releasing his own soul power. The rings beneath his feet glowed, yellow, purple, black, 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 revealing him to be a soul saint of over level 70. Alas, this beautiful woman was in grave danger. Indeed, indeed. What a pity. Whispers of regret circulated among the crowd. The guards' expressions shifted in alarm. A middle-aged man, around 40, discreetly conveyed to Xue Binger, "Miss, we cannot contend with this man. We will hold him off. You must flee." "No, Uncle Chu. If I leave, he will not spare you. Let me stay and face him with you." "Very well. Should you wish to remain, do so. However, if a fight ensues, you must be the first to escape. He alone may not be able to subdue all 4 of us." Uncle Chu, I shall heed your advice and first inquire about his intentions." "Yes." Junior, Junantian, pays his respects to the elder. "May I inquire your name?" The man referred to as Uncle Chu, Nantian, clasped his hands in greeting. "Shall I reveal my identity?" "Very well. I am the foremost warrior of the Balak Kingdom, Xiajie." Xiajie arrogantly declared to Nantian, turning his back with an air of superiority, leaving the onlookers with a flamboyant view. Only Xiao Chang and Li Dian understood the significance of this gesture. It was Xiajie's silent signal to Xiao Chang. At this moment, it was time for Xiao Chang to make his entrance. Xiao Chang felt exasperated, unsure whether to commend Xiaojie or chastise him. Repeating the same tactic can grow tiresome, and he had never expressed a particular interest in Shui Binger. At most, he had dreamt of her, where her cherry lips had challenged him, leaving him breathless, drenched in sweat. However, the atmosphere had escalated to a point where if he did not act, he would squander Xiaojie's kindness. With this in mind, Qiao Chang stepped forward. Esteemed soul saint, I am Qiao Chang, having met Miss Shui Binger once. Might I beseech you to spare her? What did you say? Spare her? What is your relationship with her? Why should I grant you this favor? Unless she acknowledges you as her man, I do not take kindly to coveting another's spouse. Suddenly turning to face the crowd, Xiaojie bellowed at Qiao Chang. Do not be so arrogant. I shall show you what I can do. Before Qiao Chang could respond, Li Dian, ever in sync with Xiaojie, leaped forth, raising his spear to strike at Xiaojie. Chapter 89. A kiss seals their fate. Li Dian clashed with Xiaojie in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows, but ultimately succumbed, spitting blood as he staggered to Qiao Chang's side. My lord, I am incompetent. I am no match for this man. I will hold him off, please. You must flee. No, I will not leave. I cannot abandon Miss Shui until she is safe. Shui Binger, moved by his words, bit her red lip as she gazed at Qiao Chang. Young Master Qiao, the person he seeks is me. You need not risk your life for my sake. Binger, do not speak. There is something I have harbored in my heart for a long time. If I am to perish today, I wish to confess it before I go. What is it? Shui Bingo asked, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over her. She felt she could anticipate his words, a mix of anticipation and anxiety coursing through her. In truth, I have long cherished you. I have never had the courage to confess, and if I must abandon you to flee, I would rather die. It felt as though her heart had been pierced, and she faltered, nearly falling. Thankfully, Qiao Chang was quick to catch her, and she spun into his embrace. Having been a model girl all her life, she had never heard such a confession. Despite having met Qiao Chang only once, her impression of him was not unfavorable. Otherwise, she would not have approached him to greet him. To her astonishment, this man had harbored feelings for her, and at this critical moment, he was willing to face death alongside her. What merit did she possess to be loved by such a man? Her gaze towards Qiao Chang softened, filled with affection. Finally, biting her lip, she made a resolute decision. Qiao Chang, I will not let you die. Senior, if I acknowledge that I am his woman, will you let us go? Yes, but do not think to fool me. If you dare to deceive me, even if I do not kill you now, I will annihilate your entire clan later. Suddenly, Qiao Chang let out a soft hum, feeling the warmth of tender lips enveloping his. Shui Bingo had taken the initiative to plant a kiss on him. Is this enough to convince you, senior? Very well. Xiaojie clapped his hands in delight. I believe you. I wish you both a happy union. With that, he vanished into thin air. As Xiaojie disappeared, Shui Bingo sighed in relief, only to feel her legs give way, collapsing into Qiao Chang's arms. Binger, are you all right? He feigned concern. He had intended to slip away, but her next words moved him deeply. I am fine. Were you serious about what you just said? What words? Qiao Chang feigned ignorance. About you liking me. Qiao Chang found himself in turmoil. Shui Binger straightened up. I know you were teasing me, but I am sincere. If one day we truly face danger, I hope the one who dies first will be me. Qiao Chang felt as though his heart had been pierced by a sharp blade. He instinctively grasped Shui Binger's hand. What I said was true. If peril befalls us, I will not allow you to die. They shall have to step over my corpse first. Tears welled in Shui Binger's eyes. Applause erupted from those around them, including Shueping, who acknowledged that had he been in such a situation, he would not have had the courage to step forward. Shui Binger was no fool. Even if Qiao Chang had just claimed he did not like her, she would still be grateful for his willingness to stand up for her in the face of death. How could she not be drawn to a man who seemed so compatible with her? As the dust settled, Qiao Chang and Shui Binger found a quiet spot, leaning against each other as they shared stories of their experiences. Through their time together, Qiao Chang discovered that Shui Binger was truly a talented woman. She had been reading and writing since the age of 3, composing poetry by 7, and was proficient in all forms of arts, including music and dance. She was everything a man could ever dream of. Her only flaw was that her family was overly strict, forbidding her from associating with unfamiliar men, believing it would tarnish her reputation. Hence, she had maintained a respectful distance from many boys. Today's kiss was perhaps the most reckless act she had ever committed. Though this incident would surely spread, and she would face her family's wrath, she did not care. She had found a man worthy of entrusting her life to. Sweet moments are often fleeting. As Qiao Chang and Li Ruoxue chatted under the bright full moon, it was already deep into the night. Reluctantly, Shui Binger requested that Xiao Chang escort her home, which he did not refuse. He had tasks to complete the following day, and they had shared enough for one evening. They needed to allow each other space to adapt. Gradual progress was the key to a lasting relationship. After bidding Shui Binger farewell, Li Dian and Xia Jie quietly approached Xiao Chang. "My lord, how did I perform this time?" Xia Jie asked, a charming smile gracing his mature face. "Don't even mention it. I nearly lost my footing. You jumped in without grasping the situation. It almost fell apart. However, fate intervened, allowing me to meet such a wonderful girl. I owe you a debt of gratitude." "Thank you, my lord." Xia Jie clasped his hands in salute. "You and Li Dian have just arrived in this city. You must have little in the way of funds. Take this and split it with Li Dian. Enjoy a couple of days in the martial Soul City. After 2 days, once my affairs are settled, I shall introduce you to someone." Xiao Chang retrieved a bag of gold soul coins and handed it to Xia Jie. Upon opening it, Xia Jie's eyes widened at the sight of the bag brimming with shimmering gold soul coins, numbering in the thousands. The coins sparkled brilliantly, casting a dazzling glow even in the night, overwhelming the senses. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." Xia Jie and Li Jian bowed in unison. "There's no need for that. Go and enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again in 2 days. Do you not require our escort?" "Not necessary." Xiao Chang shook his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night. Watching Xiao Chang's retreating figure, Xia Jie couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect my lord to be so powerful. His cultivation speed rivals ours. Indeed, he must have reached the Soul Saint level by now. It won't be long before he surpasses us." "No, brother Xia, you are mistaken. I believe my lord may have already outstripped us." "What?" Xia Jie exclaimed in surprise. "Men's instincts." Li Dian replied, somewhat exasperated. "So you're merely guessing?" To drink. Our lord is generous. As long as he needs us, we shall not hesitate to venture into danger. Into danger, we shall not hesitate." The two exchanged knowing smiles, linking arms as they made their way to a tavern. Chapter 90. A private conversation among 3 young maidens. In the city of Sodto, at Shrek Academy, 3 young girls sat in a row on the rooftop of a house, gazing up at the sky. These maidens, youthful and ethereal, possessed breathtaking beauty. The girl on the far left, clad in a black leather jacket, exuded an air of gravity, her delicate oval face appearing somewhat cold. The one in the middle wore a light blue nightgown, her face similarly shaped but softened by gentle features. Her large eyes sparkled like sapphires. At that moment, she hugged her knees, resting her chin atop them as she gazed towards the village entrance. The third girl, sitting to the right of the other two, sported a long scorpion braid and was the most alluring of the trio. Her exceptionally large eyes, when she smiled, radiated sweetness and charm, her smooth, delicate cheeks shimmering under the moonlight, resembling a brilliant jade plate. The 3 remained silent, lost in contemplation of the distance. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong lifted her head to gaze at the sky. "Xiaowu, Zhuqing. It's past midnight. That scoundrel Xiao Chang should not be returning tonight. Shall we head back to sleep?" "I can't sleep." Xiaowu sighed softly. "Neither can I." Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. "Well then, I'm not tired either. Let us wait a bit longer." The 3 fell into silence once more. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly stood up and walked silently to the left. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, realizing that Xu Qing had decided not to wait for Xiao Chang any longer. Though reluctant, they too resolved to return to their room. Lacking Zhu Qing's agility, they hopped onto a nearby lower roof before entering the hallway through the front door. Being nighttime, and not wishing to disturb others' rest with their soul power, the 3 chose to enter the room in the most unobtrusive manner possible. Once inside, Ning Rongrong, unable to sleep, snuggled under the blanket with Xiaowu on the same bed. She leaned close to Xiaowu's ear and curiously asked, "Xiaowu, what does it feel like to be alone with Xiao Chang?" "What do you mean?" Xiaowu replied. "It feels nice, quite comfortable." "You've been alone with him before." "Oh, that is not what I meant. I'm asking about being with him without clothes. What is that like?" "That, you should ask Xiao Chang yourself." "How can I answer that?" "It's like scratching an itch." Ning Rongrong playfully dug her fingers into her ear. "It's not that much of a sensation." "Is that so? I've heard it can be quite painful." "Did you cry out then?" "Why are you asking such questions, Ning Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong covered Xiaowu's mouth with her hand and whispered, "Xiaowu, lower your voice. It would be so embarrassing if Zhuqing heard us." "Knowing it's embarrassing, why do you still ask?" Xiaowu shot a flustered glance at Ning Rongrong. Feigning weakness, Ning Rongrong pouted, "Oh, dear Xiaowu, just tell me, will you?" I'm really scared of pain and just want to know how bad it is. It will hurt. But Xiao Wu's voice trailed off. And no matter how Ning Rongrong pressed, she refused to elaborate further. All right then. I'm tired. We can talk more tomorrow. Zhu Shiqing lay on her bed, a blush blooming on her porcelain skin. The sensation Xiao Wu described was something she had experienced firsthand, truly an ineffable feeling. Just as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were whispering to each other, Zhu Shiqing's ears perked up. She heard a sound. Could it be Qiao Chong? A wave of joy washed over her. The absence of his presence over the past 2 days had left her feeling hollow. Naturally reserved, she had grown even more aloof. Zhu Shiqing slowly sat up, pulling aside a thin blanket to reveal her exquisite, delicate legs. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing move, Xiao Wu became alert. Covering Ning Rongrong's mouth and straining to listen, she discerned the steady, powerful sound of footsteps. It's Qiao Chang. Rongrong, hurry back to your bed. Xiao Wu urged. Is it really him? Ning Rongrong asked, rising slowly to gather her blanket. Yes, it's definitely his footsteps. I'll go open the door. Don't. Get back into bed and pretend to sleep. We can't let him know we were waiting for him, or he'll take advantage of it. Is that so? Ning Rongrong suppressed her impulse and obediently returned to bed. Zhu Shiqing felt a touch of unease. She disagreed with Xiao Wu's approach. If one harbored affection, why conceal it? However, after a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow Xiao Wu's lead, recognizing that Xiao Wu had known Qiao Chang longer and understood him best. Besides, if she acted contrary to Xiao Wu, it could disturb the harmony among them as fellow companions of Qiao Chang. The door creaked open gently, revealing a handsome face peering in. He scanned the room and noted that all 3 girls were sound asleep, with Xiao Wu deliberately having kicked her blanket to the floor. He quietly opened the door wider and stepped inside, carefully shutting it behind him. Approaching Xiao Wu's bedside, all 3 girls were tense, with Zhu Shiqing acutely aware of her heartbeat. Though Qiao Chang's back was turned to Ning Rongrong, she dared not even breathe audibly. Xiao Wu struggled to control her breathing, striving to appear natural. Qiao Chang looked at Xiao Wu with fondness, bent down to retrieve the blanket, and gently covered her with it. Finally, he planted a tender kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. Just a few steps away, he heard a sudden call. Go. Xiao Wu threw off her blanket, barefoot, and rushed to embrace him from behind. Chapter 91. Unlocking New Skills, Awakening the Emperor's Dragon Qi. Qiao Chang turned around as the door to the room swung open. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing sat up, their gazes filled with affection. Are you both still awake? Brother. You've been gone for 2 days. We couldn't sleep a wink. Caught in a battle between emotion and reason, Xiao Wu ultimately succumbed to her feelings. She could no longer suppress her inner thoughts, fully aware that she might spoil Qiao Chang. Yet, she found herself unable to bear the long, lonely nights without him. Brother. Please stay with us tonight. Her eyes locked with Qiao Chang's. Xiao Wu gazed at him with longing. Qiao Chang smiled faintly. Dear, let us go to your villa. Xiao Wu replied, slightly shy. What about you two? Qiao Chang inquired, looking at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. I have no objections. Zhu Shiqing answered with a calm expression, her heart racing. Neither do I. Ning Rongrong's cheeks blushed deeply, yet she mustered the courage to respond. She understood Xiao Wu's intent. She wanted Qiao Chang to receive treatment befitting an emperor. Who wouldn't adore such a devoted sister? Very well, let us change locations. Without summoning to Qiao Chang directly spent 8,000 gold soul coins, transporting the 3 women to his villa. On the spacious bed, Qiao Chang reclined on Xiao Wu's lap as she gently cleaned his ears. Zhu Shiqing was giving him a full-body massage, her lips pressed tightly together, her head bowed low. Ning Rongrong had been in the bathroom for half an hour, the sound of running water echoing throughout. She felt immensely shy. Finally, she gathered her courage and emerged from the bathroom, her delicate feet gliding over the soft leather floor. Her legs, resembling exquisite jade, were mostly exposed, the white towel failing to conceal her alluring figure, propped up high. Water droplets still clung to her hair, glistening under the light with a sacred glow. Her delicate oval face bore large, bright eyes, shimmering blue irises, and perfectly defined double eyelids that added to her enchanting allure. With a petite, straight nose and enticing cherry-red lips, she was truly captivating. Combined with her bashful demeanor, even Qiao Chang had to admit that Ning Rongrong was breathtaking, her beauty almost ethereal, bordering on unreal. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, he was momentarily entranced by her radiant beauty. She exuded a mesmerizing charm that even Xiao Wu, a woman herself, found slightly stirred. Zhu Shiqing, however, remained composed, her cool demeanor unyielding. She had thoroughly cleaned every inch of Qiao Chang, awaiting Ning Rongrong's turn. Xiao Wu placed a pillow under Qiao Chang's head and dashed to Ning Rongrong's side, taking her hand. Renxue, there is nothing to be shy about. These are experiences we women must undergo. Trust me, after this, you will come to love it. Ning Renxue softly replied. Xiaowu exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhiqing, who nodded gently in encouragement before leading the way towards the door. Xiaowu patted Ning Renxue's shoulder, offering her encouragement. Renxue, you can do it. She too moved towards the door, gently closing it behind them. At that moment, the room was left with only the handsome Qiao Chang, his sculpted physique and chiseled abs, alongside the graceful, shining Renxue inching closer to him. How surprising that our fearless young lady has her moments of shyness. If it's too much for you, I can wait. No, that's not it. You misunderstand, Qiao Chang. Ning Renxue quickly clarified before he could finish. I've been afraid of pain since childhood. Could you be gentle? Qiao Chang smiled, choosing not to respond directly to her request. He knew that some discomfort was inevitable, but he would do his utmost to distract her. He approached Ning Renxue, lifting her effortlessly. With a devilish grin and a twinkle in his eye, he reassured her, Renxue, I'm not a monster. There is no need to fear. Thanks to the affection contributed by Zhu Zhiqing, Qiao Chang reached level 90 and obtained a 100,000-year soul ring, the Ice Dream Soul Ring, which had immense potential for growth. He was in no rush to claim Ning Renxue. Haste makes waste, and pursuing her before she was psychologically prepared would only hinder their future together. Qiao Chang laid Ning Renxue on the bed, foregoing immediate action and instead engaging her in conversation. Gradually, she relaxed, the atmosphere becoming intimate as they unconsciously leaned in for a kiss, entwining like two eels. Ning Renxue gasped in pain, biting down on her teeth as she clung to Qiao Chang's back. Qiao Chang gently guided her, helping them both adapt to one another. An hour passed swiftly. Qiao Chang tenderly tucked Ning Renxue in, kissing her forehead before departing to Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu's room. The two women, situated in the adjacent room, had clearly heard the events unfolding, fully aware of what had transpired. To their surprise, Qiao Chang had treated Ning Renxue with remarkable tenderness, unlike how he had been with them, leaving them breathless. Upon entering their room, Qiao Chang exchanged few words, for both women understood how to please him. That night, he experienced unprecedented satisfaction. His true dragon form seemed to grow stronger, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin. His soul power had become significantly purer, instilling him with confidence to face even demigods in battle. The following afternoon, Qiao Chang and the women returned to Shrek Academy. An hour before their departure, the three had slept together. Just the day before, through relentless effort, Qiao Chang had brought Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing to their peaks. He had finally awakened the Emperor's dragon qi within him, which allowed him to nourish the women's meridians and enhance their physiques. Furthermore, he could harmonize the malevolent energy of the dragon qi with the feminine essence he absorbed from them, facilitating a smoother cultivation process. With the Emperor's dragon qi, Qiao Chang's combat prowess soared, no longer a ferocious dragon subdued by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing alone. Thus, Ning Renxue joined the fray. With her 7 treasures glazed pagoda assisting, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing's powers surged. After several hours of fierce battle, they finally tamed the once formidable dragon, Qiao Chang. Chapter 92. Tang San falls ill and begins to delude himself. However, the others are equally exhausted from their prolonged battles, and they lie in bed, completely unconscious. Yet, the stamina of soul masters is inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals, especially for those whose bodies have been enhanced by dragon energy. After merely an hour of slumber, they awaken revitalized and brimming with vigor. Nevertheless, they refrain from re-entering combat, as they plan to visit Sodto City in the afternoon to enjoy themselves and participate in the Sodto Great Soul Arena's competitions to hone their combat skills. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, they encounter Master, along with Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Li Zhishi, who have also just arrived. The Master and his companions all bear pale faces, marked by prominent dark circles beneath their eyes. In stark contrast, Li Zhishi's skin glows with vitality, exuding a radiant aura. When they meet with Xiao Wu and the others at Shrek Academy, the latter's skin, smooth as jade, elicits envious glances from them, prompting a chorus of disapproving eye rolls from the girls. Upon seeing the invigorated Xiao Chang, Tang San and the others cannot help but feel a sense of envy and resentment, stifling their emotions. Despite significant improvements in their abilities during this period, Tang San has reached level 39, Dai Mubai has advanced to level 42. And both Oscar and Ma Hongjun have attained level 37. It is noteworthy that even the Master, who typically struggles to last 5 minutes, has surprisingly achieved level 33. However, his sacrifice has been unparalleled. His complexion is the most ashen, his dark circles the deepest, his waist pain to the point of being unable to stand straight, and his legs so weak that he requires assistance to walk. Li Zhishi, an old acquaintance of the master, has advised him against such reckless exertion, but he remains stubborn. Every time he witnesses Tang San excel on the battlefield, experiencing spiritual and soulful elevation, he is unable to resist the urge to join the fray. Despite her best efforts to persuade him, Li Zhishi understands his desire for strength. After several days of arduous training, her soul power has risen to level 69. Had it not been for the exhaustion of Tang San and the master, they might have continued their training. As they all aim to confront Xiaochang, they have agreed to return together that afternoon. When they meet at the entrance, their gazes lock, and Xiaochang can readily perceive the resentment in their eyes, as well as Li Zhishi's transformation. With his current prowess, it is effortless for him to discern the realm of a soul master who has yet to reach the soul sage level. He can also detect the elevation of Tang San and his companion's soul power. Although it does not match his own, it is still impressively substantial, considering their present condition. Xiaochang concludes that Li Zhishi has undergone a transformation, absorbing the vitality of the master and others, while they gain strength. It comes at the cost of their potential and lifespan, a power far different from the abundant dragon energy coursing through him. For him, the surplus energy is simply released, bringing comfort to all. In contrast, Tang San and the others lack power within. Their strength stimulated and extracted by Li Zhishi, part enhances their cultivation, while another portion is absorbed by her to augment her own abilities. If such an imbalance continues unchecked, it will inevitably lead to dire consequences. However, Xiaochang keeps this knowledge to himself. He is neither a fool nor a saint. On the contrary, he secretly wishes for their demise, as it would ensure the safety of his adoptive mother. Yet, he cannot act directly against them, fearing it may alter the course of events. Until he ascends to godhood, he must tread carefully. After a silent exchange of glances, they part ways, each heading to their respective quarters at the academy. By 5 in the afternoon, after informing Xiaowu and Flinder, Xiaochang takes Xiaowu and the others to Sodto City for a delightful shopping spree. They indulge in the pleasures of the market until 8 or 9 o'clock, savoring delectable treats and immersing themselves in the vibrant nightlife of Sodto City. Upon entering the Sodto Great Soul Arena, they fortuitously encounter the master and his companions, who, despite wearing masks, can still be recognized by those who know them well. Unlike Xiaochang and his friends, who don masks reminiscent of Sichuan opera face-changing, providing them a hint of uniqueness, the girls cannot help but giggle upon recognizing one another. As Xiaochang and his team register for a 2-on-2 match, he suppresses his cultivation to the soul respect level to enhance their combat experience. Thanks to the uniqueness of his martial soul, he skillfully conceals his true soul power. Even the specialized instruments at the Sodto Great Soul Arena cannot unveil his authentic strength. Xiaochang, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhiqing participate in a 2-on-2 competition. Displeased with Tang San and his group, Xiaochang plans to invite Hu Liena, Yi Xiaochuan, and Meng Iran to form a team of 7 for tomorrow's matches. After a lengthy wait, as the clock approaches midnight, they finally hear the announcer's somewhat fatigued voice. Next up, we have the cat and mouse duo, who have won 4 consecutive matches, facing off against the Xiaowu duo, who have already secured 2 victories. As the announcer's words echo, the cat and mouse duo and Xiaochang and Xiaowu step onto the arena, one after the other. The audience has thinned considerably. Yet Tang San and the master remain present, having completed their matches. Tang San and Ma Hongjun triumphed in their initial bout against the recently victorious Clown team, while the master and Oscar faced defeat against the Iron Bull team. Following the loss, the master berated Oscar for his lack of offensive capability, lamenting that the frog intestines he concocted were simply unpalatable. Daimubai, lacking a partner, competes solo and, unsurprisingly, faces a thorough defeat against an opponent 2 levels above him. Wielding a club-like martial soul, this leaves him dejected, as he knows his talent is exceptional and he is nearly invincible among his peers. Previously, he could hold his own against soul masters 2 levels higher, but today he finds himself overwhelmed, knocked off the stage in under 5 minutes, and subjected to mockery for being such a weak soul sovereign. Tang San and Ma Hongjun share a similar sentiment. They too feel a sense of inadequacy when facing their opponents. Were it not for Tang San's reliance on the Xiantian's skill, a power not of this world, they would undoubtedly meet a fate akin to Daimubai's. Thus, after their matches conclude, they wait for nearly 2 hours, eager to witness how Xiaochang and Xiaowu fare against their formidable adversaries, the cat and mouse duo. Having gleaned information about the cat and mouse duo, they understand that this is a highly formidable team, boasting a powerful martial soul fusion technique that renders them nearly untouchable. Tang San realizes that both Xiaogang and Xiao Wu are close combat soul masters, and without the ability to approach their opponents, they are destined for a crushing defeat. Xiao Wu, being fiercely competitive, will surely feel disheartened by any loss, leading to a potential loss of faith in Xiaogang. At such a moment, Tang San plans to discreetly approach Xiao Wu, offering her comfort and assuring her that he possesses a strategy to defeat the cat and mouse duo. Hoping to win her heart. In that instance, he envisions showcasing the might of his blue-silver grass, captivating her with his prowess, and ultimately kissing her in front of Xiaogang, an act that would surely render Xiaochang's expression utterly delightful. Chapter 93. Ma Hongjun is a perceptive individual. Tang San's recent contemplations stem from a significant blow he received not long ago. Indeed, it was during the assessment conducted by Xiao Wu when he inadvertently sustained the impact. On the surface, Tang San's behavior seemed relatively normal. Even Tang Hao, provoked by the two bodyguards of Xiaogang, had begun to fervently cultivate, remaining oblivious to any anomalies in Tang San's demeanor. However, the master displayed remarkable acumen. He detected a slight irregularity, yet would he divulge this to Tang San? Clearly not. Tang San's arrogance would not permit such a revelation. To inform him that his mind was troubled, which he could not remedy, would tarnish his illustrious record. Such conduct was utterly unacceptable. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon witnessing Xiaogang and Xiaowu ascend the arena, the cat and mouse duo appeared remarkably at ease. In fact, the cat girl whispered into the mouse boy's ear, "Darling, I have prepared the room. Remember your promise to me 2 hours, no less. Rest assured, my dear." Xiaogang replied with a grin, "Once victorious today, I shall treat you to 20 skewers of grilled kidneys at the barbecue stand. Should you fail to call me daddy tonight, I shall sever that connection." A formidable man indeed. Xiaogang discreetly acknowledged him with a thumbs up. Xiaowu, slightly bashful, leaned closer to Xiaogang and remarked, "Brother, those two are utterly revolting. Let's deal them a heavier blow later, ensuring they are unable to engage in their nighttime activities." "Fear not," Xiaogang smirked, relishing the prospect of vanquishing the cat and mouse duo, triumphing over the berserk warriors, and toppling the royal duel team. These were splendid opportunities to enhance his favorability. His prestige value in the marketplace had finally reached 100 after several days of updates, unlocking a plethora of rewards, including the coveted Undying Divine Armor and numerous resurrection cards for Xiao Wu and others. He yearned to redeem the Undying Divine Armor to bestow upon his adoptive mother for her protection. However, it required 30 points of prestige value for the exchange. Through interactions with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Qian Renxue, Hu Liena, and Meng Aran, he had accumulated a mere 15 points, only half the requisite amount for the armor. Although 30 points seemed within reach, the journey was fraught with uncertainties. For instance, he had previously acquired only 8 points over the course of several years, yet recently managed to gain 7 points in just a few days. The disparity was significant, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Having already incurred the enmity of the Lu, Guan, and Zhang brothers, despite capturing Zhang Fei and tormenting him daily to enhance his soul power, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Yun remained at large. They may have even encountered other formidable masters from the Shuhan. Xiaochang's predictions were not unfounded, as he diligently honed his skills. Liu Bei and Guan Yu were far from idle. They recuperated while secretly empowering Zhao Yun, along with newcomers Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, and Wei Yin, to build their own factions. A tempest of bloodshed and chaos was brewing in the shadows. As the match commenced, the cat girl and mouse boy launched their assault, with the former attempting to bewitch Xiaogang and Xiao Wu. The mouse boy, initially appearing sluggish, soon unleashed his strength as he approached them, declaring, "Surprise! I am an agile assault-type soul master." His claws aimed menacingly at Xiao Wu's chest, his face contorted into a lewd grin as he licked his lips. This infuriated Xiao Wu, prompting her to teach him a lesson. With her first soul skill, Waist Bow, Xiao Wu propelled herself upward, delivering a powerful kick to the mouse boy's abdomen, sending him flying several meters, nearly toppling off the arena. At that moment, Xiaochang's phantom chainsaw Wuhuan activated, ensnaring the mouse boy's legs and pulling him back before Xiaowu. The phantom chainsaw possessed the unique ability of invisibility, rendering the tether imperceptible to outsiders. Thus, the mouse boy was inexplicably yanked back, leaving spectators bewildered by the surreal sight. A collective gasp arose from the observing soul masters, including several seasoned soul kings and soul emperors, all equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. The mouse boy was dragged back just in time to be met with the cat girl's retaliatory strike. However, her speed paled in comparison to the mouse boy, and she was swiftly intercepted by Xiao Wu's kick, sending her tumbling from the arena. After being yanked back, the mouse boy was then dealt a kick by Cao Chong, crashing heavily against the wall and landing beside the cat girl. Though Cao Chong's kick appeared forceful, it inflicted only superficial injuries, sparing him from significant harm. However, it seemed their romantic endeavors that night would be thwarted. The victorious display by Cao Chong and Xiao Wu left the crowd in awe, and after the initial shock, thunderous applause erupted from the stands, accompanied by the sounds of grinding teeth from the master and Tang San, who exchanged glances filled with intensity. Teacher, this Cao Chong grows increasingly formidable. He must be eliminated at once. Little San, do not act rashly. Cao Chong is cunning. Without absolute certainty, do not take unnecessary risks. Teacher, my patience wears thin. With my current strength, alongside my expertise in toxins and hidden weapons, if the four of us from Shrek act together, I estimate a 70 chance to ambush and eliminate Cao Chong in one strike. Little San, do you truly possess such confidence? The master pondered, tempted by Cao Chong's potential threat. Yes, conservatively, I would say 70. Very well. In that case, summon Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai. To be cautious, I will arrange for 2 soul saints to lie in ambush. Soon, Tang San gathered Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Upon hearing Tang San's plan, Dai Mubai readily agreed. Lately, Zhu Zhuqing had been ignoring him, spending her days with Cao Chong, her complexion seemingly glowing. Having long roamed among flowers, he suspected that Zhu Zhuqing's beauty was not merely the result of elixirs, but rather the effect of her new companionship. He believed the latter was far more plausible. Though Zhu Zhuqing was stunning, even if Cao Chong had become intimately involved with her, he was still unsatisfied and wished to eliminate him. Oscar, however, held a different perspective. Although he harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, he was inherently rational. Despite his deep-seated resentment for Cao Chong, he instinctively sensed that this mission might culminate in failure. Perhaps this was the 7th sense of man. Ma Hongjun also perceived Tang San's hastiness in this endeavor. Nonetheless, the clever lad quickly devised a compromise that would minimize risk while potentially securing some allies. Master, Brother San, I concur with your thoughts. Yet I believe Cao Chong is exceedingly shrewd. Let us not overlook the fact that his triumph over the mouse boy was a feat few could achieve. The assembly fell silent. Chapter 94, The Frenzied Battle Team. Furthermore, have you noticed the astonishing speed of Xiao Wu's attacks? Do you believe you can keep up with her? Dai Mubai shook his head, feeling a sense of admiration for Ma Hongjuan's calm intellect. Recently, news from Sodto City reported that Cao Chong had eradicated 2 evil factions within just 2 days. Although these factions mostly comprised ordinary individuals or typical soul masters, do they truly lack any formidable backing? Given the various signs, San Xiao, do you still feel a 70% assurance? Tang San was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Indeed, how had he not considered these points? After living for over 40 years, he found himself outmatched in analytical thought by a mere adolescent. The master regarded Ma Hongjun with profound respect, believing that he had recently gained clarity. If Ma Hongjun were aware of the master's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel mocked. He had indeed gained insight, and it was spurred by a significant individual. He had nearly fallen prey to that individual, experiencing a harrowing brush with death, which had instilled in him an instinctive caution. Do you have any good suggestions? Tang San, reluctant to lower himself, had Dai Mubai voice his inner doubts. Yes, but this matter requires the assistance of teacher Li Jiqi and a day's wait. By the way, have you reviewed the schedule for tomorrow's matches? There will be a contest between the Strong Dragon team and the Frenzied Battle team. The name Strong Dragon team might be unfamiliar, but I believe everyone has heard of the Frenzied Battle team, which has recently achieved 7 consecutive victories, leaving their opponents either dead or severely injured. Indeed, I have heard of the Frenzied Battle team. Their members are all above level 35, and their captain, Guangxi, is said to have reached level 39. His martial soul is a rhinoceros, boasting incredible offensive and destructive capabilities. Fatty, we are discussing how to deal with Cao Chong. Why have you diverted to the Frenzied Battle team? Oscar inquired, somewhat perplexed. Hold on, Xiaowu. Let me finish my thoughts. I mentioned the Frenzied Battle team, but I have yet to mention the Strong Dragon team. I suspect that the Strong Dragon team is actually formed by Cao Chong. This statement sent shockwaves through the gathering. Even the master expressed a curious disbelief. How could that be possible? There is nothing impossible about it. First of all, Xiao Chang's name contains the character Chang. Such an arrogant individual would certainly incorporate part of his name into his team's title, just like Sange. If he were to establish a faction, he might incorporate Tang Min into it. Tang San was astonished. This little fatty was quite remarkable. His intelligence and analytical reasoning left him feeling inferior. Yet, why did it seem as if there were hidden meanings in his words? Moreover, Xiao Chang's martial soul had always been a mystery, advancing more swiftly than Daimubai, instilling fear in the master. I believe that Xiao Chang's true martial soul is likely a dragon. Ma Hongjun continued. Ah! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oscar even covered his mouth in disbelief. That cannot be. There is nothing impossible about it. Have you all paid attention to tomorrow's matches? The crowd shook their heads. Even the master appeared somewhat awkward. Yet, Ma Hongjun wore a smile. Not at all. I have been observing. Tomorrow, in the doubles match, there is no mention of the Xiao Wu combination. Only one team has Chang in its name. Moreover, just earlier, someone won 100,000 gold soul coins at the Sodto Great Soul Arena. What? Everyone was once again taken aback, suspecting that the little fatty had somehow activated a cheat, repeatedly crushing their intellect. Red Jun, what should we do now? Even the so-called wise master was humbly seeking Ma Hongjun's counsel. Ma Hongjun chuckled. It's simple. Did we not just mention wanting to enlist teacher Li Ziqi's assistance? I wish to have the frenzied battle team collaborate with our Shrek Academy, allowing teacher Li Ziqi to help enhance their overall strength, while also improving our own physical condition. This. The group exchanged glances. Would she agree to this? While they admired Ma Hongjun, a sense of trepidation arose as well. Li Ziqi had aided them in significantly enhancing their strength. They regarded her as a treasured asset. Whenever they were on the verge of collapse, they would first inquire if she was satisfied before unleashing their power. Now, to propose that she assist 5 or 6 robust men, akin to bulls. In her presence was a daunting prospect. I will handle this. For the sake of victory. Then I shall trouble you, master. I have acquaintances in the frenzied battle team. I will speak to them. With their roles clearly defined, the master approached Li Ziqi, while Ma Hongjun and Tang San sought out Quan Chi's girlfriend, the Spider Woman. After an insightful discussion, she deemed the proposal feasible and led Ma Hongjun and Tang San to Quan Chi. Upon hearing this favorable news, Quan Chi immediately agreed without hesitation. Furthermore, even if Li Ziqi did not assist them, should the opponent be Xiao Chang, he would find a way to eliminate him. This was because Xiao Chang had caused the death of his half-brother, Li Tingji, just the day before. Quan Chi's true name was Li Shi. He and Li Tingji shared a close bond. Even his girlfriend, the Spider Woman, had previously been Li Tingji's partner. After their relationship developed, Li Tingji bore no resentment towards him, even gifting the Spider Woman to him. How could Quan Chi not seek vengeance for the favor Li Tingji had shown him? Xiao Chang, you are doomed. Quan Chi clenched the Spider Woman's neck tightly, nearly choking her to death. The Spider Woman struggled helplessly for a while. Once Quan Chi's fury towards Xiao Chang subsided, he finally released her neck. In Sodto City, Xiao Chang was out shopping with Xiaowu and the other girls. After an afternoon of strolling and dining, Xiao Chang found himself unable to suppress the restlessness within him. He sought an open carrot field, engaging in a game of pulling carrots with the 3 girls until nearly 8 o'clock. All 4 were drenched in sweat. After a quick rinse, they joined Hu Li, Yi Xiaochuan, and Tian Chuanqiu. Due to the frenzied battle team's immense popularity and the anticipation surrounding their match against the strong dragon team, this contest was not scheduled for the usual 8 o'clock slot. Instead, it was set for 10:30, a usual tactic of the Sodto Great Soul Arena. This served to heighten the audience's interest while introducing them to some new faces. Among these were the impressive Tang Mouse combination, showcasing Tang San's control alongside Schumann's speed, which, even without a martial soul fusion technique, still provided a remarkable performance. Following that was the Oscar and Cat Girl combination, the O-Cat combination, where Cat Girl showed no aversion to his frog intestines, consuming 2 in quick succession. Not only did her attacks carry a toxic element, but they were also powerful and swift. She even utilized the kitten's tongue as a weapon, defeating the higher-leveled Songlong team in under a minute. Their fame was thus established in a single battle. Chapter 95, Xiao Chang's Cold Smirk. Moved by the trust of Catwoman, Oscar experienced an overwhelming sense of emotion that night, leading to indescribable yet exquisite encounters. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 28 seconds passed. Although a few sausages were consumed during the interlude, casting shadows of suspicion over their integrity, Catwoman undeniably relished the exhilarating joys akin to a roller coaster ride. However, those were mere trifles. The true spectacle was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, The moment of exhilaration has arrived. Let us welcome the long-anticipated Frenzied Battle Squad. Howl. Frenzied Rhino. I adore you. Spider-Woman. I cherish you. The Frenzied Battle Squad was greeted with thunderous applause and cheers as they made their entrance. Frenzied Rhino embraced Spider-Woman, waving to the audience with a confident grin. Next, we invite the newcomer squad, the Mighty Dragon Squad, to challenge the Frenzied Battle Squad. Xiaogang and his companions took the stage. The applause was scant. Hardly a smattering of claps could be heard. Now, we shall invite the event commentators to provide a pre-match analysis. Thank you, host, and greetings to all the audience present. Allow me to offer a brief overview of the match. First, let me introduce the Frenzied Battle Squad, who have achieved 7 consecutive victories, making them the fastest team to reach the Copper Spirit rank in the Sodto Great Spirit Arena. The Mighty Dragon Squad, a mysterious team, is rumored to have never been defeated by the Frenzied Battle Squad. When these two teams clash, it promises to create an extraordinary spectacle. Let us await the unfolding drama. I declare the match to begin. With the host's announcement, Frenzied Rhino was the first to unveil his martial spirit. His spirit was that of a rhinoceros, adorned with 4 resplendent soul rings of white, yellow, and purple, astonishing the audience. It was evident that Frenzied Rhino had surpassed level 40, placing the Mighty Dragon Squad in peril. Indeed, it is said that the members of the Mighty Dragon Squad had only just reached level 30 as Soul Masters. Their situation was dire. With the ferocity of the Frenzied Battle Squad, someone from the Mighty Dragon Squad was likely to suffer grievous injuries or even face death today. Once Frenzied Rhino revealed his martial spirit, an uproar erupted in the arena. Be cautious, kid. In a fight, there are no rules. Do not let me accidentally kill you. Frenzied Rhino boasted, pointing menacingly at Xiaogang. Is that so? You should be wary too. Do not perish at my hands. Xiaogang retorted with a smile, dismissing Frenzied Rhino's bravado. After Frenzied Rhino's boastful proclamation, the other members of the Frenzied Battle Squad unleashed their martial spirits as well. 2 agile monkey-type soul masters and a spider-type soul master joined in, declaring, "You are doomed." One of the monkey-type soul masters gestured across his neck ominously. Humph. The spider-type female soul master scoffed contemptuously. Such arrogance. Who will perish remains to be seen. In response to the Frenzied Battle Squad's arrogance, Xiaowu also let out a cold snort and released her martial spirit, locking eyes with them. Ha ha ha, a little white rabbit. I wonder if you can withstand my strike, chimed in one of the monkey-type soul masters, reveling in their overconfidence. Despite their 7 consecutive victories, the Frenzied Battle Squad should not have been so boastful. Just last night, they had reduced Li Zhixi's sister to tears. They had even resorted to underhanded tactics to subdue a woman who instilled fear in the hearts of masters. Consequently, their strength had surged, and their confidence soared. Their captain, Frenzied Rhino, had achieved level 40 through relentless effort and perseverance, having acquired a 1,000-year bull-type spirit ring with the aid of the Frenzied Battle Squad, successfully breaking through to the spirit ancestor rank. How do you speak so lewdly? Today, Xiaowu shall teach you a lesson. With that, Xiaowu launched her attack, followed swiftly by Zhu Qing, Yi Xiaochuan, and Hu Li, who all unleashed their martial spirits and charged toward the Frenzied Battle Squad's soul masters. Ning Rongrong and Tian Chuanxiu supported them with their 7 treasure glazed tile and snail martial spirits, respectively. A bunch of newly minted 30-level novices. One of them doesn't even dare to unleash their martial spirit yet still dares to boast. The little monkey began to gloat again, specifically referring to Xiaogang. Xiaogang smiled and chose not to engage further in their banter. There was no point in idle chatter now. It was time to let their strength deliver a resounding blow to their arrogance. Only then would they truly understand pain. Xiaogang unleashed his soul rings, intentionally suppressing his level to 20. With his netherworld chainsaw martial spirit, he opened up 30 levels of soul power, which would be somewhat unfair to them. This would not aid Xiaowu and the others in gaining practical combat experience. Seeing that Xiaogang was only level 20 yet dared to compete against them, Frenzied Rhino laughed with unabashed arrogance. The other members of the Frenzied Battle Squad joined in, their laughter louder than Frenzied Rhino's. Ha ha ha, what a foolhardy young man. Frenzied Rhino defeated a level 40 spirit ancestor when he was only at level 38. Now at level 40, he alone could vanquish your entire team. And you still dare to send a mere level 20 weakling to his doom. How laughable. Alright, since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall gladly send you on your way. Frenzied Rhino's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within them. He charged forward, but Xiaogang stood firm, striking out with a punch, clashing head-on with Frenzied Rhino. With a resounding boom, Frenzied Rhino was sent flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others surged forward, Xiaowu targeted the monkey-type soul master who had made lewd remarks. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, 8 extremes burst, swift, precise, and fierce. Coupled with a waist bow and an 8-segment throw, the opponent stood no chance, succumbing midair. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Zhu Zhuqing struck ruthlessly, her 100 claws instantly dispatching another monkey-type soul master. Next, Yi Xiaochuan's Ghost King Vine ensnared one soul master, poisoning him to death. The trio then turned their attention to the remaining members of the Frenzied Battle Squad. At this moment, Frenzied Rhino finally remembered to activate his frenzied state. Alas, it was already too late. A burst of blood erupted from his chest as he was struck by an invisible ripple, his torso gored open, leading to his untimely demise. The last remaining Spider-Woman attempted to flee, but Hu Li was quicker. A flash of cold light severed her throat. Her eyes filled with despair as she slowly crumpled to the ground. Thus, none of the 7 members of the Frenzied Battle Squad escaped unscathed, all perished. Many spectators were taken aback by the mighty Dragon Squad's ruthless methods, deeming them excessively brutal. Some began to chastise the mighty Dragon Squad, branding them as savages and suggesting their disqualification, conveniently forgetting the merciless tactics employed by the Frenzied Battle Squad during their battles. In response, Xiao Chang merely offered a cold smile. Chapter 96. Lu Erlong's heart stirred after the match against the Crazy Warriors. Xiao Chang found himself with some leisure time. In recent days, his relationship with Lu Erlong had grown increasingly intimate. They frequently dined together, shopped, and he indulged her with gifts of clothing, ice cream, and a variety of exquisite jewelry and elixirs. They resembled a young couple, engaging in increasingly candid discussions. From the study to the living room, the balcony, and even during their outings, they would freely converse whenever inspiration struck. Lu Erlong actively sought ways to assist Xiao Chang, and at times, the topics they broached became tantalizingly provocative. She often felt an overwhelming urge to personally engage in the experiments they discussed. After Xiao Chang attempted her suggested methods with Meng Yiran, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, the results were disappointing, leading him to lament his suffering. Lu Erlong felt a flutter in her heart as she pondered whether an ordinary person could satisfy Xiao Chang's desires, and if she, being akin to him, might be capable. Yet, she wrestled with her feelings for Yu Xiaogang, feeling guilty for even entertaining such thoughts. Each time these feelings surfaced, she was plunged into deep anguish, causing their conversations to falter. More than once, she noticed Xiao Chang's hesitance and disappointment, aware that he yearned for a deeper connection. She recognized that he sought fulfillment through her. However, she could not bring herself to partake in such intimacy. Despite her growing affection for Xiao Chang, the steadfastness of her heart after 20 years was not easily shaken. The pain of her past lingered, a torment she had endured for so long. Lu Erlong possessed a maturity and allure that set her apart from typical young women, along with a fieriness and intensity that few could rival. She acknowledged her temper was not the best, yet she found it challenging to surrender herself entirely. As they spent more time together, their relationship blossomed into one of near-complete honesty. Lu Erlong even dared to change clothes in front of Xiao Chang, eliciting a reaction from him, to which she teasingly remarked, "Little brother, are you having thoughts about your sister?" Xiao Chang replied with a smile, "I've long had thoughts about my sister, but—" He trailed off, leaving his statement unfinished. "But what?" Lu Erlong countered playfully. "Just afraid you might not be able to handle it." Xiao Chang grinned mischievously. At his words, Lu Erlong burst into laughter. "You haven't even tried. How would you know if I can handle it?" Feigning melancholy, Xiao Chang replied, "I would love to try, but I'm worried you might call me a rogue, uncouth. Bah, you lack courage." Lu Erlong shot him a sultry glare before turning away to change into a black lace pair of underwear. The sound of rustling fabric reached Xiao Chang's ears, and Lu Erlong turned to meet his gaze, surprise flickering in her eyes as her breath quickened. A palpable tension filled the air, drawing her closer to him. Momentarily entranced until she snapped back to reality, turning away in haste. The suppressed fire within her surged forth, and with a determined bite of her lip, she urged, "Quickly put your clothes back on. Our discussion ends here for today." Xiao Chang chuckled, donned his attire, and exited the room. After he left, tears streamed down Lu Erlong's cheeks. She retrieved a piece of ice from her soul guide, placing it against her heart, her expression contorted in anguish. "Xiao Chang, I'm sorry. I cannot bring myself to surrender my body to you just yet. If you truly love me, grant me more time. When I have truly forgotten that person, I will wholeheartedly give myself to you." Days passed, and Xiao Chang's cultivation advanced to level 91, amassing 5.2 million gold soul coins. With just 300,000 more, he could exchange them for a grand revitalization pill to stabilize his mother's realm. His reputation soared to an unprecedented 21 points, and with 9 more points, he could acquire an indestructible armor for his mother. As time passed, he contemplated whether he could gain enough reputation points from Douluo V and Yu Lingling upon their arrival at Sodto City. Once I obtain the indestructible armor, Liu Bei and Lu Bu will pay dearly for their actions. While enjoying Xiaowu's attentive service beneath the table, he swirled his teacup, plotting his revenge against Liu Bei and others. In Sodto City, a bespectacled middle-aged man in a suit paced anxiously in the office. This newly arrived Imperial fighting team has won 7 consecutive matches, each time with heavy bets. If this continues, our great soul arena will be emptied. Boss, why not consult with the master from Shrek Academy? They have also been on a winning streak. Perhaps they can assist. All right, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Do well, and you shall be rewarded with a promotion. Thank you, boss. At Shrek Academy, a beautiful young woman exited the master's room just as a plump middle-aged man knocked on the door with a beaming smile. Xiaochu, you're back again. The master, donned in a gray long robe, opened the door with a hint of annoyance. Hello, master. It's me and Beishan. Ah, it's you. The master replied nonchalantly, rubbing his waist. How have you been, master? How do you think? Can't you tell? The master's displeasure was palpable as he seemed reluctant to engage with Beishan. And Beishan felt a surge of frustration but held his tongue, maintaining a facade of goodwill. Master, please don't be angry. I came at an inconvenient time, but I truly have an urgent matter that requires your help. Speak plainly. All right, I'll get straight to the point. The situation with the Imperial fighting team is dire. And Beishan explained their predicament, and the master feigned concern. This is troublesome. The Imperial fighting team is formidable. Facing them could be perilous. Troublesome doesn't mean impossible, and Beishan quickly discerned the underlying message. Rest assured, if Shrek Academy can triumph over them, our Sodto Great Soul Arena is willing to offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins? I'll think it over. The master maintained his calm exterior, but internally he was elated at the prospect of acquiring such wealth. After a moment, the master relaxed his brow. Very well, given your sincerity, Shrek Academy agrees, but a deposit is required first. How much? 5,000 gold soul coins. Not an issue. Thus, and Beishan paid the deposit, and the two reached a cordial agreement. Chapter 97, Battle Against the Imperial Fighting Team. In the evening, the master conveyed this news to all the students of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing it, everyone felt it was a feasible plan to ensure everything went smoothly. The master even set aside his pride and invited Xiao Chong, Xiao Wu, and others. He had recognized the current state of affairs. It was highly likely that Xiao Wu had developed a close relationship with Xiao Chong. Recently, Tang San, his disciple, seemed to have acknowledged his shortcomings and dedicated himself to intense training. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to ease the tension between them, as the Shrek 7 monsters would benefit from unity, and he hoped to elevate his own fame as well. The master approached Xiao Chong and discussed the matter with him. With his generous nature, Xiao Chong naturally did not hold grudges against Tang San. After all, he had received kindness from his mother. And while dwelling on it might be tiresome, one ought to repay even the smallest acts of kindness with great gratitude. Furthermore, the debt he owed to Qian was far greater than mere kindness. For the sake of Douluo V and Yu Lingling, he did not press the master too hard and merely requested half of the prize money. The master hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With Xiao Chong's participation, the prize money would be virtually secured. With a little persuasion, most of it would end up in his pocket. After reaching an agreement, the two shook hands warmly, signaling that old grievances had been laid to rest. When the master relayed this news to Tang San and the others, Tang San was the first to voice his objections, with Dai Mubai quickly following suit. Ma Hongjun and Oscar fell into silence. Opposition, what right do you have to oppose? With your current strength, can you contend with the Imperial fighting team? I can confidently say that without Xiao Chong's involvement, you would have no chance of victory. Even with his help, it would only be a 50-50 chance. Tang San declared, I will not participate. The master replied, very well, I agree. Tang San was taken aback. Was that all it took for the master to agree? The master continued, Little San, you've been under too much strain lately. Here are 20 gold soul coins. Go and relax. You don't need to control the situation in battle. Tang San fell silent. He merely wanted to throw a childish tantrum. But he hadn't expected the master to acquiesce so easily. Clearly, he didn't hold much importance in the master's eyes. Tang San felt deeply aggrieved. In Sodto City, at the Great Soul Arena, the atmosphere was electric. At this moment, the Imperial fighting team was celebrating their 8th consecutive victory. All members of the Imperial fighting team stood confidently on the battle stage. "Are you the Shrek 7 monsters?" asked Osro, the Black Panther Soulmaster. His eyes filled with disdain, his demeanor arrogant, squinting slightly as he regarded them with contempt. Xiao Chang casually cleared his ears and flicked his fingers. "So you are the Imperial fighting team? You appear to be rather mediocre. Arrogant. You must be Xiao Chang. It's evident that you are quite boastful. Heh. Be careful not to be overwhelmed by us later." Osro laughed heartily, unabashedly. "Osro, tone it down a bit." A beautiful woman with purple hair and striking green eyes interjected, her figure captivating, especially her slender waist that left many men breathless with desire. "Vice Captain, don't worry. We need not be discreet against them. If it weren't for Teacher Qian insisting we battle Shrek Academy today, we wouldn't waste our time here." "Very well. Do as you please." Seeing Osro was unyielding, Du Yin crossed her arms, accentuating her alluring figure, causing onlookers to swallow hard. "So, Xiao Chang, I am Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Imperial fighting team. I believe you've heard my name?" said a tall, handsome gentleman with an amiable smile directed at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang merely smiled back without responding. Yu Tianheng, slightly displeased, maintained his smile, striving to uphold his image, and continued, "Considering your youth, I will hold back a bit during the fight." Xiao Chang's cold laughter rang out. "No need. Give it your all. You are merely stepping stones on our journey. Do not elevate yourselves too high. The disparity will be too great when you lose, and you may not be able to accept it. Arrogant. Do you realize the consequences of angering our captain? You'll be turned to ashes. Your end is near." Osro exclaimed furiously, nearly charging at Xiao Chang had he not been restrained by his teammates. "Ha ha ha, come on. Show me what you're made of." Xiao Chang made a gesture across his throat, his smile wickedly charming. "Very well, since that's the case, let the battle commence." After exchanging threats, the fight began. The battle commenced quickly and ended even more swiftly. As everyone unleashed their martial spirits, Yu Tianheng initiated the attack. Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt, Dragon S Fury. Blue Electric Dragon Strike. Unlike his earlier claims, Yu Tianheng did not hold back against Xiao Chang, unleashing a flurry of 4 soul skills with unprecedented force. Yet, Xiao Chang merely smiled faintly, one hand casually behind his back, effortlessly deflecting all of Yu Tianheng's assaults. To the spectators, it appeared as though he hadn't even summoned his martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing faced off against Osro, the Black Panther martial spirit. Ma Hongjun confronted the Wind Chime Bird, a swift attack soul master named Yufeng. Dai Mubai was matched against Du Yin, a control-type soul master. Xiaowu faced the dual Xian Gui martial spirits of Shimo and Shimo. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to enhance everyone's abilities. Oscar seemed somewhat sidelined, as even he found the sausages he produced distasteful. Initially, Oscar's position ought to have been filled by Tang San. However, the master preferred to leave it vacant rather than allow him to participate, letting Oscar stew in his own frustration instead. Once the battle began, the Imperial fighting team realized just how formidable the Shrek team truly was, not to mention Xiao Chang's effortless domination over Yu Tianheng. Akin to a father chastising his son, her Xiaowu single-handedly overwhelming the 2 top-tier defensive martial spirits, the Xian Gui. Moreover, Zhu Zhiqing had already left Osro battered and bruised, just by following Xiao Chang's plan. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai caused an uproar in the audience by tossing jars of Xiong Huang wine into the air, shattering them to burn away Du Yan's serpent poison. Boom. Having had enough fun, Xiao Chang unleashed a golden lightning fire from his palm, gently striking Yu Tianheng's chest. He sent him flying like a cannonball, landing right in front of Yu Lingling. He wanted to see what injuries his indestructible divine lightning palm would inflict on Yu Tianheng and whether Yu Lingling's 9-star begonia could heal him. Seeing Yu Tianheng injured, Du Yan's anger flared. No longer concealing her strength, she decisively unleashed the poison of the Azure Scale Serpent King. Green toxic gas coalesced in the air, forming massive serpents that lunged toward the Shrek members. Xiao Chang merely chuckled coldly. "Using poison? Have you turned yourself into a poison-laden individual, risking your own life?" Du Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Chang sent an ice crystal-like orb into the swirling green mist. The seemingly lethal green gas was rapidly absorbed by the ice crystal. With a beckoning gesture, he summoned the ice crystal orb into his hand and, in full view of everyone, swallowed it whole. Chapter 98, The Temptation of Hu Li with a Faint Voice. She remarked, "Too bland, devoid of any flavor, a poor review." Du Yin was taken aback. She was acutely aware of the venomous potency of her snake poison. A mere drop could incapacitate an elephant in an instant. How could Xiao Chang have consumed it so casually? Who exactly was he? Just as Du Guyin stood in shock, unsure of how to react, an enraged voice pierced through the air. Xiao Chang, what have you done to Yu Tianheng? Yilingling glared at Xiao Chang, her previously serene face now cloaked in frost. I did nothing to him. I merely imparted a lesson. Not everyone is someone he can offend at will. Rest assured, he won't die. At most, he'll be bedridden for half a year. Yilingling's chest heaved with anger, and Du Guyin, regaining her composure, commanded Xiao Chang, you must save him. Xiao Chang disregarded her pleas. If you wish to save him, do it yourselves. His words were not mere intimidation. Yu Tianheng was the nephew of Yu Xiaogang, surely. Xiao Chang was not oblivious to that fact. Yu Xiaogang had schemed against him repeatedly. Did he truly consider Xiao Chang a fool? This time, he intended not only to bully Yu Tianheng but also to make Yu Xiaogang pay a price. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unaddressed. This was Xiao Chang's principle and the tenet of the troublesome system he was bound to. Seeing that the crowd fell silent, Xiao Chang lost interest and descended from the arena with Xiao Wu and the others. Yu Tianheng had been taken away, and Tang San seemed to grasp something crucial. He began to curry favor with Du Guyin and Yilingling, claiming to know a female doctor who could ensure Yu Tianheng would be lively and well within 3 days if they entrusted him to her. Mark my words. All of you will end up like him. By the time they left the Suatua Grand Sol Arena, it was already past 11 at night. After a simple late-night snack, Xiao Chang returned to the courtyard he rented with Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing, intending to rest well. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss. A thick, unshakable stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. His heart sank, and he hurriedly rushed to the nearest room belonging to Tian Xuanqiu. Upon opening the door, a sight met his eyes. A disheveled, cold corpse lay before him, covered in countless wounds, blood pooling on the floor. The face was turned towards the door. The body contorted, and the features were grotesquely marred. Tian Xuanqiu had been murdered, tortured to death. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced Xiao Chang's heart. He inhaled deeply, grasped a quilt, and gently covered Tian Xuanqiu's body, anxiety gnawing at him. He swiftly moved to the next room. Xiao Wu and the others, trailing behind him, sensed the grim reality and quietly closed the door, hastening after him. Upon opening the next door, a scene reminiscent of hell unfolded before Xiao Chang. Blood splattered across the walls, windows, bed, and table. The body of Yi Xiaochuan was nowhere to be found, only a pair of lifeless eyes staring blankly at the door. Xiao Chang could scarcely articulate his fury. He collected Yi Xiaochuan's head and hurried to yet another room. What he dreaded most awaited him. Hu Li was dead, cruelly hanged. Who did this? A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens. At that moment, Xiao Chang could no longer contain his wrath. He howled at the sky. Yet, after his outburst, he broke into a maniacal laugh. The sight startled Xiao Wu and the others. They thought Xiao Chang had lost his mind from the shock. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Following Xiao Chang's laughter, the surroundings began to warp, and Hu Li's corpse transformed into that of a dead pig, leaving them utterly astonished. Just as they were about to inquire, Xiao Chang turned around, naturally suspicious. He had sensed something was amiss when he saw the old farmer setting up a chessboard in the courtyard. He knew trouble was brewing. How could he leave Hu Li and the others here to cultivate alone? What everyone had witnessed was merely an illusion. It was a mirage conjured by the divine artifact. The yin-yang illusion mirror, bestowed upon him by the system upon reaching a goodwill level of 90 with Zhu Shiqing through their relentless efforts. In reality, Hu Li and the others had long been relocated to his private villa, safeguarded by a heavenly formation. Even deities would find it difficult to breach. You must be wondering how this is possible. Xiao Chang gestured, and an ancient copper mirror soared into his hand. Those who wish to harm Hu Li have been deceived. This mirror, which I stumbled upon, is a treasure capable of fabricating an illusion. Everything here is a fabrication. Brother, you are so clever. So Hu Li and Yi Xiaochuan are alive? Indeed, Xiao Chang nodded. That is wonderful news. I was almost in tears. Xiaowu's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Now is not the time to linger. We must return to my villa. Since someone intends to harm Hu Li and the others, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Renxue, from now on, be discreet in your actions. Understood, the 3 girls nodded in unison. Brother, who wishes to harm Hu Li and the others? Xiaowu asked curiously. Such cruel and perverse methods, who else but that beast? Xiao Chang gritted his teeth. Are you implying? Xiaowu pondered, stroking her chin. Yes, it's him, Xiao Chang affirmed. That man is truly despicable. Brother, when you see him, make sure not to let him off easily. Xiaowu shook her small fist. That is assured. Xiao Chong clenched his fist tightly. We shall return now. Xiao Chong gazed into the distance. Yes. Xiaowu and the others nodded. Before long, they arrived back at Xiao Chang's villa. Once inside, Xiaowu recounted the events of the day to Hu Li and the others. Upon hearing this, they displayed expressions of disbelief, secretly admiring Xiao Chang's wit and foresight. Otherwise, the three of them might have already fallen victim. After expressing their gratitude, night had deepened, and they each retreated to their rooms to sleep. Strangely, that night, Xiao Wu and the others unanimously refrained from inviting Xiao Chong to spend the night in their rooms. However, Hu Li became particularly bold that evening. Ever since she learned that Xiao Chong had saved her, she had fallen hopelessly in love with him. Later that night, after a long day, just as Xiao Chong prepared to sleep, he noticed a shadow stealthily approaching the door. Upon recognizing the figure, a smile crept across his lips. Hu Li? What brings you here? Draped in a black hooded cloak and wearing an eye mask, Hu Li moved stealthily, her footsteps nearly silent. She gently pushed the door open, discovering Xiao Chang still awake. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Quietly entering, she softly closed the door behind her. She unfastened her black cloak and removed her eye mask, revealing a stunning black slip dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her ample bosom and enticing curves showcased Hu Li's irresistible charm in all its glory. Gazing at Xiao Chong, Hu Li bestowed upon him a captivating smile. Seeing him seated on the bed with a calm expression, she felt a rush of excitement. Hu Li cast her cloak aside and approached Xiao Chang with a captivating gait, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Master, you are still awake. Chapter 99. The exquisite Hu Li. Xiao Chong chuckled lightly. If I were to sleep now, wouldn't tea that deprive you of the chance to entice me? Oh, you're so annoying. Hu Li playfully pouted, her delicate, jade-like fingers gently tracing Xiao Chong's cheek. Her luscious, crimson lips drew near to his ear, exhaling warm breath as she whispered, Master, would you like to engage in something different? Oh, Xiao Chong replied, revealing an intrigued expression. What kind of difference? Master, you will find out shortly. Hu Li stepped back, gently lowering one of her straps to the level of her chest. She began to sway her alluring waist, performing a captivating dance, occasionally teasingly touching her neck, lifting her skirt, and kicking her legs in seductive gestures. Xiao Chong felt a rush of excitement, yearning to embrace Hu Li and indulge in her charms. However, he restrained himself, eager to discover what unique experience Hu Li intended to offer. With a swift motion, Hu Li executed a challenging spin, tearing her already short skirt into an even shorter garment. A hint of orange appeared, tantalizingly revealing itself before Xiao Chong. She approached him once more, wrapping the torn black fabric around his neck and leaning down, her waist twisting enticingly. The alluring curves of her body undulated, her warm breath washing over him like waves. Xiao Chong admired the spectacle, his breath growing heavier. As he reached out to caress Hu Li, she suddenly turned, presenting her curvaceous backside to him. In a moment of surprise, Xiao Chong could not resist giving her a playful smack. Hu Li let out a soft gasp, turning to face him with a charmingly coy smile, straddling his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. With a sultry lick of her lips and seductive eyes, she purred, Master, please indulge. Faced with such temptation, if Xiao Chong managed to remain composed, he would surely be a saint. Wasting no time, he pulled Hu Li closer, her softness pressing against his chest, stirring his desires. Breathing in her jasmine scent, he closed his eyes in bliss, which Hu Li perceived as encouragement. She tossed her hair, inching closer, whispering warm breaths into his ear. Master, I crave you. Xiao Chang chuckled, tightening his embrace around her waist, his hand embarking on an adventurous journey upward. Hu Li's body melted beneath his touch, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her enticing form writhed as beads of perspiration glistened on her skin. Xiao Chang, equally aflame with desire, felt his own sweat mingling with hers, their gazes growing increasingly intimate. With a sudden rip, a fabric tore. Hu Li stood before Xiao Chang, akin to a freshly cracked egg, clad in only the thinnest veils of modesty, hinting at her exquisite beauty. Xiao Chang unabashedly admired her captivating curves, internally marveling. It has indeed grown larger. He swallowed hard, captivated by the sight, while Hu Li, meeting his wolfish gaze, blushed and lowered her eyes. Rising, Xiao Chang swept Hu Li into his arms, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You initiated this, Hu Li. Are you aware of the consequences? Hu Li nodded gently, aware yet unrepentant, her affection for her master unwavering. I am willing to offer everything to you. Very well. Tonight shall be our night of unrestrained passion. Xiao Chang laughed heartily, sealing his lips upon Hu Lie's fragrant mouth. The night unfolded in a symphony of exquisite melodies, their souls intertwining in a fervor of ecstasy. Xiao Chang did not spare Hu Lie, engaging in a whirlwind of pleasures that transformed them into a singular entity, their spirits melding as their bodies underwent profound changes. A golden and green light intertwined around them, shimmering in a dark golden haze, radiating waves that drew the surrounding energies into their beings. With each peak Hu Lie reached, her cultivation surged, propelling her to level 37, a remarkable leap of 7 ranks. Yet, even as her strength waxed and waned, the relentless demands of Xiao Chang slowly drained her vitality. When he used silver needles to channel her meridians, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the unconscious Hu Lie, Xiao Chang realized he had overexerted himself. Yet, he was powerless to resist. The inferno within him, once ignited, spiraled beyond control. Previously, with the aid of Xiao Wu and the others, he managed to maintain some restraint, but now, with Hu Lie alone, all his fervor focused upon her. Despite her maturity and the allure of her spirit, she could not withstand the might of his fervor. He resolved to visit Lu Erlong once more. This matter required timely resolution to avert future complications. However, preparation was essential, for Lu Erlong had been reluctant to engage in the final step with him, a hesitance rooted in their master's influence. Xiao Chang knew that he must unveil the true nature of the master, and with this in mind, he devised a plan. According to the plot, Qin Ming was to consult with the master around this time regarding a collaborative endeavor, providing Xiao Chang the perfect opportunity to expose the master's true character. With a secretive smile, he tucked Hu Lie beneath the covers, planting a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead before exiting the room. He found himself in a tea room, brewing a fine pot of tea. Observing the system panel displaying Hu Lie's remarkable goodwill of 90 points, along with the system rewards of 2 dragon fruits, 1 black and 1 white. He chuckled with delight, envisioning the unexpected effects of consuming them with Lu Erlong. Just 150,000 gold soul coins away from exchanging for a grand rejuvenation pill, he mused. Noting his goodwill with Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong had reached 95 points. Who should assist me in this formidable task? As he contemplated the soon-to-boil water, a familiar voice chimed in. Brother, what are you talking about? What task do you wish to accomplish? Xiaowu entered, her playful demeanor evident as she swayed her braided hair. Nothing much. I was merely suggesting we return to Shrek Academy to see if Dean Flandra has any challenging tasks for me. Great. If you wish to go back, Xiaowu will accompany you. And us as well. Came the ethereal voices of Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, entering the room in tandem. Chapter 100. Tang San questions life. Aside from the villa, Xiao Chang led Xiao Wu and the other girls towards Shrek Academy. During their absence, the academy welcomed a new batch of faces. Some were handsome, others strikingly beautiful, and some bore resolute expressions. Most were young individuals. At the forefront stood a tall man in his 30s with a somewhat handsome appearance. His name was Qin Ming, the leading teacher of the Emperor battle team. At that moment, he sat with Flinder and Master, anxiously awaiting Xiao Chang's return. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, his countenance revealed his displeasure. Not long ago, he had been forcibly deprived of his first experience. Just hours earlier, last night. After Xiao Chang and his team had defeated the Emperor battle team and gravely injured Yu Tianheng, Tang San volunteered to seek out Li Zhishi. Upon hearing Tang San's request, Li Zhishi, in a huff, slapped him and declared she would not assist him, insisting he find a solution himself and accusing him of no longer caring for her. She questioned why he would ask the woman he liked to serve another man, even if it was to save someone. Tang San recognized her feigned indignation as a reaction to his recent absence, and after much coaxing and promising to spend 9 days with her over the next month, Li Zhishi reluctantly agreed to his request. However, to Tang San's dismay, after bringing Yu Tianheng into her room and toiling for what felt like an eternity, she was unable to help him stand. Ultimately, she stepped out of the room, addressing Tang San. Xiao San, the teacher has tried her best. I truly cannot engage in such matters with a boy who is inherently incapable. Teacher, you must have some methods, perhaps using K or S. You should try again. I have tried everything. I am not a useless man, yet even I have failed to help him rise 7 times in a night. This is truly beyond my capability. A hint of embarrassment graced Li Zhishi's stunning face, yet her beauty remained captivating. Xiao San, to untie the bell. One must find the bell ringer. If it doesn't work, you should seek Xiao Chang. After all, the unspoken words lingered in the air, but Tang San understood her implication, to abandon Xiaowu and mend relations with Qian, his cousin, who might grant his request given their familial bond. But was that feasible? Setting aside the humiliation of begging Qian, relinquishing Xiaowu was utterly inconceivable. The thought of giving up on something he had fought for so long would be more painful than death itself. Xiaowu must be his. Is there truly no way? Tang San asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Li Zixi shook her head helplessly. If you wish to elevate your power, I can assist you in the coming days. Even the male students of the Emperor battle team can join. Tang San paused, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. If Yu Tianheng was incapable, others were not necessarily so. Associating with them could still aid him against Qian. Gratefully, he glanced at Li Zixi and said, "Thank you, Teacher Li, for your reminder. Please wait here. I shall inquire immediately." "Very well." Li Zixi nodded gently, revealing a charming smile. When Tang San shared this news with Osro, Shimo, and Yufeng, they hesitated for merely a second before agreeing, without reservation. To hesitate any longer would be an insult to Teacher Li's alluring figure. What was even more surprising was that Shimo, upon hearing of this opportunity, made identical requests. "Brother Tang, we prefer to do everything together. Could you ask Teacher Li if she can help elevate our powers as well?" Tang San contemplated for a moment before responding. "Of course. Teacher Li is the most understanding. She will surely agree to your request. Has this matter been mentioned to our instructor, Teacher Qian?" They inquired. "They treat us well, and as students, we hope for their further assistance." How could I forget? Thank you, Brother Shimo, for reminding me. I shall approach Teacher Qian at once. Indeed, it is best for Teacher Qian to be consulted first. If he is uninterested, we shall not overstep our bounds. Brother Shimo, your thoughts are quite astute. Tang San was taken aback that the seemingly brawny brothers, Shimo, were so considerate in their planning. Could it be that his intellect paled in comparison to those around him? After being repeatedly outsmarted by Qian and outmatched by his peers, Tang San began to doubt his own intelligence for the first time. What he did not realize was that such self-doubt could be a catalyst for growth. Recognizing one's shortcomings is the first step towards improvement. After bidding farewell to Shimo, Tang San sought out Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming was troubled by Yu Tianheng's injuries. Yi Lingling and Du Guyan had already approached him multiple times, urging him to find a way to save Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming had tried numerous methods, yet none could dispel the overwhelming thunderfire within Yu Tianheng. Just as he felt utterly lost, a knock echoed at his door. "Is Teacher Qian in?" Qin Ming's expression darkened, nearly prompting an expletive. "The door is open, and I am standing right here. Are you blind? Or do you think I am dead?" "Not dead," Qin Ming replied coldly, his mood sour. Tang San instantly recognized the misstep in his words. Realizing he had committed a faux pas, it was a habit formed during his time at the junior academy in Notting City to knock and inquire if the teacher was present. Failing to ask would leave him feeling uneasy. Previously, when he posed this question, Master would always respond with kindness, "Yes, Xiao San, do you need something?" while internally scolding Tang San repeatedly. In comparison, Tang San mused, "Teacher Qian lacks the grace of Master. I must find a way to make amends." Teacher Qian. I apologize. I was taken aback by your radiant appearance and barely recognized you. Qin Ming's frustration only intensified. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I used to look disheveled? Tang San was at a loss for words. His teacher's statement was indeed accurate. First impressions are crucial. Noticing Qin Ming's unwillingness to engage in conversation, Tang San's expression also turned sour. Chapter 101. A forceful retort to Qin Ming. Qiaochang's arrogance. Teacher Qian. I seek your counsel on a matter, he declared, his tone laced with disdain. No need for your sharp retorts. If you truly possess the capability, confront my cousin directly. Do not parade your bravado before me. How rude of you. Is this how your master instructs you? How I am taught is of no concern to you. I am here to resolve an issue, not to engage in a quarrel. Since we cannot find common ground, let us part ways. With that, Tang San turned to leave. Contemplating the difficulty of dealing with someone as obstinate as Qin Ming. In Tang San's mind, Qin Ming was already marked for downfall, however. He recognized that he was not yet a match for him and chose to bide his time. One day, when his strength had grown, he would ensure that Qin Ming faced humiliation to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Qin Ming, already on edge, could no longer contain his irritation at Tang San's insolence. Tang San. Halt, he shouted. Tang San, indifferent, continued on his path without a backward glance. Ignored, Qin Ming's fury ignited, prompting him to prepare to teach Tang San a lesson. Just then, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade it, but found himself immobilized, nearly forced to kneel under the weight of the oppressive force. A captivating figure appeared silently behind him. "He is my student, dear sir. Might you consider sparing him your wrath?" The voice, soft as a whisper, caressed Qin Ming's ear, exuding a seductive allure that stirred primal desires within him. In that moment, Qin Ming felt as though his very soul had been ensnared. At the same time, Tang San turned to see Li Ziqi's figure pressed against Qin Ming's back, unable to suppress a flick of her tongue, mimicking a serpent's motion near Qin Ming's neck. A twinge of jealousy coursed through Tang San. He was envious. "Teacher, this man is arrogant and disrespectful. Please do not engage with him in such a manner. I have already contacted Aosluo, Shimo, and Shimo, and together they should suffice to deal with Cao Chang." "Tang San, you're mistaken. I am well aware of Qin Ming's arrogance and insolence. Today, I shall torment him in the most brutal manner to avenge you." Thus, Li Ziqi led Qin Ming to a room, forcibly stripping him of his dignity, leaving him seething with anger. Unable to exact revenge on Li Ziqi, he redirected his fury toward Xiao Chang, blaming him for injuring his student and provoking Tang San. After a lengthy wait, Xiao Chang finally arrived. Upon seeing him, Qin Ming wasted no time with pleasantries. "Are you Xiao Chang?" "Indeed, that is I," Xiao Chang replied, unfazed. "You will accompany me to heal you Tianheng immediately, or you understand the consequences. Who do you think you are to issue orders to me? Have none of these esteemed individuals informed you of my notorious temper?" With that, he struck Qin Ming across the face, sending him sprawling. Enraged, Qin Ming shouted, "I will kill you," and unleashed his martial soul, a fearsome fiery wolf manifesting behind him. Sharp claws sprang forth from his fingertips as he lunged at Xiao Chang. At this moment, Xiao Chang addressed Flandra. "Director, someone is committing violence within the academy. Will you not intervene?" Flandra, returning to the present, blocked Qin Ming's path. "Qin Ming, do not engage in combat within the academy. Damaging property incurs significant cost for repairs. Director, you witnessed it. He struck first." What did you say, Qin Ming?" "I was looking your way just now." "Xiaowu, did you see anything?" Xiaowu shook his head. "No, I was lost in thought and did not observe." "Master, did you see anything?" What are you saying?" "You mentioned the students have returned and require my cooking. I shall attend to that now." Qin Ming, who had just been conversing amiably with others, expressing hope for future